Professor Fung Tan said, "I know, everyone has to be very careful." By the time everyone reached the platform, it was already dusk. According to the plan, we will stop for a night to rest for the full spirit, go on early the next morning. Trak Mok Kwong Ba took the opportunity to observe the Nha Lo Tang Bo River section to see if it was true that the water rose at night. The members of the team split up to set up tents. Yu Yang and Ba Tang took 3 new people to hunt, and after a while they returned triumphantly. A few people piled up on the shelves, the smell of grilled meat spread everywhere. The cool wind blows, the sky is full of stars, the silver silk under the stars is like a mosaic of precious pearls, shining brightly, the rushing river flows, like thousands of drums rushing at the same time, rumbling like thunder on the horizon. This is a really good place to camp. The group sat around the fire, cheering up the barbecue, very excited. From time to time there was laughter and joy resounding in the valley. Man Hao Nian could not hold back the excitement in his heart. Humans in the sky, purple clouds in my homeland, raise a glass to welcome the wind, touch my soul, the sun is about to set, I will use my eyes to carve. Carving the beauty of the world into the mind. Ever. Such madness. The silver dragon in the sky flows at my feet. The cool wind in the ravine sings with me. Ah, I wanted to dance, I was crazy. Come here, friends, let's jump to the OA page 3 with joy, wholeheartedly and joyfully. Ah, heaven on earth, a magical place. Ah, ellipsis quote, Triu Trang Shine stuffed a piece of meat into his mouth, blocking the part behind the ah. In the throat of Meng Haoran, he said, don't stay there and, forever, affecting my eating and drinking mood. Everyone burst into laughter. Trak Mok Kwong Ba listened to Trong Lap tell some jokes and then stood up quietly, coming to the edge of the platform. Here, Ba Tang was covered by the faint mist of water from the waterfall, soaking half of his body. Young Master Kwong Ba. Ba Tang stared at the waterfall in front of him and called out without looking back. The place he was standing was on the edge of a steep cliff. Just a slight slip would make him fall several hundred meters deep immediately, and the fast-flowing river below could wash him away without a trace, in a blink of an eye, but Ba Tang still put his hands in his pockets, standing still, motionless, as if rooted on the edge of the abyss. Trak Mok Kwong Ba stepped forward, stood parallel to Ba Tang, even standing a little closer to the edge of the cliff than Ba Tang. Half the toe of his shoe had stepped on space, but still as solid as a rock. He raised his head slightly, his gaze crossed over the waterfall, his gaze reaching towards the twinkling stars in the distance. You still don't like being with a lot of people. You see, everyone is very happy. Tang's father sneered, we don't know whether we live or die tomorrow, what's to be happy about? Trak Mok Kwong Ba let out a sigh, patted Ba Tang's shoulder and said, tomorrow live or die, that's tomorrow's story, at least they're all very happy right now. Maybe, there's the happiness you've always wanted to find, why don't you experiment a bit? Three Tang raised his head, only to see the moon floating overhead, suddenly somewhat gloomy. Some distance away from the moon, a few scattered stars appeared. He muttered to himself, the moon is dim and stars are few, it's not a good omen. Trak Mok Kwong Ba pulled Ba Tang back to sit around the fire. That night, everyone was free to sing and dance, and Ba Tang also showed a smile that was no longer cold. Late at night, everyone was asleep. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was still waiting at the edge of the platform. Yue Yang was beside him. The two of them were waiting for the river below to rise. The night wind is getting stronger. The later it is, the colder it gets. Yu Yang picked up his collar and said, young Master Kwong Ba, you better go on vacation first. Tomorrow you still have to lead everyone to row the boat. I observe, if there is a change, I will film again. You can watch it early tomorrow morning. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, no need, it's still better to see with your own eyes. You can only film one corner, maybe you'll miss any place. Besides, if I can't clear this up, How can I bring so many new people into the water tomorrow? You tell me I can't sleep. Yue Yang nodded, yes. After a while, Trak Mok Kwong Ba asked, Nhu Seed 1, you're not on duty now, go this way, aren't your family worried? Yu Yang smiled and replied, what do they have to worry about? There are many brothers and sisters above me, and since I was a child, I have been used to being free and wild. When he was a child, he did not try to study, often fought, often ran away from home, 100% of the kind that made the family embarrassed. I think it's just because my family has given up on me. Chuo Mok Kwong Ba looked at Yu Yang from top to bottom, smiled and said, it's really not obvious. Yue Yang deliberately pretended to be serious and said, really? The guy thought for a moment, then looked up at the starry sky again, and said sadly, actually, it's Trong Lap who shouldn't go on this trip. His father died early, he was raised by his mother single-handedly, being an only child, but he shook his head, no matter how he advises him, he will not return. Trong Lap is very determined. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was suddenly moved. Until now, he had no intention of going to probe the family circumstances of these people, and even slightly avoided asking. He also didn't understand why. He had always secretly explained himself with the phrase, using people who don't suspect, have doubts and don't use them. But he also knew that it wasn't quite like that. At that moment, a strange sound startled the two, seemingly coming from the lofty cliff opposite, rumbling like thunder or the roar of a giant wildebeest, sounding far away, but also very close. Trak Mok Kwong Ba immediately said, turn on the headlights, shine down. Under the strong light of the lamp, the two were surprised to realize that the whole stream of Nha Lo Tangbo under the platform seemed to be boiling hot. Beneath the rolling waves, bubbles of air emerged, but the rumbling sound of water completely drowned out the sound of air bubbles bursting. If not deliberately waiting, it would be impossible to detect this strange phenomenon. Yu Yang said, young Master Kwong Ba, look at that. See that marker? Thanks to the light from the spotlight, the mark of Yu Yang's red paint smeared in the afternoon on the opposite cliff was covered by the rising river, but above the gate of hell the mark remained the same. The lower you go, the higher the water rises. The whole process lasted just over 10 minutes, then the water level kept at a certain equilibrium, and then slowly began to drop again. Trak Mok Kwong Ba couldn't hold back his horror and exclaimed, so the water level in the underground river is not slowly rising, but full in an instant. What kind of phenomenon is this? Yu Yang also shook his head, not understanding. Suddenly, both of them were silent. Chuo Mok Kwong Ba quietly gestured towards Yu Yang with his hand. There is someone watching, only one, for the time being. Don't alarm everyone. You go east, I go west. The two secretly agreed, turned around, as if returning to their tents, but only borrowed the tent to cover their bodies, and in the blink of an eye disappeared into the darkness. Moments later, Trak Mok Kwong Ba appeared next to a tree at the edge of the platform. Yu Yang was also hiding in another place in his sight. This newcomer obviously had no experience in tracking, panicked footsteps, and made a lot of noise. Chuo Mok Kwong Ba suddenly appeared, turned his hand over and controlled the person, and at the same time asked in a low voice, who? The newcomer was frightened and weak and small, was yelled at by Trak Mok Kwong Ba, but could not say anything, did not dare to scream in horror, only heard him gasp for a long time. Trak Mok Kwong Ba also felt that his wrist was very soft and small, unlike a man's arm. Under the dim light of the moon and stars, he saw a pair of large round eyes that exuded terror and fear. Caca. Trak Mok Kwong Ba let go of his hand and exclaimed in surprise, why did you come here? Cage also calmed down after the panic, gradually realized Trak Mok Kwong Ba's appearance, heard his voice again, and timidly stammered, holy. Great holy messenger. Yue Yang ran to the place, and as soon as he saw Gege, he was also surprised. Gege. Why did you come here? Trak Mok Kwong Ba asked while taking Cage to the side of the fire, only to see the little girl with rumpled, ragged clothes. Her face was smeared with mud, the back of her hand, her face had a few scratches. No, can't help but blurt out, "Why is this mess?" Rather, GE didn't say anything, but burst into tears and said, "Finally found everyone, Holy Messenger." This is. Saying that, she put her hands in the bag, took out the piece of Thin Chow Trak Mok Kwong bar that Da Cat had given her, fiddled with it for a long time, then finally brought it out, saying, "This is Da Cat's to again, please bring it to Shangri-La." Da Cat's biggest wish in life is to follow the holy angel to find that holy place. The girl's hands trembled as she lifted the piece of thin pearl. This is probably the only thing that Da Cat left behind. Should she keep it with her or let the holy angel bring it to Shangri-La? It is clear that she had to struggle inside for a long time to make a decision. Just because of this, you cross the mountain pass to find here. Trak Mok Kwong Bar's voice could not hide his rebuke. Unexpectedly, Ge's eyes was still firmly fixed on him. Obviously, for her, this is a very important thing. Trak Mok Kwong Bar said, "It's already so late. Are you alone with your daughter and children in the deep mountains? Aren't you afraid of being caught by wild animals to eat? Does your brother know? Miss, you're so messy." Yue Yang brought some food and asked, "Have you eaten yet? Are you hungry?" Rather, Ge thanked, then took it and ate it. Obviously she was very hungry. Ge said, "After the holy ambassador left, Mr. Trong Lap brought a lot of things again. I know, the holy ambassador will definitely come back. This time, you will set off for the real journey. I'm afraid I won't be able to meet you, so I've been here looking for everyone these days." Caca just ate and talked. As it turned out, since deciding to ask the holy ambassador to bring Da Cat's Thin Chow to Shangri-La, she had already started looking for the Gate of Hell, but by then Trong Lap and the others were gone. Although the Gate of Hell is a holy place that Kongbo village guards, not everyone knows where it is. She knew for herself that her brother wouldn't tell her where the entrance to Hell's Gate was. She thought, if the Holy Messenger had cared so much about the guy she met 3 years ago, the doors of hell wouldn't be far from where she'd discovered him, so she hung around, looking, waiting. Today, when he discovered that there was fire on the other side of the mountain, he immediately ran over. After listening to the story of Caca, looking at the little girl covered in mud, Trak Mok Kwong Bar and Yue Guang looked at each other, not saying a word. "It's too dangerous to bring her back now." Ge said no need. In the morning she would find her own way back to the village. Trak Mok Kwong Bar immediately let Caca sleep in the same tent with Lu Can Nam. After arranging, he and Yu Yang also split up to rest in the tent. Early the next morning, Trak Mok Kwong Bar asked Cage if he needed him to bring them back, but the stubborn girl refused softly. She wanted to wait until the Holy Messenger left, and then saw the Holy Angel enter the Gate of Hell with her own eyes before returning. Trak Mok Kwong Bar contacted the teacher again. The two were busy discussing the unanswered riddles. Almost no one mentioned the separation. Professor Feng Tan still advised all sorts of things and kindly asked. Finally, Trak Mok Kwong Bar also said, "Teacher, I have to hang up, everyone is waiting for me." Finally, Professor Feng Tan said, "Then I won't say much anymore, remember it well. Family, which means no one is left behind, no one is forgotten." Trak Mok Kwong Bar said in unison, "A family member means no one is abandoned, no one is forgotten." Folding his mobile phone, Trak Mok Kwong Bar zipped his wetsuit on, clinging to the rope to climb down. Yu Yang and Captain Hu Yang stayed last, in charge of handling the trail. Trak Mok Kwong Bar floats on the water, looking up at the blue sky and white clouds. In a little while, I will only be able to make friends with the depths of the night, he thought to himself. At this time, on the shore suddenly resounded the clear and melodious singing of Caca. The sound resounded smoothly, overpowering the roaring waterfall, reaching the ears of each person in the expedition. Chewing Geem, who had never studied the ancient Tibetan language, couldn't help but ask, "What are you singing? It seems to be very sad, isn't it?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba calmly replied, "It's a farewell song." Finished speaking, he took a deep breath, his body sunk downwards, there was no other sound besides the faint sound of water. On the platform in an instant, it became an area of deep silence, only the singing still echoes. On the Yu Min River, the ghosts resound, the other shore blooms, this shore is sad. Quote. Note. First, the sentence in the poem Vong Lu Sun said by Lai Bak. Water flew down 3,000 yards. Imagine the Milky Way slipped out of the clouds. Similar to translating poetry. 2. Sentences from Li Bai's Tuing Tien 2. The Yellow River, the water at the back of the sky, flows to the inexhaustible pool. Anonymous translation. 3. The name of a folk dance of the Tibetan people. Chapter 47, Moving On. Shangri-La. Trak Mok Kwong Ba quickly wrapped a rope with a rope, then swung the rope with all his strength, threw the rope up, tied the other end to the protrusion on the bow of the boat. Trong Lap and Yu Yang shot the rope around the stone pillar, a loop, then quickly tie the knot tightly. After completing everything, that beep beep sound changed to roaring. Not only the river's surface shook violently, but the people on the boat also felt it clearly. The whole cave was vibrating. Like a landslide and an earthquake, everyone was panicking in their hearts, and the insecurity gradually spread in each member's mood. The first day, everyone's equipment was divided into small waterproof plastic bags, taken to the underground river. The members of the group also took turns clinging to the rope under the water, weaving through the narrow passage with the rushing water. Trong Lap and the shaman Ala at the source of the underground river. Is also the end of the passage to respond. Like a sack of goods falling from above into the water, Trak Mok Kwong Ba stood up straight. The water level is now almost equal to the water level when he first came to Yu Min Ha. The only difference is that now both sides of the river are full of warriors and ready to go to Shangri-La. Never mind. Trong Lap saw Trak Mok Kwong Ba, immediately waved his hand at a package on the shore and said, "Young Master Kwong Ba, this package is yours." Trak Mok Kwong Ba stepped ashore, looking towards the bright lights. Everyone was rearranging their luggage in pre-marked plastic bags. Then he raised his voice and said, "Everyone," he pointed to the rope at the entrance of the passage, "after the last two get in here, this rope will be cut off. We can only move forward, no, there is no other way back. Now everyone has a clear view of the environment here. This is the final decision, no matter how you choose. My father, Trak Mok Kwong, I sincerely thank everyone, thank you all, everyone." The results need not be said clearly, all very excitedly looking at the other end of the dark cave. The atmosphere was hot, wearing large backpacks, preparing to leave. After Yu Yang and Captain Hu Yang entered the cave, the rope soaked in water was cut into small pieces and drifted with the water. Tuo Mok Kwong Ba's heart sank a little. He knew well that from this moment on, they had cut off all contact with the outside world. Next, they would go to a place where there was no sunlight, only the endless darkness for company. Along with the shouts of, "Let's go!" by Trak Mok Kwong Ba, 2 rows of people walked along the banks of Yu Min Ha, towards the murky darkness, taking the first step in the journey to declare war on death. The darkness seemed to last forever. In the cave, I can hear the sound of footsteps, breathing, and dripping water, but I can't hear how the black Yu Min Ha stream is as tight as ink flowing. The water level in the cave this time compared to the first time Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Nhac Guan went down is much lower. The riverbank is high, clearly floating. The strangely shaped rocks below the riverbank also reveal the bare-faced dancing fangs. Under the light of countless spotlights, the thrilling scene of the underground river appeared in every corner. Everyone was secretly surprised in their hearts, but no one uttered a single word, just followed the team, as if afraid to break the mysterious silence here. The 3 of them Zhang Lap led the way. Trak Mok Kwong Ba didn't say a word, and Yu Yang also suddenly had a feeling of insecurity that could not be put into words. The lower the water level, does it mean that the lowest water level is near? Then how can this water level rise? In the blink of an eye, this whole tunnel was filled. Walking for about 2 hours, they finally reached the large boat that had been inspected and tested by Trong Lap and the others. Although everyone was psychologically prepared, but suddenly seeing such a large boat in the dark and gloomy space, many people still had to exclaim in surprise. That cry, pushed far away by the cave, finally sounded like a ghost crying. The snake boat was tied to a large stone pillar at the top of the cave with a huge rope, now quietly floating on the water, the high bow proudly raised, strange shape, along with the volume giant and monstrous skin, making everyone exclaim in amazement. Chang Lap pointed to the big boat and said, "Gentlemen, welcome aboard Noah's Ark number 1, let's start the journey into the dark." He pushed down the latch, and the 3 floodlights already installed on the boat lit up at the same time, illuminating a dark underground river as bright as day. Trong Lap still retains the flexibility of the snake boat shape, only installing some more modern electronic equipment. The snake boat at this time, it can be said to have concentrated both ancient wisdom and modern science and technology into one body. Ngim Dung did not say no, threw the heavy backpack on his back onto the boat, then jumped in. The boat did not move at all, the buoyant force was so strong that it made people shake. Tongue stuck out in admiration. After everyone had boarded the boat, Trong Lap untied the ropes, saying, "Look, this boat is very specially designed, you could almost say it was made just to travel in caves. The hull of the boat is narrow and long, almost longer than the widest part of this cave, and the boat's frame uses a strange backbone structure, so it is almost impossible to turn sideways, and it is impossible to reverse. In addition, this backbone-shaped frame allows the hull to bend flexibly forward like a snake, even if it is a 90-degree bend that ordinary small boats cannot turn, it can easily bypassed. In a way, it can be said that this is a fish, comfortably swimming in this cave, and the fin and tail of that fish are the paddles in our hands. Let's go, let the fish swim." Team members were divided to sit on either side of the boat. Their backpacks were placed in an empty space next to each other, everyone wore life jackets, held iron oars in their hands, and there was a powerful floodlight in front of the boat. There are 2 lights on the stern of the boat, ensuring that each rower can clearly see the situation next to and ahead in the dark. The people controlling the lights are Yu Yang and the shaman of the West Tower. The 2 people who went to Yu Min Ha to explore last time were Trong Lap and Trak Mok Kwong Ba sitting right behind Yu Yang. One could see the direction clearly, the other was able to remind everyone in time. After an hour's command from Trak Mok Kwong Ba, the strange boat was like an arrow leaving the bowstring, rushing away. As soon as Professor Fung Tan sat down, he received a phone call. The old voice on the other end of the line asked quickly, "Lao Fung, where did you get that thing you showed us?" Professor Fung Tan said, "Ah, that's Peng, you mean that piece of scale. Well, what did you find out? Could it be that that thing has animal attributes?" The person surnamed Peng on the other end of the line seemed to be very agitated, saying, "It's unbelievable. We've considered it for a long time, tested it over and over and over and over again. This is really it, a piece of skin of an animal. Although it is a little different from the skin of modern animals, it can be confirmed that it is 100% animal skin, with a cuticle, and a base layer as well." Professor Fung Tan immediately asked, "What animal is that? Any leads?" The Peng replied, "No. But this epidermal texture is different from the epidermis of the vast majority of animals that I know of, but only studying through the cellular structure, there are few clues. In short, it's a very strange feeling. This thing makes me curious. It would be great if I could get a small piece. Can I still contact the person who brought this to you?" Professor Fung Tan smiled bitterly and replied, "Is that so? Now I don't even know where they went." Just set off, the speed of the boat was very fast, making Trak Mok Kwong Ba much happier. If they keep this speed, their plan to cross the U-Min-Ha River within 3 days can be completed first. Duration. However, at the same time, he also had a bad premonition. In the dark, there was almost always some danger waiting for them. All members of the crew raised their strong arms. Sailing in such a dark situation did not frighten them much. On the contrary, it felt a little stimulating, because this was the case anyway. For the first time they rowed such a boat, under such circumstances. The most agitated people include Trong Kian, Lai Hong, while the members with a lot of experience in exploration like Ngim Dung and Chiu Ngim were more cautious. Of course, that excitement didn't last long. In order for everyone to have a clear understanding of this underground river soon, after getting the consent of Trak Mok Kwong Ba, Yu Yang led the members to the steep river that they had crossed for the first time. The rushing water was standing up. In an instant, it made the nerves of so many people stretch. However, thanks to that, the advantage of the snake boat was also revealed. The hull of the boat becomes soft, along with the backbone that can freely bend and flex, making the boat firmly stick to the surface of the water. Each pair of ribs and spine connected to divide the snake boat into segments one by one. The person sitting on the boat was like sitting on a roller coaster in the park, sometimes suddenly swooping down, sometimes leaning to the left, swerve to the right to avoid the reef. At times, the boat collided with a cave wall or a stone pillar. The boat's very elastic body immediately bounced off like a rubber ball, then crashed to the other side. The members had to work together to coordinate. Only a reluctant new case can control the direction. After passing for 10 minutes at that sudden drop in water, the jubilant people could no longer cheer loudly. Lai Hong and Triu Trang Shine's hands clinging to the side of the boat have turned pale. Just now there had been 2 waves of boats swaying and swaying, almost knocking them all into the water. Others were splashed with cold water on their wet faces. Only Chiu Ngim, who has participated in boating on Nha Lo Tang Bo River, can still laugh. Compared to the Nha Lo Tang Bo River, this fast water is still acceptable, he thought to himself. But Trak Mok Kwong Ba's face was completely devoid of joy. This was just the beginning. There was still countless more stretches of river ahead in the dark, and they had to at least repeat the process, persevering in the dark, for 3 days. 3 long days. When rounding the trapezoidal platform, Trak Mok Kwong Ba compared the terrain with the map, discussed with Yue Duong, and then decided not to choose a straight path. The other roundabout is a bit farther, but along the way, the symbols of the radio stations are the most. For some reason, the 2 of them vaguely felt that it would be safer to go like this. From the beginning, the members were divided into 3 groups, each group of 6 people. When rowing, they alternated. Each team was in charge of a section of the road for 10 minutes. This can both ensure that everyone has enough time to rest. Not only that, those who are resting and still talking without stopping can also reduce the fear of the dark night. It's just that if a dangerous fast-moving water is encountered, all members of the team have to jump into action. The more you go, the lower the groundwater level is. The dangerous fast-moving sections are also more and more. The situation is very unsatisfactory. Then unexpectedly, there are more than 2 hours in a row, rugged. Crossing the longest river, Trong Lap was a little pale, muttering, "I didn't expect it to be like this." Trak Mok Kwong Ba still pondered without saying a word. He knows, this is all just the beginning. Because the river ahead is very shallow, the water overflows to both sides, so there is no riverbank. Even stopping the boat to rest is impossible. Yu Yang discovered that only the platforms marked on the map can be anchored. They either suddenly protrude or have vertical stone pillars for anchoring ropes, while most other places are mostly the cliffs are flat and smooth. Otherwise they're also the most dangerous parts of the fast water. In those places, even if you see any pillars, you will pass by one. It is basically impossible to stop the boat. Finally, Yu Yang found a place to stop the boat marked on the map, and immediately anchored the boat so that everyone could eat, rest, and recover. Trak Mok Kwong Ba went to find Chiu Ngim, Lu Can Nam, Captains Ho Duong, and you ate one to discuss and redistribute the work. In the calm river sections, they were still divided into 3 rowing groups as before, but whenever they met, no matter where the water is strong or the terrain is difficult, the number of people controlling the boat will increase to 9 people. It is necessary to ensure that the remaining half of the people have time to rest, otherwise if they encounter many rapids in a row, everyone's fitness will not be able to maintain. When resting, Meng Haoran did not eat anything. He said his stomach was twisting so violently that he couldn't swallow. Chewing said, "I told you before, that going up the mountain is not necessarily going to the river. Sitting in a boat on the fast water and climbing the cliff are completely different feelings. Now that you know the benefits, you've been specially trained and still the same." Man Haoran said, "There is a difference between being in a boat and sitting in a car. Now my feet are soft when stepping on the ground, and this boat is always going downhill. I feel like some internal organs. Mine dropped it all the way down. It's just one up and one down when training." After resting for a while, he finally ate a little. Not understanding in his mouth, Le Din Min was chewing chocolate or dried cake, only heard him ask, "Brother Chu, you used to participate in boating activities on Nha Lo Tangbo River, feeling this underground river. With the Nha Lo Tangbo River, where is it more difficult?" Chewing said, "The boat we use when traveling on Nha Lo Tangbo River is a small rubber boat, or a rubber canoe. It can only seat 7 or 8 people at most. If the place is too steep, we can get under it, into the sealed boat. Compared to this underground river, it can be said that each place is dangerous. Without considering the surrounding environment, the dangerous sections of Nha Lo Tangbo River are absolutely scarier than this underground river. Everywhere there are large rocks on both sides of the cliff falling down to block the river bed. Moreover, there are waterfalls several meters high, even tens to hundreds of meters. Although it is said that we have sailed along the entire Nha Lo Tangbo River, it is not really the case. There are many sections that are really too dangerous. It's basically impossible to use a boat, so we had to bring our tools to the shore to go around. But the situation around this underground river is much more dangerous than Nha Lo Tangbo River. First of all, there is no light. If it weren't for these high-powered floodlights, we'd be afraid to take a step forward. It's also very difficult. Then there is nowhere to stop to go ashore. These 3 days and 3 nights we all have to be on the boat for 24 hours, for 72 hours around in pitch-black darkness, for 72 hours in a boat going nowhere, just these 2 spots. I'm afraid there are a lot of people who can't do it. But until now, according to what I have observed, this slope is not very large. The maximum drop is only about 1 meter. For this kind of boat nearly 10 meters long, that height is not worth it. However, this boat can only go in this cave. If you go out there and get caught in lava, it will be like a dead snake." Lai Hong doubtfully asked, "If you say it like Chu, then it's easier to take a boat in this underground river than on Nha Lo Tangbo River, right?" Chewing still did not answer. Ba Tang laughed loudly. Ngim Dung calmly said, "It can't be said. Mr. Chu sailed along the Nha Lo Tangbo River, then took that river out. Compared to this Yu Min Ha River, but we have only traveled for half a day. The situation of the river sections behind us is still unknown." After resting, the third group started rowing again. After passing the first turn for a while, an unrecognizable ray of fear flashed in his mind, making Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly alert. "Wait a minute," Yu Yang spoke first. "Stop." After Trak Mok Kwong Ba's order, all the team members pulled back their oars, like the rowing athletes in the sports festival. "Do you hear any sound?" Music Tuan reminds. They didn't need to concentrate very much. As soon as they stopped rowing, they immediately heard the humming sounds in their ears. This cave can magnify any sound inside it by several times. Le Din Min thought of his major first and blurted out, "It's an insect." It really does sound a bit like the buzzing of flies. The chewing gems immediately said, "Ha, insects are nothing, but they have to stop." After saying that, he picked up the oars and prepared to continue on the road. But those who have returned from the Amazon jungle and Hainan Kong Island, like Trak Mok Kwong Ba, understand very well that there are some insects that are much more terrifying than one can imagine. Not to mention, the first time they went down to this underground river, did they find any insects? Not insects. Everyone look at the water. Yu Yang made a new discovery. Under the floodlights, people looked down at the river. The black water surface, which was smooth as glass, has now become the shape of a fishing net, rippling and rippling. The people on the boat were all experienced in the wilderness, knowing when the water was rippling like this, it was certain that only high-speed vibration would cause it. But now the water surface and the banks are completely empty. Their boats are also following the water. What caused the ripples? Can only be, this whole cave is shaking. Those who were holding oars immediately let the boat come close to the right bank. Some reached out to touch the cliff, and then immediately withdrew. Sure enough, that feeling of vibration like an electric shock proved that the whole tunnel was vibrating at extremely high speed. That buzzing sound like a mosquito was caused by the cliff. Trak Mok Kwong Ba asked, "What's the matter, Yu Yang?" Yu Yang frowned, obviously also suspicious. What could cause the cliffs in this whole cave to vibrate like that? Suddenly, he seemed to have realized something, and quickly asked, "What time is it?" Zhang Li looked down at the atomic clock and replied, 11 hours and 21 minutes at night. Yu Yang asked again, "Young Master Kwong Ba, where's the map? See, when was the last time the first comment was on the radio?" Then he said again, "Tell everyone to keep rowing forward, hope I guess wrong." Trak Mok Kwong Ba turned his head and said, "Everyone keep moving forward. Zhang Lap, you cooperate with everyone." Turning on the computer and opening the map, Trak Mok Kwong Ba examined it carefully, and finally said, "According to the notes on the map, it should be around 11:30 to 12 o'clock. What's wrong? What can you think of, Yu Yang?" Yu Yang said, "Although I still don't know what will happen, but I think, before 11:30, we need to get to the next platform. This is very important." Trong Lap shouted to signal. All oars immediately swung up and down strongly. Both Yu Yang and Trak Mok Kwong Ba also rowed the boat. Although they didn't know why, they instinctively felt the need to reach the designated place before the time marked on the map. The more you move forward, the louder the beep beep sound. When he reached the next platform, Yu Yang looked at the boat on which he was sitting, then looked at the stone pillar as big as the people holding it on the platform, and suddenly said, "Young Master Kwong Ba, we are still guessing. What is this pillar used for? If I'm not mistaken, it's for tying the boat." "Ha, tie the boat, why?" Trong Lap said. Hearing the sound of beeping and bees, getting louder and louder, Yu Yang quickly said, "There's no time to explain, tie up the boat first, young Master Kwong Ba." The new members have also been able to use the hooks to varying degrees, but they can't keep up with the old members who have mostly treated the hooks as an extension of the body. Yu Yang and Trong Lap waved their hands, the rope hit the cliff in the blink of an eye, and the two immediately climbed up like two monkeys. Trak Mok Kwong Ba quickly wrapped a rope with a rope, then swung it with strength, threw the rope up, tied the other end to the ledge on the bow of the boat. Trong Lap and Yu Yang shot the rope around the stone pillar, a loop, then quickly tie the knot tightly. After completing everything, that beep beep sound changed to roaring. Not only the river's surface shook violently, but the people on the boat also felt it clearly. The whole cave was vibrating. Like a landslide and an earthquake, everyone was panicking in their hearts, and the insecurity gradually spread in each member's mood. "Look, what is that?" Also sitting at the bow of the boat, Triu Trangshine, who was behind Trong Lap, suddenly exclaimed. The headlights were still shining forward. Only an entire cave area that should have been pitch black suddenly appeared something, refracting the headlights' light, rushing forward. The object came very quickly. The sound was deafening. The speed of that thing was so fast, it made the whole cave shake. When it entered the range of the light, everyone could only see a silver-white wall, like countless silver insects rushing towards. Is water, flood. Only when the dam is open to release the flood can one see the intense water like this. In the darkness, from a distance of more than 1,000 meters, it showed a fierce ferocity, as if a giant silver dragon was swinging its fangs and claws at it, as if it wanted to crush everything that stood in its way. The sound of rushing water echoed back and forth inside, finally forming a terrible hull, causing the whole cave to shake violently. God, I don't know who let out a scream of terror. Then, silence enveloped the space, everyone began to feel short of breath. Only Trak Mok Kwong Ba remained calm. He said, "Everyone, tightly pack your backpacks, cling to the side of the boat, lower your head, prepare to hold your breath, here it comes." With a bang, a wave casually crashed over the head of the snake boat, like a small insect flying straight into the mouth of the giant silver dragon, completely unnoticed by it, and then, that silver dragon brought with it an air of arrogance, soaring forward. Moments later, Trong Lap and Yu Yang nervously looked at the rope being pulled straight. The end of the rope submerged in the water called Pung Pung. The snake boat floated up again, only, its position now, was 6 or 7 meters taller than before. The bow of the boat raised up to act as a barrier. Even though the waves were so big, the water hardly entered the boat, but flowed down the bow, causing the boat to tilt at an angle of 45 degrees, making only the member who pressed his face close to the side of the boat was flooded with water and soaked his entire face. When the wave passed, the people in the boat looked up one by one, shook their heads vigorously to shake off the wet face, and opened their mouths to gasp. Someone wiped the cold water off their face, then saw that Trong Lap and Yu Yang was still clinging to the top, now only a few meters away. Yet another panic. Unexpectedly, just a few hours on the boat, they encountered such a dangerous situation. Li Hong and Triu Trang Shine were so excited earlier, now they are afraid of turning pale, not sure how they feel in their hearts. Everyone joined forces, slowly brought the boat closer to Trong Lap and Yu Yang. This large wave has not yet finished its aftershock, nor is it known if it will surge again. Everyone regained their composure while waiting for the quiet underground river to return after a reversal. Chuo Mok Kwong Ba wiped the water from his forehead and asked Yue Yang, "How do you know to tie the boat up?" Yu Yang shrugged, jumped into the boat, said, "Regarding this underground river, we only have a few points that are still unclear. Firstly, at night the water of Nha Lo Tang Bo River rises again, and moreover, it is still water from the underground river. Why is that? Second, the channels and platforms marked on the map have all been authenticated, but what is the point of commenting next to the platform? If they don't indicate the time it takes to go all the way, then what do they imply? Thirdly, in both places the square left the mark of the boat leash. It must be known that it takes a long time to leave such an imprint. Tying the boat once or twice cannot make the stone as solid as here. It can't be imprinted. Fourth, how can that crazy Kwai Bar man steer such a large boat upstream? Finally, how can we get through that tunnel? Yu Yang holds the floodlight, shines on the still water of the Yu Min Ha stream, turns his head and says, "Actually, I have found the answers to these problems." Trong Lap squatted by the cliff, asked, "How do you relate them to each other?" Yu Yang said, "Remember, I said before, the marks on this stone pillar are not created overnight, but have to be tied here many times before they can be left. There is not enough room for people to stand on this cliff. The ancients have tied the boat here many times, certainly not to rest, but for some other reason, making them unable to help but tie the boat here. Furthermore, the time range indicated in the map is not the time required to get from one point to another, which has already been confirmed by us. I also suddenly thought of the time at night when the Nha Lo Tang Bo River suddenly rose, which we witnessed. The water volume suddenly increased suddenly, proving that this underground cave was once filled with water in just a few days, blink of an eye. If that's the case, then it seems to explain the motive why the ancients tied the boat here. Isn't that right, young Master Kwong Ba? Duo Mok Kwong Ba nodded and said, "That's right. Rest for a moment, then continue on the road." Darkness, endless darkness. The floodlights swayed and swayed with the boat. The cliffs in the distance loomed over the silhouettes of beasts. A bunch of weary people sprawled out on the boat. Unexpectedly, the first 24 hours left them almost exhausted. The extent and duration of the struggle in the fast water was far beyond the ability of the average person to endure. Although exhausted, no one felt sleepy, for 3 bright high-powered headlights hung overhead. This light cannot be turned off. A few people, Lu Kan Nam, the shaman Ala, and Chuingin took the time to rest. Every time he encounters a fast-moving part of the water, Yu Yang is too excited, screaming until his throat is hoarse, so now he can only sit still and say no. The young Trong Lap and Lai Hong are full of energy, still talking and talking. Trak Mok Kwong Ba sat and watched each person one by one. Seeing Trong Kian praying again, he walked over, only to see the Bible on his lap open to the first page, writing, "In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. The earth was empty and formless, darkness covered the abyss, and the Spirit of God hovered over the waters. God said, 'Let there be light.' There is always light. God sees that light is good. God separates light and darkness. God calls light, day, and darkness, night. Over an afternoon and a morning. That was day 1. Monday. Trak Mok Kwong Ba walked to Man Hao Nian's side first. Tang Min is examining him. The West Tower mage quietly waited to one side. The face of this photographer and poet who is not afraid of the snow mountain has sometimes turned pale. He seemed a little tired and said, "I'm fine, it's just a little upset stomach, rest for a while and it'll be fine. Maybe it was because I ate too much wild meat last night. Today my digestion is not very good." Tang Min still carefully asked, "Does it hurt here? Are you nauseous?" The West Tower magician's hand was placed on Man Hao Nian's wrist, taking his pulse. Duo Mok Kwong Ba clearly understands that just from the beginning, the body has already shown unpleasant symptoms. This is absolutely not a good thing. Their coming situation cannot be optimistic. He also knows very well that this underground river can only go forward. It is absolutely impossible to want to return. Shaman Thap Te said, "The spleen is not regulated. It is probably caused by bad blood and yin. Temporarily just need to adjust the spleen and stomach. It's okay to get something warm to compensate." Tang Min also said, "You must be cold, so your digestive system has problems. The boat sways and causes nausea. Take a dose of Maxilone stomach medicine and see how it goes." After hearing this, Trak Mok Kwong Ba was somewhat less worried. He instructed Man Hao Ran to pay attention to his health, then continued to step down the stern of the boat, coming in front of Sean. This is the only foreigner with white hair and blue eyes in this adventure group. Sean doesn't speak much Chinese, but can understand a part. Sometimes when Trong Lap tells jokes, he is also beside him to focus on listening. When Trak Mok Kwong Ba walked over, Sean was talking to Le Din Min in English, seemingly very happy. Sean, Din Min. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said hello. Sean laughed and said, "Johnson, you finally have a moment to rest. This team is also difficult to lead." Trak Mok Kwong Ba forced a smile. "It's not difficult at all. Everyone has had experience in exploring the wilderness. There are almost no contradictions. In general, it is not difficult to reconcile relationships between people, together. I'm just a little worried for him. After all, this is his first visit to Tibet. How are you? Are you familiar?" Sean stuck out 2 fingers and said, "Familiar. You see, Trong Lap, Nhac Duong, Ba Tang, you, Man, Mr. Le, Tronkian, the shaman Ala, the teacher. Almost half of everyone can speak English. I'm not familiar with anything, besides, I know Chinese too." After saying that, he used his slurred Chinese to say, "If it's good." Trak Mok Kwong Ba laughed lightly. Le Din Min said again, "San has a very in-depth study of biology. Just now we were talking about some miraculous creatures in the Amazon forest." Trak Mok Kwong Ba immediately said, "Oh, I almost forgot, Din Min is also a zoologist." The Din Min added, "The type of bisexuality." The three of them talked for a while, until Lu Kan Nam called Trak Mok Kwong Ba. "Now, Lu Kan Nam, Captain Ho Duong, Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Ngin Dung are the decision makers of this team. Many things are discussed and decided by these four people. The other members of the team refer to them behind their backs as the Big Four." The four of them discussed for a while whether to adjust the members' sitting positions, in addition to planning details such as tomorrow's itinerary and rest time. After everything was done, Trak Mok Kwong Ba returned to the bow of the boat to talk with Duong Man for a while. Tang Min was tired, so she laid her head on his lap and fell asleep. Looking at Duong Man sleeping soundly, Trak Mok Kwong Ba raised his eyes again to look at Trong Lap and the others who were still talking, thinking in his heart, "Finally, the first 24 hours have passed. But the real hardship has only just begun." During these first 24 hours, a person's circadian clock is still relatively precise, but from the 25th hour, the circadian clock will start to beat, when it should be again. If you don't feel sleepy, when it's time to eat without feeling hungry, all will be confused. Until then, how many people could make it through, he did not know at all. Finally, Trak Mok Kwong Ba also quietly fell asleep. In a blur, he seemed to hear his father's familiar voice again, "Son, I know you hate religion and don't believe in Buddhas, but there are things that cannot be denied. In fact, everyone has their own beliefs in their hearts, regardless of whether you have a religious background or not, whether you are an atheist or not. That belief is also a pursuit, a force that keeps people alive. Survival, which is the instinctive desire for material things of humans and all other living things. Since the beginning, life has been destined to have to constantly struggle to be able to continue living. Belief is an instinctive spiritual desire that only humans have. At times, it can even overcome the physical lust instinct of the flesh, making people accomplish the impossible. But man is very weak. Not only is his body weak, but his spirit is also weak. Humans in ancient times were because of their weak bodies and backward knowledge, so since birth, they have felt fear of all that they do not know, fear of strange things, fear of forces, strangely strong. The ancients are like babies, full of curiosity and fear for everything. People will anyway encounter difficult problems that cannot be solved, fears cannot be overcome. Until then, their spiritual world will need a place to send. They hope to have a something that will help me in times of trouble, give me hope in times of despair, bring light from the murky darkness, drive away fear and evil from the depths of my heart. Therefore, there is a God. Young Master Kwong Ba, wake up. Trak Mok Kwong Ba felt that he had just slept for a while and heard Yu Yang's call. He opened his eyes and heard Yue Yang continue. Probably the second wave is coming. What? So fast? Trak Mok Kwong Ba was startled, completely awake, quickly stood up and asked Yue Yang in a hurry, "Are you sure?" Yu Yang turned on the computer and said, "Young Master Kwong Ba, you see, this is another point that we have not fully understood. Why is the drawing of the time caption so abstract that even the shaman Allah and some of his religion can't recognize it? I observed the symbols very closely, and eventually discovered that the figures did not depict a complete animal, but two different types of animals combined. You look at this picture, the cow's head, the ponytail, and this one, the tiger's face and the monkey's body, that's why it's hard to explain." Then I suddenly remembered the poem in Kongbo village, which said that the brave warriors only rest twice a day. Why rest twice? If it is said that there is not only one type of animal representing time, but two types, then. Moreover, the time recorded at our monitoring points is very clear. Every day the water of Nha Lo Tangbo River also rises twice, just once more and once less. If we revert the two parts of this symbol, then, we have some time. Trak Mok Kwong Ba asked, "What time is it?" Yu Yang replied, 5 o'clock in the morning. Trak Mok Kwong Ba startled and asked, "Have I slept for so long?" Yu Yang said, Young Master Kwong Ba, should you wake everyone up? Duo Mok Kwong Ba nodded. Okay, wake everyone up, this can't be careless. Everyone was sleeping soundly when they were woken up. Some people grumbled just after falling asleep, and some people seemed to have never slept at all. Duo Mok Kwong Ba looked at them worriedly. Come on, everyone cheer up. He said encouragingly, listen, the second wave is coming. If you don't want to fall from the team just starting, then focus your mind, hold on to the side of the boat. What? Again? Want to take someone's life? The new members let out a loud scream. However, another sound quickly calmed them down. Eesh, eesh, the water on the side of the boat rippled again. Yu Yang's judgment is completely correct. This is a warning signal, making everyone anxious. Rushing in, then roaring away, the silver giant dragon like a street sweeper in the underground kingdom appeared again after a while, cleaning the cave once again with true invincible power, make people tremble. This time the water came even bigger, stronger, the whole boat was like a surfing canoe, was thrown out of the water several times, the water splashed at the bow, making the whole expedition wet, light. The hand that gripped the side of each person's boat was white because of excessive force. Everyone understood that, just loosening their hand a little, they would fall from the team as Trak Mok Kwong Ba warned. Behind there is endless darkness, no one knows how far they will be swept away by the terrible current, nor how long they can hold out in the middle of that water. Yu Yang held the bow with both hands firmly, but still stared warily at the rope, which was already stretched like a string, under the fierce attack of the tightening current, grinding against the squeaky boat frame. Yu Yang's heart also gradually tightened like a tight rope. He understands very well, once the rope cannot withstand the strong pull of the fierce waves and breaks, the whole boat is drifted back to the starting position. It is still lucky, if the boat is stuck somewhere or hit hard. If it sinks or is punctured, the end result is 100% sure that no one will get out of this underground cave alive. He had made up his mind, if he could withstand this wave, next time he would have to use at least 2 ropes or more to secure the boat. Flashing, Yu Yang only saw a sudden darkness in front of his eyes. The light from behind came. It turned out, the terrible impact pushed the whole boat up. The floodlight installed on the bow of the boat just cleverly hit a falling stalactite, immediately extinguished. Then I heard a, oh my, I didn't understand who was crying anymore. Trak Mok Kwong Ba shouted at the commander, be careful. Beware of stalactites on top. Hold on to the side of the boat, bend down, get down quickly. A black shadow passed over the top of his head. Triu Trangshine saw it very clearly, and reached out to catch it. At that moment, the water suddenly fell, then suddenly rose again. The end of the snake boat suddenly rose. Ladin Min and Triu Trangshine almost at the same time slipped. Their bodies were thrown in the air. It felt like he was about to be thrown out of the boat. Ba Tang and the shaman Ala sitting behind them quickly reached out their hands to grab and hold their ankles. The shaman Ala shouted to Triu Trangshine, caught you. But Triu Trangshine also shouted, let me go. The shaman Ala sat quietly reciting scriptures. No matter how much Triu Trangshine struggled, he could not break free. Triu Trangshine struggled and shouted loudly, Li Hong. Li Hong has fallen. Yue Yang at the bow of the boat heard it, and his heart ached. As for Le Din Min, Ba Tang threw him back into the boat, and then the whole boat tilted. Ba Tang shouted, hold on to the backpack. At this moment, the snake-shaped boat looked like a car rushing at full speed on the jagged rocks, constantly being jerked up and down with the water up and down. The whole process lasted for several minutes, and then the wave that came there slowly calmed down. In the expedition, only the members who had been to the Americas had ever profoundly experienced that overwhelming and irresistible power. In their recollections, the whole flood was a process of frenzied shaking that lasted endlessly. The bones of the whole body were loose, even consciousness and thinking became hazy, only the last bit of sanity to keep the fingers clinging to anything. Just hold on tight, the rest doesn't matter anymore. The situation was almost the same now. Their hand firmly grasping the side of the boat had almost condensed all the strength of their entire body, and the other parts of their body had lost their sense of perception. After that, even though the waves were calm, everyone had to stay in place for a long time before the muscles gradually condensed their strength. Meng Haoran didn't understand this principle, and as soon as he got up, he fell over. He knelt on the boat, his hands clutching his backpack. Only then did I realize that my arm was shaking slightly. I turned my head to look back, and it turned out that it was not only me, but Le Din Min was also shaking more violently. A few minutes later, in everyone's surprised eyes, the West Tower mage stood up first, walked steadily up a few steps to Chongqian's side and asked, "Are you okay?" He saw very clearly. A large stalactite column had rubbed against his back. The "oh my" sound during the chaos was caused by Chongqian. Chongqian's forehead was covered with sweat, and his face was pale. He smiled and said, "It's okay, just a little bump, ah." The shaman Ala gently removed the piece of his shirt behind his back. Chongqian's sweat poured out and ran down the drain. Tang Min in the back can see very clearly. A large piece of skin behind Chongqian has peeled off, blood and flesh are slimy. Only heard her panic exclaim, "Ah, ah." The shaman Ala turned to Tang Min and said, "I think I need something to stop the bleeding." Tang Min quickly let go of the hand that was clinging to the side of the boat, tremblingly zipped the backpack, but pulled and pulled it several times but couldn't open it. The West Tower shaman saw this and immediately stepped forward to help. Tang Min said, "Gauze is in the second compartment, below is a bandage, and antiseptic is in the third compartment on the left." Lu Kan Nam also stood up and went to lend a hand. Yu Yang squeezed his fists. His limbs were also active again. He leaned over and grabbed Trong Lap's hand, saying, "Hurry up and see that lamp, it seems to be broken." Chewing Gin next to him said, "Maybe it's broken, I saw that stone pillar hit the lamp case." Trak Mok Kwong Ba stood up and said to Ngin Dung and Captain Ho Duong, "Are you two okay?" Both shook their heads, and at the same time turned to look at Chongqian who was injured. Ngin Dung said, Finally survived." Saying this, I was about to stand up, but unexpectedly my calf suddenly softened. The whole person dived forward. Fortunately, my hand grabbed Trong Lap's backpack and did not fall off. At that time, he suddenly realized that the position on his right was vacant, so he blurted out, "Where is Li Hong?" "Li Hong has fallen," Triu Trangshin roared, and when the shaman Ala loosened his grip slightly, he jerked his body and plunged into the Yumin Ha River. Ba Tang shouted, "Crazy! Don't rush yourself to your death." Did Li Hong fall? Trak Mok Kwong Ba was also startled. Li Hong sat behind him, lost his hand without saying a word. At that time, everyone lowered their heads, so that no one noticed that Li Hong was swept over their heads by the water. The wave nearly 10 meters high suddenly came. If it was swept away in that time, how could it be found now? Trak Mok Kwong Ba and the others came to the stern of the boat, shone their headlights on the water, and tried to find the figure of Triu Trangshin. Moments later, he raised his head out of the pitch-black water, angrily smashed his hands into the water, and shouted angrily, "Li Hong has fallen, why don't you grab him? Such talented people." Cough, 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 wheezy, coughing, then he sank again. Yu Yang from the stern of the boat called out, Hurry up. There's a small wave behind you, you'll be swept away." But Triu Trangshin didn't answer. His hands were struggling and dancing. It seemed that something was wrong. Trak Mok Kwong Ba didn't have time to take off his shirt. He jumped into the water, pulled Triu Trangshin back, loudly shouted, "Li Hong was swept away, we are all very sad, but you did this, didn't you? Do you want us to lose another comrade?" Triu Trangshin was pulled back to the boat. Trak Mok Kwong Ba also climbed up. The cold river water made him shiver a few times. Triu Trangshin wrapped himself in a blanket, sat there dazedly, muttering, "Last night he also told me, After this trip back we will climb to the top of Kawakapo, 0.1 inches. He also understood well, at that time Lai Hong was thrown up to 3 or 4 meters above the surface of the boat, no one could pull him back, he himself was only slightly raised but was thrown away, almost. After all, the same fate as Lai Hong. Yu Yang's mouth was trembling, and his face was pale. He walked in front of Triu Trang Shine. The two stared blankly at each other, both realizing the sadness and pain in each other's eyes. Yu Yang couldn't believe that Li Hong would leave so quickly, so suddenly. After the flash flood, the Black River's surface returned to a calm state, no longer seeing anything. Li Hong, Yu Yang suddenly shouted towards the darkness. Li Hong, Li Hong, Li Hong. Countless echoes echoed in the cave, and Yu Yang's cry could be heard getting farther and farther away in the cave. Definitely living. You must live, must live, must live. Triu Trang Shine also shouted. The two people's screams were like two entwined dragons, spreading far away with the rushing water, leaving countless ripples that disappeared in the blink of an eye. Everyone knows that, in this fast water, the survival rate is almost zero, but perhaps Lai Hong was swept to a certain platform, or hugged a stone pillar somewhere. Perhaps, maybe he can wade through the dark again and return to Kongbo village. Yu Yang and Triu Trang Shine both thought so to comfort themselves, trying to suppress the pain in their hearts and hot tears in the corners of their eyes, silently staring into the dark night. Lu Kan Nam's face did not show any emotion. She looked at Yu Yang and said, "Don't forget, you're a soldier, if you don't want to lose more people, immediately return to your post." Sean turned his head to look at Vuong Yu. During training, the two people who had previously joined this group of backpackers to the Americas didn't talk much, but kept a certain distance, and now they mingled with the new members. "What? It's more exciting than when it was in the Americas, right?" Sean asked, the corners of his mouth like a smile. Wang Yu's hand was still clinging to the side of the boat, nonchalantly saying, "What is this worth?" At the end of the boat, Ba Tang also stood up, looked at the water flowing on the side of the boat, then patted Le Din Min's shoulder, who was still not able to calm down, then turned his head to look at the shaman Ala. The shaman was still sitting like a mountain. When the water came, the shaman Ala did not cling to the side of the boat, but his body was still firmly attached to the boat, not moving. Until now he still maintains his posture. He seems to be still in samadhi and has not yet woken up. Ba Tang involuntarily raised his hand to stroke his beard. He could not see through this old mage who looked extremely thin and weak. There's also the West Tower mage, then Lu Kan Nam, the young master Kwong Ba, and the other foreign guy Sean. The powerful masters on this boat are truly beyond imagination. The wound on Trong Kian's back was poisoned with hydrogen peroxide and then covered with a layer of gauze, carefully bandaged, no longer too painful. Everyone else is also slowly recovering. Only Le Din Min is still clutching his backpack. His face is gray and white, his lips are blue, and the corner of his mouth twitches for a while. Everyone understood. He was too scared. That's right, for an ordinary person, the experience of walking by the side of death like that, once in a lifetime is more than enough, let alone in the next 2 days, they still have to constantly facing the same situation. No one blamed Le Din Min. On the contrary, everyone gathered around to comfort him. Finally, Le Din Min gradually calmed down somewhat. Captain Ho Duong took the initiative to change positions with him. So Le Din Min sat in the middle, Captain Ho Duong sat at the end of the boat. The headlight at the bow of the boat was broken. Trong Lap replaced a new one. They soon prepared to deal with this situation, carrying a few spare lights in their luggage. The only thing that was not prepared was that no one expected the water to be so fierce. Trong Lap thought for a moment, then suggested using ropes to tie the crossbars of the boat's frame. Then each person would use a padlock to tie themselves to the hull of the boat, so that they would not be afraid of being thrown from the boat while swaying. Again. Said to do is to do. Trong Lap changed a new lamp, then embarked on renovating the boat. Soon, the snake-shaped boat resumed its departure. Note. First, this is the main peak of My Lai Tuat Sun, also known as Prince Snow Mountain or Kawakapo Snow Mountain, located in the border of Yunnan Province, China. Black Whirlpool. Yu Yang stared at the computer screen, carefully distinguishing each section of the road, while using devices to measure the route they had passed. After the group had traveled 211 kilometers downstream, Yu Yang said to Track Mob Kwong Ba, "Young Master Kwong Ba, tell everyone to pay attention to control the speed, just slow down a bit ahead, we start to enter. The area has the most forks, so if you make a mistake, you will lose your way." Track Mok Kwong Ba said loudly. The third group stopped rowing. Ngim Dung, Sean and the West Tower mage slow down. Afraid that Sean wouldn't understand, he spoke again in English. Yu Yang looked closely at the front, saw that the black water surface had appeared with small ripples. He hurriedly said, "Young Master Kwong Ba, you've entered the area of fast water, the water is strong again." Track Mok Kwong Ba said, "Going into the fast water, everyone prepare." The whole group had oars in hand. Just finished preparing, suddenly heard Yu Yang hoarsely shouted, "Underground waterfall." The boat suddenly sank, starting from the bow. It felt like sitting on a roller coaster in the park. The snake boat clung to the water, like a giant mollusk sliding down a waterfall. The hull was not stable, the bow of the boat was missing again. It turned out to be another waterfall, 5 consecutive underground waterfalls. This time, thanks to Yue Yang's padlocks used when climbing, everyone was not thrown out of the boat. However, in a row like that, it was no different than jumping down 5 times in a row from a height of 5 meters. All of them, Track Mok Kwong Ba, were all pale, their stomachs twisted and wanted to vomit. That's still not the end. After falling into the 5th waterfall, Yu Yang cried out again, "The main underground river, warning level 3. Chewing Ngim couldn't help but opened his mouth to curse. It's his mother. The snake boat fell sharply in the middle of the river. The main stream of this underground river is nearly 20 meters wide, rumbling from east to west, with waves rising up to 3 or 4 meters high. After falling, the snake boat seemed to have been pushed out from some hidden hole. The hull immediately turned sideways. The headlights of the floodlights were constantly tracing bright halos on the riverside cliffs. Yue Yang, despite his sore throat, shouted loudly, "Direction, hold on to the direction. Whoever is on the left pulls back the oars. Right side paddle backwards." I said reverse rowing. Don't row with the current anymore. Change direction quickly. 200 meters ahead there's a turn, everyone fighting. No time to lose. Listen, whenever I say, left, once, the people on the left row with all their might, the people on the right row at the same time in reverse, so they can control the direction. If I say, yes, then do the opposite. I say, forward, then all row forward. When I say, back, the team paddles backwards. Did everyone get it? Attention, left. It's over. There are 5 turns ahead for us to choose from. Right, right, right. Definitely stabilize the hull. Next, yes, right, right. No, the boat can't keep its course and can't enter the predetermined cave. It seems we only have to let the boat go straight ahead. The section ahead also has a turn, but looking at the colors on the map, it's not easy to go. The large snake-shaped boat kept spinning in the middle of the vast underground river, sometimes hitting the cliff on the left, then hitting the cliff on the right, then starting to rotate in the opposite direction. With each collision the boat bounced. The hull certainly seemed to be fine, but the people on the boat, especially the new members, was starting to feel unbearable. Just the centrifugal force due to the spinning boat is enough to make people dizzy, not to mention the shock after each collision. It feels as if all the internal organs want to burst out of the chest. At times, watching the boat speed up and hit the cliff, those who did not have time to collect the oars were shocked and numbed their wrists. Fortunately, their oars are made of plastic steel. No matter how hard they're hit, they will only warp and transform, not to the point of breaking. But the boat kept spinning like that, making it impossible for the people on top to sit firmly, people constantly bumping into each other, face, body, if not elbowed or stepped on. The oars will also be oars, fragrant, for a shot, the skin patches are bruised, the patches are red. The most unlucky Dwang music. The guy was sitting right in front of Trak Mok Kwong Ba, and the bones of this young master Kwong Ba were both rough and hard, although it was not intentional, but Yu Yang was also gradually given a beating, his limbs were soft and weak. Every time Yu Yang had an unintended collision with Trak Mok Kwong Ba, people heard the guy's pitiful screams. Careful, you hit me, oh my back. Sit firmly, there's your oars, oh my ass. The flickering headlights added to the feeling of vertigo. Not long after, Vuong who suddenly felt his face was hot, slimy, not understanding what it was. Turning his head to look, it turned out that Man Hao Ran couldn't take it anymore, and all the food and drink was sprayed out. Wang Yu's stomach, which had been bouncing up and down a few times, was vomited all over by Meng Hao Ran. He suddenly felt an indescribable nausea surge, quickly leaned on the side of the boat, opened his mouth, and then eat as much as you can. Triu Trang Shine, sitting behind Meng Hao Ran, also exclaimed, I vomited all over my body. Trak Mok Kwong Ba shouted, stop arguing. Grasp the rope firmly, retract all the oars. This part of the river is not short, it has to be turned around for a while, everyone work hard for me. If you feel nauseous, lean over the side of the boat and vomit, stop staring at the headlights. All of them were like sitting on wheels, being turned to face dark faces, no longer able to distinguish the direction from where to go. The waves were 3 to 5 meters high, continuously crashing down. If it was another boat, I'm afraid it would have capsized from the beginning. I don't know if it will be dragged to the bottom by countless underground eddies. But even with that special snake-shaped boat, the current situation of Trak Mok Kwong Ba and the others cannot be optimistic. The snake boat's ability to flexibly bend the hull in the midst of this towering turbulent water turned out to be a dangerous feature. When the bow began to climb over the oncoming big wave, the hull was still in the space between the two waves. The whole boat was folded into a U shape. The people in the bow and the stern were bent between. When climbing to the top of the wave, the boat stiffened as if its spine was broken. The whole boat folded down on both sides, creating an inverted U. The people in the middle fell to the sides. In the process, the boat is still spinning non-stop. At this time, their snake boat was like a butterfly going to the end of its short life. The bow and stern of the boat were two butterfly wings. The butterfly struggled and flapped its wings from time to time, but still could do nothing but drop and fall. If it weren't for the crew members who had tied themselves to the boat's frame with ropes, it's not clear how many people would have been thrown out. On top of a wave, Trak Mok Kwong Ba pressed on Yue Duang's backpack. Both were thrown to the left by the boat's inertia, like two large dumbbells hanging on a swing. Trak Mok Kwong Ba shouted loudly, how many turns have you missed? Just a moment later, Yu Yang pressed down on Trak Mok Kwong Ba's chest. The two of them jumped to the right. Yu Yang also put all his strength into his hoarse voice and replied, I don't know. Without the light, I can't see anything. That's right, if the headlights don't shine directly on the ceiling, they will also stick their heads into the water, unable to see clearly the situation on either side of the wall. Yue Yang loudly said, Zhang Lap, is it possible to keep the headlights from swinging back and forth like that? Trong Lap shouted, huh? What did you say? Another big wave hit, all sounds drowned out. The two ends of the boat bounced back into each other, rotating in a clockwise direction. Both Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Yue Duang pressed down on Trong Lap at the same time. Half of Chu Yinggen's body was thrown out of the boat. He only knew how to cling to the lifeline with both hands, loudly shouting, Zhang Lap, you kicked me in the face. Trong Lap was being crushed by Yu Yang and Trak Mok Kwong Ba like a Tet cake, so he forced out a smile, it's so embarrassing. Before the words were finished, The snake boat hit the cliff again. It is not clear whether the wall is on the left or the wall on the right, only to see it hit and bounce, then the whole boat rotated in the opposite direction. The pressure of this collision was so great that the occupants on the right side of the boat were all thrown out, only thanks to the safety rope that was locked to the boat. Even the people in the boat were thrown into the air by the speed of the rotation, their feet off the ground. Under the flashing headlights, it looked like a string of sausages swaying in a fierce storm. Trak Mok Kwong Ba again loudly said to the people behind, "Who is behind? Can you see clearly that we have missed a few turns?" No one answered. Usually when Yu Yang couldn't see, the other people weren't much better, let alone the situation at this time was even worse, just save the food yard. I don't know who is spitting up in the middle of digestion, and they're punched and kicked in the back, everyone can't control themselves, leaning from one side to the other. The snake boat was like a bull going into a rage, trying to knock the cowherds riding on its back to the ground. In such a state of spinning and bouncing up and down continuously, only a few people in Trak Mok Kwong Ba could control the feeling of excitement in their chests and did not vomit. While the boat was spinning fast, Trak Mok Kwong Ba's eyes suddenly flashed, only to see that there were some dark caves in the direction of the headlights. It seemed that this main stretch of river had come to an end, and soon we would all be entering a fork. He shouted loudly, "Nhu Duong, there are a few turns ahead, pay close attention, let's go to the third cave." The words just finished, suddenly heard, "WH," a large backpack like a small mountain flew towards Trak Mok Kwong Ba. At this moment he was with the whole boat turning to the right, his legs clasped together like a man hitting a fist. In a panic, he quickly waved his hand away. The small mountain hit Yu Yang on the back of the head once, then slipped out of the boat, sank into the dark water, and was nowhere to be seen. After that, another backpack of unknown origin flew up, almost knocking Ngim Dung out. Trong Lap's whole body was floating in the air. He tilted his head to avoid Ngim Dung's swinging leg, then shouted, "Whose backpack fell? Everyone, hold on to your backpacks. Don't throw it out of the boat." As it turned out, the fixed points designed by Trong Lap were based on the intensity of the water flow of the first time they entered Yu Min Ha. Unexpectedly encountering such a terrifying fast current, their father's strap slot could not withstand the centrifugal force too strong, broke off by itself and flew away. Almost the whole process happened in a blink of an eye. The blow hurt Yu Yang so much that his eyes exploded, only to hear him scream, "I can't see anything, young Master Kwong Ba, I can't see anything." By the time Yu Yang regained his sight, their snake boat was already whirling around in a smaller tributary. Under the light, the two cliffs on both sides were close to the boat's hull. Yu Yang muttered, Have we entered the fork?" Duo Mok Kwong Ba nodded and replied, "Well, be careful." The snake boat hit the cliff again, swayed for a while. The people who were thrown into the air suddenly felt the strange pull disappear, immediately fell onto the boat, and then rolled in the boat, like people shaking a tattoo card. Immediately afterwards, the snake boat twisted around an S-shaped bend, almost entering another branching cave, but everyone was already lying on the deck. No one had any energy left. Get up again. From here on, the underground river has been much less bouncing up and down, but the waves of 3 or 4 meters high are still pounding from one wave to another, plus the speed of rushing down the water. The people on the boat, it doesn't get any more comfortable. This time, they had to struggle in the midst of fast-moving water that could break a tendon for 7 hours. 7 hours continuously bouncing up and down like riding on the back of a bull, 7 hours spinning like a fan. There is nowhere to dock the boat, no part of the water is still. Jar. When the boat entered the shallow water area and gradually calmed down, everyone was exhausted, even a few people were thrown to the point of foaming at the mouth, eyes wide open. "Where are we?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba raised his head to look at the pitch-black darkness above, almost as if he was asking, but as if he was muttering to himself. Yu Yang replied, "I don't know, young Master Kwong Ba, we have to get up and see." "See?" It took a lot of effort to talk. It took even more effort to act. Yu Yang collapsed on the deck of the boat, panting for a while, only to see the guy's heel raised, his spine hit the hull of the boat, creaking, and so on. Get up again. Trong Lap said, in hell, but nowhere else. It's been 2 days since we've been to hell. If it's 2 more days like this, I don't think I'll be able to hold out until I get out. Trak Mok Kwong Ba tried to turn over and sit up, but he suddenly discovered that his spine didn't seem to belong to him anymore, unable to move. He clenched his teeth, propped himself up with his elbows, leaning against the side of the boat, inching little by little, finally lifting his head. Next, he saw 4 people standing, the mage of the West Tower, the mage of Arla, Lu Can Nam, and Sean. But Sean looks messy hair, blue eyes purple, ragged clothes dirty but not completely unharmed like the other 3. Those 3 people are tantric monks, naturally needless to say, but Sean, even Sean can stand up. Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly felt a stream of power from his feet spread throughout his body. He clenched his teeth tightly, and finally stood up. The 4 who were still standing began to spread out to help the weakest physically. Trak Mok Kwong Ba can now clearly see the condition of the entire boat after a battle with the water. 3 searchlights, only one at the stern was intact, the rest one had fallen like a chicken with its head removed, morning and night, and the one in the bow was soon thrown from the boat. When do not know, the inside of the boat was even more messy, with vomit everywhere. Even the backpacks were not thrown out of the boat, but the straps were torn, clothes and food were scattered all around. Apart from the 5 of them, the rest of them all looked up to the sky, their faces as blank as those of children born with stupidity. Trak Mok Kwong Ba clearly understands that for those who are lying there, as long as they can still breathe, it's good enough. Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked at the person next to him first. Yu Yang and Trong Lap's breathing were both very regular, just couldn't help but stand up. Chu Ngim panted, but still managed to endure. Ngim Dung leaned against the side of the boat, sitting motionless, panting. He looked again at a few people who were seriously injured. The bandage on Trong Kian's back was soaked in bright red blood. Lu Can Nam was dressing him up. Sean is holding his hand to Le Din Min's nose to see if he is still breathing or doing something. It is unclear. Man Haran is still foaming at the mouth, but the West Tower mage is by his side to take care of it. Vuongyu is also foaming at the mouth. The magician Arla is checking for him. Trak Mok Kwong Ba rolled his eyes and looked around at the people lying on the deck, then lifted his legs, staggered and took 2 steps like a drunkard, gradually stabilized his body and moved forward, stern of the boat. He felt like he was examining the battlefield after the Great War. The people lying at the feet were no one without blood and blood on their faces, blue, purple, looking like an oil painting. Trak Mok Kwong Ba himself was not comfortable. During the chaos, his right eye didn't know who was hit by his hand or foot, and now it feels like he has to squint his eyes to see what he looks like, already swollen a bit. That's right, where's Min Min? How is Man? Trak Mok Kwong Ba secretly startled. Lu Can Nam is blocking in front of Tang Min. Her situation must have improved somewhat. But he still wasn't sure. He staggered up 2 steps to Tang Min. I only saw Tang Min leaning back on her backpack, her hair hanging loosely covering half of her face. Duo Mok Kwong Ba carefully knelt down on one knee and asked softly, Min Man, are you okay? Min Min weakly groaned too. Sounds as an answer. Trak Mok Kwong Ba brushed her hair away, immediately startled. Cold sweat covered his body. Min Min tilted her head, let her hair fall to cover her face, whispered, I'm fine, you go see the others, they need more help. Trak Mok Kwong Ba tried to get up. Tang Man waved his hand again, as if he wanted to pull his shirt back, but in the end couldn't lift his hand, so he gasped and said, Backpack. In the middle compartment of the backpack are all emergency medicine. Trak Mok Kwong Ba gently stroked her face through her hair, softly said, Yes, I know, you rest. When he stood up, he saw Ba Tang at the end of the boat and struggled to get up. Although Yu Yang could not get up at the bow of the boat, he managed to crawl forward 2 steps, put his head on the side of the boat, borrowed the light of the rear floodlight to observe the deep darkness. The whole area seemed to be dark, extend indefinitely. Trak Mok Kwong Ba turned around and suddenly heard Lu Kan Nam say, "Bands." He opened his backpack, took out a bandage, and handed it to her. Next, he turned to the side, facing Le Din Min, only to see that his eyebrows were wrinkled. Seeing Trak Mok Kwong Ba walking over, Sean said, "He doesn't seem to be okay." "What?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba was startled. Although this time crossing the fast current was more dangerous than any previous time, the people on the boat could also see that he had just passed death's shoulder, but the shock was intense and swirling. That intense water can only make people dizzy, nausea, vomiting is the same, but cannot lead to death. Unless during the collision with the boat frame, Le Din Min had broken a certain bone, or seriously damaged internal organs. Try reaching out to touch your nose. Indeed, Le Din Min's breath is only as thin as silk, his chest has stopped rising and falling, and his pulse is no longer visible. Put your hand on your chest, the heart stops beating. How can that be? Trak Mok Kwong Ba was extremely shocked. Just when he touched Le Din Min, he realized that his body was not damaged much, the bones were still intact, but the current situation did not allow him to think. More praise, hard medicine. External chest massage, CPR, Trak Mok Kwong Ba told Sean. Lu Kan Nam also turned to ask, "What's wrong?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba replied, "He's not breathing anymore." "What?" Lu Kan Nam was also very shocked. When she saw Le Din Min earlier, he had almost no major problems, so she turned to emergency care for Tronkian, who was more seriously injured. "Yeah." Lu Kan Nam quickly said, "Is the respiratory tract clear? Did you choke when you vomit?" However, she also knew well that their food was all compressed and canned food. Even if vomited, it would turn into a slimy paste-like paste. No piece could be so large that it would obstruct the airways. Absorbable. Sean cleaned the oral cavity for Le Din Min, at this time shook his head and said, "There is no foreign object in the trachea." He took a bandage and put it on Le Din Min's mouth, preparing to perform CPR. "Really weird." Lu Kan Nam raised his eyebrows with willow leaves and said to Trak Mok Kwong Ba, "You come here to bandage Tronkian." Whenever there was an emergency situation, Lu Kan Nam would act out of habit. Trak Mok Kwong Ba also immediately obeyed orders, no comments. Lu Kan Nam checked Le Din Min's throat, did not find any obvious wounds, so he whispered in his heart, "Could it be that the lungs are damaged?" She injected him with a heart booster shot, then took out the lamp to check. The pupils were dilated, completely no longer responding to light. Seeing that, she had to let out a sigh and said to Sean, "Continue to massage the outside of the chest." Saying that, she got up and walked to the stern of the boat. When she circled Sean's back, she suddenly glanced at him warily. This white-haired foreigner has been sitting behind Le Din Min since getting on the boat, making her feel insecure in her stomach. Lu Kan Nam put his mouth close to the shaman Alar's ear and whispered a few words in a low voice. The old mage's eyes froze, and he also glanced at Sean's back. Sean was trying his best to massage Le Din Min's chest, suddenly feeling cold spines, a bit stunned, but didn't turn his head, as if he didn't feel anything, continued to press and squeeze Le Din Min's chest. Only, on the corner of his mouth, a smile was hidden that no one could recognize. At this time, Ba Tang, Captain Ho Duong, and Trong Lap were all able to stand up and also split up to help other injured people. Trak Mok Kwong Ba finished dressing Tronkian, was about to turn to see how Le Din Min was, when suddenly a whistle blew, startling everyone on the boat. The whistle sounded at the bow of the boat. It was Yu Yang. "Just heard Trong Lap calling from that side. Young Master Kwong Ba, come quickly, Yu Yang has something to say." It turned out that Yu Yang was still resting at the bow of the boat. He had just discovered the new situation and was about to inform Trak Mok Kwong Ba, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he suddenly realized that his throat was both hoarse and sore. unable to detect it. If he could make a sound, he wanted to call Trong Lap, but Trong Lap went to the back. Chewing Geem next to him was still panting. It seemed that he couldn't call out loud, so he definitely blew the life whistle, called Trong Lap back. Duo Mok Kwong Ba came to Yue Yang's side, bent down and asked, "What's wrong?" Yu Yang tried his best to speak louder. "We can't just. You can go down this stream forever, you have to row the boat." "Squid, the water level is too low. The next water is coming." Trak Mok Kwong Ba breathed in a cold breath. Their snake-shaped boat had just stabilized. The people on the boat were still scattered everywhere. He didn't think about this problem at all. He immediately ordered, "Zhang Lap, you should solve the problem of light quickly. Captain Ho Duan, help me see if anyone can move. We cannot rest here, we must hurry to row the boat. We need to find a place to tie the boat before the next water comes. Everyone try to get up. If anyone can move, pick up all the oars for me, let's continue rowing." Ngim Dung and Man Man have also sat up, and it seems that they can both hold the oars. Lu Kan Nam came from behind and whispered to Trak Mok Kwong Ba, "Le Din Min is gone." Although Trak Mok Kwong Ba knew that this was an inevitable outcome, he still lost his mind for 10 seconds. Le Din Min is already gone. An elite zoologist, a man full of love for life, he still wants to bring back his daughter, the most beautiful butterfly. But this moment is not the time to be sad. Trak Mok Kwong Ba can only gently nod his head to show that he knows. Yes, he knew, every single person here knew, while drifting in such fast water, any situation could happen, death was inevitable. Only, he did not expect that death would come so quickly. 2 days, 2 people. How many more hours do they have to stay here? How many people will survive in the end? The light came on. Trong Lap changed a new light at the stern of the boat, then hurriedly ran to report, "The rear light is fine." Saying that, he took another light bulb, and hurriedly ran to the bow of the boat. Their snake-shaped boat began to accelerate again. The members who were still able to move all sat back in their positions, picked up the oars, rowed forward in waves. The movements looked stiff, hooks, but each time he landed in the water, he was very steady and strong. No one shouted the command, but the movement was still very regular and neat. Their hope is in the depths of that boundless darkness. Wang Yu and Man Haoran was still too weak to move. Trong Qian also wanted to pick up the oars, but Lu Kan Nam said that if he let the wound open, it would only make the situation worse, not allowing him to row the boat. Yu Yang's hand bone was almost crushed by Trak Mok Kwong Ba and dislocated the joint, no longer feeling anything. The shaman Allah helped to reconnect the bones, but until now, Yu Yang still couldn't lift the oars. He could only lie down on the bow of the boat like a scout soldier, using his eyes to guide the group forward. Le Din Min's body was laid next to his backpack, looking like he was sleeping. No one disturbed him, just let him lie there quietly. However, each person's hand holding the oar seemed to grip a little tighter, swinging it a little stronger. All wanted to put a part of Le Din Min's strength into the oars, so that the boat could move forward quickly. Furthermore, feeling like he was following a snake boat gliding in the dark, in Trak Mok Kwong Ba's ears suddenly heard his father's words, "If there is light, there must be darkness. If there is light, there must be darkness." Humans are humans. That's because in addition to survival and proliferation, we have almost gotten rid of all the primitive instinctive behaviors of animals, so that our own behavior is built on a civilized basis. However, the human heart is complicated and multidimensional. Human society is more and more complicated. It is impossible for everyone to be born with a heart full of goodwill. The positive meaning of God is this: God makes people believe in good things, believe in spiritual purity, and at the same time compensate and comfort when the believer's soul is hurt, painful. But in this world, only darkness is eternal, light is only a brief moment. Lhasa, on the square in front of Dai Chiu Pagoda Gate, 2 stone pillars representing history were gathered around and pointed straight up to the sky. The patchwork inscriptions recorded the old vows. The golden roofs in the pagoda glittered blindly in the bright sunlight, attracting countless tourists to take souvenir photos. At this moment, in an unnoticed corner of the square, a man dressed in casual clothes with a digital camera on his chest was posing here and there. He wears a wide-brimmed hat to block the sun, large sunglasses that cover half of his face, and a high collar that almost hides the lower part of his nose, mouth, and chin. Having a tight dress like that doesn't make the people next to you pay much attention. After all, these days, young people can wear whatever they want, let alone a place where Chinese and foreign tourists come to visit all year round. The unremarkable man hovered twice around the small square, then headed towards the gate of the temple. When he passed the stele of Duang Phian Hoi Min, he only heard him laugh coldly, laughter full of sarcasm. Behind him, a foreign tourist dressed like an Arab began to keep a certain distance. From the main entrance, turn to the left, and there is another large open-air square. The man stopped and stood for a long time on that square, as if thinking about something, but seemed to be snickering. At the same time, the tall foreign tourist rolled his eyes at the people walking leisurely on the square, pretending not to notice, nonchalantly approaching the man with the camera, speaking in a low voice in English, "Sir, we'd better change places, there are too many people here." That tone, in its humility mixed with reverence, was cautious and full of fear, like a eunuch reporting something secret to the emperor. The man with the camera glared up at the foreign tourist, sneered and said, "Fear of anything, don't worry, if he also suspects him, he has no one to trust anymore." That voice, unexpectedly, was the original Beijing language. The foreign tourist repeatedly obeyed, "Yes, yes. Besides, those people already have a clue, they plan to hold a meeting in Chechnya in 3 days, apparently to prepare for joint action, this is the address." After saying that, he stood quietly waiting for the other person to answer. The man with the camera didn't seem bothered at all when a tall man crouched behind him, picked up the address paper and said immediately, "Mr. Cafu will continue to help you, you can go home. You can report it." The foreigner hesitantly asked, "But that thing, how will I tell the boss when I return?" The guy with the camera replied, "Just say, it's a bit late, Mr. Cafu will call him, nothing else needs to be said." The foreign tourist nodded to accept the order, was about to leave when suddenly discovered that the guy with the camera was still staring at the ground at his feet, so he couldn't help but ask, "Sir, this land? Anything special?" The man with the camera pulled the frame of his glasses down the bridge of his nose, revealing his eyes, making the foreigner shiver a little. Every time he saw those eyes, he felt a shiver of fear. Those eyes, even his boss must be afraid. The upper eyelids of both eyes are very square, looking like 2 trapezoids. No matter what angle you look at, it feels like those eyes are looking directly at you. In those eyes, you can feel the coldness, sadness, pity. No matter who saw that gaze, they felt cold air rising from the soles of their feet. The guy with the camera pushed up his black glasses again, smiled and said, "This is no ordinary land, this land was once dyed with bright red blood. 1,000 years ago, Lang Dat Ma issued a death order to the monks in the temple, either to become a monk or a butcher, or to be buried or killed alive. He said, not them. Have you been doing that job before?" At that time, the monks in the temple had only 2 options, either to swing the knife up and down to chop down the flesh and blood of other monks, or to become a piece of meat lying on the cutting board despite being dissected. The rotting corpses of llamas lay indiscriminately among the feces of cattle, the smell of carrion filled the whole temple, and decades later no one dared to pass through this area. But now, with just a slight shake, it has become the most holy, purest, and purest place. Isn't this funny? The most beautiful flower blooms in the dirtiest mud. Where there are the most maggots, there are also the most creatures, do you understand? The tall foreign tourist hurriedly sang, "You speak very well, as expected it is very profound." I do not understand." The guy with the camera changed his face and coldly said, "You go back, remember, curiosity is dead." The foreigner was gone for a while. He still stood looking up at the sky, revealing his eyes hidden deep sadness under his sunglasses, only to hear him mutter, "Chechnya. Looks like I still have to make a trip myself." The steady sound of the water fan in the dark, like death softly beating a beat, every second and every minute reminds the survivors, this is death's forbidden zone, at any time they can touch beginning with death, this is where mortals stop, this is Yu Min Ha. The sound of the rushing water fan sent a signal, that was the footsteps of death slowly approaching. If before the water rose, they still couldn't find a pillar to tie the boat to, then what awaited them over there, not just the 5-meter-high waves. Wow, sloppy. The resistance when the paddle lowered into the water like a big rock weighed heavily on the hearts of each member of the group. They tried to suppress the physical pain, but every time they swung the paddle, the whole body could not hold it but had to tremble, turn on. But no one stopped. Even with only a small amount of strength left, the boat could go a little faster, just a little faster, the whole crew will have a little more hope of survival. Haven't found anything yet? Trak Mok Kwong Ba asked in a low voice. Not yet. Yu Yang's eyes were both swollen and aching, but he still didn't dare to slack off even for a second. Trong Lap had specifically installed a floodlight for Yu Yang that was tilted at an angle of 45 degrees upwards, to facilitate the search for stone pillars growing on the ceiling of the cave or some gutter that could tie the boat. However, the entire inside of the cave was flooded with water as smooth as a mirror. It was like being inside a giant water pipe. It was not easy to find a place to tie the boat. Not only that, they are also racing with death. The mysterious water valve does not know when it will open. Death's footsteps came close behind. The water began to appear ripples. Chewing Geem is in charge of observing the river surface in front of the first discovery. His hand trembled slightly, almost dropping the oars into the water. Arrived. Chewing Geem spoke very quietly, only Yue Duang and Trong Lap sitting next to him could hear, but very soon, the sound reached the ears of each person sitting on the snake boat. Trong Lap and Yu Yang passed that short sentence on to others, just like people passing a piece of paper from hand to hand. After hearing that brief sentence from Yu Yang's mouth, Trak Mok Kwong Ba took a deep breath, putting more strength into the hand holding the oar. Lu Can Nam smiled and smoothed his hair. There was a flash of fear in Duang Man's eyes, but after seeing Lu Can Nam, that little fear suddenly turned into indescribable joy. Sean changed his face for the first time. Captain Ho Duang's eyes twitched slightly. Ba Tang clenched his teeth and glanced sideways at the shaman Ala. The shaman Ala did not move. His face was still as austere as a person near the earth and far from the sky. Seeing that, Ba Tang also gradually regained his cool and calm expression. The boat went a little further. The ripples began to spread, in everyone's ears. At the same time, a humming sound like a mosquito called. It was the horn and the end of the battle. God has sounded. Now, every time they put their strength into swinging the oars, death came one step closer. However, they had no way to retreat. Even if there was a mountain of fire and knives ahead, they had to go to the end. Zhang Lap was a little impatient, got up and asked Yu Yang, "Haven't found a place where you can anchor the boat? How long have we been in this cave? Have we missed anything?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba reminded, "Don't disturb Yu Yang." Yu Yang's mood at this moment is only tense. His eyes are wide as if they are about to pop out, but when he looks around, everywhere is just a mirror-like black cliff. Don't say anything. To the stone column, not even a crack or fold in the cliff. The humming sound was getting louder and louder. Everyone's chest was pounding. Ngim Dung did not show fear on his face, but the blue veins on his hands were raised. The hand holding the paddle seemed to touch electricity. Chewing Gim's eyes flashed with sadness. His limbs began to tremble. Tronkian kept mumbling and praying. The world is corrupt in God's eyes and the earth is full of violence. God sees the world corrupt, for every man on the earth corrupts his way. God told Noah, the end of the world has come, for they have filled the earth with violence. Behold, I will destroy them with the earth too. Behold, I will bring floodwaters to destroy every living thing that breathes under the sky, and every living thing on earth will perish. Triu Trang Shine hesitated, looked at the people sitting next to him, and felt like he shouldn't be so scared. So, he just concentrated on controlling his frantic heartbeat. Thuong Yu and Manharan had already taken the medicine, injected a few more shots, and was still lying down at the moment, otherwise, they didn't feel anything. Chewing Gim couldn't help it, his hands were shaking, and he asked, all of us. Will you die here? Trak Mok Kwong Ba turned his head, smiled and said, don't worry, we will find a place to stop the boat. Even though there are waves now, the water is still far away. His voice grew louder, almost shouting, push on, come on. The river water is 1,000 meters high. His high, hoarse voice sounded like thunder in the middle of the dark night. Everyone was startled and shaken, escaping from the thought of calculating. Trong Lap and Ngim Dung sitting near Trak Mok Kwong Ba also quietly enjoyed themselves. Response, hey. Hooray, Trak Mok Kwong Ba said again. Birds don't fly over bears, they have to go around the road. Chewing Gim, Trong Lap, Yuyang, Ngim Dung, Captain Ho Duong all joined his singing. Hey hey, hooray. The singing grew louder. The fog covered the sky with high waves. Hey hey, hooray. Lu Can Nam and Duong Man also spoke, their eloquent singing mixed with a clear, high-pitched voice. The reef is more dangerous than the place of Diem La Palace. Hey hey, hooray. Trong Kian, Ba Tang, Triu Trang Shine also sang. Everyone's voices grew louder. The male Tibetan Ba is hot-blooded. Hey hey, hooray. Sean, the Arla Mage, and the West Tower Mage also joined, although they didn't quite understand, but in that shout there seemed to be a power, almost a big fire, burning their blood, burning, from the depths bursting a heat, must scream loudly to release it all out. Strength and courage flowed through my whole body. Hey hey, hooray, the blood is boiling hot. A group of people with ragged clothes, dirty blood smeared on their faces, all over their bodies, full of wounds, towards the endless night shouted resounding noises, drowned out the sound of oars splashing, drowned out the sound, the cliffs are vibrating loudly. Dare to go to the high mountain, dare to go to the deep sea. Hey hey, hooray. Dare to cross the waves, cross the strong current. Hey hey, hooray. Each scream that came from the depths of my heart dispels the feeling of gloom and fear. Along with the majestic song, the snake boat rushed like an arrow, the people headed straight for the death, proudly welcoming. Where is hope? It is in that deep darkness. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was singing to the part, riding the wind and pedaling the boat like a name. Yuyang suddenly shouted loudly, despite his sore throat, I see. Young Master Kwong Ba. Yuyang's light locked onto the sudden jutting out of the cliff to the right. A stone block at a height of about 10 meters, looks like a giant's ear. Inside there is a stone pillar about 1 meter in diameter. Stop. All the rowers immediately reversed the direction of the fan, and the snake boat stopped like a nail in the water. At the same time, Chewing Gim also paled and stared ahead, exclaiming, I see. The huge white dragon was opening its mouth wide open. It was already within the light of the boat's headlights. Trong Lap put his hands on his thighs, trying to hold back the pain, stood up, and at the same time shouted, Young Master Kwong Ba. And then jumped up and down. Trak Mok Kwong Ba immediately understood. His hands clasped together. Trong Lap jumped up and skillfully kicked his foot right between his hands. Trak Mok Kwong Ba used all his strength to throw it up. Trong Lap's body flew up another meter. His wrist was raised, the hook rope shot out. His legs were constantly kicking the cliff, making intermittent pop-pop noises. Below, Yuyang also gave a bundle of ropes to tie the boat to Trak Mok Kwong Ba. He immediately swung the hooked end of the rope, whoosh, and threw it on the stone ear. At this time, Trong Lap had just arrived. The white wave was close by. The waves rose up to 10 meters high. The snake boat in front of it looked like a small worm that was not worth noting. There were a few people on the boat with their eyes closed, not daring to look any further. Note. First, in 821 AD, Dai Tang and Tufan sent messengers of peace, swearing to be allies in Chang'an. The following year, the swearing-in festival was held again in Lhasa. In 823, this covenant was engraved on stone stelae in both Chinese and Tibetan languages, placed in front of Dai Chiu Pagoda Gate. This is considered one of the historical evidences of the friendly solidarity of the two ethnic groups Tibet, Han. World War II records. Trak Mok Kwong Ba threw up one end of the rope, didn't bother to look back, immediately swung the other end out, tied a few knots in the roughest and largest part of the frame, then wrapped the rest around his waist. 2 feet kicked hard on the frame of the boat, performing the final preparation step. At the top, Trong Lap repeated the same thing. He threw the rope towards the stone pillar, taking advantage of the gravity of the padlock at the end of the rope to wrap it around the post twice, the rest also wrapped around the waist. Having just wrapped a circle, he discovered that their snake boat had been swept away by the white wave. He quickly grasped the end of the rope, leaning into a small hole just big enough for one person to nest. Entering, both feet put all their strength into the stone pillar. Once again, the rope tightened on the frame of the boat with a creak. Once again the boat was swallowed by the wave for a moment, then struggled to raise its nose in the middle of the rough water. Trak Mok Kwong Ba jerked his head to blow away the drops of water in front of his eyes, raising his head high. In front of him, Yue Yang also raised his head. The two of them looked at each other, a smile on their faces. Stay alive, this is more important than everything else. Next, Trong Lap tied the rope to the stone pole, then jumped back into the boat. The person who landed immediately fell down, unable to move anymore. At this point, he felt as if his bones were broken, his whole body was loose. Among those who could not stand it were Trak Mok Kwong Ba, Chewing Gim, Captain Ho Duong, Sean. He struggled to get his wounded body out and row the boat with all his might. Finally found a relatively safe place. Their nerves were strained. Immediately they could not hold their bodies anymore. They all fell down one after another, or better yet, had to lean on the side of the boat to catch their breath. The dangerous part of the river and the strong currents caused serious injuries to the people on the boat. Not only Le Din Min died, Trong Kian was seriously injured, Man Hao Nian and Vuong Hu were also extremely debilitated. When the boat was whirling around in the whirlpool, Triu Trang Shine also vomited very badly. When he reached the calm river, his limbs became soft. Later they all relied on a little energy to try to row boat. In the recent dangerous situation, he also collapsed because of low blood sugar, but fortunately, Triu Trang Shine was young, recovering much faster than Man Hao Nian and Vuong Hu. Although Meng Hao Ran and Vuong Hu have recovered somewhat, they both have a serious problem. That is, they cannot eat anything. Every time they eat, they immediately vomit, even drink. A little sugar water also vomited out clean. Tang Min tried all ways, but still could not solve this problem. Sorcerer Thap Te also gave up. He said, "This is a brain stroke caused by spinning at too great a speed, simply cannot be treated." So it was necessary to inject life-sustaining drugs for the two of them, but the amount of this medicine is not much. It needs to be used in a planned way, and combined with hibernation therapy, to reduce the consumption of drugs, metabolic loss of two people. After resting for a long time, everyone finally recovered their physical strength. Reviewing the remaining things, the backpacks of Chewing Gim, Lai Hong, Triu Trang Shine and Le Din Min were thrown away. In the backpacks of 4 people, there was no important equipment, only food, clothes, tents, but that also made the food reserve, which was enough for a week, just enough now. In another 3 or 4 days, there were only 3 spare floodlights left, and most importantly, most of the people on the boat had become wounded and sick soldiers. Although each person has a first aid kit, they can only handle simple things such as stopping bleeding, pain relief, disinfection, but for injured bones, joints or soft tissues, there is only one way to try: endure, wait for the wound to heal itself. Yu Yang looked back and forth on the map and compared it with the ditch on the cliff, but he still couldn't locate it. Looking at Yu Yang's eyes, which were full of tiny bloodstains, Zhuo Mok Kwangba was a little bit impatient. He said, "Didn't find it. If you don't see it, that's it." Yu Yang sighed sadly. "I can't find it, we lost our way." Trong Lap came over, patted Yu Yang's shoulder, said, "Rest a little, we have to see Le Din Min off." Le Din Min's two hands intersected in front of his chest. His face was calm and calm, only his eyes were half closed and half open. Captain Ho Duang stroked it several times without making it fully closed, as if he had "I still want to peek to see something." Trong Lap put the lamp attached to Le Din Min's head in his hand. Ba Tang and Ngin Dung, one carried his head, the other carried his feet, carefully placing him in the water. They all watched quietly as Le Din Min's body slowly sank into the water. At the same time, the flowing water also brought the body to the downstream. The lamp in Le Din Min's hand emitted milky white rays of light in the water, looking like a flickering firefly, alone in the sky, dark. It still tried to move forward, hoping to show the way to those walking in the dark, but eventually that light also faded, and then disappeared from the sight of both Trak Mok Kwangba and the others. When Le Din Min left, everyone's hearts were covered with a layer of gloomy and insecure fog. At the beginning there were 18 people, now 2 are lost, 2 people are lying there. What about tomorrow? How many people will be able to persevere tomorrow? This is the road with no return that leads directly to hell. Although each member of the group has embraced the determination to make sacrifices, neither resenting nor regretting, the living never remember those who have passed away. It's not as simple as losing a life. Yu Yang began to look at the map again, and at the same time asked the shaman Allah to study with him and discuss for a long time, but still couldn't come up with any results. The remaining food decided they needed to continue on, and after the second terrifying wave, the snake boat set off again. "We have a compass to determine the direction, just follow the water. Without a map, we can still reach Shangri-La." Trong Lap comforts everyone. Yu Yang smiled bitterly and said, "It is impossible to locate on the map, which means we cannot know how dangerous the river is ahead, nor do we know when the terrible wave will come. Where there is a landmark can stop the boat anchor. That means all can only obey the fate of heaven." Trong Lap's face changed. When the high wave that flooded the whole cave came and couldn't find a place to tie the boat, it was not something they could overcome. Trak Mok Kwangba said, "If we go through a few more branches, can you determine the location?" Yu Yang shook his head and said, "If it's outside the edge of the map, I can also use the elimination method in turn, but now we have entered the middle of the map. The branches drawn above are close, are similar, but the boat stops in this area are also nothing special. Based on that information alone, I can't know our specific location right now. Now, the only thing we know is that the time the wave appears seems to follow a rule. Each day the wave will appear about half an hour earlier than the previous day, between the 2 times about half an hour apart, 12 hours, in terms of timing to be relatively precise, a big wave, then a small wave. We've just been through a big wave, and in about 12 hours there will be another small wave. Then, based on the speed of the boat and the distance traveled, it is roughly possible to calculate the time when the next wave will appear." Trong Lap said suspiciously, "If there is no place to stop the boat, even knowing when the wave will appear, will it be of any use?" Yu Yang shook his head and said, "Look at the map. The ancients obviously understood the power of these waves very well, so between each river section, there is bound to be a boat stop, although there is a long section, short, but as long as we know when the big waves hit, we can decide whether to go forward or stop waiting in between 2 boat stops. In short, it's better than not knowing at least." "What?" Chewing urged, "Let's row the boat, quickly get out of this underground river so I can feel a little better. It's so dark down here, I can't breathe anymore." Their snake boat began to move forward again, slowly at first, then faster and faster. Lhasa, Professor Feng Tan stayed up all night without sleep to look up documents. Mu Mainland Shamu, Gobnadimuke, you must have seen it somewhere, definitely. He almost looked up all the scriptures of the Tibetan people, the documents he read and reread, searched countless times, where was it recorded? Finally, he found a verse that says, I closed my eyes, and seemed to have seen, as the star of Ba fell, what has now become the boundary between heaven and water, 7 great cities and the dazzling temples and pagodas and the great pyramid-like pagodas rumbled together. In the blink of an eye, tongues of fire erupted in the palace along with billowing black smoke. At that time, the groans of the dying and the screams of the people could be heard everywhere. The men carrying the wealth and the women wearing the most expensive clothes cried out in despair, Mu, please save us. Behind the paragraph it is noted that, near the Caribbean Sea and Gulf of Mexico today, fear that a very large continent has sunk to the bottom of the deep sea. Professor Fung Tan turned off the window with that passage on the computer. Behind that window appeared another window. Above it were 5 large letters highlighted in gold, Thien Luan Kin Chu Chu. Impossible. Professor Fung Tan shook his head vigorously, trying to dispel his sleepiness, but he couldn't help but stare back at the textbook made of flower bark, with golden letters scanned on the computer screen. Suddenly a phone call came. Professor Fung Tan stopped thinking, pushed the wheelchair to the side of the mobile phone, and pressed the answer button. Mr. Fung, the matter that you asked me to investigate, there is already a clue. Yes, there is someone named Han. He is a German atomic energy research expert. After World War II was robbed by the US Army, apparently since then he has secretly held an important position in the Atomic Energy Research Agency, United States, and later published another memoir, mostly about his time developing nuclear warheads during World War II. Professor Fung Tan said, is there even a memoir? Where are you? Can you find it online? Ah, here it is. Can you help me scan it to my computer? Remember to keep the high-definition image. Can you send it to me immediately? Why are you suddenly interested in this person? Please contact me when you're done sending. I think I need to rest for a while, I'm old. Okay then, I'll text you. Professor Fung Tan woke up from a sleep, with a text message on his mobile phone. His other friend scanned all the documents he found about Han into his computer and sent it over. He didn't have time to brush his teeth and wash his face, hastily turned on the computer, carefully looked through each page of the documents his friend sent him. Most of the content was Han's memoirs, including the construction of the room, experiment, the position he held, who was involved at that time, the work progress and the nostalgia for his loved ones. But in addition, among those documents was a section with extremely strange content. Strangely speaking, because Han himself did not know what happened in the end, he just raised a question without an answer. In his memoirs, Han wrote, on November 25, 1942, our research was relatively successful. But now that the enemy had learned a part of the plan we were working on, they began to carry out a sabotage plan in Czechoslovakia. The heavy water supply was completely destroyed. We desperately need more heavy water. We have sent the report up 3 times. We just need more, a little, even a little, heavy water. Will be able to complete the nuclear reactor experiment. I think, the Führer must have quite understood the power and feasibility of the weapon that we are about to successfully build. New weapons will have a decisive effect on this war. However, why is our small request still unanswered? Whether it's just increasing protection for heavy water supplies, or better protecting shipping routes, we're sure to be able to successfully test nuclear fission in the shortest possible time. After that, just proceed to large-scale production. However, the reply we received from the Führer was that, there is no need to rush, victory will be ours. I put the request to the Führer again. This time his reply was, there's no rush, we have a better way. After all, what could turn the tide of the war? The whole war more effective than this powerful weapon? I really can't think of. Staring at the documents on the computer screen for a long time, Professor Fung Tan fell into deep thought. During World War II, many weapons of the German army applied the leading scientific and technical achievements of the time, including nuclear technology. From 1938, the German army began to research on nuclear weapons, until 1940, after the Nazi occupation of Norway, doubled the number of electrolytic lakes of the Norwegian gas power plant, producing heavy water, year increased from 3,000 pounds to 10,000 pounds. At that time, the research on nuclear energy of the United Kingdom and the United States was still in the early stages. There was not much progress, not even able to solve the heavy water distillation technique. In the spring of 1942, Werner Heisenberg conducted the world's first recorded nuclear bombardment experiment in Leipzig. The world's first experimental nuclear reactor was also built by the Germans. After that, how successful the US and Soviet atomic bombs were, everyone knows. In that success, the nuclear bomb test explosions of German scientists played a relatively important role. The United States itself proudly declared that finding a Werner Heisenberg would be more effective than defeating 6 German divisions. It was almost like before the defeat of the Germans surrendered, they had completely mastered the technology of researching and exploiting atomic bombs. But the problem is also that here, Germany seems to have absolutely no respect for the research and development of nuclear weapons, which comes from the top leadership. Now, there are enough speculations. The truth of the matter is afraid that only the US and the Soviet Union will know. But after World War II, these two superpowers immediately pointed weapons at each other. The 1-degree relationship was strained to the point of taking people's breaths. It seems that both these powers have no intention of disclosing the information they have obtained from Germany, but on the contrary, intend to hide it more carefully. For a while, the giant fossils in the Maya Palace, the Thin scriptures, the memoirs of Han, the picture of people and giant lizards in Haiyan Kong Island mentioned by Trakmok Kwangba, the temple, the curse of mines and announces, all this information surged through Professor Fung Tan's mind, as if the clues were somehow connected. The tired professor leaned back in his wheelchair, muttering, "What are we looking for, anyway?" "Kwangba. What are you watching, Kwangba?" The old man pushed open the door and entered. "Yes." Trakmok Kwangba boy stood up, his hands nervously twisted together. "Ah, read the book that Miss Dunzu brought back from Chengdu." "Yes." "Kwangba, the 10,000 questions why and the Great Tripitaka, which is better?" 10 of thousands of questions why. The boy Trakmok Kwangba blinked and replied, "Why so? There's a lot of things in there, all of which I don't know." The boy Trakmok Kwangba rubbed his fist and said excitedly, Then I ask you, where is the end of this world?" "This world has no end. Our Earth is spherical. From this start, go around and return to the same place." So what is extraterrestrial? As the universe is very large. In addition to the universe there are many nebulae. Our Milky Way is a cluster of nebulae in which, the solar system is a small part of the Milky Way. There are 9 the planets revolve around the sun. They are like 9 brothers. Our Earth is the 3rd brother. The old man was silent for a moment. Obviously, he did not expect Trakmok Kwangba to know so well. He hesitated for a moment, then finally asked, "So how big is the universe? Does it have a limit?" It is not mentioned in the book." The boy Trakmok Kwangba was confused. "Why is this not mentioned in the book?" Duke N. An old man smiled and walked away, saying, Think about it. 30 years later, he returned to the room where Trakmok Kwangba had a conversation with his father. The decorations in the house, the furniture, the beds and the cabinets were still the same, only the people were the ones changed. His father is old. The boy Trakmok Kwangba has become a strong adult. Time changes everything, but the most changed, the fastest, is still human. "Father, do you still remember the question 30 years ago?" What's the question?" "I ask you, how big is the universe? Can you answer me now?" "The universe erupted from a single point. It is like the Earth. constantly expanding outward in a spherical shape, round. To date, the boundary that can be measured by humans is 14.4 billion light-years. This is our universe. When the critical point is reached, the universe will begin to shrink, will eventually return to its original state as a single point, and then explode a second time. Saying that, Trak Mok Kwangba looked up at his old father with very respectful eyes. Although this slightly chubby-looking old man was a great scholar, these knowledges, an old man who lived only in Tibet, had absolutely no way of contacting him. His father must have understood, he thought, that the world in the Buddhist scriptures and the world outside were very different. Unexpectedly, the old man Duke Enon did not think about it, and asked another question. If the universe is a sphere that is constantly expanding outward, then what is outside it? If it is said that it is only a single point, then what about beyond that single point? What is it? Chapter 48, Tibet, Ancient Ocean. Tethys 1. It was not until the 20s of the last century that scientists discovered traces of prehistoric marine species in the Himalayas, including fossils of the species of Tamdeep, Kukdak, and snail. The traces confirm this inference is scientific. Scientists call the movement that created the third pole of this world the Himalayan orogenic movement, and the other prehistoric ocean is called the ancient Tethys Ocean. Note. First, the Tethys Sea or Tethys Ocean is an ocean in the Mesozoic era between the two continents Gondwana and Laurasia before the appearance of the Indian Ocean. In the dark, there is no time. Trak Mok Kwangba can't say anything. Duke Enon old man standing up is not much taller than Trak Mok Kwangba when sitting, but his bright eyes make him have to I bowed my head, feeling so ignorant and shallow. The old man placed his hand on his son's forehead, and with a surge of force, his voice said, "These things, the Tripitaka has given us the answer a long time ago, good to me, the great thousand world. Mount Sumeru, just a very, very large thing, kindness, mustard seed, represents a very small thing. No matter how big or how small, they all form an independent world by themselves. I remember you said before, atom is the smallest matter in this world, and then you said, atom can even split into neutrons, protons and electrons, right? Today you tell me again, the universe is a sphere 14.4 billion light-years in diameter. Well, I'll tell you today, if you magnify a neutron, or an atom the size of our Earth, then, you'll see, it's a world." Duo Mok Kwangba was shocked. Neutrons and protons form the nucleus of an atom, and electrons revolve around this nucleus to form an atom, and the number of these electrons determines which element's atom it is. If the nucleus of an atom is magnified into a sun, and at the same time the electrons are magnified into planets, wouldn't every atom form a star system? Did the Tripitaka really mention it? Why did his father have such amazing scientific thinking ability? He was even more surprised when the old man Duke Enon continued, "If you enlarge them as a universe, then you will see another universe, in which there are also nebulae, also stars, and in that world you can also detect its atoms, its neutrons." Trak Mok Kwangba was confused and did not understand. These things were beyond the scope of his understanding and absorption. He thought to himself, he was afraid that maybe he had to invite Einstein to understand the other theory of the universe that his father said. The old man continued, "That's why, big and small, they are all cyclical worlds, endlessly endless, forever never stopping." Duke Enon old man withdrew the wisdom empowerment seal, sat down and said, "Kwangba, I don't understand at all. I've been trying so hard to find the results, but I've missed the importance of finding the search itself, sword. The truth is, when I asked you that question that year, I didn't expect you to find an answer that pleased me. It must be known that human civilization has existed for more than 10,000 years and has immense knowledge. Human life is rarely more than 100 years, with such a short life to grasp so much knowledge, it's impossible. That year, I asked you that question, just hope you learn to think. Finding the answer to a problem, either easy or difficult, All of that is not important, but you need to understand why you have to go looking for that answer, and also what is hidden in the middle. What's the problem and the answer? Why should I go looking for that answer? And besides, what is hidden between the problem and the answer? Trak Mok Kwong Ba felt even more confused. He wanted to do whatever he wanted to do, but why he did it, he rarely thought about it. The old man Duke Enon continued to open. Do you know why you can't answer the question of how big the universe is? Because, your thinking, from beginning to end, is still stuck on the concept of space and time, but the real world has no time and space. Think about it carefully. If you can understand this statement, it means that you have already begun to think. The real world, without space and time. Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly opened his eyes, startled awake. In the night, the snake boat swayed gently on the water like a baby cradle. The high-powered headlights were like a soft silk strip spreading over the black cliff. Everyone is fast asleep, but everyone's posture is different. In this violent underground current, there was also a moment of peace and quiet. This is something Trak Mok Kwong Ba has never thought of. Raise your hand to see the clock. It's only 2 o'clock in the morning. It seems that everyone's biological clock has not been irregular. While everyone was asleep, Trak Mok Kwong Ba carefully stood up. This snake boat has one advantage, that is, the hull is stretched with that mysterious artificial leather. After soaking in the water, it will soften. Stepping on it is like stepping on a cotton pillow, absolutely no sound. After making sure he didn't startle the people around him, Trak Mok Kwong Ba walked towards the stern of the boat. He looked as if the nursery school nurse was checking on the kids at nap time, tiptoeing gently, going from the front to the back of the boat. Everyone was sleeping peacefully, everyone was tired. Just recently, they had ventured through 7 or 8 fast-moving waters, traveled 25 sections of the river, and finally, based on Yu Yang's precise calculations, found the anchorage position before the torrential storm arrived. Only thing, every once in a while, a member of the team suddenly trembled for a while, making Trak Mok Kwong Ba worry. Obviously, this is a manifestation of muscle spasms. After a long time of excessive physical consumption, many members of the team have had this symptom. Their muscles have all worn down to the point of exhaustion, can't stand it anymore. Trak Mok Kwong Ba can only secretly hope. Persevere for one more day. Just try to persist for one more day. Captain Ho Duong was snoring. The snoring was also really loud. Min Min leaned against the large backpack, rolled up her thighs, looking like a lazy cat. What about Lu Can Nam? Lu Can Nam sat up straight, her sharp, angular face clearly exuded an arrogant and unapproachable look. Lu Can Nam, what are you thinking? Is she planning to stay single for the rest of her life? Why don't you find someone you can live with for the rest of your life? She's so good. No, she already found it. And not thinking about ghosts again. The West Tower Major's ears twitched slightly. It wasn't an illusion. It was indeed a movement. He must have known someone had woken up. Sean was also exhausted, looking at his messy hair. Where was the air of a nobleman? Wang Yu and Man Haoran are definitely the two who sleep the most. However, relying only on drugs to maintain life is not the way. How long can they hold out? Probably okay. This blank. There was one more person. Teacher, Din Min is gone. After returning, I know what to say to you. Stepping to the stern of the boat, he saw a person who had not slept yet, Zhao Zhuangsheng. This young man was leaning on the side of the boat, sticking his head out and looking down at the river, as if he sensed someone approaching, so he turned his head. Triu Trangshine saw Trak Mok Kwong Ba and was about to speak when he signaled for him to speak softly. Triu Trangshine lowered his voice and said, Young Master Kwong Ba still hasn't slept. Trak Mok Kwong Ba replied, Just woke up. And you, are you not sleeping? Triu Trangshine shook his head and replied, I can't sleep. As soon as he finished his sentence, he heard a yeah sound in his stomach. Trak Mok Kwong Ba asked, Are you hungry? Looks like you haven't eaten anything, right? Triu Trangshine shook his head. I can't eat it. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's face sank, only to hear him say, if you can't eat, you must eat. Don't think you're young, but your health may not be as good as mine. Is the food in the backpack gone? Let me go find it for you, more or less eat some. Trak Mok Kwong Ba secretly understands that not being able to eat or sleep is a big taboo when it comes to survival in the wild. Encountering this situation in a desperate place, it is usually difficult for anyone to hold out for a few days, not to mention they have always been in a state of high exercise since the beginning. However, it is still lucky, based on the immediate journey, it only takes one more day for the group to reach the destination. Triu Trangshine stopped him, shook his head and said, Young Master Kwong Ba, there is no need to waste any more. I will vomit immediately after eating, which I also ate a little before, but just vomited it up, and still have diarrhea. His mother and father, just drinking water makes him vomit. I don't know what's wrong with his stomach, it's like his clothes are twisted. At this time, Trak Mok Kwong Ba realized that Triu Trangshine's face was a little pale. It seemed that it was not simply hunger. He resolutely said, this can't be, you also have to take life-sustaining injections. Not. Triu Trangshine nodded to the two people in front of him and said, I can still keep them alive. Won't we be out of here tomorrow? I'm young, no problem. Anyway, you have to get an injection. After saying that, he lifted up Zhao Trangshine's sleeve. This is an order. Zhao Trangsheng looked at the tip of the needle slowly entering the vein, and suddenly asked, Young Master Kwong Ba, what if? If tomorrow, what if you can't get out of here tomorrow? Trak Mok Kwong Ba was stunned for a moment, then immediately said, Don't worry, it will come out. But he also understood in his heart, in fact, he did not know how far they had gone in the underground river. Especially after being disoriented, in the underground river system spreading to 4 directions and 8 directions like a maze, although it is said to follow the water flow, no one on the boat can be sure that tomorrow they will be able to get out, this river or not. Triu Trangshine said, I don't mean it, young Master Kwong Ba. I mean, if we miscalculate, then the food and medicine will have to be used differently than previously planned, otherwise, everyone won't be able to endure the day we get out of here. Trak Mok Kwong Ba calmly thought, surprised and said, You. How do you know that? You think you're more thoughtful than I am. Triu Trangshine smiled and said, This is all told by my father. He is a mining worker, Triu Trang coal mine, in Tangshan. Oh, Trak Mok Kwong Ba vaguely understood. Triu Trangshine continued, My father said that when danger suddenly strikes, the most important thing is to stay calm. To be calm is to discover hope. Trak Mok Kwong Ba blurts out, Did your father say that? Triu Trangshine smiled, shook his head and said, Fear the fuck, that's what it is. After hearing this, Trak Mok Kwong Ba also laughed. Stomach still hurts, or let Min Min or the West Tower mage check it for you. No need, I'm much better. Then get some rest, now. Trak Mok Kwong Ba also returned to his position. This time he slept very soundly, no longer dreaming. About an hour later, he was awakened by Yue Yang, which would be the 5th flood in their journey. It seems that the closer to the exit, the more obvious the big wave, as if at the other end of this underground river there is a giant heart, pumping large volumes of water in all directions. Thinking of this, Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly remembered the giant heart inside Haiyan Kong Island that Professor Fung Tan once mentioned. To say that this whole underground river system has such a pumped heart, I'm afraid it's a bit too shocking. There, a wall of white water more than 30 meters high suddenly appeared in front of me, rushing towards with terrible speed. The closer it got, the more terrifying it became. Despite experiencing such torrential downpours, before that huge water came, everyone still wrapped their seat belts tightly around their wrists, then closed their eyes and lowered their heads out of habit, as if waiting for them. Death sentence. After a huge explosion, the sky rose to the ground. The afterthoughts had not dissipated for a long time. If it weren't for that terrifying wave that came along the incline, their snake-shaped boat standing in front of the 30-meter-high wave would have been like a sesame seed. It wouldn't have been worth it to shove it between their teeth. Waiting for the waves to dissipate, the water gradually returned to calm. Trakmok Kwongba said, "Nhu Duong, how are our statistics so far?" Yu Yang replied, "We have traveled for 54 hours in this underground river, of which 21 hours are sailing time, a total of 487 kilometers, average speed, about 22 kilometers per hour. Our food currently has 32 cans of cans, 48-calorie chocolate chips, 7 kilograms of dry food, 25 energy drinks." Quote. After listening to Yu Yang's report, Trakmok Kwongba secretly recalculated what he had. The food was still enough for each person to eat 7 meals. The remaining battery could maintain the lighting equipment operating normally 4 more days, to be more precise, 108 hours. Trakmok Kwongba accepted Triu Trang Shine's recommendation. At this time he was like a keeper of a rich miser, carefully calculating every penny he owned. He understood well, although interpreting the meaning of each word. They were clever enough to be about 200 kilometers from the destination. If they could row with all their might, it would only take 1 day to make it through. However, if they could not reach the destination, it would mean that they would stay in this dark area for a while longer, so a reasonable distribution of matter was the ultimate guarantee for their lives. Surname. The river water continued to flow back for a while longer. During this time smaller waves kept coming, and then the river surface began to calm again, but they still did not dare to continue on their way. Because that period of time began, when the underground river water flowed at its fastest. They had been given a taste of suffering by this river, and even lost La Din Min, so it was absolutely impossible for them to commit any crime, must make the same mistake. Therefore, in fact, the time they rest is much longer than the time it takes to advance on the underground river. Finally, when it was time to set off, as soon as the rope was untied, their snake-shaped boat was drifting down the water, and at the same time, all the members on the boat had to once again stretch their muscles, body out. This is extremely laborious. When swinging the paddle, all the muscles of the upper body are mobilized, but the lower half of the body is not idle. Their legs must be firmly pressed to the bulging boat frame side, thus keeping the snake-shaped boat from twisting back and forth. It can be said that sitting like this for about half an hour is a test of endurance, the explosive power of human muscles, more tiring than running a full circle of 5,000 meters. When encountering a dangerous fast-flowing river, in order to keep the boat's hull in balance, they all had to concentrate all the more mentally, to promptly avoid the stone pillars, the reefs and the sharp sword-like cliffs in this condition. Rotation loses all sense of direction. Without proper coordination it is impossible to complete. Standing in front of those scary overflows, people will feel very small. What kind of power is that makes people's hearts rise with a fear that seems to have existed since ancient times? But these people were not defeated by that fear, and each time they faced a fierce surging wave, they roared indignantly, again and again rushing into the midst of dangerous fast currents. Although they do not know how far ahead, nor do they know where the direction is, they all firmly believe that, just keep moving forward, eventually they will reach where they want to go. The waves splashed up, drenching their clothes, and ice-cold bubbles covered their bodies, but they didn't care, and continued to bravely advance in the violent storm. The floodlights flickered and flickered in the midst of the rushing water, but the warriors were unafraid. They do not compromise, absolutely do not back down, even death absolutely cannot stop their steps forward. Another big wave hit, followed by a whirlpool that stopped the boat. In the chaotic shouts, the snake-shaped boat of Trakmok Kwongba's group once again struggled to raise its head, struggling to escape the giant whirlpool. Immediately after, there was another whirlpool, in front of which there was still countless eddies and rushing waves just about to come. Come on over, that's all. There are only a few small whirlpools ahead. I don't know how many times Trak Mok Kwong Ba has repeated that sentence. It seems that every time he screams, each time he has to put all his strength into struggling with the fierce water. Where to get the whirlpool? It's small. Watch out for the reef on the right, he roared, swinging his oars up and slamming the reef ahead. Crossing that fast-flowing river, with many underground currents, they had to hurry to row the boat, compete for time with the god of death, necessarily find a suitable boat stop before the next flood. Every time the oars come down, you have to put all your strength into your body. Before finding the mooring point, absolutely cannot let loose. The boat goes a little faster, they will come closer to the hope of living a little longer. Turn right ahead, there is a boat stop. The boat is done, everyone check your equipment. Each time the water came, it was a life and death test for the people on the boat, whether the ropes could withstand that intense pressure, whether the boat could keep its balance and not capsize in the terrible currents, whether or not the seat belt fastened to each person's waist and hips is secure, even if the backpack is securely fastened or not, whether the heavy metal furniture in it has fallen into the water. It is all factors that determine the lives of everyone in the group. As soon as the boat was finished, a rumbling sound was heard. They clearly understand, the next moment, the whole boat will be lifted 20 or 30 meters high in the blink of an eye. Their boat will be like a toy that is thrown up by the current, and then falls down again, then bounced up, then fell, the whole process repeated dozens of times. After such a busy time, everyone's guts tumbled, hands and feet softened. When the boat was thrown high, the stone pillars that seemed to be 30 or 40 meters above the water also became fatal killers. The first time when the boat was thrown up, suddenly there was a pop sound, almost like something was hit, and then there was no sound other than the sound of the waves. Immediately after, the boat crashed into the water again, then was thrown back up, and so on over and over again. Only a few short minutes, but it feels like a century. When the boat calmed down, everyone seemed to have just experienced a great battle. Their strength poured out on the deck, their mouths open and panting. That's the best way to prove they're alive. Brother Chu, Zhang Li suddenly shouted. Chu Ingim's death. Trak Mok Kwong Ba raised his head, blood splatters sprayed in front of him. Chu Ingim's left chest was pierced by a high stalactite, his chest had a hole as big as the mouth of a bowl, white bones was sticking out, his heart was still trying to beat, but only pumping blood out. Chu Ingim opened his mouth, but could not speak, but only coughed heavily. Blood gushed out of his mouth, bright red blood carrying bubbles. Ingim Dung and Captain Ho Duong ran and crawled over Chu Ingim. Strict. Ingim Dung frantically took off the shirt he was wearing, rolled it up into a bundle, intending to seal the big hole in Chu Ingim's chest like one would seal a punctured boat. But the fresh blood kept pouring out, faster than the rushing water in the underground river. How could it be stopped? Captain Ho Duong gripped Chu Ingim's hand tightly, holding it tightly, but that hand had no strength left, he just felt like he was holding a cold block of ice. Chu Ingim opened his eyes wide, turned around, looked at Ingim Dung, then looked at Captain Ho Duong again. His cough gradually weakened, the corners of his mouth full of blood foam rose up into a smile. Suddenly, a great power inexplicably came from Captain Ho Duong's arm, squeezing him tightly. Chu Ingim's body seemed to be trying hard to roll up, then straighten again. All strength was dissipated, fresh blood spilled all over the deck. Strict. Chu Ingim, Brother Chu. The screams from the boat echoed through the cave, and then all fell into silence again, a dead silence. Ingim Dung was like a lost gambler, glaring at his bloodshot red eyes, plunging over Chu Ingim's body, trying his best to massage and beat him. You fool, wake up, you can't fall so easily, wake me up. Yu Yang walked over to him and pulled him back. Brother Dung, don't be like that, let him be quiet. Ingim Dung angrily shouted, get out. Do you understand him better than me? Do you understand him better than I do? This guy is good at pretending to be dead. That time in the snowy mountain, he held his breath for 10 minutes, and then he came back to life. He frantically put all his strength out, suddenly heard a click sound, and there were 2 broken ribs. Ngim Dung still didn't care, continued to massage outside his chest, only this time, Shu Ngim's icy body did not seem to want to wake up, despite Ngim Dung pushing, pressing, pulling, mass of skin wrapped around bones. That flesh and blood was like a puppet whose strings had been untied, its limbs languid on the deck of the boat. Dang, that's enough, Captain Ho Duong shouted. Ngim Dung turned his head. He also led the mountain climbing group, also served as a captain, in charge of the safety of dozens or even dozens of people, but at this moment, his eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. Force, Captain, we have climbed so many snowy mountains together, how many times have come back alive? Let me try one more time, just one more time, okay, definitely will all right. Pull him out. At this time, Lu Kan Nam's voice was unintentionally raised. Another firefly sank into the dark and murky riverbed, drifting along with the waves, getting farther and farther away, finally disappearing. Ngim Dung's hands were firmly attached to the side of the boat, his eyes wide, as if he was still looking for something in the distant darkness. Lai Hong, Le Din Min, Shu Ngim before and after left, Man Hao Nian, Vuong Hu, Trong Kien fell one after another. The atmosphere on the boat was stifling to the extreme. Since the beginning, they have let the water flow, not knowing where they will go, and not knowing how far ahead in the end. The god of death seems to have reached out his hand in front of each person, just not sure who is next, who will be. The bloodstain had been cleaned up, but the smell of blood still lingered on the boat. In the cave from time to time there is a buzzing sound, which is the sound of the wind. Resting for a while, eating and drinking a little, Ngim Dung seemed to have regained his composure and asked Trak Mok Kwong Ba, "Can we go yet?" Won't you rest a little longer? Let's go, Captain, I can't stay here much longer, I'm going crazy. This time, we can get out of here, right? Is it? Let's go, young Master Kwong Ba. This is the last time. This time we can definitely get out of here. Just come out of this dark river and it will be over. It will all be over. Yu Yang and Trong Lap also proposed in unison. Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked behind. Most of the people were sitting up neatly, ready to go. Tang Man and the Shaman Tower West are beside Trong Kien. After a while, Tang Man said, "Trong Kien's situation is very bad, still has a high fever, can't be treated here." The West Tower Shaman said, "Wait until you go out to see if you can find herbs or not." In addition, the condition of Man Haoran and Wang Yu has not improved, our medicine is not much anymore. All right. Trak Mok Kwong Ba loudly said to the people behind, "Have you rested yet? We're ready to go. Pick up everyone's oars. This is the final assault. It's up to you to go outside or not. Remember, we have no way back." Each rower exerted all his strength. All the oppressive repressions of the past 3 days almost exploded in that one moment. Every day we go forward in the dark. Every day we are driven crazy in a narrow space of less than 20 square meters for 10 hours, listening to those screams like ghosts crying and laughing. Version cannot sleep. What makes people even more unbearable is that in that tight, cramped, cold space, death always pursues them like a shadow, the painful feeling when close friends are still with us recently, but after a brief moment of birth and death, it was enough to make people go crazy. Nearly 7 hours of swaying and floating, they constantly wade back and forth between the tributaries under the guidance of Yu Yang, in an attempt to find a way to break through. In his words, no matter which way you go, as long as you follow the direction of the water flow, you will definitely be able to reach that legendary secret land. But until now, 7 hours have passed, the 2 banks are still just slippery cliffs, the passage is as dark as ink stretching out into the distance. There is no sign of the miracle that everyone is looking forward to it. Ahead is still just a dark area with no light, not a single point of light. Zhang Lap couldn't help but whisper in a low voice, "Did you miscalculate? He also knew, at this point, that such a question was too sensitive, which would affect the mood of so many people. Trak Mok Kwong Ba glared. Trong Lap immediately showed an innocent face. "I just asked," towards him. Yu Yang didn't answer, but the psychological pressure he had to endure was greater than anyone on this boat. It must be known that most likely the lives of everyone on this boat is in his hands. If the calculation is wrong, they will not only be unable to get out of this dark tunnel, but also may be killed by humans. Huge waves are about to hit and wash them away. The snake-shaped boat kept moving forward. Yu Yang tried his best to listen to the sounds in the wind. Obviously, the sound of the wind has decreased a lot. The more you move forward, the smaller the sound of the wind. The sound is coming from behind, and the front has completely sunk into absolute silence. That is to say, the space in front is no longer a small narrow cave. There must be a spacious and airy space. But, why can't the light be seen? Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly asked. This is the last underground river, right? Yu Yang hesitated. Probably so, only. Trak Mok Kwong Ba continued. Why is there no light? What time is it now? Yu Yang raised his watch and froze. Die. It's dead. What? Yu Yang stammered. Dong, the clock is dead. Trong Lap also said. Oh, my watch is also dead. Is it possible to stay underground for so long that the battery runs out? Trak Mok Kwong Ba nervously put his watch in front of him to check it out. As expected, the display screen of the electronic watch no longer showed any digits. He shook his head and said, "It's impossible, even without direct sunlight. This kind of watch can last at least a month. The only explanation for this is strong magnetic field. Just like what we encountered in the snowy mountains." Yu Yang and Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not make an appointment, but thought about that point at the same time. Trak Mok Kwong Ba quickly took out a laser distance measuring device and held it in his hand. There was no signal. Of course there was no signal. He sighed and said, "All the most sensitive electronic devices have lost their function. Now the only thing that works, I'm afraid only these lights." Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "Actually, we have to think about this before. If there's such a terrifying magnetic field even on the top of the snowy mountain, it's more likely to happen in the heart of the mountain." Yu Yang said, "Yes, our altitude has decreased from nearly 4,000 meters to less than 100 meters, so to speak, we have reached the root of the Himalayas." Quote. Zhang Lap asked again, "So we are underground 3 or 4,000 meters deep?" Yu Yang shook his head. "No, not only that. The entrance to this underground cave is at an altitude of about 4,000 meters above sea level, but our direction is from east to west, that is, from the edge of the Himalayas deep into the ground, the mountains above them. We are all much taller than that underwater cave entrance. By now, I'm afraid we're 6 to 7,000 meters deep." Zhang Lap took a breath of cold air and exclaimed, "My mother." At this time, Lu Kan Nam in the middle said, "Are all electronic devices useless? Looks like we're in the same situation as on the snowy peak of Tu Tat Kiat Mo." Trak Mok Kwong Ba replied loudly, "Yes, now all electronic devices can't be used. We only have to go out of here and then calculate it later. There's probably about 2 kilometers left. Only the last few minutes left." He said so with his mouth, but in his heart he understood very well. In the dark, without the exact time, every second and every minute would be longer than a whole year. "It's almost there, it's almost there." Under the light of the headlights, a circular cave door appears in front. The situation is like when you are about to come out of the tunnel, only when the outside space is larger than the tunnel. Only many times will the cave appear so obvious. Each person exerted the last bit of strength. The snake-shaped boat was almost about to fly. The oar swung up and down. The waves lapped the side of the boat. Up to this moment, even the murmur of water became strangely lovely. Often, when the entrance of the cave had completely disappeared from sight, Trong Lap shouted, "Get out!" The whole snake-shaped ship had completely escaped from the underground cave. Before them would be a completely new world. After Trong Lap shouted, he suddenly discovered that no one on the boat responded to him, and immediately, he quickly realized the reason why everyone was still silent. The darkness, the boundless and endless darkness, although they were out of the cave entrance, there was still only darkness in front of their eyes that stretched out forever. The strong light of the floodlight, when in the cave, still feels bright, but as soon as it comes out, the pillar of light shines straight ahead, fading further away, finally leaving only a shadowy halo, pale, then disappear into the darkness. This seems to be a world without light. Could this be the underground kingdom in the legend, Shangri-La? The people at the bow and stern of the boat did not make an appointment, but adjusted the position of the headlights, re-perceiving the new space in front of them. The headlights swept ahead at an angle of 180 degrees, did not detect any trace of the shore, down, all water, no shore, up, 30 or 40 meters above is still the floor, lava, no wonder there was no light, they were still in the heart of the mountains several thousand meters high. As for the people behind, the headlights swept to the entrance of the cave they had just come out, then gradually moved to the left and right, only seeing the cliff stretched out, slightly curved, also infinitely deep, no head at all, across. Yu Yang said with difficulty, "Here. This is probably a big underground cave. We haven't been outside yet, still in that underground cave system." "How can that be?" Ngim Dung began to feel impatient. "Didn't you say, this is the last part already? Why are you still in the underground cave? Why?" Trong Lap also said, "Yes, quickly take out the map. Is it wrong? Don't we still have maps printed on waterproof material?" Yue Yang awkwardly opened the map and said, "There's no mistake, we've already gone out." Ngim Dung couldn't hold back any more. "Dog farts, if a wrong map makes us. Then. Captain Ho Duong shouted, "Dung, that's enough." Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "Stop arguing. Listen, Yu Yang, you guys study the map again, try to see what the problem is. The rest of us, let's row the boat along the cliff to the right, see if we can find anything." Since the compass and compass can't be used, their snake boat can only follow the cliff on the right to continue. Yu Yang kept explaining to Ngim Dung, "Look here, we're going from here to here, there's a 5-tiered waterfall here, do you remember? Each floor is about 2 meters high, then we turn to the right, is this green safe route, then?" The waves were very big. Trak Mok Kwong Ba fanned the water at the bow of the boat, constantly having waves crashing against the cliffs, splashing water all over his body. He then opened the collar of his shirt, letting the ice-cold water run over his skin. It was the cold feeling that penetrated his bones that kept him awake and at the same time able to calmly think about where the problem came from. If the map is not wrong, then the path Yu Yang pointed out can't be wrong. Moreover, looking at the situation in front of them, there seems to be no more tunnels ahead, they are indeed out of range of the map. So, then, where are they now? Suddenly, the situation when I first saw Hong Ba La Mat Kwang Bao Jiam reappeared in Trak Mok Kwong Ba's mind. Min Min said, "There is nothing in the bottom of this picture, which is strange. There must be a lot of water down there." Captain Ho Duong also said, "What is above this map? Why paint it black? After all, where is the problem? Around dark. The dark space between the map and Hong Ba La. How come?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba was pondering, suddenly heard Yu Yang exclaim, "It's not, could it be?" Ngim Dung is still loudly asking, What did you think of?" Yu Yang pointed to this map. "This wave, the exit on this map. Why is the upper half curved like this? Now we are also following a curve." Ngim Dung angrily interrupted, "What nonsense are you talking about? Let's make it a little clearer." Yu Yang called, "Oh my God, look at it, young Master Kwong Ba. Everyone come here and see why the top half of this map is curved. Isn't Captain Ho Duong still doubting why half of the map is curved? The top of the star map doesn't leave a blank space but fills it with black, right, and these ripples too, this big ripple. I'm stupid, Why didn't I think of that sooner? No, no, I don't think that way at all, really. I can't believe it. Who could have guessed it? Who would have thought of that? Trong Lap did not understand and asked, Yue Yang, what do you want us to see? What have you come up with? Would you like to say leave? Yue Yang turned his head and looked down at the black water ahead. Another big wave several meters high came, swaying beneath the boat and crashing against the cliff. Only heard him panic and replied to Trong Lap, it is true that we have come out of the underground cave, but in front of us is not Shangri-La, but which is, see. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's heart sank completely. This was also what he had just come up with. See, as if in response to Yue Yang's screams of terror, in the distance came a thunderous roar. Tethys Ancient Ocean. It is said that a long, long time ago, Tibet was a vast sea stretching endlessly. On the coast there was a large forest. All kinds of creatures lived freely playing in the ocean, forest. Until one day, an evil dragon in the first year stirred up the sea to rise up to cover the sky and the earth, and the creatures in the forest were overwhelmed by the rising sea and did not know where to go anymore, but could only pray, guardian deity. So, heaven sent down 5 fairies. The fairies subdued the evil dragon, helping the creatures in the forest rebuild their houses. All were greatly appreciated by the fairies, and immediately begged them to stay to help them. Finally, the fairies were moved with compassion, ordered the sea to recede, revealing lush luxuriant forests and vast grasslands, and then transformed themselves into 5 high mountains, forever protecting the people, life at his feet. Those 5 high mountains are the 5 highest mountains in the Himalayas with Chomolungma as the center. When science and technology are developing more and more, scientists of course just smile, not bothering to pay attention to myths like this. But the more science developed, scientists began to suspect, several thousand years ago, near this Himalaya, there was indeed a vast sea. The Himalayas are probably the result of mountain creating movements caused by mountain formations. The movement of layers in the Earth's crust formed, estimated to have begun to extrude 300,000 years ago, and to this day is still in the process of extrusion. It was not until the 20s of the last century that scientists discovered traces of prehistoric marine species in the Himalayas, including fossils of the species of tamdeep, kukdak, and snail. The traces confirm this inference to be scientific. Scientists call the movement that created the third pole of this world the Himalayan orogenic movement, and the other prehistoric ocean is called the ancient Tethys Ocean. However, when the Himalayas were extruding, the ancient Tethys Ocean should have also receded, merging with the Indian Ocean. So now, what is the endless dark water in front of the small boat of Trak Mok Kwong Ba and the others? After Yue Yang uttered the terrifying information, the people on the boat fell into silence for a moment. Everyone needs a little thought. After all, what was appearing before them in the ground 6,000 or 7,000 meters below the Himalayas? The men in the middle and at the back of the boat had all put down their oars and moved closer to the bow. If it was said that there was an ocean in front of them, then what the hell was there to row? They instinctively gathered in one place, hoping to find a way to solve the problem. See, star, how can that be? Zhang Li held back for a long time before he hesitated to ask. Only, facing this region of space that suddenly turned into infinity, this overflowing water wave, it can't be said that this is a river, so what could it be? Ngim Dung suddenly stretched out half of his body to the outside of the boat, hung upside down on the side of the boat, scooped up a few handfuls of ice-cold water and splashed it in his face, acting like a monkey picking up the moon, then raised his head, turned back on the boat, opened his mouth, panting, loudly said, "It's fresh water, where can you get the sea, motherfucker? Can't call it a sea, fresh water, a freshwater lake, a freshwater lake." He repeated it over and over, trying to emphasize his voice, as if calling, lake, was anyhow more acceptable than sea. Trak Mok Kwong Ba slowly spoke up. In the Tibetan plateau, as long as it is a large body of water, whether it is fresh water or salt water, it is called the sea. In fact, the meaning of the word, pot, in Tibetan is, sea, not, lake, as people say today. Captain Ho Duong leaned forward and mumbled, "How can it be the sea? How can it be the sea?" Yu Yang said in a low voice, "I just thought of it. The first is the waves of water flooding into the underground cave. What is the power that makes them flow back from a lower altitude, moreover, makes the water flow backwards, so scary? In addition, the waves appear twice a day, if I am not wrong, in the same place. The two overflows will be about 12 hours apart. Next, I see the exits on the map. You notice, the exits are arranged in a hemisphere. The diameter of the curve on the map, I'm afraid it must be over 1,000 kilometers, not play. Next, this trumpet-shaped terrain reminds me of the Chantang River in Zhejiang. Every 12 hours the water goes upstream and the trumpet-shaped terrain, connecting these 2 points of doubt, I think I've found what's causing the water to flow upstream. Tide is the power of the tide. Sean yelped. Yu Yang gently nodded. Yu Yang continued, therefore, this sea is probably bigger than we imagined. If it is said that this underground water system is intertwined, from Talai to Ali, then it has not covered the entire Tibetan plateau. My God! Zhang Lap stammered, what? Lake? How big is this lake, after all? Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly remembered something and quickly told Yu Yang, quick, try to measure how deep the water is. Yu Yang picked up the laser distance measuring device, spread his hand, and pointed the screen at Trak Mok Kwong Ba, as if to say, how to measure now. Trak Mok Kwong Ba only now remembered, all electronic devices were not working, wanted to measure, unless one of them dared to jump into the cold water. Captain Ho Duong heard some clues and was also very shocked. If we say this is a sea, the surface area of the Tibetan plateau is 250,000 square kilometers, but how deep are we? Thousands of meters underground. The area below that can extend to Sichuan, Xinjiang, Nepal, India, Bhutan, must be at least much larger than that number of 250,000 square kilometers. Isn't this area bigger than the Mediterranean Sea? Ngim Dung, as if being sucked out of all his strength, sat down on the deck of the boat, muttering, it can't be like that. Trak Mok Kwong Ba then comforted, the sea. No, this lake area is definitely not as big as Captain Ho Duong said. Think about it, in the underground river system we have traveled nearly 1,000 kilometers, an area. This lake is definitely smaller than the Qinghai Plateau. It's much smaller. Tang Min also said, perhaps. The exit is right near the coast, maybe just a few dozen kilometers ahead, even a few kilometers. We continued to row a bit more. Can you see the light? Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked at the people around him. There are emotions on their faces. However, Ngim Dung's face showed despair. This feeling is really not good at all. Extremely bad. The worst face is Triu Trang Shine. For at least 3 days he hasn't eaten anything, keeps vomiting, but resolutely refuses to inject life-sustaining drugs to fall into hibernation like Vuong Huan Man Hao Nian. At this rate, he was very likely to be the next to lose his life. At that moment, a strange hiss came from the distance, which briefly turned into countless thunderous rumblings. The cliffs trembled, the great sea growled. That was the source of the power that caused the water to flow backwards in the underground river system that they fought forever and couldn't find an explanation. Tide, Trak Mok Kwong Ba resolutely shouted. Hurry up, everyone return to their positions, fasten your seat belts. Sean, I look out for Vuong Yu, Ba Tang takes care of Man Hao Nian, Captain Ho Duong, Trong Kian thanks to you. The wall of water, in the underground world looked completely different from what we normally see on the ground. A black wall, completely merged with its surroundings, the headlights shone on it. It felt like a mountain of coal collapsing, or a billowing oil slick. It could be felt coming, like something was coming at an extremely high speed, but it was so vague it was almost impossible to see it in the dark. In the blink of an eye, the wall of water was already in front of them. The darkness suddenly turned into a giant object, able to swallow everything, emit terrifying hisses, drown out all other sounds in the dark space. Yue Yang's hand that was controlling the headlight was trembling. The wall of water was 30 meters high. No, it must be 40 meters. No, it must be higher. In front of him, it could almost be said to be a mobile iron fortress. The terrain has reduced its diameter from several thousand kilometers to several tens of kilometers, so its height is also from a few meters that overlaps to several tens of meters. Faced with a wall of water nearly 100 meters high, all the creatures of this natural world could only choose to tremble in fear. At that moment, any creature must realize its smallness and fragility before the great power of nature. After thunderous rumblings, their boat was like worms and ants in floodwaters, suddenly submerged, and then thrown high by a terrible force, smashing against the wall, rock. Then the remaining aftershock continued to knock the boat against the cliff several more times. Waiting for the water to calm down, thanks to their own weight, their snake boat turned upside down, sinking into darkness on all sides. In the dark night, Trak Mok Kwong Ba clearly felt, his body was hanging upside down outside the side of the boat by the safety rope. The cold sea water made the muscles of his whole body shrink. Not knowing if it was because of the cold or for some other reason, he realized that his teeth were clattering together, almost out of control. He raised his hand to put it in his mouth, but aside from the sound of the waves crashing against the cliffs, he could still hear the chattering of teeth in the dark. About a few seconds later, or maybe a few minutes later, only to hear Yu Yang in front of him shivering, asking, "Kwong, young Master Kwong Ba, are we still alive?" The voice trembled, she stammered, then the sound of teeth clashing was this guy's. Also, was still alive. Trak Mok Kwong Ba gradually regained his composure. He shouted loudly, "Trong Lap. I'm on this side, strapped to the outside of the boat. Serious dung. I'm not dead yet. Captain Ho Duong. Mother of it. Here, Zhang Jian is still breathing. Whoever gets on the boat turn on the lights. Min Man. I'm okay." Each time he called a name, Trak Mok Kwong Ba felt a little more secure. Until he called everyone, he breathed a sigh of relief. Turning over back to the boat, finding that the boat was also full of standing water, he loudly ordered, "Come up here, everyone up here, slap the water out. Zhang Lap, you fix the lights to light up." Just a moment later, Trong Lap managed to make a light at the end of the boat light up. The standing water in the boat was quickly slapped out. The cold clinging to his body seemed to have been driven away. However, the group was still panting heavily. This time, even the two magicians looked a little sleazy. The other three are in hibernation. Zhang Jian is still having a high fever. The situation is not improving. They are also helpless and do not know what to do anymore. Vuong, whose body does not seem to have any abnormal phenomena. But after that huge wave, Man Hao Ran had a problem. Tang Min said it was possible that he had water in his respiratory tract when the wave hit. So, Tang Min wrapped her wet hair in a bun and asked, "What do we do now?" Everyone looked at Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Just listen to Trak Mok Kwong Ba reply, "Actually, this is not an issue we need to think about. That's right, in this sea that lies deep underground, they have no way to retreat at all. This place is completely isolated from the outside world, or rush forward, deep into this sea. Otherwise, there is only one way to wait for death." So Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "No need to think." Lu Kan Nam shook his head. "No, it needs to be calculated, needs to be redeployed. Things that can be consumed also need to be used with a plan. Also, is there anyone here with sea experience? Has anyone ever sailed a boat to the sea or had a similar experience?" For a moment everyone was silent, although they had been trained in many categories, but no one had any experience in sailing to the sea, or surfing. Who would have thought that, at the depth of 78,000 meters in the heart of Tibet, there would be a sea? Floating in the river and out to sea are two completely different things. A few meters, or 10 meters high waves can be considered extremely difficult while riding a boat, but in the sea, that is just the end, normal strength. Moreover, when going to the sea, you still have to face, somersault on the waves, wave after wave. The proper techniques to use when sailing down a fast current are completely useless in the face of waves. After a long time, Sean slowly raised his hand and said, I used to go on a cruise, that counts. Lu Kan Nam said, does the yacht follow the coastline? Sean replied, however, it seems that all the waves are calm and quiet. Everyone turned to look at Captain Ho Duong. Only to hear this bearded captain hesitate to say, I, same as Sean, just sitting on the train. At this time, Tang Min said, I've been to the beach before. What? Everyone on the boat looked at her with disbelieving eyes. Tang Min blushed and quickly said, my brother and I used to sail to the sea in the past, that's an ordinary small fishing boat, really. She looked directly at Trak Mok Kwong Ba, repeating again, really. Trak Mok Kwong Ba grabbed Min Man's hand and said, Triu Trang Shine, Trong Lap, and Yu Yang stood by to observe. Looking back and forth, they did not realize that this delicate girl had once sailed to the sea. Lu Kan Nam turned his head and asked, Zhao Trang Shine, what about you? Triu Trang Shine shyly lowered his head. Yu Yang immediately answered, he can only dive a few times in the river, but only the sea can be seen on TV. Lu Kan Nam said, okay, so you two have experience going to the sea, do you have any recommendations? The two continued to discuss the details of going to the sea. Unexpectedly Tang Min was very knowledgeable in this regard. She explained the difference between wind, tidal and near-shore waves on the sea, how to sail and recognize the direction of the wind, in addition to some boat control skills. Tang Min said that her brother also taught some skills to look at the sky and listen to the waves, but none of them could be used in this situation. Others mused, yes, this is no ordinary sea, but an underground sea. Not only that, lest they be the first modern humans to encounter the subterranean sea. What is the situation here? Other than the darkness, there is nothing else. The temperature is so low that it can almost freeze. Yu Yang also joked that they were entering the Arctic Ocean forever in the state of polar night 1. Even more difficult, due to the effect of the magnetic field of the special lava layer in the mountain, or some other natural phenomenon, all their electronic devices stopped working. Even the most basic thing, discriminating between directions, can't be done. The only thing they can do right now is, just aim for the direction of the waves and wind and rush forward. Although temporarily they did not encounter the towering wall of water formed by the tide, but having to overcome small waves more than 10 meters high, for a boat like this, it was also a very difficult task. At the foot of the wave, the snake-shaped boat like an old carriage was staggered uphill, and it was difficult to climb up on the wave. The whole boat was pushed back a few dozen meters, then, the water splashed into the boat again, the ice-cold sea water drenched the team members. It was very difficult to row forward a few dozen meters. The second wave came again. Min Min said, the waves in the sea are formed by the wind. With high winds, there are big waves, but in this underground sea, there is very little wind. Ngim Dung said, then what is the hissing sound like a ghost wolf howling we hear when we are in that underground cave system? Yu Yang replied, the sound of the wind we hear in the cave is caused by the water entering and forcing the air in the cave, not the sea breeze. Trong Lap asked again, what about waves? Isn't it said that when there is wind, there are waves? Yu Yang said, I told you, this is the tidal force. It is the tidal force that creates the waves. Zhang Lap asked again, but what about the air we are breathing? If there's no wind, how can we breathe like that? Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, let's hear what Man says. Min Min immediately explained, it's not wrong, the waves formed by the tidal force have stirred the air, perhaps thus creating the air currents, but the air must have its origin, they come from the other side of the beach. So there must be a way out of here. Wherever the wind blows the air, it is bound to communicate with the outside world. This is also the only way for us to judge the direction going forward. Zhang Lap mumbled, but we're a little bit forward right now. Father Tang, can you shine the light behind, see if we're far from the cliff? Trak Mok Kwong Ba called out loudly. No, I can still see. They've probably walked about 500 meters. Ba Tang also raised his voice. Why can't you go that far? Trong Lap said. The wave after wave pushed us back, as if we had been rowing for a long time, but not much forward. Yu Yang replied. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, try to row, anyway, you're getting further and further away from the cave entrance. Trong Lap forced a smile and said, Young Master Kwong Ba, you are wrong again. It must be said that we are getting closer and closer to Shangri-La, then it is right. Another wave rolled up, making them wet all over their heads and faces. Rowing for a while longer, Trak Mok Kwong Ba asked again, Ba Tang. See the cliff again? Ba Tang replied, I can still see it, about 500 meters from us. Ngim Dung couldn't help but open his mouth to curse, damn it, what's wrong with her eyes and nose? Tang's father said, his mother, if you are good at it, go and see for yourself. Captain Ho Duong shouted, Dung. Trak Mok Kwong Ba also snapped, Ba Tang. Ngim Dung burst into anger, what the hell are we doing here? Stuck in place, or compete against the waves to see who is stronger? Min Min hurriedly said, actually, only the first part is difficult. Since we are in the center of the trumpet, so the wave coming to this place becomes so big, just need to break through the front, the wave will be much smaller. There is no wind in this underground sea. As long as you get out of the mouth of the trumpet, there will be no big waves. Another big wave hits. Note. First, polar night is the winter months of complete absence of daylight within the Earth's polar rings. Tidal waves. Trak Mok Kwong Ba held the oar with both hands, staring into the endless darkness, the paddle raised and lowered to fan the water backwards. Having fallen into this dead end, is there really any hope of escaping? How much hope is left for these guys? Old man Buchanan's words once again echoed in his ears. Science and technology have made civilization progress, making people stronger and stronger, but the true nature is deep inside. The human mind has not changed. Those who flew into space and those who 1,000 years ago lay on the grass counting the stars were no different. They all have to think, have doubts, doubt why they're in this world, what they should do in this life. Since ancient people first did not have to struggle for food, this problem has already arisen, and has continued throughout the course of human history. You don't need to search for the final answer, just remember one point, what you do, is what you want to do. In this way, I will use all my strength and ability to do it well. If in the process of doing it, you feel happy, after completing it, you feel satisfied, then it means that you did not do anything wrong. My greatest strength is perseverance, but my biggest weakness is also perseverance. Wave after wave came from the dark side, then disappeared into the darkness, leaving not even the slightest trace, as if they had never appeared. Only those who have to go through those high waves, truly understand the danger. Their small boat kept floating in the midst of these countless big waves. Once it was swallowed by the wave, and then a moment later, it was difficult to pass through the middle of the wave, like a sprout struggling and wriggling, rock grows. The boat struggled to cope with each wave of the waves, over and over again, despite the crazy waves crashing, despite the whole body full of injuries. Overturned by this wave, it struggled again to turn back, adjust its direction, aim directly at the tip of the oncoming wave, and continue to advance. With such speed, it was like a slug crawling in the middle of the vast sea, but the boat did not stop, continued to crawl forward. Just because of those oars, in the hands of a bunch of people who refused to bow to defeat, the rudder, in the hands of someone who is not afraid of death. No matter how big the turbulence ahead, they cannot stop the determination to move forward. There is no defeat, only destruction. Every once in a while, Trak Mok Kwongba loudly called back, asking if he had finally left the cliff. He didn't know how much time had passed. In this immense darkness, there was no time, but Ba Tang's answer never satisfied everyone. No progress at all, young Master Kwongba. Still 500 meters. We are about 500 meters from the cliff. I don't know how long it took, before a big wave was about to come. Ngim Dung finally couldn't help but stand up, roaring angrily, "Come, come, come. I'm not afraid of you." Captain Ho Duong quickly stopped him. "Dung, calm down, use your strength to row the boat." Ngim Dung retorted, "We've been rowing for so long, we still can't see any progress. What we are facing here is the sea. It is the sea. How can this small boat pass? Impossible. How long have we rowed? A day, 2 days. I can't stand it anymore. I really can't take it anymore." Trak Mok Kwongba comforted, "Don't be discouraged, maybe we've only been rowing for a few hours, or even less than an hour." Yu Yang also joined in, "Moreover, I believe we are still moving forward. It's just that the cliff behind is too big. It's like walking at the foot of the mountain, so it doesn't feel like that I'm just going away. You see, as long as we get through this area of the mouth, we can ride the wind and beat the waves and move forward. Just rush through, we can hold out until then." The wave crashed. Ngim Dung panted, sat down on the boat, feeling exhausted. The cold water made his body tremble. I don't know how much longer. The number of times Trak Mok Kwongba asked Ba Tang was also much less, because it was really too much effort. All the strength in his body was poured into swinging the oars. Trak Mok Kwongba glanced at the people next to him. Yu Yang and Tronglap, like him, were all dull, dumbfounded, mechanically waving their oars, taking advantage before the next wave came to advance, up a few meters. In front of this vast sea, Trak Mok Kwongba worriedly felt that the real people were too few, the real boats were too small. 1,000 years ago, did not understand the scene of the ancient fleet of ships rushing to sail forward in the region. How magnificent is this subterranean sea! Finally, when Trak Mok Kwongba asked Ba Tang again, his answer made everyone on the boat both surprised and happy. "No more. I can't see the cliff anymore." Ngim Dung joyfully shouted like crazy, "Get out. We finally made it out." Yu Yang also said, "You see, what did I say? Did I say something wrong? Finally got out." Tronglap also burst into laughter. But Trak Mok Kwongba's face was completely devoid of joy. Until now, where the light was still shining, it was still darkness. They had come out of the rocky shore, but how long would it take to reach the end of this vast sea? Captain Ho Duong also worriedly said, "We just can't see the cliff anymore, but how far have we come? Does anybody know? If we still haven't exited the area of the trumpet mouth, by the time of 12 hours the great tidal wave will be able to knock us back to the same spot." Time. Only now did Trak Mok Kwongba really understand the meaning of his father's saying, "This world has no time." Humans are used to using clocks and weather to judge time, but in the absence of day and night, nor mechanical machines or clocks, time fades into a concept, vague. It is as abstract as one's thinking, becoming something that cannot be seen or touched. After all, what is time? Every day, everyone uses time, but it's almost rare for people to think about what time represents in the end. This concept is like the air that people breathe in and out every day, use it every day, but no one pays attention to it. Those who study them are all experts, professors and doctors. It is only when the end of life is near that people begin to calculate time. But regardless of luxury or stinginess, time is not consumed faster because of luxury, nor is it because we calculate carefully that it goes slower. It is just an objective existence. Or perhaps, it is just a mode of expression that people use their intellect to create. Does time itself exist or not? Who knows how long it has been? There's no time here, Ngim Dung grumbled. Not incorrect. Yue Yang suddenly wondered, If we say there is no time, then what about the people from 1,000 years ago? Ancient people 1,000 years ago, what did we use to tell time? They can record the exact time on the map. Do they have electronic clocks? Or use an hourglass? At this time, the mage of the West Tower, who had not said anything since then, suddenly opened his mouth. From the last tidal wave, we have been here for 2 hours. 1. 3 Tang and Ngim Dung immediately exclaimed, "It's only been 2 hours." Others asked, "How do magicians know?" The West Tower shaman calmly replied, "The secret monk can rely on the respiratory rate and heart rate to calculate the time." Yu Yang still doesn't understand. However, how can the heart rate and respiratory rate be calculated accurately? The magician Allah smiled and said, "This is very difficult to explain. Breathing and heart rate are just one of many groups of criteria to judge. Inside the human body, there is a kind of power that can sense the changes of nature. When there is a tide in the sea, the human body also undergoes extremely miraculous changes, changing the external environment in the body, but it's not easy for ordinary people to feel this. And those of us who have undergone special training, like us, can clearly feel the flow and transformation of that force. Taking it as the main thing, and relying on other methods to support judgment, we can know the exact time without using any machines. That's all I can explain." "That's great," Yu Yang said happily. "As long as we know the time, we can estimate the journey based on the frequency of the paddles. So we're no longer aimlessly rowing forward, at least we know how far we are from our destination." Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "Well then, we have 8 hours left before the next big wave, let's try to row." Professor Fung Tan sat in front of the computer. The ancient legends of the Inca civilization appeared on the screen one after another. He carefully read each piece of information carefully. The terrible tribulation is like a flood that engulfs the vast earth, the sun disappears, the world sinks into darkness. Heaven and earth are in chaos. Humans live in a state of chaos, naked like a bunch of barbarians. Apart from the mountain caves, they have nowhere to hide. Day by day they crawled out of the cave, going around the mountains and forests in search of food. At that time, suddenly a man came from the south. Tall, majestic, and extremely talented, he can turn mountains into rivers, and rivers extrude into high mountains. The name of the Inca capital, Cusco, means the navel of the earth. They call themselves a small tribe residing on the shores of Lake Kaka. Because of the war in the north, the god Viracocha instructed them to seek refuge in the navel of the earth. They worship white stone, do not mind thousands of miles away to transport giant white stones to build their holy citadel. They had a supreme god, Chakrapika, whose status was even more important than the sun god. The Incas thought that it was impossible to call that god directly, when worshipping often clasped hands in front of the chest, then knelt. A tribe called Maka is very dog-loving, considers dogs to be gods, but the strange thing is, they keep dogs but they don't let dogs bark, they are all mute dogs. Professor Fung Tan felt his scalp tingling. This information, after all. What do they say? Subterranean sea. After several hours of arduous rowing, the wave that hit them in front of them finally subsided, the 23-meter-high waves barely stopping the snake-shaped boat's advance, but, perhaps, the strength of everyone on the boat was also almost exhausted. 6 hours ago, each person ate a piece of chocolate. They need food with a lot of energy, but that small piece of chocolate can only provide energy, not solve the feeling of hunger and thirst in the stomach. Trong Lap looked at Trak Mok Kwong Ba and said, "Young Master Kwong Ba, it's close, right? Should I?" The word hasn't finished yet, has heard a yeah sound. His stomach has already said the second half of its owner's place. Trong Lap looked down at his stomach, then looked up at Trak Mok Kwong Ba again with very pitiful eyes. "Impossible," Trak Mok Kwong Ba resolutely said. "We have 2 hours left before the tide comes. At most we can only eat half an hour before, so we can cope with the big waves, otherwise, the energy will be exhausted before the time. The most important point, eating is the same as not eating. Know that, our food is not much anymore. There are 12 mouths left on the boat to eat and drink. Their food is only enough for 4 more meals, but how far ahead is in the end, no one can guarantee that one day can go all. How to distribute that food properly, is also a very difficult problem that they are facing. Zhang Lap frowned and said, however, being too hungry is not good for your health. Trak Mok Kwong Ba shook his head, drink the water, bear with it. In Yu Yang's words, this underground sea is only good, there is nothing to eat, but there is a lot of water, no matter how much you want to drink. Those who are hungry, take a bucket to scoop up a bucket and gurgle, so, in addition to the sound of the waves, the sound of oars fanning the water, on the boat, the sound of drinking water can always be heard, gut gurgling. It was very difficult to wait until it was time to eat. Each person was divided into 2 packets of compressed food, 2 pieces of chocolate. That kind of compressed food is made with Tibetan butter and flour. Than Koa is very good against hunger. All the people ate like wolves and tigers. However, the shaman Ala and the shaman Thap Te both expressed that they did not need to eat anymore, but left their food for everyone to replenish their physical strength. Trak Mok Kwong Ba clearly understands, tantric monks can even go on a hunger strike for months, without eating for a few days doesn't have much of an effect on them, but sailing at sea is an extremely demanding job, so he still hoped the 2 magicians should eat some more or less. Both magicians resolutely shook their heads. Lu Kan Nam advised Trak Mok Kwong Ba not to persist in doing anything. In the end, he didn't know what to do and had to give up. After eating and drinking, rowing again for a while, the tide finally came. The tremendous power between the celestial bodies caused the entire ocean to be affected. The waves grew bigger and bigger. The waves that were originally regular now suddenly became chaotic. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and the others even felt that potential energy was gradually accumulating, growing bigger and bigger. The whole sea was like an object being lifted by a giant invisible hand. The sea water gradually gathered in the middle of the ocean. But lifting half, the flow of power suddenly interrupted. The sea water suddenly fell back into the tub containing it. That falling force spawned countless waves that swept toward the wall of the tub. The waves rushing in front of them, behind them, soon gathered into great waves. The great waves joined other great waves, growing more and more terrible. Watching the waves near and far become more and more intense, the hearts of the people on the boat gradually tightened. It is true that the land is flat with waves, at first just ripples that are not worth seeing. In a moment they have gathered into waves several meters high, turning back and forth, they have become waves of tens of meters high. It was not clear where the waves came from, but they all seemed to want to push their small boat back. Under the floodlights, big waves rose up like white walls, like thousands of horses rushing towards. Trak Mok Kwong Ba growled lowly, "Are you all ready? It's come. Come on up. Heady. Heady." The people in the small boat faced danger and difficulty, roaring with rage, straining with all their strength, blood vessels bulging, necks raised, faces flushed, blue veins protruding on their arms. That person screamed louder than the other. Along with the angry roars, the rowing rhythm was also much faster than before. In order to penetrate before the wall of water formed a thrust on the small boat, it had to at least achieve the necessary speed. They need to use small human strength to face the fierce and violent sea, because they have chosen the way forward, can never regret turning back, nor thinking of stopping, despite the big waves. No matter how strong the wind is, it is also determined to fight to the end. Splashing water, the snake-shaped boat of Trak Mok Kwong Ba was like a bullet, piercing the first layer of water. They had crawled up to the surface of the wall of water, through the crest of the wave. Although their bodies were soaked, Trak Mok Kwong Ba and others adjusted the direction. The snake boat went down the slope behind the wave, and continued to accelerate forward. In a roar of shouts, they rushed into the second wall of water again. I don't know how many times of such collisions, the force of the water has made the rowing arms numb, in their mouths, in their noses, in their ears, in their eyes full of water. The direction has become hazy now, but they still don't stop. As long as there is a wave ahead, they will continue to charge forward, continue to rush forward. Note. First, 1 hour equals 2 hours. See Challenger. Finally, the area of the headlights that reached the front could no longer see any white waves. Behind was still the sound of the waves rolling violently, but in front, the sea surface, like a wild horse that had danced and was bored, suddenly became quiet. Ha ha, we made it through, ha ha ha. Yu Yang was overjoyed like crazy, threw the oars to hug Trak Mok Kwongba and jumped, Kwongba young master. We made it through, ha ha, ha ha ha. Looking at his agitated appearance, the only thing missing is hugging young master Kwongba and kissing and biting. Trong Lap and Ngim Dung hugged each other, Duong Man and Lu Can Nam hugged each other, Arla Shaman and Thap Te Shaman both reached out to shake hands, muttering scriptures in their mouths, feeling agitated in everyone's hearts. It's hard to describe in words right now. However, there are also people who are not agitated, like Triu Trangshine for example. Hearing the first shout of Yu Yang, he immediately collapsed. The discussion with the waves and tides caused this young man to consume all his strength, all relying only on his tenacity to be able to stand up to this point. Sean also appeared extremely tired. He knelt on one knee on the boat, holding his hand to the side of the boat, gasping for breath. Ba Tang coldly turned the floodlight back, only to see that the white wave behind him quickly caught up with the wave before it. The two waves merged, the wall of water was a few meters higher. Then, they merged with the wave ahead again. The headlights could no longer shine through, so the wall of water also turned into a pitch-black color, finally dissolving into the surrounding space. The shaman Arla calmly said, "We're just lucky." Ba Tang was startled and shocked, secretly understanding that the shaman Arla had told the truth. If when the tidal force started to form a wave, their position was only a few kilometers behind, then what hit them would not be those little white waves, but the walls. The water was pitch black, the thickness and attack power were all beyond the capacity of this small boat. Moreover, Ba Tang also knows that those black walls of water are not the end, they will continue to merge, layer after layer overlaps the previous layer, eventually forming a moving castle hundreds of thousands of feet high, meters that they saw as soon as they came out of the cave. Ngim Dung took off his seatbelt, ran to the side of Captain Ho Duong and said, "Captain, we can get through, you can make it through." Captain Ho Duong indifferently said, "What are you happy about? There's nothing to be happy about. Hurry back, fasten your seatbelt. Wait a minute, that's the scary thing." Ngim Dung looked away, confused and asked, "What?" Captain Ho Duong said, "This is an underground tide, unlike the tides we see on the coast normally. Tidal waves on the ground hit the coast, the power will be gradually consumed by sand and rock, but the tidal water in this underground sea is different, only a small part pours into the underground river system, and most all the waves hit the cliffs, like this." Captain Ho Duong picked up a cup of water, scooped up half a cup of water from the bottom of the boat, then pointed at the side of the cup and said to Ngim Dung, "Inside this is the sea, this is the cliff." Deck. Captain Ho Duong knocked on the wall of the cup. The water in the cup immediately formed into regular ripples, spreading from the inside to the outside, hitting the wall of the cup. Captain Ho Duong pointed to the ripples and said, "This is what we have just overcome." Only seeing those ripples hit the wall of the cup, and bounce back to the middle of the glass of water, at first there was still a rule, but only a moment later because the ripples overlapped and harmonized with each other, so the water was clear. The barrel began to sway irregularly, eventually the vibration became disordered, there were even splashes of water, it took a long time to calm down. Looking at that scene, Ngim Dung seemed to have understood something, immediately listened attentively, the rumbling sound of the sky rising and falling gradually faded away, the surrounding area was as quiet as a sheet. But this seemed only a moment of calm before the terrible storm hit. Ngim Dung's face suddenly turned green, whispered a few words to Trak Mok Kwongba and Trong Lap. The cheerful laughter in front immediately stopped. The smile of joy and excitement froze on Yue Yang's face, then gradually became awkward. The night before the great storm was always strangely calm. The people on the boat were forced to strain every nerve, staring down at the completely unnatural sea, gazing at the darkness spreading out into the sky. End. A moment later, a shrill screeching sound reached the ears of Trak Mok Kwongba. Everyone knew that it was the sound of a wave that was too big. Ripples in a glass of water in this vast ocean has turned into a sky-high wave. The devil stuck out his tongue, licked everything in this sea. It also had a terrible huge mouth. Nothing could escape. The waves rolled violently. In the blink of an eye came around the small boat, black walls of water, left, right, and behind, forming a curve around the whole boat. An hour. The people on the boat had not had time to react. The whole boat was overturned. The sea water is as black as ink. Each person has the feeling that they are falling into the bottomless abyss under the hell of Abbey. Then, it seemed that the airbag on the life jacket had inflated. The boat's great buoyancy turned into a foreign body in this deep-sea stomach. They were thrown out by that black monster, was even thrown high out of the water, and then slammed down again a moment later. The bright headlights flashed for a moment, making the people on the boat drenched in cold sweat. If there is no light in this situation, then it is true that death is not known. The big waves kept crashing, the aftershocks didn't stop. In just a few short minutes, waves were overlapping everywhere. The sea surface fluctuated without any rules, like a pot of boiling water gurgling. Everywhere you can see high and low waves. As for the snake-shaped boat of Trak Mok Kwongba and the others, the waves are like countless mountains of water and can be moved. The small boat swayed and swayed among such majestic mountains, completely helpless to resist. A mountain came in front of them, and their boat went up the slope halfway up, then slid back down. At that moment, another mountain came behind. The two mountains collided, but there was no sound of explosion. They just skillfully merged into one, forming a giant mountain. The giant was twice as large as the previous two mountains, and the small boat was thrown to the top. Trak Mok Kwongba and the others tried their best to control the small boat, letting it slide down the giant mountainside. They succeeded, sliding down at an angle of nearly 50 degrees, all of them toppling forward because of the sudden change in position. The giant mountain only lasted for a blink of an eye, then quickly split into two smaller mountains. One moved to the back, the other continued to push the small boat forward, the slide on that 50-degree angle that seemed to go on forever. No, the slope is still increasing. In an instant, it becomes 60 degrees, 70 degrees, 80 degrees, finally into an angle of 90 degrees, almost perpendicular to the sea, making Trak Mok Kwongba on the boat did not know where to step their feet. All they could only rely on was the seat belt fastened to the boat's hull. The speed of the ship was much slower than the movement speed of the giant mountains around it. Ahead came another mountain. This time, the boat was unlucky enough to be thrown to the top, but was sandwiched in the middle of the mountain. Only heard a bang sound. The two mountains merged. Their small snake-shaped boat was twisted. Thanks to the buoyancy force and gravity of the frame, the boat suddenly emerged from the heart of the mountain of water, then turned over. Another mountain quietly approached, completely oblivious to the crowd on the boat, living and dying. Their snake-shaped boat wriggled through countless mountains of water, like a toy in the hand of a giant, being tossed back and forth, then often being tossed into the depths of the sea by the great waves, overturning a few times. A moment later resurfaced in the water, and then was carried atop another wave, swept away for a long distance. At this time, human strength could no longer withstand the power of the great nature. Their boat was like a fallen leaf floating in the midst of thousands of fierce waves, turning around without direction. The people on the boat also moved along, sometimes at a height of 10 meters, suddenly falling straight down, sometimes holding their breath in the water several meters deep. Before long, the despairing searchlight flashed twice, then went out, and the little boat sank into absolute darkness. The people on the boat no longer know which direction the waves take them, even if they are on the surface or submerged in the deep water, they do not know, because everywhere is as cold as ice, everywhere is spinning round. The only thing they could do was to hold on to the seat belt on their body. As long as the rope didn't break, they were still tied to the boat. It is not clear how long the whole process lasted. When the sea surface gradually returned to calm, the people on the boat were worn out, their pants were tattered, drenched, their mouths were full of water, and their breathing was heavy. But Manhaoran and Wang Yu were injured, unconscious, not much hurt. They were dressed in wetsuits, wearing diving masks, tied to the deck of the boat, whether on or under the water, they did not. No effect on breathing, no harm to the body. Trak Mok Kwong Ba turned on the light. In the dark there was a soft white light. Yu Yang sat stiffly in a puddle. The boat's hull was at least half full, the water running down his hair like a string of beads, muttering, "Young Master Kwong Ba. Should we rest for a while, eh?" Saying that, he immediately choked up, spitting out a large pool of water, because every time the boat was pulled down, Yu Yang swallowed a lot. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was also sitting on the deck of the boat. The feeling of being immersed in the cold water was not pleasant at all. He said wearily, "Okay, get all the water out of the boat and count." After saying that, he volunteered to take the lead, picking up a tin can to scoop up the water from the boat and pour it out. Trong Lap dumped things, leaned against the side of the boat. His nose and mouth were running. His stomach was full of water. It felt like he couldn't get rid of it no matter what. Just moved a little, he saw his stomach screaming, "Yoke!" Yue Yang laughed behind him and said, "What's wrong? Your stomach is full, isn't it?" Trong Lap was so tired that he didn't have the strength to joke anymore, spat out a bunch of water, and asked Yu Yang casually, Can you give me some rough data? After all, we finally got it. How far have you gone? How much longer do we have to go?" Yu Yang couldn't laugh anymore, although he didn't calculate it carefully, but based on the distance that Ba Tang saw the cliff at the beginning to calculate, their speed really couldn't be said to be fast. Moreover, in 12 in the hours that followed, they also had to go through countless times of being beaten back and forth by the waves. Only listening to Yu Yang awkwardly replied, "In this situation, who can calculate it? Mr. Deng, have you noticed how far we've come?" Ngim Deng raised his head with difficulty. His eyes, like those of a wild beast, suddenly showed a trace of pain. He whispered, "What did you say?" Those words, as if hissing through teeth. Yue Yang exclaimed in surprise, "Color. Why is your face so pale, Mr. Deng? Are you okay?" Ngim Deng forced a smile, shook his head and said, "It's nothing. I was thrown too hard just now. I'm a little nauseous." Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked at Ngim Deng, frowned and said, "Is it really okay?" Then turned to Trong Lap again. "Trong Lap, get up, fix the lamp to light up." Trong Lap put his hand on Ngim Deng's forehead, but he rudely brushed it off, saying, "I told you I'm fine. Do whatever you need to do. I'll rest for a while and I'll be fine." Zhang Lap mumbled in his mouth, went to the end of the boat and installed a new headlight. Tang Min in the back said, "Brother Kwong Ba, come over here and see." Trak Mok Kwong Ba came to the middle of the boat, only to see that the diving helmet on Trong Kian's head had been taken off. The captain, Duong Man, Lu Can Nam and the magician Thap Te were all around. Tang Man took out the thermometer from Trong Kian's mouth and said to Trak Mok Kwong Ba, "He seems to be quite sick." After that, she handed the thermometer in her hand to Trak Mok Kwong Ba, 41 degrees. The West Tower mage also took Trong Kian's pulse, his brows furrowed tightly, as if the situation was very bad. Trong Kian said, "Now I want to lie down and sleep, and ask God to protect my soul. If I must die before I wake up, may God guide my soul." "Why is that?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba said. "Didn't you get a tetanus shot and a flu shot? How's his health? Tang Min said, it's not tetanus. There are two possibilities. One is that there are pathogenic microorganisms in the water. If it is a bacterial disease that is resistant to drugs, then the effectiveness of antibiotics has a wide effect on us, used is not very large, and the second possibility is much more troublesome, because the boat was shaking so violently, and the sea water was so cold, his temperature control nerve center was out of control, the body began to tense to decline. If the situation doesn't improve, then it is very difficult to recover. Trak Mok Kwong Ba looks back into the distant darkness. It is not easy for the bad situation to improve in a short time. He turned his eyes to the Major's West Tower, only to see him sigh and say, it is the evil spirit that invades, is fighting with the right chi in his body, causing the body to become cold. If the disease continues to develop, the external evil chi gathers, damages the blood essence, obstructs the circulation of chi and blood, and eventually causes the evil chi in the body to multiply, then it will be ruined. Trak Mok Kwong Ba hurriedly said, then what should I do, Master? The Western Tower Mage said, no way. If you have deer antler velvet, pigeon blood, spring statue, lynx intestines, young mice, combined with ginseng in the shape of human hands, grass, etc., you can exorcise the main evil spirits, keep the body warm, and unfortunately on the body. We don't have these drugs. Don't think he has a high fever right now, but his hands and feet are cold, he needs much more warmth. Trak Mok Kwong Ba got up depressed and couldn't find a warmer place than now. At this time, Tang Min suddenly said, I can give him high-energy synthetic drugs, but I have to see if he can hold out. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, okay. Are the other two okay? Tang Min said, it's all right, the physiological parameters are all stable. Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked at the others, then returned to the bow of the boat. Trong Lap, Yu Yang scooped out the water. There was almost no standing water in the boat. Ngim Dung was sitting still and motionless. Yu Yang said, Brother Dung has just finished vomiting, even the chocolate has vomited out. There are some coffee stains on the side of the boat. Trak Mok Kwong Ba again asked, Brother Dung, are you really okay? Do you need something to eat? Ngim Dung shook his head and said, no need, it's okay for now, but the stomach is too rough, nausea. Trak Mok Kwong Ba clearly understands, this is not a good sign. Once you start to feel dizzy and nauseous, it proves that the body's endurance has reached its limit, just like an overstretched muscle will eventually leading to such cramps, in a short time cannot be recovered. If the boat continues to swerve, these symptoms will worsen. Man Hao Ran, Vuong Hu and Triu Trang Shine are all the same, can't even an experienced adventurer like Ngim Dung persist. How far ahead is it after all? Where's the exit? Is it really in the deepest part of the darkness? The boat continued on its way, towards the endless darkness, but after being crushed by the waves, their small boat in the middle of the ocean lost its direction. Trak Mok Kwong Ba stretched out his hands, only feeling a gentle breeze, but the wind blowing from the front, behind, left or right, he could not tell. Fortunately, there are shamans Thap Te and Shaman Ana to help guide the lost boat. The two of them followed the direction the two magicians pointed, continuing into the deep darkness. Persistence, then persistence, on the sea surface, waves several meters high can appear anywhere, anytime. In fact, if considering a large sea, that is already very calm, it is just that the people on the sea surface are too small. Sailing in such a dark situation is a torment. There can be no bay or puddle on the sea, their boat cannot stop, which means that they cannot sleep well. At this point, even though everyone is extremely tired, they can only continue to persevere, but no one knows how long they will persevere. Another 8 hours passed, and Yue Yang carefully carved the time into the frame of the boat. Since they lost all modern timekeeping tools, Yu Yang began to engrave the time that the West Tower magician used to calculate the heart rate and breathing rate on the hull of the boat, so that everyone would know they had finally made it. How long on the vast sea? Trong Lap raised the bucket of water and took a few large sips. To combat the feeling of hunger, most people on the boat drank a full stomach of water. The waves of the sea are gradually calming down, but Trakmok Kwangba does not know if they have finally come out of the area of the mouth of the trumpet or not. In this dark underworld, having lost the tools again, these guys are really like half-blind people. The mental state of the people on the boat had dropped to the point where everyone was as quiet as death, even Ngim Dung did not shout loudly. The quiet atmosphere makes one feel like an independent existence. Yes, they were completely isolated from the world. The feeling of loneliness and solitude gradually became a fear that invaded everyone's nerves. Those who did not have a steadfast will would have the illusion that they would instantly lose their lives in the next moment. Can't let this mood last forever, Trakmok Kwangba thought to himself, then loudly said, "What's wrong? Why don't people say anything?" Chapter 49, Meeting the 13 Knights of the Table. Round. Merkin smiled and replied, "It doesn't seem wrong, they chose a road that no one has ever taken." He sighed and said, "According to the documents I hold, there are a total of 2 roads leading to Shangri-La, one is through the Holy Mountain, and the other is through the stream. Yumin Ha is dark. It is recorded in ancient books that Bakbala Temple is located on the other side of the Yumin Ha River, but that road has never been found on any map." Ngim Dung's death. Trong Lap happily said, "Young Master Kwangba, I want to sleep but can't sleep, my stomach is hungry and moldy, my whole body aches and pains, I still have to row the boat continuously, where can I get my breath to talk?" Again. Trakmok Kwangba said, "Don't be so sullen, aren't you always very cheerful and open?" Trong Lap immediately said in the voice of a few Peking opera actors, "Now I'm both cold and hungry, cold, cold, how can one word show it all, pathetic." Carpet, carpet. Yu Yang said, "Okay, look at that Mr. Dung, who else is like you? It's a bit difficult but you already complain of pain and fatigue, how can you go with Kwangba young master in the future? Next time you go, don't tell people to go with Kwangba young master." Trakmok Kwangba said, "Nhuc Duong, listening to your voice, it seems that the spirit is still very full, let's sing a song to cheer everyone up." "Ha, sing a song." Yu Yang turned his head, his face wrinkled like a bitter melon. "Forgive me, young master Kwangba, we have not slept for more than 30 hours, now I hold the oars and still feel my limbs are soft, singing, singing. No more singing, I don't have any strength left." Zhang Li immediately burst into laughter. Trakmok Kwangba said, "Try a little more, sing a song and then we eat something, the next tide is about to come." "Young Master Kwangba, it's not that I'm modest, but with my current state, even if I sing, I won't be able to cheer anyone up, it will only make people more miserable." Yu Yang thought for a moment, then suddenly called out loudly, "Com." Triu Trang Shine at the stern of the boat responded, "What?" Yu Yang said, "Young Master Kwangba asked him to sing a song to cheer everyone up." "Sing, sing what? It's up to you, sing whatever excites you, what makes people's spirits shine." "Oh," Triu Trang Shine thought for a moment, then loudly sang, "Where is the road ahead, who will rush with me?" Just sang the opening part, Yu Yang loudly stopped him, "No, no, the Beyond song is very painful, change it, change it." Triu Trang Shine changed another song, "You say this little pain, is it worth it? Dry your tears, don't be afraid, at least we still have a dream," he said. Yu Yang interrupted again, "It's too old, this song is even more boring." Trong Lap also joined and followed, "Yes, now everyone's limbs are soft, why sing those uplifting songs? Sing something soft and melodious for everyone to rest and restore their physical strength, but there's also the idea, it's best to be able to make people feel that our situation is very comfortable right now." Yu Yang disagreed, "Is the current situation still tolerable?" Trong Lap said, "Of course you have to use your imagination, You can close your eyes and imagine how calm this vast blue water is, how beautiful the surrounding scenery is. Blue sky, white clouds, blue sea with golden sand, gentle breeze blowing through. Triu Trang Shine was suggested, immediately said, yes, yes, found a suitable song. Immediately after that, he raised his trembling voice and sang, beautiful little boat, swaying on the water, welcoming the cool wind, the two of us holding a pair of oars, a beautiful little boat. Quote. Yu Yang shivered when he heard it, and quickly said, no, change the song, I'm going to throw up. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, don't let Trang Shine sing, he hasn't eaten in a few days. Trong Lap clapped his hands and laughed loudly, very good, that's the point of this scene. Mr. Dung, can you tell if heroic? Trong Lap reached out, grabbed Ngim Dung's paddle arm, only to see that his hand was as cold as an ice block, looked back at Ngim Dung, his forehead was still sweating, his whole body bent like a dried shrimp, knees propped on chest, body curled up, teeth grinding together squeaking, clearly trying to endure a terrible pain. Trong Lap was shocked, quickly put down the oars and stood up. Trak Mok Kwong Ba also noticed Ngim Dung's unusual expression and quickly said, what's wrong? Ngim Dung, Yu Yang also exclaimed, Min Min. West Tower Mage, come over here quickly. Ngim Dung struggled to raise his head, his face was as white as a sheet of paper, but still insisted, I'm fine, just leave me alone, hurry up and row. This time, no one believes him anymore. When he said that sentence, Ngim Dung's whole body trembled, his mood was agitated, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he quickly turned away, pressed his face to the side of the boat and vomited. This time, Trak Mok Kwong Ba could see very clearly, the vomited coffee color was not chocolate at all, but clearly blood. After that retching, Ngim Dung finally couldn't stand it any longer, his body shrunk even more. Huang Man and the shaman Ala ran over, Captain Ho Duong and Lu Can Nam also rushed over, Ba Tang pointed the lamp in that direction, only to see Ngim Dung trying to overcome, but his whole body still couldn't control himself, but shivering, coffee-colored vomit emitting a foul odor like that of excrement. As soon as Lu Can Nam saw Ngim Dung's posture and vomit, he immediately exclaimed in horror, turning the intestines. How long? Twisted intestines, Trak Mok Kwong Ba secretly startled. It is one of the few diseases that can lead to death due to vigorous exercise after a meal, the pain of which can make people feel as if the intestines in their abdomen are twisted into small pieces. Normal people can't stand it at all. Why didn't this man groan even a single sound like that? Tang Min checked the symptoms, then sadly said, perhaps it's Chichesky's disease. Mr. Dung, why don't you say it? She could feel it clearly. Ngim Dung's abdomen swelled up like a drum. Moreover, she heard the sound of water inside, closed her eyes. It seemed that her intestines were soaked in digestive juices, and the blood causes necrosis, literally breaking into pieces. Once volvulus is detected, there is no other treatment other than surgery, let alone in this violent shaking situation. It is necessary to open the abdomen for a closer examination, then surgical treatment, otherwise the mortality rate will be very high. Ngim Dung's situation can be said to be like a fully stretched bow. His internal organs are only afraid that more than half of it has been eaten away by digestive juices and bacteria. Ngim Dung now only relies on his will to keep his mind awake. Once that spiritual power disappears, even if Daila Kim Tien appears, it will be difficult to help revive him. The shaman Ala also shook his head slightly, his face full of regret. Ngim Dung smiled wryly and said, I thought that with a little more patience, I would be able to. Will be able to see Shangri-La, unexpectedly. Unexpected, this body can't take it anymore. Captain Ho Duong hugged Ngim Dung's shoulders and said, my old friend, you have come this far, try a little harder. Ngim Dung patted Captain Ho Duong on the back as if to comfort him, then said to Trak Mok Kwong Ba who was standing behind Ho Duong, young Master Kwong Ba, we really can reach Shangri-La. Duo Mok Kwong Ba firmly replied, "It is possible, it is definitely possible." Ngim Dung said, "That's good, then it's good." He put his hand inside his shirt, rummaged around for a while, and then pulled out a photograph, a photo of himself, not sure which mountain was taken at the foot of the mountain. Ngim Dung gave the photo to Captain Ho Duong, then said, "Captain, I may not be able to hold out until then. When everyone gets there, then cut out the human figure in the photo, and then take a shot, take another picture. So, there's nothing wrong with that. Captain, promise me, if everyone can come back, please take the wool and the photograph and give it to my son, tell him his father is the last. Finally reached Shangri-La, no more regrets, no more regrets." Those last few sentences, it was almost as if Ngim Dung had to use all his strength to scream. Before his death, his eyes were still wide open, his hands were tightly grasping the collar of Captain Ho Duong, as if he was unwilling to leave. He had not seen the Shangri-La that he longed for. That's it. Captain Ho Duong's hands trembled, he held the photo, and hot tears finally couldn't be contained but poured out at the corners of his eyes full of wrinkles. Another lamp sinks, like a shooting star tracing the still night sky. Its light only flashes briefly for a moment, but no one can deny its dreary and enchanting beauty. The lamp slowly sank into the sea, and the hearts of the living also gradually sank to the cold bottom of the water. Another life lost. They really don't know if they should be sad or desperate right now. The life and death separations that take place in a short period of time make their emotions numb. The next person will most likely be myself. In everyone's heart more or less have that thought. They are drifting along the stream of Yu Minha, a place that already belongs to the other side of life. After Ngim Dung's body sank, there was no more laughter on the boat. The cold wind blew to surround each person. Everyone silently looked at the lamp attached to Ngim Dung's hat that gradually disappeared, until no eye just saw that light again. Yu Yang suddenly rubbed his eyes. He seemed to have a feeling that the lamp attached to Ngim Dung's hat had not sunk deep enough, then suddenly disappeared. Is it an illusion? He rubbed his eyes again. The water droplets that were not yet dry ran down the small hairs down the back of his hand. Opened his eyes. The faint light of that small lamp had completely disappeared. Must be an illusion, Yu Yang thought to himself. Another 3 hours passed, and they greeted the third tide in angry shouts. This time, the water was clearly much smaller than the second time. The snake-shaped boat of Trak Mok Kwong Ba and the others did not capsize once. It seemed they had already entered the central area of this underground sea, or at least had gotten away from the mouth of the trumpet. After this tidal wave, Tronkian also left everyone. He quietly left while the tide was fierce. When the water returned to calm, he discovered that he had stopped breathing. According to the test results of Duong Man and the shaman Ala, he passed away very peacefully, perhaps without any pain, just like a sleeping person returning with God's protective arms. Another light went out. The survivors were still bobbing along the waves. Yu Yang stared intently at Tronkian gradually sinking and disappearing. This time it was clearer. It was not wrong. The lamp attached to Tronkian's hat had only been submerged for about 10 meters, then suddenly disappeared, as if there was an object. What's so big suddenly comes and goes? NHAC Duong recounted this phenomenon to Trak Mok Kwong Ba. He asked quietly, "What do you think it is?" Yu Yang replied, there are creatures in the water, and they are still around this boat, as if waiting for food to fall." Trak Mok Kwong Ba roared angrily, "You mean, Ngim Dung and Tronkian's bodies were both eaten by that thing in the water?" Yu Yang lowered his head and said, "I think, that's right." But very soon, he raised his head again and continued, "But, if there really are creatures, then we also have food." Ah, Trak Mok Kwong Ba thought for a moment, then said, "You mean, we can fish? Everyone's resting anyway, we can give it a try. Zhang Lap, let's take off the headlights and test them in the water." Shined the light for 10 minutes, but found nothing. The people on the boat discussed again, saying that the possibility is not very great. Creatures living in the dark are usually attracted to light. Such strong light shines down without detecting any trace. The chances of them existing are not very high. After all, this is also a place where the waves are strong, and it is difficult for creatures to live. Trong Lap installed the headlights again. The small boat continued to go deeper into the darkness. A vague look appeared in the eyes of these people for 48 hours in a row, and many people began to remember the phrase, drifting thousands of years on the Yumin Ha River. After all, how much longer? Could this subterranean sea really have no other shore? A certain building in Chechnya. From the outside it looks like an ordinary building, but anyone who sets foot inside will realize it's empty and empty. Have all residents been invited out, or is it a wasteland itself? But if it is said that this is an abandoned building, then why is the equipment inside still complete? In every corner there are cameras, bright electric lights. The elevator stopped at the 18th floor underground. A man about 6 feet tall, and another slightly shorter man stepped out. Both covered their faces. As soon as they stepped out of the elevator door, there were two masked people holding electronic devices, checking their bodies once to make sure they weren't carrying weapons or metal items. Two specially trained German Bergs squat to one side. If they smelled any scent of flammable or explosive chemicals on the two newcomers, they would not politely rush to attack. After checking that the two masked people came out of the elevator, the other two used their electronic devices to scan themselves once again, indicating that they also did not carry any weapons. The shorter masked man said in English to the person next to him, 3 times checked, Mr. Shakurov, be careful. The taller man nodded and replied, the people who come here this time are all big people like you. The leader can't be more careful than a few times. No matter who has a problem, we can't bear the burden, responsibility. For this Badilla from the Americas, it could be said that he was both awestruck and awestruck. Temporarily not mentioning that Badilla is a representative of the king of drugs, just his courage to come here alone, other conference attendees could not match. Because it is impossible not to have friction between the forces of darkness, it can be said that Mr. Shakurov has used all his heart to keep this meeting a good one. Not only the conference participants must wear masks, absolutely do not carry any weapons, but also the conference guards are not allowed to carry weapons. Each participant can bring a maximum of 20 bodyguards. Other than Badilla's hand, the others have just brought 20 people. They are all arranged to stay outside this building. The subordinates are arranged to keep the same distance from the conference guests, so that at the same time, they can still see their boss's location in the meeting room through the surveillance camera, can rush in within a minute. Just to hear Badilla say, it's very risky to hold a conference like this. The taller one laughed along and said, yes, that's right. Valerie, bring Mr. Badilla down. Another tall masked man, whose muscles had grown so much that it almost popped out of his shirt, led Badilla up the stairs and continued down. The tall man from earlier raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Being in the same place as this Badilla guy wasn't a happy thing anyway. Through the cloth covering his face, Badilla's gaze really made the person opposite him feel tense. What kind of eyes is that? Mistrust, and not dangerous. No, not even tragic, almost so. There was something tragic in his eyes, like he had just lost a loved one, but that wasn't enough. There was something in his eyes that made him nervous, also to speak. Scared. In the meeting room is a round table, around 17-18 chairs. In front of each chair is placed a file, a pen. If anyone does not know, will surely think that this is a meeting, just very normal. Only, the people who attended the conference were relatively special. At this time, there were 10 people coming, all of them masked, and deliberately kept the distance from each other. There were 7 or 8 empty seats in the middle. The host of the meeting, Shakurov, sat facing the large door. On the wall behind him hung a projector screen. Shakurov, like the others, wore a headscarf that covered his head, revealing only his dark blue eyes. He looked at his watch. It was 10 minutes past the meeting time. He is still waiting, because of the 3 bosses who organized this meeting. Besides him, the other 2 have not yet appeared. If it weren't for the 3 of them to organize together, I'm afraid it would not be possible to summon so many Black Force leaders to send delegates to participate. Everything was negotiated, but when it came time to act, the 2 old foxes did not appear. What was the matter? Shakurov had caught a glimpse of some sort of conspiracy. He knew that the 2 old foxes were not cowards. They didn't come, they must have heard something. But he is still very confident with his arrangement. The building itself was designed enough to withstand even an atomic bomb, but as basic seeker missiles couldn't do anything. Anyone entering this building is unarmed. Even if there is a dispute in the conference, at most it will only touch the right of the foot, a little collision, anyway, within the limit. Moreover, the guests participating in this conference, every name that name is a strong general who has undergone many tests. If there is a real move, then you can also estimate the consequences. If there were any armed elements who risked their lives to break in, not to mention that this was his territory, just the bodyguards who followed the conference guests outside the building would have reached more than 200, more or less. Anything can be held for a while. He really doesn't understand such a safety strategy. What are the other 2 old foxes worried about? Another 5 minutes. Shakurov finally spoke. Okay, we won't wait any longer. Those who haven't come don't seem to be coming. Today, fortunately invited you here, mainly to discuss the issue of documents related to Bakbala Temple. Hope to be able to open up and exchange with everyone a little. All of you here probably already know what the Bakbala Temple is. Everyone more or less probably has researched about it. Some people have a slightly shorter time, only a few years of study. Some people are relatively long, have studied this place for decades. Like us, we've known the existence of Bakbala Temple since 1946. Meet the 13 Knights of the Round Table. The participants in the meeting let out an "oh" voice. They only knew that this organization had contact with Bakbala Temple relatively early, but no one expected it to be so many years earlier than themselves. Of course, there are also those who despise them, thinking to themselves that after all these years of research, you still haven't found anything. Shakurov seemed to have seen through their thoughts, and continued, of course, although our research time is a bit longer than yours, the data we have collected may be more, but the actual progress is it's really not that big. You could even say, is still on the same track as you guys here. Furthermore, as far as I know, there are people who have been in contact with the Bakbala Temple earlier than us, but they haven't found the place yet. In fact, the Bakbala Temple itself is probably not dangerous. The hardest part is at its entrance. There are many people with the same purpose as us who have been led astray by that map. Moreover, a major reason is that a lot of the material about it is located in Tibet, China, which is difficult to find. This is our biggest difficulty in finding the Temple of Bakbala. Pausing for a moment, Shakurov continued, okay, I'll get straight to the point. The content of today's meeting, mainly about the fact that the hard drive containing documents about the Temple of Bakbala appeared a few months ago. Believe that all of you here know, 2 years ago, an expedition team organized by a man named Trakmok Kwangba began to secretly learn about the Temple of Bakbala. During those 2 years, they collected a lot of information related to the temple, even more groundbreaking than our decades of research. Although they still fail in the end, the materials they collect are also very important to us. Moreover, according to a reliable source, although most of these documents have been handed over to the Chinese government, they also retain a part of them, which is what is used by underground organizations around the world called Polish Silver Hard Drive. Believe that all of you sitting here have already racked your brains to get that hard drive, right? Moreover, as far as I know, among you here, there is precisely someone who has already done so. The first people to get that hard drive, probably an Asian organization, it doesn't matter which organization specifically, because the time the Polish silver hard drive was in their hands did not exceed more than 6 hours. Despite saying that, Shakurov's gaze swept to the road to his right. The masked man, who was almost in a state of panic, lowered his head. Shakurov continued, "What happened after that, I believe everyone already knows. In just a few short months, 13 small NGOs have disappeared from this world forever. In addition, there are 8 internationally renowned NGOs that have also lost significant force. From Asia, to Europe, Africa, the Americas, and finally to Europe, it seems that all NGOs and radicals around the world have been caught up in the hard drive event. This Bakbala, killing each other to heaven and earth. What about the results? It's not like no one even knows what information is contained in the hard drive after all. For this event, my old friends and I felt very shaken, so we showed our faces to intervene, just hoping to calm down this unnecessary storm. The other masked people, no one but silently scolded in their hearts, her son, wasn't that hard drive finally stolen by him? If he didn't have that hard drive in his hand, there would be a dog sitting here listening to him fart like that." Shakurov continued, "Please do not doubt our sincerity and determination. This time I invite everyone to come here. It is to publicize the content contained in that hard drive. Everyone has a share. Absolutely do not break your word. The truth is, there is absolutely no organization that can swallow the contents of that silver Bala temple. Our goal is just to hope that everyone can cooperate, find the temple of Bakbala together, give up the way each person is the same, and secretly compete in the past. Only then will we be able to find the temple of Silver Bala one step ahead of our opponents." The conference attendees immediately split up to discuss, each with an opinion. Some people think that this is an opportunity. Anyway, the fortune in Bakbala temple is enough to change the destiny of an entire country. There are people who think that documents can be made public, but everyone should still act on their own strength. Whoever has the bravery can avoid the eyes of the Chinese government and search for Bala temples, get as much as you can, based on what openly cooperates. There are also people who think that what Shakurov is saying is not true. The hard drive has been in his hand for a few days now. How do you know if he hasn't touched it, hid all important information, or did something else? A moment later, a tall, masked man named Valery walked up to Shakurov and whispered a few words. Shakurov seemed very pleased, nodded slightly, said, "Invite him in here." Then he said again to everyone at the conference, "Everybody be quiet. First of all, I would like to send you a piece of the document we got after cracking the Silver Bala hard drive." Saying that, on the screen behind him, a document showed the image of Trak Mok Kwong Ba's group filming in the Maya Palace. Everyone immediately fell silent, staring unblinkingly at the big screen, as if just afraid to miss a detail. At this time, Badilla just entered the meeting room. Her eyes were very strange, making Shakurov feel uncomfortable at all. That's what the eyes are like, making people feel oppressed, a melancholy, yes, melancholy look. It was a kind of cold melancholy, carrying a bit of indifferent sadness, making people feel uncomfortable, but there was something familiar. Where have you seen that look? As soon as Badilla entered the meeting room, everyone felt as if the temperature in the room suddenly dropped several degrees. Shakurov coldly said, "You are late, you should give me a reason." Unexpectedly, Badilla completely ignored Shakurov's questioning, just rolled her eyes around the conference room and said, "Why only these people?" The tone is provocative. Shakurov burned with anger. In his territory, never before had anyone dared to challenge his authority like this. But this Badilla is the representative of the king of drugs, who has close ties to all the drug trafficking powers in the Americas and Southeast Asia. If they wanted to enter Tibet, they had to take advantage of their influence, so Shakurov didn't shout angrily, but raised his voice, "Old man, please pay attention to the way you speak." Badilla raised her eyebrows, as if Shakurov didn't exist, only mumbling to herself, "Didn't you say you invited delegates from 17 organizations? Looks like there are still some old foxes that know that, so they escaped. At this point, it's obvious that they're provoking. How could Shakurov and the other underworld delegates not know? Only to hear Shakurov loudly say, "Valerie." At the same time he shouted, "What do you mean, Badilla?" He called out the other's name, proving that he was no longer interested in helping the other person keep his identity a secret. "Badilla, where is he, Badilla?" a masked person beside Shakurov asked. "He's a representative of the Colombian king of drugs," said Shakurov. "Not," the masked man beside him squealed, "he's not Badilla, I've met Badilla. This guy is fake." But all too late, the fake Badilla suddenly waved his hand and picked up the file on the table. In his hand, the edge of that file suddenly turned into an extremely sharp blade, in the blink of an eye, cutting the artery on the necks of the two masked people nearby. Then, Badilla's hand slammed on the table, the pen used to sign the other name shot up, his wrist turned quickly, the cap of the pen fell off without knowing when, the tip of the pen was like an arrow, rushed into the throat of the masked man who had just pointed out that he was an imposter. The masked man staggered back 2 steps, his throat let out a gurgling sound, and fell back. At that time, the fake Badilla picked up 2 benches, threw them at the other 2 masked people one by one, then kicked out a step, the whole circular conference table was kicked forward, Shakurov, who was standing opposite, was hit and twisted his whole body. It was then that the muscular Valerie rushed over to the round table, aimed at the fake Badilla's kicked leg, and clenched his fist. In that brief moment like a spark, he saw Badilla almost smiling at him, smiling coldly. Just when he was still surprised by that strange smile, he suddenly discovered that his hand had been cut into space. Immediately after, Valerie suddenly felt a sharp pain in his front teeth, something cold and hard had been stuffed into his mouth, pressed against his upper jaw, and then continued to go deeper, almost like touching something, then the feeling of breaking, crumbling, deep in the throat, there was a warm liquid flowing out, overflowing into the mouth, and finally the pain caused by the broken neck bone. Impossible. In that moment around the round table, Valerie had correctly guessed Badilla's shot speed and strength, why in a blink of an eye, the opponent's speed and strength had increased to the point where he couldn't. How can that be explained? A person who has been rolling in the underground arena for decades like him of course understands very well, in life and death battles, how a wrong judgment about the speed and strength of the opponent will lead to results. But he is clearly the throneless melee king of the Russian gladiator world. Why did the other possess such speed and power that he himself could not have predicted? Impossible. This was the last thought in Valerie's mind before he lost consciousness. The throneless king of the Russian gladiator world, unexpectedly lost his life in just one move, not even a chance to reverse. If Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Ba Tang saw this scene, they would immediately think of how to run away. But Shakurov couldn't escape, everyone in this room couldn't escape. Shakurov was hit by that circular conference table, feeling as if his stomach had been hit by a tank, his stomach constricted, completely no longer having the strength to resist, so he hugged his stomach and fell down. In that moment of falling, he still saw Badilla kicking a bench in the air, grabbing the legs of the chair with both hands, and stuffed it into the mouth of his most senior bodyguard and the belly of a guest, on the other hand. Unbelievably, the unarmed conference room he thought was safe, unexpectedly turned into a grave for them all. Who is that fake Badilla? How dare he make such a big mistake, dare to challenge the entire underground force around the world? Did he really not know the consequences of that? Shakurov was very suspicious, suddenly thinking of something. No, that's not true. The 2 old foxes didn't come to the meeting. Could it be that they heard the sound before? However, these people he invited were all representatives of famous underground organizations around the world. How could any organization completely ignore them like that? The names of each of the world's super-class terrorist organizations appeared in his mind one by one, but then they were all denied. By this time, almost all the masked delegates in the meeting room had been dealt with by that Badilla guy. The room was as quiet as ever, not a sound. Am I going to die? Shakurov lay on the ground, the thought suddenly appearing in his mind. He was born more than 40 years ago. Every day he experienced fierce fighting and killing, but there was never a moment when he was so terrified of death as now. That Badilla name, that speed, that power, that technique, he's never seen it before, can't believe that a person can kill so easily, anything that gets into his hands becomes a murder weapon. Okay, the whole process is as if it was carefully calculated in the computer, each person's reaction and dodging movements, all in the control of the opponent. It's too scary. This Badilla is truly the scariest assassin he has ever met in his life. But even if he killed all the people in this room, after all, he was alone. Outside there were still hundreds of vicious killers with weapons in their hands. Maybe he could kill them all of them. Badilla had come to Shakurov's side, looked down from above, still had that melancholy look in her eyes, still felt that chill to the heart. Shakurov suddenly no longer felt fear of death, he had let go of all resistance, just kept saying in his heart, those eyes were so familiar, where did he meet after all? Ah, Shakurov suddenly remembered, it was the expression that often appeared in the eyes of the relatives or friends of the dead when they were buried in the cemetery, pity, regret, and sadness. Only in Badilla's eyes, there is also a hint of irony and contempt. Female. This name. Is it possible that in his eyes, everyone else is like a dead person? Who is this guy anyway? You. Who are you? In the end, Shakurov still asked, hoping to at least know at the hands of whom he died. Unexpectedly, the fake Badilla didn't seem to hear it, still mumbling to himself, you guys are idiots, getting in our way. Whoever stands in our way must die. After saying that, he trampled Shakurov's sternum. Shakurov felt it very clearly, his chest felt like it was pressed down by a giant stone weighing 10 tons, his heart was still struggling to beat, but the resistance was so powerless. For a moment, he could no longer hear the sound of blood flowing. Shakurov's consciousness was still awake, but he clearly understood that his heart had stopped beating, and soon, he would die of anemia and oxygen to the brain. At that moment, a terrifying name emerged from the depths of his consciousness, a name one wouldn't even dare think of. They always hide in the deep darkness, but even the most famous secret organizations in the world, every time they hear this name, they shiver. In that moment, Shakurov felt himself more awake than ever, his whole body seemed to be floating in the air, completely no longer feeling as suppressed as it was at first, just terror, and terror in the depths of his consciousness made him feel his soul tremble. With the last of his strength, he shouted hoarsely, 10. Father, cavalry, C, table, round. Before losing consciousness, Shakurov saw the corner of Badilla's eye. In those melancholy eyes, there seemed to be an unreadable smile. Why, the 13 knights of the Round Table, are they also searching? Shakurov's last thoughts were still full of doubts, and soon after, he began to sink into the endless abyss, never to wake up again. The fake Badilla checked again, confirmed that there was no sign of life in the meeting room, then slowly stood up. Outside the door appeared another thin man in a white windbreaker. Under the door, wear black jeans. This person was almost a head taller than Badilla, probably less than 40 years old, very pale eyebrows, abnormally white face, a bit like a person with albinism, but the hair was colored, very bright red-brown. Badilla saw the other party, and smiled reassuringly. He knew, this person appeared here, which means that the hundreds of gunmen out there were no longer able to resist. Badilla stepped forward, lowered her head slightly, raised her right hand to touch her earlobe, and said, "Thank you for your help, Captain Fakhri." The man named Fakhri had a blank face like wood, looked at the people lying in the room, and said, "These people, it seems, are all representatives of the underground forces. If you do that, wouldn't it be a bit rude?" Badilla wryly looked to the southwest and said, "Actually, I'm just afraid of this action. If your superiors have assigned you to act alone, then you don't have to reveal anything to me." Fakhri interrupted, "But today I took action, Even if we disguised ourselves more, we will still be investigated by big organizations. I don't expect this to affect the plans the superiors have drawn up. Badilla said with a smile, "It's okay, they don't have that much time, and they don't put in the effort to investigate what we do. After all, you and I are just good people." The 13 Knights of the Round Table once said, "The plan must be carefully thought out, there should be no openings." Seeing Badilla mention the name of the 13 Knights of the Round Table, Fakhri frowned slightly and said, "I must remind you, the pawn wants to cross the river to capture the king. The prerequisite is not to let the opponent notice." Team Leader T. Fox. The human world is not simply divided into the spiritual world and the physical world, but for your convenience, I have temporarily divided it like that. You probably know that people have material desires, but also spiritual desires, so they have a desire to pursue material things, and at the same time have spiritual pursuits. When people are not satisfied, they have 3 different modes of expression: give up, continue, or hover between giving up and persisting, choosing only to choose. When people are hurt, the people who need them most are doctors and pastors. Doctors heal physical wounds, and pastors help mend the cracks of the spirit, so they all are very respected people. However, in the material world, over several thousand years of development, mankind has basically formed a relatively complete set of physical rules, which sets forth a series of regulations for the pursuit of human materialism. What is reasonable pursuit, what is unreasonable, are all relatively clear. But what about the spiritual world? Humans have almost never established a set of mental dharma codes, stipulating what can be thought and what cannot be imagined. Maybe you will say, matter is expressed in a specific way, but the spiritual world is much more complicated. Moreover, it also has no specific expression. No one can know the other. What are you thinking? Yes, this is indeed an important reason why we cannot prescribe a set of rules for the spiritual world, but that is not the whole reason. In fact, religion has always played this important role. At least it tells people which way of thinking is correct, which way of thinking is evil, and at the same time uses a unique method that is unique to religion, new religion, placing mental barriers on those with evil thoughts. In human society, the effect of religion is as important as the law. Therefore, the truly great wise men never associate miracles with today's scientific and technological achievements, because in the spiritual world the religious dharma is unique. Their books, surpassing any book in terms of modern psychology today, no scientific writing can replace the place of religion in the spiritual world. Any visionary leader will not oppose, reject or deny the existence of religion. But this point has always been explained that, doing so is only for the convenience of dominating or enslaving to dominate. Such an explanation is neither accurate nor comprehensive. The real meaning of religion is that it is the law of all mankind in the spiritual world. Humans want to exist, first need to have the instinct to live and proliferate. In order for society to exist, it is necessary to have laws and law-abiding people. Religion is born out of human need. As long as the spiritual need of man remains, it will not perish. Child, think about it. If in this world, there is no soul, no afterlife and reincarnation, no heaven nor hell, no aliens with highly developed intelligence, and civilizations that we don't know yet, so humans. How lonely. Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly woke up, his palm drenched in a layer of cold sweat. Min Min was still curled up on his lap. He could feel the softness and warmth of her small kitten-like body. Trong Lap and Yu Yang both hugged their oars and squatted beside the boat, the light mounted on their heads bobbing along with the waves. He could see the pale faces and red eyes of the crew members. Unexpectedly, he fell asleep again. How long has it been? Trak Mok Kwong Ba shook his head slightly to be more awake. Strangely enough, he leaned on the role of Captain Ho Duong. As he raised his head, he met another face. Trak Mok Kwong Ba quickly sat up straight. Lu Can Nam. Since when did he rest his head on her shoulder? He touched her lightly just now, hoping not to wake her up. Trak Mok Kwong Ba recalled, to fight the cold, Everyone gathered around one place to rest. The battery was almost out of power. Trong Lap said at that time, "If you are not rowing, you should turn off the headlights to save electricity. Everyone should use lights on their heads for lighting." In the dark, the space was quiet without a sound. The light of the lamp above his head was soft, so he fell asleep without realizing it. At this time, the feeling of hunger and thirst began to rise to the point of discomfort. He carefully kept his sitting position motionless, gently reached out to scoop a cup of water, tilted his head back to drink it. The corner of his eye saw 4 eyes again, street red on the opposite side. Zhang Li and Yu Yang were staring at him. Both of their faces were very strange, as if they wanted to laugh but tried their best not to let it out. Duo Mok Kwong Ba frowned, glaring at him and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Yu Yang rolled his eyes around, looked at Man lying in Trak Mok Kwong Ba's lap, then raised his eyes again and flicked to the right, obviously looking at Lu Kan Nam that he just leaned his head on. Then he stuck out his tongue again, licked his lips, pretended to make love to Trak Mok Kwong Ba, then raised his thumb. Those who had not yet slept saw Yue Yang's gesture and couldn't help but smile. Trong Lap, sitting right next to him, laughed until he couldn't close his mouth. Trak Mok Kwong Ba angrily rolled his eyes. Murderous intent sent a warning signal. His teeth gnashed, his lips moved, his face looked like he was cursing, clearly meant to say, "Two boys guys, be careful." Yue Duang did not hesitate to move his lips towards his thigh. Trak Mok Kwong Ba quickly lowered his head. Min wasn't sleeping. She was staring with wide eyes at the rich expression on his face. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was involuntarily startled, feeling hot on his face. Yu Yang, on the other hand, opened his mouth to smile and laugh. His movements were very exaggerated, but he did not make any sound. As soon as he saw Man looking at him, Trak Mok Kwong Ba immediately sat up straight. Then the small boat swayed again for a while, and Lu Kan Nam almost woke up. Yue Yang and Zhang Li's faces immediately became extremely serious, as if they had just woken up. Lu Kan Nam also did not know what was going on, calmly said, "It's too embarrassing, I didn't expect I also fell asleep." "How long have I slept?" Yu Yang replied, "According to the calculation of the West Tower magician, we have been under this underground sea for 38 hours. Trak Mok Kwong Ba secretly shook in his heart. 38 hours, that is, 76 hours. How did these 76 hours pass? Time counted from the moment when they encountered a terrifying tidal force like a tsunami. Then they all had to risk their lives to race with waves, arduously advancing in this dark, timeless, directionless night. Up until this point, they had experienced 6 terrifying high tides. On the rolling waves, Ngin Dung, Trong Kian, in turn, drowned themselves at the bottom of the water. By the 23rd hour, they had eaten the last bit of food. After the 30th hour, they all had no strength left to swing the oars. In this dark underground sea, hunger and thirst accompanies the cold. The people on the small boat had to sit together to keep warm. At this point, they only have a few life-sustaining nutrition pills left, but all the sane people are trying to hold back the pain in their stomachs, trying to rely on the fresh water in the sea to hold on. On the boat, there was still 2 people lying in bed. They needed those tubes much more. Joy in suffering. Floating in the dark. Although the sea current does not push them back anymore, no one knows where they are drifting to, when they will reach the end of this journey. As a child, Trak Mok Kwong Ba once thought that things that harm the human body such as traps, beasts, guns are extremely scary. Later on, he gradually understood, the cruelty of the human heart is much more formidable than the beast and the stick and the gun, and the pain when the soul is hurt is also much greater than what the body endures. And now, Trak Mok Kwong Ba is gradually realizing what his father once taught. Humans are not afraid of ancient beasts, or plots of betrayal. Not even afraid of pain and death. What people really fear the most is not knowing. When it is impossible to know what will happen the next moment, that's when people feel fear in their hearts. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was like everyone else, his hands drooping on his knees, his eyes blankly looking at the space in the middle of everyone's cage. It turned out that the night was so scary. In this vast dark area, one could never know what would happen in the next moment. All can only sit quietly together on the small boat. This was a prison with no guards. Only death came to inspect at the allotted time, taking one life at a time, not even giving the rest of them time to suffer. This is Yu Min Ha. The river is only for ghosts. Not a true warrior cannot have the courage to step in. Trak Mok Kwong Ba couldn't hold back the thought, without these comrades, if everyone didn't try to support each other, would he be able to hold out in this dark environment? I'm afraid he would soon fall down long ago. At the same time, he also clearly understood, the more he fell into the dead end, the more decisive a person's spirit and will would be to the survival rate. Except for the two fake tantric monks, the shaman Ala and the shaman of Thapte, none of them could live long in such a silent situation. Quietly holding out, in the dark, cold, lonely, they are going through a long journey completely isolated from the world. Time goes by every minute, every second, I don't know how long it's been. Finally, Trak Mok Kwong Ba asked, Trong Lap, are you still alive? The lamp above Trong Lap's head swayed and swayed for a while, the halo was almost brighter. Are you sure? Trong Lap hesitated for a moment, then said, wait a minute, let me confirm. Moments later, Yu Yang let out a loud, oh, and said, why did you bite me? Just listen to Trong Lap ask, does it hurt? Idiot, can I bite you to see if it hurts? Trong Lap turned to Trak Mok Kwong Ba, report to young Master Kwong Ba, confirmed, I'm still alive. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, very well, tell a joke. Yu Yang continued, you have to tell everyone to laugh. Finally, the guy picked up the water bottle and poured it into his mouth. It's okay, Trong Lap said, I will tell the story of waiting for the train. The story is that, one day, a girl called the railway management department to complain, saying that every time a train passed, her house was like an earthquake, she couldn't live anymore. The railway management department heard that, seeing that there was such a serious problem, they sent maintenance workers to their house to check it out. That worker is a young man, just started his job not long ago, his face is like that of our kid Yu Yang, rude and rude. Yu Yang disgruntledly exclaimed, do you want to be spanked? Trong Lap said, don't play around, listen to me continue. After that, the guy went to the bedroom of that house, just as a train passed by. At that time, he was outside the door, he still hadn't seen anything. Then entering the room, Yu Yang, no, the worker, immediately told the other lady, I was standing outside your door just now, I didn't feel the earthquake. The other girl then told him, the outside is a brick and stone structure, the feeling of shock is small, but the inside is a wooden structure, the vibration is very strong, especially the bed over there, the train is passing by. Leave it like that, can't sleep. If you don't believe it, just try it. The guy immediately tried to lie down on the bed. The other girl scolded him, your shirt is so dirty, are you going to dirty my bed? The guy was also very smart, so he took off his shirt and lay on the bed. At that time, the landlady told me to go make tea, then went to the inner room. The other guy kept waiting on the bed, waiting forever, never saw the train. The room door was suddenly kicked open, only saw a tall man who looked like Arnold Schwarzenegger with a hammer in his hand appeared standing at the door, walked in, stared at the guy lying on the bed, then asked, what are you doing in my bed? The guy then whispered, I'm waiting for the train, do you believe it? Ha ha, ha ha ha. Chang Lap himself laughed twice, suddenly realizing that no one was laughing, so he shyly scratched his head. At this time, Yu Yang smiled and said, it's failed, isn't it? This old story can't make people laugh, tell it again. Trong Lap said, it seems that people don't like this kind of joke very much. Okay, let me tell you another story, both sloppy and violent. A 4-year-old boy kissed a 3-year-old girl, and she said, "If you kiss me, you have to be responsible for me." The boy then pretended to be mature, patted her shoulder, smiled and said, "Don't worry, we're not even a year or two old kids." After telling the story, Trong Lap waited for everyone's reaction. Still no one laughed. Only Man and Yu Yang tried to forcefully laugh a laugh or two. Even Trak Mok Kwong Ba was as indifferent as not. Captain Ho Duong expressed disdain and said, "But is it also called sloppy and violent? Are you going to comfort the children?" Yue Yang glanced at Lu Can Nam, who was sleeping with his eyes closed for a bit, and hurriedly whispered to Trong Lap, "Captain Ho, can't go to a higher level. I don't see where the official is sitting, is it?" Unfortunately, shocking the elderly and people, the story will turn into a story that takes place at the scene. Whether it's sloppy or not, I can't confirm, but violence is definitely indispensable. You see, this face of Trong Lap is also temporarily considered. What if the teacher pops for a few times? Surely you don't expect that when you go to Shangri-La, even animals will run away when they see Trong Lap. "What did you say?" Zhang Li waved his fist and shouted. At that moment, Lu Can Nam suddenly opened his eyes. Zhang Lap and Yu Yang immediately scratched their backs. The other constantly shook their collars, muttering in a low voice, "It's too hot, it's too hot." Cough cough, ha. Suddenly someone coughed, then laughed again, but not the people sitting around here. When that sound came from the deck, it turned out that Meng Haoran was lying on a slightly dense raft in the bottom of the boat. Captain Ho Duong hurriedly shouted, "Tiu man, are you awake?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba was also startled. Man Hao Nian was injected with drugs to fall into hibernation. He should have been asleep. When did he wake up? Tang Min quickly asked, "How long have you been awake?" Meng Haoran replied, "I don't know either. It's been a while. Whoa, my mind is hazy. I seem to hear people shouting, coughing, coughing. After that, it seems that I fell into the water. The water here is really cold." Cough cough. Trak Mok Kwong Ba panicked. "Don't say it anymore. Your lungs are waterlogged. We are still thinking about how to treat you." Meng Haoran said, I know me, no need to worry, Trak Mok Kwong Ba turned his eyes to Lu Can Nam. Man, the shaman of Thapte, clearly understood in his heart that this time, this poet, looking at his appearance as if the wind was blowing, also could only use less than half of it, lungs to breathe. Every inhalation and exhalation for him is a struggle. Every time he speaks to speak, he has to exert 10 times more effort than a normal person. His heart is trying to beat, deciding the same number one last match. And Yu Yang thought, this poet has been awake for a long time, but he still tries to be patient without making a sound. Could he just leave quietly, without disturbing anyone? Star, those cold, trembling hands are writing poems for you. Tang Min took out the stethoscope. Meng Haoran's breathing was already very weak, and his heart rate was irregular. She finally understood. It turned out that he had woken up a long time ago, but it was only when he really couldn't hold back any more that he made that sound. His body could now be said to be left with only a breath as fragile as silk, which could shake off his shirt at any moment. Tang Min rummaged through the medical bag and said, "You stay still, don't say anything. We will find a way. Where is Elscopolamine, Elscopolamine?" Meng Haoran spat out a mouthful of blood, stood up and said, "Don't waste it. I understand. What's the point of dragging on like this? Do you want me to suffer more? Actually, I'm not upset at all." She was blocked in his chest, causing each time Meng Haoran spoke a sentence, Meng Haoran's chest rose and fell dozens of times. In fact, even though it was said that the boat did not have enough medical equipment, their equipment was already countless times better than that of normal expeditions. With a situation like this, I just have to give up. Sky, no more trails of birds flying over. Yet, I'm arrogant, because I've flown. Man Hao Nian used Tagore poetry to mark the end of his life. He suddenly felt that his breathing was completely clear. The air inhaled into his chest was unexpectedly so fresh, making people so comfortable. His body was light, like a feather floating in the air. In the darkness, countless glittering points of light appeared. He stretched out his hand with difficulty. Starlight, we're finally here. He let out a melancholy sigh, feeling his body drift away from the starlight. The rest of the people on the boat did not make an appointment but looked in the direction Meng Haoran pointed. The miracle, which usually happens in the blink of an eye, on the top of the giant dome of that underground sea suddenly appeared flashing lights, although very weak, if not turned off the headlights. Not sure. What they have discovered is that faint light. What light is that? Is it really starlight? Yu Yang asked suspiciously. Waiting for everyone to turn around, Man Haoran was gone, a smile still on his face, looking so gentle and peaceful under the lights. Captain Ho Duan cried out in a low voice, Haoran. Another star fell, turning into a reflection in the water, merging with the starlight on the top of the dome, indistinguishable. Which star is Man Hao Nian? Which star is Ingin Dung? After quietly seeing off Man Haoran, Trakmok Kwongba picked up the binoculars and turned to remind Trong Lap, turn on the headlights. Thanks to the light column of the headlight, Trakmok Kwongba finally saw, what is it? The things that looked like drops of water, were like crystals hanging upside down from the top of the dome. The faint pale light from just now, it was from their lower part. A gust of wind blew, those pearl-shaped things swayed and sparkled, making Trakmok Kwongba believe that they were water drops. However, their length from above must be more than meters, like a sticky liquid. Also, what that faint fluorescent light was like, he couldn't explain. After watching it, Trakmok Kwongba gave the binoculars to Yu Yang. When Yu Yang watched it, he exclaimed, what is this? It looks like snot, wants to fall but doesn't fall, hanging in a long string. Next, Yu Yang gave the binoculars to Captain Hu Yang. Everyone has seen it. When the binoculars reached Sean, he suddenly exclaimed, oh, I figured it out, that's the creature. Creature. Sean nodded, not wrong. This is an organism that lives in a place where there is no light, extremely low or extremely high temperatures, which are not suitable for the existence of any other species, called extreme organisms. They are a bit like a bacterium called Codalla, which is said to have a very fast growth rate in the most extreme circumstances. The rope that hangs down like a drop of a nose adds 2 to 3 centimeters every 24 hours. Only, that light is very strange. Could it be that bacteria can also emit biological light? Yu Yang pondered for a moment, then took the binoculars in Sean's hand, looked carefully again, and said, no, it's not the light emitted by bacteria, it's an organism, I see it. Already, is a small flying insect. On the outside of that snot, there was a bunch of winged insects, inside there were some dead ones. Because at first we only see the mucus and mucus, it is mistaken for the light to be emitted by the snot. Look at 'em, they're moving, like fireflies, but much smaller. Sure enough, those extremely fragile lights moved, as if they were moving towards the ring of light of the headlights on the cliff, but the light of the headlights was too strong. Those bright spots were just approaching, immediately disappeared. Yu Yang raised his binoculars and continued, that thing like a runny nose hangs down too much, the wind blowing is like a curtain, the insects hiding inside seem to be very safe. All must. Sean immediately said, this is a symbiotic relationship, like the relationship between clownfish and coral jellyfish. They use bacteria to form a sticky mucus-like nasal discharge to avoid the pursuit of the fish, larger organisms, and those larger organisms become objects for bacteria to break down. Captain Ho Duan asked, what about the other insects? What do they eat? Sean hesitantly replied, in the water or between the cracks in the cliff there is probably some other microorganism. Yu Yang suddenly stood up excitedly and said, if there are other microorganisms. He had not finished his sentence, but the people on the boat all understood. Having water and other microorganisms can provide nutrients for larger organisms. Once a population of organisms is formed, then the food chain will become complete. There must be larger creatures in this space, so there must be something big enough for they put in the stomach. Although he was gone, before leaving, Manhauran unexpectedly showed the rest of the people a path of hope. Having creatures appear, not only solve their hunger problem, but more importantly, follow the tracks of those creatures, go straight to where there are more creatures, they will find the main route, body, no longer floating aimlessly in the dark. Surely they can get out of here. Without a laser device, without a compass or a guide, they had found a creature guidepost in the eternal darkness. Yu Yang mutters, speaking of which, when Mr. Dung was submerged in the water, what I saw was not an illusion, there was actually a creature in this dark place. Sean cheered, at least I'm not hungry anymore. Zhang Lap said, but, even if there are creatures in the water, this place is so dark, even the headlights can't shine very far, can't see anything, how can you catch them? Sean said, I think creatures that live in the dark are particularly sensitive to light. We could use a light source as bait to see if it works. Captain Ho Duong said, light. Haven't the creatures that live in darkness all year round have lost the ability to perceive light? Sean shook his head and said, I see what you mean. Those are creatures that have lived for a long time in absolute darkness, have evolved through evolution that have lost their light-sensing organs, like blind shrimp and blind salamanders. But, Mr. Ho, he forgot that this is the sea, not in a cave anymore. The situation here, perhaps more similar to the dark deep sea floor. At the bottom of the sea, creatures have not completely lost the ability to sense light. On the contrary, there are many creatures living on the bottom of the water that still use light to hunt for prey, because they are not completely isolated. Separated from the light, there is still a place adjacent to the light, which is the sea. And here we are, also surrounded by light. That is our destination, Shangri-La. The insect that flew in symbiosis with the extreme bacteria just now, didn't it also have a gathering effect because of our headlights? So I think using light to fish is still doable. We can use headlights or directly use headlights as bait. If we find any animals suitable for catching, then use lethal weapons. This is our only way of making money right now. We'll have to try it no matter what. Trong Lap said quickly, young Master Kwong Ba, let's go fishing. Saying that, he frantically searched for tools in his backpack. Fishing gear using light is very simple. Just tie the light to the rope, drop it in the water to a place where you can still dimly see a bright spot, then let it float along the small boat. One of them was a watchman to see if the lights at the bottom of the water were any different, another guarded the floodlights, and the others all held weapons. Just detect that the underwater light bulb goes out or changes direction, the headlights will immediately shine down. Whenever they detect anything moving, they will all open fire at the same time. This is their fishing strategy. Time passed every second, every minute. There was no movement under the water. Trong Lap began to panic. Sean said, don't be hot, now we only see microorganisms. There is not yet a suitable population of organisms for us to capture as food. The ocean currents have brought us to the microbial population, which also means that we are still moving towards the destination. As long as we continue down this stream, in a little while, we will surely find suitable creatures to eat. Trong Lap said, but I'm worried that, if we give it a longer time, I'm afraid that even if we catch the fish, we won't have the strength to catch it anymore. The West Tower Mage and the Ala Mage almost said in unison, in this regard, you don't need to worry. If there are creatures suitable for food, we can catch them. When it comes to food, people only find the feeling of hunger and thirst even more uncomfortable. Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked at the bloodshot eyes of the crowd, all of them shining with ferocious light. They looked like a bunch of sharks. I'm just afraid that whales will swim in the sea. They will also eat them alive, clean but not play. The headlights went out again. The small boat continued to drift down the sea. At this moment, it was true that I felt a cool breeze blowing in my face. Giant beast in the deep sea. The speed of the sea current and the waves were not very fast, but Yu Yang, Trong Lap, and one man had run out of patience. The more confused they become, the more they feel that the time to float the boat on the waves has lasted a long time, and at the same time, they also feel more hungry. When listening to the West Tower magician's calculation, another 2 hours had passed, and they were almost desperate to arrive. Yu Yang finally couldn't hold it any longer and said, "Is it possible that the lamp is too big, but the light is weak, and there are small fish swimming beside us but we can't see it?" Trong Lap also said, "Or does this method not work? Have the creatures here lost their ability to sense light, and we are working in vain?" Sean was still staring into the water. This was their only hope, and at the same time he was sure of his judgment. Suddenly the light in the water dimmed. Sean felt his arm being pulled down, and hurriedly said, "Turn on the headlights. Something's biting the hook." Trong Lap quickly turned on the light, and indeed saw that the lamp under the water was no longer light. But, where the headlights shined in was pitch black, nothing out of the ordinary. He quickly asked Sean, "Did the thing bite the lamp and run away?" But saw Sean's hands trying to pull the rope, one foot on the side of the boat, saying, "No way." He swallowed the lamp in his stomach. "This one is big, come and help, I can't pull it alone." Trak Mok Kwong Ba and the magician Thap Te rushed over. As expected, the ship had tilted slightly, and at the same time, the speed of forward had increased markedly. "Something is pulling the boat forward." Zhang Lap hurriedly looked carefully under the water again. The searchlight swept a circle about 10 meters in diameter across the water surface, but still saw only a tight black area, without the outline of any living creature, any. He couldn't hold back his doubts and said, "You really can't see anything, Yu Yang, come and see." Yu Yang also used his headlights to check the water, and quickly came to a conclusion. There are only two possibilities. The first is that it swims too fast, and the direction is very chaotic. Our headlights do not follow its action promptly. The second possibility is its body is too big, we can only see a part of its body, so no matter how we look at it, we only see a dark patch. The second possibility seems a bit bigger. Yu Yang looked at the speed and inclination of the boat and quickly said, "Young Master Kwong Ba, Sean, you two quickly let go, the boat is about to be towed by it. This one is too big, we can't handle it." Sean persisted in saying, "No, I won't let go, this is our food, we can catch it. Fire the gun, quickly shoot it, no matter how big it is, where it. We will definitely tame it." Tang Min and Yu Yang immediately shot and swept into the water. Trong Lap focused on observing. The results still did not detect anything, but the transmission force from the rope suddenly increased sharply, pulling both Lu Kan Nam, the shaman Ala, the captain Ho Duan, the magician Thap Te. Sean got off the deck together, the rope coming out of his hand. Trak Mok Kwong Ba fell back onto the boat, only to see the 50-meter-long rope, squeaking, for an hour and then disappearing into the dark water. The first time using a fishing light failed. However, from another perspective, this also proves Sean's argument correctly. The true light source has the ability to attract the creatures living here. But Yu Yang couldn't understand it even after thinking about it. The lights on their boat were always on, why not attract those creatures closer? Regardless, this failure did not discourage everyone, although everyone was exhausted. They hadn't eaten anything for at least 2.5 days, but no one seemed to remember, but still struggled to get up, and once again dropped the bait. Sean said, "This time he will pay attention to the body of the fish, absolutely not making the same mistake as the first time again." But obviously, the failed fishing attempt has caused them to consume too much physical strength. No one has the energy to concentrate all the spirit and stare at the water's surface anymore. Trong Lap holds the headlights, Sean wraps ropes around his wrists, the others have guns. Their posture is exactly the same, thighs against chest, hands hugging knees, knees on knees. Lu Kan Nam once taught them, this is the position closest to the position of the fetus in the womb, and also the position that makes the metabolism slowest in a state of half awake and half nothing. It's not clear how long the boat drifted again. Sean, who was nodding and nodding, suddenly said, "Something's hooked." Trong Lap quickly turned on the light. The others immediately pulled the safety pin, preparing to open fire, but Sean and Trong Lap almost simultaneously shouted, "Don't shoot, it's too big." Sean relied on the pull on the rope to feel the opponent's body, and Trong Lap saw it. Under the water seemed to bloom a giant sunflower. The petals were soft, long and thin, enough to wrap their whole boat. He immediately understood what it was. "Immediately turn off the headlights." Yu Yang took the gun and asked, "What is it?" Trong Lap stammered, "Twi. Water, Kappa." Everyone on the boat understood that the sea monster that Trong Lap said was a cephalopod mollusk such as a giant octopus or a king squid. The trunk of an adult king squid can reach a length of 1 or 20 meters, and the giant octopus, it is said, has a body of about 10 meters or more, compared to this small boat and the people on the boat. This monster is a bit too big. I didn't expect using a fishing light to catch a monster like this. Sean had let go of the rope in his hand, but the giant creature that had to live in the deep sea didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. The snake-shaped boat made a crack sound. Something was crawling up from the side of the boat. Tentacles. The giant monster, whether it was squid or octopus, had stretched its trunk onto the boat, acting as curious as a scientist, intending to check if there was anything inside the snake boat. The suckers on the tentacles moved rhythmically. Each tentacle arm of this retching monster was like a giant worm, navigating through the air. A tentacle less than a meter away from Tang Min, making her tense as if she wanted to cry. Trong Lap was even more unlucky. The guy sitting at the end of the boat in charge of the lights, was touched by a tentacle on his face, even feeling how small rows of suction cups were moving on his cheeks, so tense that facial muscles are about to twitch. Who knows if this giant monster will suddenly wrap around me and pull me away like catching a chick. Yu Yang next to him clenched his fists and encouraged Zhang Li, "Work hard, perseverance is victory." Trong Lap also saw this through his eyes. Ba Tang swings the gun in his hand, as if to ask, "Can I shoot?" Sean pointed to the bottom of the boat and said softly, "It's under the boat, there's water blocking the bullet's impulses, and it's a mollusk. In this situation we can't hurt it, okay? If it shoots at the tentacles, there's a good chance that it's going to get mad and drag the whole boat to the bottom of the sea." Yu Yang said, "Will it go away on its own? What if it's also starving, swallowing us all in its stomach?" Sean said, "At least for now he probably doesn't intend to do that. Maybe he just wants to find something to cuddle with, to feel intimate and comfortable with a biological instinct, like when you were a kid you had to hold a doll to fall asleep." Yu Yang grumbled, "Who said that when I was a child I had to hold a doll to sleep?" Sean said, "First determine what it is, then character. Everyone confirm. How many tentacles can be seen next to me? Anything that matches, don't count." Tang Min said, "Beside me there is one." Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "There is one behind me." Captain Ho Duong said, "There are 2 on both sides of my place. What's the point of counting tentacles?" The shaman Arla said, "There are 4 of us here, me, the shaman of Thap Te and Lu Can Nam." Sean said, "Is it over?" "Ah, there's half beside me." Yue Yang pointed at Zhang Li and said, "Here." Sean nodded, "So we can see 9 tentacles. Looks like this one is a squid, probably a giant king squid." Captain Ho Duong asked, "How do you know?" "Octopuses only have 8 legs, and squids have 10, explained Sean. Trong Lap finally spoke up, "So what to do now?" Just saw that the other tentacle had left Trong Lap's cheek, bringing with it a strong fishy smell that made people want to vomit. Down to his shoulder, the sharp tip slipped into the chest, reached down to the abdomen, and even reached down. That wet and slippery feeling made Trong Lap get goosebumps. He pointed to the squid's tentacles and said, "This monster, it has nefarious plots against me." Yue Yang comforted, "It's okay, if it's female. There's young Master Kwong Ba here. I'm sure you won't be in any danger." Zhang Lap widened his eyes and said, but, it's already reached down. Yu Yang said, try to hold back my comrades, the revolution has not yet succeeded, you must be prepared to sacrifice everything. Zhang Li's body trembled violently. Suddenly he jumped up, ran away from the stern, raised his gun and shouted, I can't take it anymore. Ba Tang also stood up with a gun, get out. Sean then shouted, don't. Duo Mok Kwong Ba hurriedly said, be careful. Captain Ho Duong said again, hold on. Yu Yang was moving from sitting to kneeling. Before he could stand up, the giant aquatic mollusk seemed to sense danger a step ahead, suddenly retracted its tentacles, letting go of the small boat. The people on the boat raised the guns, and for a moment they were immersed in an extraordinary silence, their hearts pounding together. Next, a huge impulse suddenly pushed their boat far away. Captain Ho Duong quickly asked, what happened? Tang Min said, I don't know where, suddenly a huge current appeared, pushing us far away. Yu Yang said, Zhang Li, quickly turn on the light, it seems to be a push from behind. Trong Lap turned on the light, only to see a small island suddenly emerge in the dark. It was this massive object that caused the waves to push the boat forward. The island at first glance looks like the back of some animal, black and tight. The part that comes out of the water is roughly the size of a snake boat, and the lower part is unknown. What is that? Both Trong Lap and Yu Yang involuntarily opened their mouths wide. Immediately, the sea splashed, only to see a giant white creature also float to the surface, throwing tentacles nearly 20 meters long to wrap around the black spine. At this point, Sean said, what? That black one? Sure. Are you sure it's not a sperm whale? God, they're deep-sea animals, so why are you here? Yu Yang said, who is the big brother of the sperm whale? What's the schedule like? Sean replied, sperm whales are also deep-sea creatures, probably over 20 meters long, a carnivorous fish. According to the legend of the fisherman, it and the king squid are a pair of enemies who fight each other every time they face each other. Maybe he just thought our boat was a sperm whale carcass, so he just got in like that. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, okay, whatever they are, while the two monsters are fighting, let's get away from here a bit more. Can we row a boat? Trong Lap said, if you can't row, you have to row, that one is really disgusting. Their snake boat immediately slipped past the two cats fighting, quietly, softly, surreptitiously gliding like smoke. The sea surface now suddenly raised big waves, pushing the boat further. Although they did not understand what had happened, the people on the boat were all imagining what kind of earthquake it would be. After rowing for a while, no one had any strength left. Trong Lap sat down on the deck of the boat and said, and any more fishing? 2 more times like this, I probably don't have the energy to say anything more. Sean paled and said, what do people see? The flood? The creatures here are too big to imagine, not suitable for us to hunt. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, it doesn't matter, if such large creatures have appeared, it proves that we are not far from the exit. We can definitely see the light, we can definitely find the right food. Everyone tries to be patient, just one more road to come. Larsa, Merkin said into his cell phone, the organization has no action, which means that Sean wants to act alone. Even though he successfully infiltrated it, but with the strength of a Taoist beast like him, what can he do? I don't see him as good at all. Source said, what worries me is not him, but the organization has taken action, but we just don't realize it. Merkin shook his head, no way, given the organization's previous working style, if they have decided that this action is necessary, then they must make it big. Although our group mechanism is almost paralyzed, we are still considered members of the organization anyway, we have to hear something anyway. Source said, what about in Chechnya? Either way, it can't happen without reason, right? Merkin said, as Amos said, it's because Shakurov wanted those powers to unite and search, but unexpectedly the negotiations failed, killing each other, and that was it. In fact, anyone with a little brain knows that those forces can't be linked, yet Shakurov dares to gather them in one place, so it's no different from getting in. Where's the gunpowder store? Source said again. Did Cafu tell you personally? Merkin replied. Max brought news. When Source didn't reply, Merkin smiled and said, I know, Max is a narrow-minded guy. He used to be dissatisfied with you. Of course I don't completely believe him. After all, he has no experience. Experienced symbiosis as many times as we do. We are the best collaborators. Source snickered in his heart. Merkin, you don't trust anyone, so why don't you tell me about you and Cafu going up the snowy mountains with me? Well, that Max may be a lot more trustworthy than you. At this moment, Max suddenly ran into the room and said, Boss, we have news from them. Merkin jumped to his feet. Investigate what? Max replied, of course they've already set off. Their final training category is river rafting. They practiced on the Nha Lo Tang Bo River, then disappeared, and since then, our people have not sent messages back. Merkin mused. River cruise. Source loudly said, was it wrong? Max, is your source accurate? They're resting peacefully. What the hell is river rafting training? They're supposed to be climbing snowy mountains. Max was frightened and said, no, that's not wrong. They bought a lot of boats, rubber rafts, and even diving equipment. Then depart to Nha Lo Tang Bo River. I don't know what happened in the end, but. Merkin interrupted. Okay, Max, you did a good job. Looks like we have to go on a trip too. Source was surprised. Ben, what are you saying? In the end, how? Merkin smiled and replied, it doesn't seem wrong. They chose a road that no one has ever taken. He sighed and said, according to the documents I hold, there are a total of 2 roads leading to Shangri-La. One is through the holy mountain, and the other is through the stream. Yumin Ha is dark. It is recorded in ancient books that Bak Bala Temple is located on the other side of the Yumin Ha River, but that road has never been found on any map. Source couldn't seem to believe his ears anymore. Why? Why do you know that? You've never talked about this before. Merkin frowned and said, haven't I talked about this? Oh, you see, I thought you already knew. Do you remember the time we went to the auction? That was the time I looked for him, the last time I failed. I told you before, it's a scroll belonging to an ancient dynasty in Tibet. On the top is written in gold powder, it's the ancient scriptures, do you remember? Source said, of course, how could I not remember? It is because of that we came to China. Merkin said again, yes, then surely you still remember. I told you, that scroll is incomplete. Do you remember? Source mumbled, could it be? Could it be? Merkin replied, that's right, the other half is in my hands. It's an ancestral property. There are very detailed records that there are 2 roads leading to Bak Bala Temple. Although the road through the Mountain of Gods is arduous, as long as there is a sincere heart towards it, we will always find the entrance, and the road across the river Yumin is the road of death, the road that the ancient people from thousands of years ago did not want to recall after passing through. I really couldn't believe it, didn't expect them to find that way. Although I don't know how they did it, they obviously did it. It seems that this is their big discovery. Source said, but we don't have any documents on that road, now what? Merkin smiled and said, no need to be impatient, we need to be patient, continue to wait. If they get to a safe place, our people will install laser emitters, their satellites. America will find them on our behalf. Max, you did a great job. I can't help but commend you. Call the Mexicans, tell them to prepare to rally in Tibet. After that, he smiled and said to Source, you see, let them do those dangerous things, we can stay at home and wait for the news. Last hope. Father, as you say, is religious belief a thing that has only good sides and no bad points? What about the holy war? Is it a good thing to wage war because of religion? I have met people with faith, because of the crazy beliefs they can do things that ordinary people would absolutely not dare to do. Kwangba, my son, obviously your awareness of religion is only superficial, still very shallow. I don't know if this is a reason why you hate religion or not. Religion is just a tool, there is nothing wrong with it in itself, there is no teaching that teaches people to believe in evil, just like a kitchen knife, in the hands of a cook, it can produce wonderful dishes, and in the hands of villains, it becomes a tool to create horrible blood, but the kitchen knife itself, it exists for human needs. As for the believers you just mentioned, I firmly believe that the mistakes they make because of their beliefs also have certain limitations. This limitation comes from the insecurity deep within them. In fact, it is people who have no faith that are truly the scariest. Then you will understand, murderers are just to kill people, without any cause, they are depraved, because they have lost the last bit of humanity. If a person has lost his faith, then life has nothing to do with him anymore, he has nothing to fear, he can even do things that are scarier than animal instincts. Multiple parts. People like that, there's nothing they can't do, no matter how cruel it is, it's nothing to them. No religion teaches people to make mistakes, but only helps those who make mistakes reduce the guilt in their hearts. I have no faith. Really, then I ask you, when you lie, do you feel guilty and ashamed? That, of course, when you do something, do you think in advance whether it can be done or not? Not. So when you did that, did you believe you could succeed? Have. When you do that, are you sure that as long as you work hard and persevere, you will definitely succeed? I have. Do you really have it? Are you sure? Yes, I have. I'm sure. You see, son, this is creed. I have beliefs. Yes, except for the devil, each person has his or her own religion. I have faith. Trak Mok Kwangba opened his eyes. He didn't understand what it was like. In this cramped, dark, cold space, he had to try to resist hunger again. Unexpectedly he fell asleep again. The sky was still as black as ink, and even the overhead lights had run out of power and went out. In the dark, no one could see anyone. Trak Mok Kwangba only knew Man was lying on his lap. This long night, it seems that he can never wake up. Only the feeling of constriction in his stomach reminds Trak Mok Kwangba that he is still lurking at the edge of hell. Ask yourself, are you still alive? Still alive, still alive? Something has to be done. As soon as he moved, Min asked in a low voice, brother, are you awake? Trak Mok Kwangba said, it's best not to talk, relax, everything will pass. Trak Mok Kwangba carefully lifted Man's head up and put it on the deck of the boat, then turned around with difficulty. At this time the side of the boat that was more than a meter high for him also became an obstacle that was difficult to overcome. He fell to his knees, really didn't have the strength to lift himself up, and besides, what's the point of standing up? Standing up, it was still darkness, the vast darkness surrounded them, the dark night reminded them, this place is the Yu Min Ha, death is the only lord here. Zhang Lap, Yu Yang, Captain Hu Yang, Sean. Trak Mok Kwangba called everyone's name again, to confirm they were still alive. In the darkness came a soft groan, that was the response of the people who were called in. They didn't want to waste their energy, or if they didn't have the strength to answer it out loud. Trak Mok Kwangba called those names and stopped. Either, he knew that his voice could not be transmitted far, secondly, he was also sure that the rest of the people were definitely still alive, even in a better condition than him, much. Merely, no matter what the state of the body is now, what will happen next? With no food, no direction, no light, this whole bunch of people are just floating on the underground sea, waiting for death. Even Ba Tang also had for the first time the idea, if the omnipotent and benevolent Konghan Mother Bodhisattva could show us where the light is, I would believe in it and bow down every day. Sean thought to himself, this time I miscalculated, I didn't expect to come to this country. Curiosity kills, this time it's you, Johnson. As soon as I know this, I should withdraw after completing the quest. What a foolish decision. In the darkness, Yue Yang's interrupted voice sounded, Young Master Kwong Ba. I think, I'm not done yet. Just saying a sentence, Trong Lap weakly interrupted, okay. Is it okay, you? Uncle, still healthy, position, I see, you best, definitely, go after me. Yue Yang angrily said, this thing, and you want to fight with me. Okay then, anyway, sooner or later have to go. Everyone, leave a sentence. Trong Lap said, Young Master Kwong Ba, after I leave. When you do that, are you sure that as long as you work hard and persevere, you will definitely succeed? I have. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was pulling his thoughts out of his dream, just heard the first half of Trong Lap's sentence. Shut. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's weak voice didn't overshadow the majesty, just heard him continue to speak in the dark, are you going to give up so soon? Don't tell me you're messing around with me after this. Cough cough. It is not clear whether Yu Yang is coughing or laughing, only to hear the weak guy say, Young Master Kwong Ba, finally no. Kidding, Trong Lap said, Young Master Kwong Ba, you see. Now, does not say, then no more chance. We have reached the limit. We don't really know how much longer we have to be like this, and besides, will this flow really take us to where there is light? Needless to say, we are just going round and round in the central area of the sea. Never mind. After a moment of silence, Trak Mok Kwong Ba's voice gradually became clearer. He said, I don't think so. Pausing for a moment, he continued, the force of the tide will concentrate the water in the central part of the sea, and then spread it around in waves. He paused again, then continued, as long as we cross the center of this sea, the waves will definitely push us to the opposite shore, wherever it is, whether it is Shangri-La or not, we will eventually land. I firmly believe that we have passed the central sea. Where we land, must be on the other side. Yu Yang and Trong Lap let out a little doubtful sound, then didn't say anything more. They were not surprised by Trak Mok Kwong Ba's reasoning, but surprised by him. After fasting for 3 or 4 days, why does young Master Kwong Ba's voice still sound eloquent and strong, still full of confidence, as if he had just woken up, rather than having been hungry for 3 or 4 days? In the dark, Lu Kan Nam smiled. She understood. Before saying a sentence, Trak Mok Kwong Ba was silent for a while to accumulate enough strength, then spoke fluently, so no have a weak swagger like the Yu Yang and Trong Lap groups. At the same time, she also discovered that she couldn't see through Trak Mok Kwong Ba anymore. In this situation, she could still use such a calm voice to calm everyone's insecurities. Is this the man called Kwong Ba, young master? In exchange for her, it is not certain that she can do so well. Trak Mok Kwong Ba asked calmly, is that so, Captain Ho Duong? Captain Ho Duong only, for 2 hours, he didn't know, so he didn't answer. In this situation, he was bewildered like everyone else. He had never had such an experience before. Although he also knew that each of them was inexperienced, Ho Duong was still amazed at the calmness of Trak Mok Kwong Ba. From the first time he met this tall Tibetan man, he felt that there was something in his eyes. In those eyes there was a curiosity full of reason, without fear and fear, which is extremely rare among explorers. Especially when he was in the ice cave, when he and Trong Lap were both hanging on a safety rope, those eyes left a deep impression on him. And that face also makes Captain Ho Duong have a very strong impression. His face makes people feel that, no matter how dangerous it is, he will be the first to go. He will use the move to let those behind know that the road ahead is safe. Not receiving an answer from Captain Ho Duong, Trak Mok Kwong Ba asked again, official, can you speak? Not knowing if the sound was too low, or Lu Kan Nam felt that Trak Mok Kwong Ba's tone was still not enough, she did not answer. Trak Mok Kwangba gathered strength again, and called out for the second time, "Lu, South Wing." Only then did Lu Kan Nam smile and say, I think young Master Kwangba is right." Trak Mok Kwangba gathered his strength again and said in one breath, "In time, we must have been very close to the exit. In the immediate future, what we need to do is wait, and persevere, and believe that we will succeed." "How long have we been gone, West Tower Mage?" "It's been 89 hours since the first high tide, young Master Kwangba." The one who answered him was the shaman Ala. Trak Mok Kwangba immediately realized, "Where is the West Tower magician?" The voice of the shaman Ala is still as calm as usual. The magician of the West Tower is one step ahead. This time, Trak Mok Kwangba didn't put much effort, but burst out in surprise, and at the same time, a few other people cried out in surprise. The West Tower Shaman. The West Tower Shaman is a fake tantric monk, in the heart of Trak Mok Kwangba. It is an extremely mysterious and powerful existence. He even has the feeling that the West Tower Mage seems to be still alive, more intelligent than the shaman Ala. From the beginning, he always thought that, even if all these people died, the last one alive would definitely be the West Tower Mage. However, the West Tower Mage quietly left like that. He really did not dare to believe it was true. Even more surprising is that the people on the boat did not know how and when the magician of the West Tower died. Zhang Lap stammered, "Magician, sir, are you kidding? Grandfather, don't you feel sad at all?" The shaman Ala said slowly, "For those who do not have to die, it's just that sooner or later, seeing through birth and death is the most basic thing in Buddhism. We can not only calculate the time of the outside world, but also know very well where the end of our lives is. For us, dying is just a new beginning. What's more, the West Tower Magician is just one step ahead of us. So there's no need to grieve for him." Yue Yang was unwilling to ask, "Why? We didn't even know it." The shaman Ala still said in a calm voice like calm water. He didn't want to disturb anyone. He took off his seat belt himself, quietly immersed himself in the water, so people didn't know. The two people who were most surprised were Ba Tang and Sean. They were the ones who sat closest to the magicians of the West Tower, yet they didn't notice anything. Ba Tang was skeptical, thinking to himself, although the old man went on a hunger strike a day or two earlier than the others, it didn't seem at all that the end of his life was near, and when I got off the boat, I didn't either, never discovered. He must be smarter than the shaman Ala, but this is a dark and cold underground sea. Underneath there are terrifying giant creatures. If you fall there, you will die. Sure one. In the end is why. Do you really know your expiration date has come or not? I really don't understand. I don't understand at all. Sean broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, I didn't expect these fake tantrics to be so scary. If I had made any move in the dark, I would have been discovered. In the dark, everyone fell into a state of silence, no sobbing or emotional sighs, no sad cries. Everyone just kept quiet. Many years later, Yu Yang envisioned it as an immunity to death, writing in his memoirs, I suppose it wasn't because the West Tower shaman wasn't too familiar with us. When the death happens every day beside us, when death can strike our heads at any time, people will become hardened, or if, in the face of death too much, on the contrary will give birth to immunity to death. After a moment of silence, Trak Mok Kwangba said, Okay, even if the magician of the West Tower is one step ahead, so what, at least we are still alive, we will not fail, I assure everyone of that. Yue Yang gathered up his courage and asked cautiously, Kwang, young Master Kwangba, why, you can still persevere, what makes you? Trak Mok Kwangba firmly said, because I am Trak Mok Kwangba. Because I'm Trak Mok Kwangba. He let out a roar again as he fought the fierce tidal waves. Just listening in the dark, the rocks and mountains seem to shake, the waves rumble, the sound travels far away, even the waves are almost pushed away, almost like the vast ocean suddenly bounces. Renunciation. Son, don't forget your name. Professor Feng Tan's warm voice is also stirring up waves in Trak Mok Kwong Ba's heart. I haven't forgotten, teacher, Trak Mok Kwong Ba said in his heart. The night is shrouded in silence. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's promise has no weight at all, at least he has no evidence for others to believe. But for some reason, listening to him say that, everyone felt that something was rising in their hearts, the cold heart gradually became warm again. What is that feeling after all? Trong Lap and Yu Yang think it's a trust, while Ba Tang and Sean think it's a belief, a strength of belief in the most desperate time, flowing in a powerful resounding voice that makes people feel better, gives rise to hope, it spreads to the deepest part of each person's soul, the ashes will burn, a spark can burn an entire field, just that one spark is enough to shine a whole sky. In the dark, people no longer sink into despair, but hold their breath and wait, will there be light? Young Master Kwong Ba said, there will be light, then there will definitely be. Chapter 50, Entering Shangri-La Again. Paleontology. Although the front is still a misty area, although Shangri-La is still lurking in the clouds, that scream seems to have awakened the whole sleeping history. They stood at the bow of the boat, looking through the layers of clouds, looking up to catch the sea breeze, the boat pedaled forward. Shangri-La, after 1,000 years of solitude, will once again leave human footprints. Back to the light. In the dark, they heard Trak Mok Kwong Ba's heavy breathing, then suddenly heard him loudly exclaim, I can feel it, we are very close to the exit. That urgent voice conveyed information that made everyone happy. Yue Yang asked suspiciously, Young Master Kwong Ba, older brother, me and my brother Ba Tang. Not just touch. Is it just dangerous? What's up? Young Master Kwong Ba said, I really feel that way, Yu Yang, believe me. The shaman Ala sat neatly at the end of the boat, finally revealing a smile, saying to himself, it's the wind, young Master Kwong Ba. The unclean air has been cleansed and cleaned, blowing to the freshest winds, in the wind there is that pure power, you have already sensed it, young Master Kwong Ba. Yue Yang was still about to ask something, but a strange sound interrupted his thoughts. The sound was right next to it, but in the dark, Yu Yang couldn't figure out what happened, so he mumbled and asked, what is it? What is called that? Trong Lap replied, what to do? What do have, uncle, not you, are you hallucinating? Yu Yang said, shush, everyone listen. He reached out an arm and groped beside him, and finally, as he turned, he saw a flashing red light. Zhang Lap. Yue Yang didn't know where the strength came from suddenly flowing all over his body, happily shouting, it's a laser distance meter. It's a laser meter. What do I watch? I watch with. Ha ha, we've passed the magnetic field, the machines can be used again. Ha ha, young Master Kwong Ba's feelings are not wrong, we must be coming to the exit. That's for sure. In the darkness, they again heard the attractive voice of the young Master Kwong Ba, look, the light. But this time, Trak Mok Kwong Ba's voice trembled clearly, he was trying to control the excitement in his heart. It was also the first time in his life that he was so excited when he saw the light. He himself did not expect that he would shed tears when he saw the light. Light, that's light. At first, only in the depths of the dark, a silver thread flickered, not very clear. Trak Mok Kwong Ba had to narrow his eyes to barely recognize it, but he was sure that it was the light, that was definitely the way out of this dark place. Each stream of air brought news from afar, his nostrils caught it, his lungs read the information in it, that unprecedented feeling of comfort and pleasure was from where the light came. The feeling of warmth in each gentle breeze dispels the cold that is rooted in the body. This is the power of light, this is the creative power that creates life. Closer and closer, that fragile silk thread also gradually grew, floating, moving, bright and warm, like a silk thread fluttering and dancing. Trak Mok Kwong Ba even saw, rays of light like silver needles splashed on that rope, pinned to his body, shot at the boat. He spread his arms wide, using his body to catch it. Each ray of light brought new strength, his body greedily absorbed them. In that moment, the light completely occupied his vision. Finally, they have passed through the deep underground sea of only death and darkness. People lying in the boat also gradually feel the change of light. The space that was once as black as ink has now turned into a chaotic darkness. It is a feeling that is difficult to describe in words. The darkness is still darkness, but it is clearly felt. The darkness at this place was different from before. In the darkness, it seemed that there was something more, only, at that time, they still couldn't realize what it was. Right after that, they immediately felt, the darkness was gradually receding, just like the ink that is constantly being poured in by clear water into the fading phase. Their eyes also gradually recovered their eyesight, even feeling vague outlines of the dome in the dark. The darkness receded, and it took 2 hours from the chaos to the world of light. Yes, this is the time Yu Yang viewed on his watch, although the watch could no longer reflect the exact time, but anyway it started to show, like a dead heart suddenly course resurrected, pounding strong again. When the young master Kwong-ba shouted loudly, "I am Trakmog Kwong-ba," the human heart, the machine, the boat, even this vast sea came to life, as if in the dark world there was a kind of power, awakened all. 2 hours later, even in the boat, the light could be seen. It was a pale silver halo, as if gilding the hull of a boat with a layer of glittering silver. There is also the person at the bow of the other boat, who in the dark knows the direction and guides them to the light, young Master Kwong-ba. A silver aura gently enveloped the man's antique bronze skin. He was looking into the distance, his head raised and standing proudly. The pure rays of light carved his resolute features, washing away all the dirt and ragged clothes, almost as if there was only a layer of white light. Such a gentle gentleness radiated from that strong body. Yue Yang muttered, "Zhang Jian, come and see this god." Moments later, he suddenly remembered, Tronkian had left them many days ago. Sean looked at that luminescent body. It was hard to hide the surprise in his heart. This name. Since when did he get up? Is he still standing? What kind of light is shining on him? Is that really Trakmog Kwong-ba? Is that really the one Merkin considers an equal? Is that the only one that the other person told me to be careful with? That's right. The power flowing in his body is the spirit that will never be suppressed, forever immortal in that legend. He and these people, who don't believe in fate, dare to fight against the gods. I haven't met anyone so scary in a long time. Where did his confidence come from? Suddenly heard a pump sound. Beside the boat came the sound of splashing water. There are fish. The shaman Ala and Lu Kan Nam almost jumped up at the same time. Their movements were as agile as leopards or monkeys. Looking at that alert appearance, full of spirit, there was no fatigue at all. Chief. The sudden change made everyone's eyes widen. Sean has nothing more to say. What kind of people are these people? The only person who has prepared psychologically is probably only Trakmog Kwong-ba. Of course he understood, as he had just grasped a little of the power of chakra and had absorbed the power from the air, let alone the 2 tantric monks who had undergone rigorous training like the magicians Ala and Lu South Wing. These 2 people, even if they starve for a month, I'm afraid it won't be a problem. A whole school of fish. Only under the boat, there are thousands of small unknown fish gathered together, like a magical carpet of impermanence, shining with countless silver rays. The shaman Ala and Lu Kan Nam each on one side, taking advantage of the light to observe the situation of the fish below. I saw the magician suddenly flip his wrist, and a string as thin as golden silk shot out. Hook rope. The hook can be reused. When the rope was pulled up, an unnamed fish, which looked flat and round, was dragged out of the water and thrown into the boat. At first, people still looked at this oddly shaped fish with suspicion, but Ba Tang took the lead, didn't bother to see what it was, grabbed it, put it in his mouth, used 2 teeth to pull a piece of meat like a wild animal, chewed a few times and then gulped. After that, the others also rushed over, no longer paying attention, only fighting and stuffing into their mouths. On this boat, Sean learned 2 Chinese idioms: eat raw and swallow fresh, and eat like a god to devour a grave. The ways to distinguish whether it is poisonous or not, how to prevent parasites in creatures that Lu Kan Nam teaches them are all forgotten. They just need to have something to put in their mouth. No one cares as much as so again. One fish after another was hit by the hook, thrown onto the boat, and before it fell to the floor, there was no longer a bone. Yu Yang wiped a piece of the fish's belly, not knowing if it was a fish's belly or a fish's heart, on the corner of his mouth, satisfied, and copied his mouth. This is the best food I've ever eaten in my life. I don't even know what it tastes like, just stuffing it in my mouth and chewing with so much joy, so much satisfaction. All kinds of food, ordinary deliciousness absolutely cannot bring such a satisfying feeling. Trong Lap ate while laughing stupidly, eating until he forgot everything in the world. Although this fish looked strangely strange, without a tail, shaped like an eye, but those things did not affect their taste. Even Man did not pay attention to the image, reaching out to fight with the men, eating and drinking. In this moment, the first instinct of life was finally fully unleashed. Captain Ho Duong flossed his teeth with his fingernails. I don't know if the fish bones got stuck between his teeth or not. He also couldn't imagine how he could chew the hard fish bones into gum. So, Sean ate and filled his stomach but still couldn't stop, while eating and holding countless fish in his lap. Heaven knows if there will be a whole school of fish that has just appeared in the right place where the boat passed. When they were all full and had enough, they saw Lu Kan Nam, the shaman Ala and Trak Mok Kwong Ba slowly dissecting the fish's belly, washing the fish meat. At that time, the rest of them realized, maybe they ate the things they shouldn't eat, but it doesn't matter, at least they're still alive. This is more important than anything in the world. Min Min wiped her mouth and said, let me go and see how those 2 are sleeping. Captain Ho Duong said to Trong Lap, let's see, can you contact the outside, is there a radio signal? Thuong Yu and Triu Trang Shine's breathing was still normal, and Tang Min nodded happily. As for Trong Lap, he was not so lucky, only to see him shake his head and say, no signal. Captain Ho Duong nodded slightly. This was already expected. Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked at the fish in his hand, saw that there was no scale or tail, there were very few bones. He really couldn't understand, how can a fish like that swim in the sea anymore? Take a bite, the fish meat is not smooth but feels like chewing hay. He asked, have you seen this fish before? Everyone shook their heads. Trong Lap said, but I'm sure it's not poisonous. Trak Mok Kwong Ba laughed. If the magicians Ala and Lu Kan Nam judged that they were poisonous, of course they would not be thrown on the boat. At this point, Sean was just starting to observe the fish he had collected in his pockets, but rummaged through his memory, let alone the name of this fish, not even a species similar to him, no impression at all. Sean unconsciously thought to himself, could this be a fish that only lives in the deep sea? Tang Min said, no matter what fish it is, if it can be eaten, we should stock up a bit more. You don't always come across a school of fish like that. Sean also supports this idea. Tuo Mok Kwong Ba nodded and said, okay, if you have enough rest and can function, everyone should go fishing. Trong Lap and Yu Yang, who had been eager to try it since just now, immediately stood up as if they were granted an amnesty, ignoring the weak muscles that were still trembling, and rushed to the side of the boat, raising their wrists to shoot the hooks. It's strange to say that, these fish are like sharks smelling the smell of blood, gathering around their boat forever. Sometimes the hooks that shoot out can go through 3 or 4 fish at once. In the boat outside the boat for a moment, the water splashed, the people just saw the light after a long time surrounded by the constant darkness, everyone let out laughter from the bottom of their hearts. Trak Mok Kwong Ba put a slice of fish meat in his mouth, feeling very rough, and asked in surprise, this fish doesn't have any bones, right? Lu Kan Nam replied, well, it doesn't even have fins, but it's not a mollusk, It has a backbone, it's just that the backbone isn't like any other fish we've seen. Take a look." Saying that, she spit out a piece of fish bone in her mouth, looking round, like a whistle. Sean picked up a fish and looked at it intently for a long time, pretending to be a researcher, then shook his head and said, "First we can determine it is a vertebrate, but not sure if it is in the fish family, or not anymore. It's definitely not a hard-boned fish, but if it's a mollusk, I've never seen this form." Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "So Sean knows so much about animals." Sean laughed and said, "Along with archaeology, I am also quite interested in plants and animals." Lu Kan Nam said, "So what do you think about this fish?" Sean replied, "My first impression is, they don't look like they're fully grown yet, but whatever you say, they're mostly edible." "Brother Kwong Ba, this fish!" Tang Min exclaimed. Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked up, and immediately saw a tailless fish trace a curve in the air, flying straight towards him. He quickly raised his hand to catch it. Unexpectedly, this type of tailless fish was as slippery as grease. Missed one, the fish immediately slipped into his shirt. Trak Mok Kwong Ba hurriedly stood up and shook his shirt. Tang Min burst into laughter, her long eyelashes still covered with glittering water droplets. The beauty in that moment overshadowed all her frailties. Trak Mok Kwong Ba involuntarily stared blankly. At the same time, Lu Kan Nam was also looking at Trak Mok Kwong Ba, Sean was looking at Lu Kan Nam, and the magician Ala was looking at Sean, each pursuing their own thoughts. "Kwong Ba, come and see." Tang Min jumped up again and said, "Jellyfish, there are so many jellyfish." Trak Mok Kwong Ba put a large piece of washed fish in his mouth to chew, then walked over to Duong Man's side. She hugged his arm, pointed to the water and said, "Look, so beautiful, so beautiful. Only see the water surface glistening with light, countless umbrella-shaped jellyfish are vibrating, floating from the bottom of the water, each one as big as a fist. Their colors are like neon lights, there are blue, pink, green, vibrant colors of all colors. Thousands of jellyfish swimming together, the scene makes people even more emotional. Only thing, Trak Mok Kwong Ba secretly felt something was wrong. These animals also seemed to be attracted to their snake boat, seeming to gather more and more." Sean stood up and looked at it, puzzled and said, "Why is it so colorful? What kind of jellyfish is this?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba sensitively said, "Is something wrong?" Sean said, "You look under the water, the light is not very clear now, can still be considered relatively gloomy. The sea water is ash-gray transparent, and the color of these jellyfish is so clear and sharp, obviously not because the symbiotic bacteria attached to their surface are glowing, but they are glowing themselves, optical creatures." When Tang Min heard it, she fell in love. "Oh, it's so beautiful, look at it, look at that one." Looking in the direction of Tang Min's finger, he immediately saw a green jellyfish pulling a long slender tentacle, stretching down to the bottom of the water. Not only was that tentacle very long, but every 10 centimeters there was a luminescent spot like pearls, swaying in the water, like a silk strip with lights attached. Sean said again, "That tentacle thread clearly doesn't suit its body at all. What is this anyway?" A jellyfish was right next to the boat. Trong Lap saw it and said, "Min Man, watch me catch this one." As he was about to bend down to pick it up, he suddenly heard Lu Kan Nam suddenly shout, "Zhang Lap, no." Zhang Li's body froze, not understanding what was happening. Lu Kan Nam said again, "Be careful with poison." She stood on the side of the boat, watched the jellyfish, then pointed at the fish and said to Trong Lap, "Look at those fish." Seeing only the small fish without tails seemed to panic, the neat and tidy formation suddenly dispersed. The glowing lines were like prison bars that they couldn't get through. Countless fish were wrapped around by those ropes, then sunk, nowhere to be seen. Tang Min cried out in displeasure, "Why is that?" Trong Lap quickly shrank back, rubbed his chest and said, "It's too dangerous, it's too dangerous." Yue Yang smiled and said, Do you still want to catch jellyfish? If it weren't for the teacher, you would have been eaten by jellyfish. Sean observed the luminescent bands distributed around the boat, suddenly saying, "What we see is not the body of the jellyfish, but just its tentacles. Its body is probably still there, below, right under this boat. This one is big." Captain Hode-1 also stood up curiously and asked, "What? Another big one?" Sean nervously looked down. There are some types of jellyfish that are very large, like the cloud jellyfish. The diameter of the umbrella can be up to 3 meters, the tentacles extend from 30 to 50 meters long, touching. If its cultivation reaches out, it will be difficult for the fish within a few hundred square meters to escape. Hopefully this jellyfish isn't that big. At this time, Bar Tang in the stern of the boat suddenly said, "It's bigger than you said, come here and see." Sean quickly ran over to check it out, and was startled. Only below the stern of the boat was a vague shadow emerging from the deep black sea. That wheel-shaped shadow, temporarily ignoring the visual error caused by the depth, should be at least over 5 meters in diameter. Those glowing bands are the tentacles of the giant monster. This, Sean's voice had become stammer, we've only seen the place where the tentacles are concentrated. Its canopy is spread out. I'm afraid it's bigger than the black patch below. Then its tentacles aren't more than 50 meters long. What monster is this? When Tang Min saw the true appearance of those luminescent bands, she also raised her hand to cover her mouth in panic. Yu Yang quickly collected the hook rope and said to Track Mok Kwong Ba, "Young Master Kwong Ba, where is this place? Why are all the animals here so big?" Before he finished speaking, suddenly the snake-shaped boat shook for a while. The sea surface was also unstable. Captain Hode-1 clung firmly to the side of the boat and exclaimed, "Could it be a tidal wave?" The shaman Allah shook his head. "No, that's not the time." Yu Yang said, "Is the jellyfish below playing tricks?" Sean said, "No, its tentacles can't be that strong. Over there, it's that thing." Trong Lap shouted at the bow of the boat. Everyone at the back of the boat ran up again, only to see in the distance a small mountain was sinking into the water. Then a black shadow rushed towards their boat, forming waves that made the whole face of the sea, fluttering sea. Back to the Paleolithic. That black shadow approached faster and faster. The hearts of the people on the boat kept sinking. That shadow was really too big. When it came under the boat, the people above didn't even dare to move, just silently watching that scary thing pass under the bottom of the boat. Tang Man was afraid to bury his head in Duo Mok Kwong Ba's arms, not even daring to look. Sean made a little calculation in his mind. It was estimated that its body length should be 2 to 3 times that of their snake boat, 10 times the volume. Its head must have been nearly 5 meters long. The weight must be at least 150 tons or more. In this sea, encountering such a huge beast, every weapon becomes very small and weak. The only thing they can do is pray. That black shadow did not seem to be very interested in the small boat of Track Mok Kwong Ba and the others, only gliding below one. Then, I heard Ba Tang say, "It must have eaten that giant jellyfish." Yu Yang tried to search through his memories, and finally muttered, "Yes. Is it a blue whale? It's definitely a blue whale, isn't it?" But he himself did not dare to confirm. The blue whale does not seem to be like that. That black shadow at first glance looked like a giant meat grinder, clearly the kind that bared its fierce fangs and claws, having nothing to do with the peaceful animal at all. Sean wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand, shook his head mechanically. "No, not a blue whale, maybe a little smaller than a blue whale, but surely the blue whale is no match for that monster, that black shadow. That shadow, it must be the last monster in the food chain here. Have you seen the shadow of its head? That head looks like a crocodile's head, that is to say, its mouth. Its mouth is as long as its head. A mouth like that can swallow anything. Damn it, I've never seen this kind of monster before." Sean felt like he was about to collapse. The hope of life that had just ignited was shattered by that terrifying black shadow. He used to be very confident with his knowledge of creatures, but in this strange sea, in a sea that was not named on any of these maps, he did not know a single species of creature. Not only that, every species is so big that it's scary. This is a real fantasy world. It must be because of being in the dark for too long. Everyone has hallucinations. Yes, it is a collective hallucination. There is such a disease in medicine as well. Ah, Ba Tang suddenly let out a terrified cry, stumbling back a step. Trak Mok Kwong Ba hurriedly asked, "What's wrong, Ba Tang? Did you remember something?" Ba Tang shook his head and said, No, just now I saw. That black shadow seems to be swallowed by something. Trong Lap stood dumbfounded. Captain Ho Duong immediately strained his eyes to look, only to see that the rear of the boat was still a dark patch, could not see anything. Yu Yang asked, "Brother Ba Tang, are you not mistaken? Are you talking about the black shadow that just swam past? Was it also swallowed by something? Could it be that it swam into the dark, so I felt like?" Ba Tang said coldly, "No, I'm not mistaken, it must have been swallowed by something." Trak Mok Kwong Ba's palm began to sweat. If that huge black shadow just now could swallow it in one breath, then the people on this small boat of theirs wouldn't have been able to put their teeth in it. Not only is this place weird, it's not wrong to call it hell. He kept asking himself, constantly thinking, if Professor Fung Tan was here, I don't know what he would do. Captain Ho Duong plopped down on the deck, panting and said, "It's better not to see." Trong Lap also said, "That's right, I can't see anything in the depths of that dark place, but I'm not afraid, come to this ghost place." He raised his head and looked ahead. The arched cliff looked like a giant mouth, the light shining through his upper lip shone in. At first glance he was about to go out, but if he went a few more hours, I'm afraid their small boat is still in that mouth. Trong Lap sighed. After all, how far are we from the exit? And what else is out there? Yu Yang said, "Is there anything out there? Aren't those monsters again? I thought I had escaped from the shadow of death lurking, It's funny, it's been hard for a while, we're still in danger after all, one wild beast is enough to swallow us all." Trong Lap comforted himself, saying, not afraid, going outside, reaching Shangri-La is good enough." Sean said, "Well, if the sea is full of these huge animals, then going ashore, what better than that?" Yue Yang suddenly remembered something and quickly asked, "Young Master Kwong Ba, book, what does that old scripture say?" It was the scripture in his house. Trong Lap recalled, muttering, "They drifted for thousands of years on the Yu Min Ha River. Along the way they met many evil beasts. Some buffaloes could fly, some elephants could dive, beasts were up to 3 floors high, skin as thick as armor, mosquitoes as big as pigs, cockroaches that can eat people." Tang Min made a sullen face. "It's true. So it's all true. So it looks like, even if we get to the shore, there are monsters everywhere. Position, that's why it's called Shangri-La." Shang Lap muttered, 3 stories high, then it's like these sea monsters. However, what kind of monsters will it be in the end? Yue Yang suddenly understood, quickly grabbed Trak Mok Kwong Ba's hand and asked, "Young Master Kwong Ba, those 3-story tall beasts are tyrannosaurs?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba asked in surprise, "Why do you say that?" Yu Yang immediately said, "Do you remember the fossilized tyrannosaur skeleton people saw in the Maya Palace? Why did the Mayans put fossils of tyrannosaurs in Death's Palace? But later when we studied about the Mayan god Viracocha, we also discovered that beside his statue there were also many giant creatures that looked like standing lizards, about 5 times the height of a human. If all these things are related, we can hypothesize that the messenger who traveled thousands of miles to the Americas to perform the miracle brought about another totem cult. He had seen beasts 3 stories high, and regarded the standing lizard-like beast as the embodiment of strength." Trong Lap added, The messenger helped the Maya king to build the dungeon, so the Maya people dug up the fossils of the Tyrannosaurus and worshipped as the guardian god of the underworld instead of the American tiger. If that's the case, then the Shangri-La we're going to is a real Jurassic Park. His face was no longer sad and melancholy. On the contrary, there was a hint of excitement and excitement. Captain Ho Duong said, "What is a corpse? In short, people have told us that it is a very scary monster. We need to discuss how to deal with them first. Well, with these lowly guns, I'm afraid it won't do much." Sean watched warily as another shadow had just passed in the distance, and the sea surfaced again with a rolling wave, shivering, and said, "If we live to go ashore, let's talk." Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked around at the people on the boat. Most people had a glimpse of deep unease in their eyes. He suddenly remembered his father's words, "The thing people really fear the most is what they have never known." That's right. It's because they don't know what's going to happen ahead. That's why they feel scared. It was the same in the darkness. Now encountering these beasts, it was still the same. What they saw didn't look like a dinosaur, but they couldn't tell what kind of monster it was. As Lu Kan Nam also told them again and again that, in the world of position, everything is possible. It was this ignorance that caused fear to sprout in the members of the group. That's right, the computer, in the laptop that Professor Fung Tan gave him, didn't have the entire library installed. Britannica has already entered, should at least be able to look up the relevant documents. Trak Mok Kwong Ba thought of this, immediately said, "There is no need to be so worried. If we don't know what it is, we will find out if we look it up." "Yu Yang, where's the computer?" Yu Yang also said, "That's right. If we scan the specimen into the computer, let it compare the images, then we can find the corresponding document in the library of the Britannica Library. Why can't I think of it? Professor Fung Tan has told me this again and again. The computer has been removed, installed, everything is still working perfectly normal. First, they used a small lens to scan the shapes of the monstrous fish into the computer, processed it into an image, and then used special software installed by Professor Fung Tan to start searching. After entering some necessary information, the computer will conduct a comparison search between the scanned image and its image store. The images that meet the conditions will be opened. If not found, it will automatically add this to its profile. The computer's processing speed is very fast. A total of 138 pictures with similar features were found. Then the 9 people of Trak Mok Kwong Ba began to gather in a circle, staring at the computer screen, using the naked eye to distinguish. Many fish species with distinctly different characteristics are immediately eliminated. On the 57th picture, Yu Yang exclaimed first, "That's it." Sure enough, the picture of the fish in the computer and the fish they caught were very similar. Just like an eye, no tail nor fin, flat body, but the caption below made him startled. This is a restored image based on the fossil of a Chinese fish that lived in the mouth of the sea from the Cambrian period 530 million years ago, only about 1 to 1.5 centimeters long, recognized as the ancestor of modern vertebrates. Sean ruffled his silver hair and exclaimed, "Oh, bullshit." Yu Yang trembled. Cambrian period. 500 million years ago. Even earlier than dinosaurs. Trong Lap stammered non-stop, "Impossible. Impossible. The fish we caught were much bigger in here. It can't be like that at all." Captain Ho Duong wiped the gun in his hand and said, "Looks like we're lost in the prehistoric world, huh?" Something flashed in Ba Tang's mind. That sentence, he must have heard someone say it. Looks like we're lost in the prehistoric world. Who said that? Trak Mok Kwong Ba also did not expect to find such results, but the 3D image in the computer and the fish caught today are 95% similar. The existence of these creatures was already beyond the conceivable range. Is it possible that in this secret land of legend, those prehistoric creatures are still preserved to this day? It seems that Shangri-La is not only the paradise of mankind, but also the paradise of all other creatures. In that land filled with giant beasts, what percentage of their survival would be. No, can't be scared, I can't be scared. He shakes his head, relaxes the tense muscles of his face, smiles. Yue Yang noticed the smile on Duo Mok Kwong Ba's face and asked, Young Master Kwong Ba, aren't you afraid? Trak Mok Kwong Ba smiled and replied, if we already know what they are, then why should we be afraid? The darkest, most difficult road we can cross, what's scarier than drifting in the middle of a sea with no light, no direction, no food? What's the point of threatening yourself? Yue Yang heard the young master Kwong Ba say that, thinking about it, it was right, the fear in his heart immediately decreased significantly. At this time, only hear the shaman Allah say, look, we're almost there. Trak Mok Kwong Ba raised his head. If it is said that this underground sea and the lava layer above is like a huge mouth opening, then their small boat has come out from the depths of the throat to the tip of the tongue. Now, looking through the upper lip of that huge mouth, one could see the sky that belonged to Shangri-La. Only thing, what kind of world is outside this huge mouth? The black lava layer on the top gradually moves upwards, drawing a curved line away, the end on both sides connecting with the sea. And here, the top of the black rock arch a few hundred meters above the sea surface, going forward, the inclined plane suddenly became larger, as if it was cut off by a knife, countless plants of the vine family of unknown species, drooping over the edge of the cut, looking like jellyfish waving their tentacles. They may be very long, but looking back from afar, it just feels like curled eyelashes. Looking through that curtain of vines, outside is the sky of Shangri-La, a place that does not belong to any corner of this world, but only to Shangri-La. Exactly like the picture in Hong Ba La Mat Quang Bao Jiam. Only now did they know how the ancients described Shangri-La. At the same time, they also understood how the sun was like a fluorescent light. Shangri-La's sky, like a rift. Like a line in the sky when we are in a deep cave looking up at the sky. But it's different in that, when I look up, I can't see the sky, but only clouds. This is a world where the sun does not rise in the east, nor does the sun set in the west, but the sun shines all year round. The whole sky of Shangri-La is covered by a layer of white clouds, neither the clear blue sky nor the mountains can be seen, only a long narrow white crevice, inside a rolling white clouds. Those clouds are not ordinary white clouds, but constantly changing colors, in some places like a brilliant afternoon, and sometimes like the aurora. The rays of light come from nowhere, like lightning in the clouds during a storm, but the power is 100,000 times greater than lightning. A long strip of clouds glowed with bright white rays, dazzling the entire Shangri-La region, forming a sun like the fluorescent lights that Trong Lap once remarked. Perhaps, to be more precise, Shangri-La's sky is like a giant squirming snake, its whole body emitting a silver light. Beneath the silver snake could again be seen cloud by cloud, the color changing according to the color of the sky, sometimes like a blazing fire, now flashed the blue of lightning, and then changed to the green of the sky, rainbow, like countless fireworks continuously blooming in the middle of the clouds. This one is shining white and silver, another is purple and pink, one flower has just gone out and another one immediately burst into flames. This is the sky of Shangri-La. It can be said that it is more like a brightly decorated grand stage. Against the background of white light with countless brilliant lights of all colors shining on it is a beauty completely different from ordinary beauty, a grace of the great nature. Only those who have seen it can feel. It's hard to imagine using a pen and ink. The people on the boat all looked up at the sky, momentarily dumbfounded, completely forgetting where they were, forgetting the dangers lurking around them. It's just that countless clouds obscure the whole sky, the light from outside hitting the clouds causes refractive reflection, so from inside, you'll see glowing clouds. Trong Lap said. Yes, we know. Yu Yang and the others replied. In the cloud layer, there are countless charged ions, colliding with each other, so there is a flash of lightning. The energy bursts are different in intensity, so the colors that appear are also different. Captain Ho Duong said, yes, we know. Tang Min and the others replied. There is enough space here, so an endemic atmospheric system like a cloud layer has been formed. Underneath there are also clouds due to the surrounding environment and the special climate of Shangri-La, so they appear to be a little whiter. Ba Tang said. Yes, we all know all this, Yue Yang couldn't help but say, but to be able to combine so perfectly, besides the greatness of nature, who else can do it? Zhang Lap couldn't help it either, and shouted to the other side of the beach, Shangri-La. We have arrived, Shangri-La, we have arrived. Dominated by Trong Lap's emotions, they all headed towards that magical cloud area, shouting in unison. Although the front was still a misty area, although Shangri-La was still lurking in the clouds, that scream seemed to have awakened the whole sleeping history. They stood at the bow of the boat, looking through the layers of clouds, looking up to catch the sea breeze. The boat pedaled forward. Shangri-La, after 1,000 years of solitude, will once again leave human footprints. It seems Shangri-La also responded to their screams. In the distance, loud noises could be heard from the darkness behind them. At this point, the people on the boat were all experienced, so they immediately recognized that it was the sound of the tide. Finally, the 15th tide has come, only this time, the big waves will carry them towards Shangri-La, to the most sacred place in legend. Everyone returned to their positions, fastened their seat belts, and waited, holding their breath. The tidal waves quickly pushed the snake-shaped boat towards the destination, but ahead was the vast sea, not the terrain of the trumpet mouth. The waves were no longer rushing and fierce like in the dark area, but like a moving sand dune, pushing the boat gently and quickly out of the area obscured by the rock arch. Finally, the boat, like the little bird, escaped from the shackles, completely leaving the huge, flat cliff above. Only now did they really see the sea full of these prehistoric creatures, underwater, a complete paradise of plankton, primitive fish and unnamed jellyfish gathered in flocks on the surface of the water. Sometimes a huge black shadow suddenly emerges from the deep water. Its mouth is like a giant spoon, scoops a shovel and immediately leaves, as if afraid of being big, then chasing and killing. They saw a huge shark, very similar to a great white shark, but 2 or 3 times larger in shape, about 10 meters long, eating a bunch of small fish with a head like a helmet. Because it lingered, greedily took another bite, and was then bitten by the even more terrifying hunter from behind, and cut it in half, a giant hunter shaped like a humpback whale, but possessing 2 sharp teeth, only holding the back half of a giant shark, and hurriedly ran away from the scene. Behind it is another terrifying monster. Has 4 oars fins, head looks like a crocodile's head, up to 30 meters long, is chasing the humpback whale-like animal that was hastily swallowing half a shark, being chased by the stork, suddenly changed direction and plunged to the bottom of the sea like a giant shadow that only flashed in the darkness, disappeared without a trace, as if swallowed by some ambush. The crocodile-headed animal also seemed to sense danger, turned around and swam away, soon disappearing into the deep sea. On the sea surface quickly gathered a group of plankton and small fish, along with the boat of Trak Mok Krong Ba, bobbing along the waves towards the other shore. This is a primitive world filled with killing and looting, and the chase and escape scenes take place all the time. Looking at the fish and sea creatures that could not be named, they finally firmly believed that this was the Paleozoic era. The time in this land seemed to have stopped, creating a time of space, eternity in perfect isolation. Here, even the ancient creatures from several 100 million years ago did not evolve at all. Entering Shangri-La. On the surface of the sea, the water was slightly rising, and the visibility did not exceed 2 kilometers. In that circular area with a radius of 2 kilometers, they continuously witnessed the battles for survival taking place, as each prehistoric movie was continuously projected on the screen, extremely vivid and realistic. Lu Kan Nam suddenly realized a problem, said, "This ship of ours here cannot be considered very large, why is it not attacked?" Captain Ho Duong angrily replied, "Ha, ha, that's right, just one hit and we're all gone." Yu Yang said, "Wait a minute, I think I have a clue. Young Master Kwong Ba, remember when we first discovered this boat? At that time, we argued for a while, not knowing what material this boat's outer shell was made of. We assumed it was a colloidal man-made substance. That's because we thought the ancients couldn't find a giant creature to skin a 10-foot-long boat, but now it seems. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "You mean, the hull of this boat?" Yu Yang nodded. "That's right, this is the wisdom of the Kuei Ba people or the followers of that secret sect. This boat was strung with the skin of some kind of creature, a whole skin. Any creature possessing such a large skin must have been very great in physical life. In the skin that made the boat, there must be some biological signal that we can't sense. It was this signal that warned the other creatures here that our boat was dangerous. The small fish must have wanted to come to be supported and protected. The giant jellyfish obviously has no eyes, or a faulty sensor, so it randomly comes to find food, and the other giant creatures, all of them don't dare to approach our boat too close. It also means that, even if other people find the entrance through the underground river, only the boat we are sitting on can get close to Shangri-La. The wisdom of the ancients is scary, it's scary." Sean said, "No, you forgot the giant squid in the dark. It even wraps our boat. Doesn't it have any feelings, too?" Yu Yang defended, "But, Sean, don't forget that the squid didn't attack our boat, it just wrapped around, gently, slowly, as if afraid of disturbing or damaging this boat." "So, right," Sean nodded thoughtfully, "you mean, that squid has no intention of attacking our boat, its purpose is the same as the other small fish, just looking for protection." Sean immediately felt a chill down his spine. Even the giant animal with tentacles 20 or 30 meters long approached this boat for protection. From here it can be imagined that, while alive, the animal was skinned to make this large boat. How far? Trong Lap said, "Well, this boat was definitely built later, so how did the people of that time get into Shangri-La? Couldn't they have owned such a boat before coming to Shangri-La?" Yu Yang nodded. "It's not wrong, but do you still remember the mural in Hainan Kong Island that young Master Kwong Ba told? The boat used by the ancients was much larger than this one. They may have found an underground river suitable for using large boats, and the widest part of the underground river we passed was only about 20 or 30 meters. Moreover, the ancients did not have only one big boat. On this sea, if there is a fleet of thousands of large ships, of course they are the lords of the ocean. No matter how big the creature in the natural world is, how can it be compared to human machines? Have you seen the tankers carrying tens of thousands of tons of oil? How can a creature be so big in nature?" Yu Yang's words made everyone suddenly think endlessly. Thousands of years ago, an invincible fleet of thousands of giant ships drifted on the primordial sea, heading to the holy place in their hearts. How majestic was that scene! Suddenly, Tang Min's cry rang out, pulling everyone immersed in thought back to reality. Shangri-La. Look, that is Shangri-La. The farther forward, the fainter the mist becomes. The distant place ahead is like a watercolor painting in the mist. The legendary Shangri-La is gradually lifting the veil of confusion, revealing its most magnificent beauty in front of the people who have been tormented all the way here. The crashing waves pushed Shangri-La in the distance closer to the hopeful people who overcame those difficulties. Shangri-La is like a young girl in the first night, gradually dropping each layer of thin clothes like a lapel, shyly revealing her ravishing body, making people's hearts flutter. The first thing that appeared in the fog were the grey-green tree shadows. No, it should be said that the shadow of the forest is correct. From a distance, the ink-green forest suddenly appeared, dense and luxuriant, like a ghostly carpet spread in the air, and finally disappeared on the horizon. The people on the boat all understood that, from afar, the 3 floors of the platform only had the head sticking out, so the beautiful scenery was as if there were several layers of pavilion growing in the air. Getting closer, in the woods, there was another glimpse of something else, glittering water balls. It turned out to be a giant waterfall. But the real scene, water flew down 3,000 meters, thought the Milky Way slipped out of the clouds. I'm afraid that even the poet Li Bark might not have been able to see it with his own eyes. Only the three platforms here have such a vertical difference of more than 2,000 meters, even though thousands of miles away, the scene is still clear. Apart from this place, anywhere, in any corner of the earth, there is no other waterfall like that. Looking back from afar, it looks like there are countless silky hairs falling down to the smooth white shoulders of a young girl, some of them hanging down to the sea surface, making one feel like seeing silk ribbons falling from the sky. Down, you can follow it and climb up, most of the rest have disappeared without a trace in the middle of the air. A hurricane has just emerged, those fragile hairs are flying, the waterfall is like a dragon dancing in the 9 high heavens, billowing in the sea of clouds. Getting closer, the waterfall suddenly became hazy, billowing, shining brightly to welcome the fresh wind. Countless drops of sparkling water like silver sand fell from between the fingers of the blurred fairy. Water flows down from the three-tiered platform, just as the ancients said, the upper level is like adventure and training, the middle class is like a broken stone, and the lower level is like a jade dragon pipe talk too. The forest also fades into ink green, appearing as blue as the color of jade. The scene is extremely poetic. In the moment of being penetrated, the thick layer of fog, light appeared. There is no more water vapor barrier, only water in the mountains, mountains reflected in the sea, blue sea with silver sand, sky and water together, clouds floating in the sea, fish flying in the sky, can't be distinguished. It's heaven. Where is the mountain? Where is the water anymore? It's really like stepping into the paleontological era, people walking between clouds and water. The scene makes people suffocate, no need to see eyes anymore, but just breathe in the cool fresh sea breeze, listen to the sound of waves like the sound of a piano, body and soul have been relaxed, each time. Millimeters of skin is like being gently caressed by a lover's soft hand, every pore is stretched and filled with air, as if to become one with this world. That is the call of Shangri-La, the nostalgia that has been burning for so long. They really want to give this boat more wings, let the wind fly straight to the other side, like a swallow, back to the forest, flying into the paradise in their hearts. All of them could not contain the emotions that welled up in their hearts, no matter what their own goals. When they saw Shangri-La with their own eyes, they left all their ordinary worldly notions behind. Just I wish I could come a little closer, a little closer. Only Ba Tang, cold eyes staring blankly at a distant place, secretly laughed. Phew, a world full of raging beasts, hell is just that. Stop. Soon after, Yu Yang began to feel sad and uncomfortable, because in the midst of the blue clouds and mountains, he had never seen the majestic architecture painted in Hongba Le Mi Quang Bao Jian, but only one color, sprawling green. Yu Yang doubted and said to himself, is this Shangri-La after all? Could it be that we have drifted to another bizarre place? Maybe this is the wrong angle. The guy silently comforted himself like that. This time the tidal wave brought the small boat to a distance of less than 10 miles from the shore, then receded, and the boat continued to advance forward. However, those who saw the immense green area could not contain the excitement in their hearts. Without giving a signal, everyone picked up the oars in turn. In the boat outside the boat at the same time the sound of the fan was heard. Oops. The water near the shore is different from the deep sea. The transparent water clearly reflects the clouds above. You can also see the sand on the seabed and a whole other brilliant world. Coral reefs were as colorful as fortresses. Iridescent jellyfish and fishes swam around in those fortresses. And there were also creatures that had never been seen before, revealing their evil fangs and stalk the inhabitants of the fortress and those who are on the run looking for a place to hide. Under the sand is the hiding place of the clover worm. That bony exoskeleton was definitely not delicious, so it could swim around in the water, almost without worrying about its own safety. Only once in a while, the sand suddenly swept up in a haze, and some large well-camouflaged objects suddenly popped up from below. They have very strong pair of large claws, the three-leaf worm bark can't withstand even a single blow. Trak Mok Kwong Ba also saw sea cucumbers 340 meters long, as big as a human arm. The shell alone was 2 meters wide. If including the claws, the body would have been more than 6 meters long, and even shrimp. Of course, they were all food for some other giant crustacean. Later, when looking back, that ancient creature was named Flying Sam, the ancestor of modern Sam. Many times, the old sea cucumber was chased out of the fortress by the coral, becoming a delicacy for other animals, and the sea urchins seemed to have begun to attack the old corals from ancient times. There are also strangely shaped things like stone pens, sea urns, sea lilies. They can't immediately guess what species they are, and later have to look up new documents. No. But the vast majority of these creatures, even in the literature, are nothing. Like a giant sea spider, probably the great-great-grandfather of spiders, with 6 skinny legs over 3 meters long, able to weave nets under the water. In order to maintain respiration, I don't know how these spiders wrap a mass of air under the water, make an air bag to lie in, and then throw the newly woven net like a fisherman. Just stay in the airbag waiting for the prey to be trapped. They also saw a variety of aquatic plants, strangely shaped, some like a giant sea cucumber, some like a sea urchin, unknown to the sea creatures that parasitic on the vegetation. That thing, or is it an animal? Coming closer, the beach was right in front of our eyes. The silver sandy beach stretched endlessly. Behind the sand was the fiery red basalt land. Going deeper, at first, giant trees grow sparsely, and finally, they gradually become densely mixed together into a vast blue sea. Bright blue, silver white, fiery red, green, like a pen in the hand of an oil painter who painted colors on the scene below Shangri-La's sky, as if the waves of the sea did not stop but still continue to spill onto the long sandy beach to turn into a spreading color band. The sea was azure, the white sand reminded one of spring in Hawaii, the countless seashells and crustacean sea creatures that looked like turtles following the waves, learning how to get ashore. Looking at the wobbly toddler steps, it was clear that they were still in the beginning stages. This is a land that has been forgotten by history. Ha ha, we're here, ha ha ha, Zhang Lap, Yu Yang, Sean all laughed and jumped at the front of the boat. They have come, they are still alive, they must scream to the sky, so that the whole Shangri-La can hear their cries of happiness. The water level was less than 2 meters deep. Trong Lap couldn't wait any longer, just wanted to jump into the water and feel the sea at Shangri-La, but he was stopped by Captain Ho Duong pulling his hand to stop him, asked, "Do you still want to go further? Aren't you afraid of being eaten?" Trong Lap was startled. Now he suddenly remembered that this place is not only a beautiful mountain area like what they are seeing, but also a dangerous place on all sides, full of scary things lurking. When the boat ran aground on the sand, unable to move forward, everyone stopped waving the oars. He looked at me, I looked at him again, not sure if I should immediately jump into the boat or not. Finally, all eyes turned to Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked at the flat sand at the bow of the boat, only saw a few small crustaceans. In the distance scattered many crescent-shaped sand dunes. Further away, plants began to grow. Further inside, you can see silver silt pieces falling from the sky. This is Shangri-La, where they are passionately headed. Having been here, it proves that the gods in Shangri-La have agreed to let us go ashore. Although there are still tests ahead, but, this first step, we have to take it anyway. Take everyone's backpacks, let's move on. Saying that, he reached up, carrying his backpack, and jumped off the boat first. 2 feet on the soft sand, everything is very real, not a dream. Sean, Trong Lap, Yu Yang all jumped down in turn, running like crazy on the sand, jumping up and down. Lu Kan Nam asked what they were doing. Trong Lap laughed and replied, "We are investigating to see if there is any danger here, right, everyone?" Yu Yang stood upright with both feet on the sand, pretended to be very serious, took a long stride, then held the gun across his chest, stood as a soldier, eloquently shouted, Yu Yang, one small step, but this is one big step for all mankind. The guy didn't finish his sentence. Trong Lap jumped up and pressed his body on his back. The two of them whirled around, then fell to the ground. Trak Mok Kwong Ba carried Tuong Man to the boat, glanced at his companions beside him. At the start were 18 healthy and energetic people. At this time only 9 people were left to act. Everyone was emaciated and thin, as if they had just run away from the famine in Africa. The men had shaggy beards and messy hair like a bird's nest, and women, with their faces worn out, their hair disheveled and unkempt, exuding an odor that they themselves could not stand. Hearing Yu Yang's official statement, Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly felt a bitter feeling in his heart. This adventure of theirs will never be recorded by anyone, countless times of fierce battles with death in the past. The darkness can only remain in the memories of the people here. Those who were also full of longing towards Shangri-La died in that darkness. The names are even less recorded in history, but will be engraved in the hearts of those who are still alive. Trak Mok Kwong Ba told Tuong Man he had to go to the sand hill to observe the terrain. Min Min nodded, but looked up into the boat again, meaning that there were still 2 sleeping companions. It was time to wake them up. Seeing that Man was more mature than before, Trak Mok Kwong Ba felt much comforted. If it was the former, she would definitely jump on his back, insisting that she follow him to the sand dunes. Trak Mok Kwong Ba stood up on the sand hill closest to them, looked into the distance, did not see any giant creatures. It seemed that they had landed safely for the time being. He turned his head and saw the members of his team. Trak Mok Kwong Ba saw Man struggling to pull his big backpack and walk on the sand. Sean and Captain Ho Duong are helping to carry Triu Trang Shine and Vuong Hu off the boat. After Trong Lap and Yu Yang finished venting, they also came to help anchor the boat and tie it up. They still have to pull it ashore. No one can predict in advance whether they will have to sit on this boat to return to the civilized world. Ba Tang is standing in the distance, carrying 3 backpacks. He seems to be remembering, but looking at his face, it seems that there are not many memories that are evoked. The magicians Arla and Lu Can Nam are adjusting the machines. The magician kept shaking his head, then called Trong Lap again. Looking at the members of his team, many different emotions welled up in Trak Mok Kwong Ba's mind. These people, who have just gone through a journey with me that cannot be completed, in the most desperate hours in the dark, it is only thanks to everyone cheering for each other that they can persevere, this last minute. Most likely the journey they had just experienced was the most arduous sailing in human history. The 7 most elite explorers had disappeared into the darkness forever. The rest, how did they rely on willpower to persist until now? How great is their faith? Without them, this moment would not have been possible. What touched Trak Mok Kwong Ba the most was that, no matter how miserable the situation was, no matter how much danger he had to face, even though death was approaching, but no one opened his mouth to say he wanted to return all. Very small sounds like the sound of shells being trampled made Trak Mok Kwong Ba alert. He did not lift his feet off the ground, pressed down slightly, only seeing the sand dunes under his feet showing signs of loosening. Looking further away, all dozens of sand mounds shaped like crescent moons on this sand beach are exactly the same, only different sizes are large and small. It seems that it is not too regular. Trak Mok Kwong Ba quickly jumped off the sand mound and ran to the boat. Yue Yang, who was tying the rope, looked up and asked, "Young Master Kwong Ba, is something wrong?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "The sand mounds over there are so neat, it seems that they are the nests of some creatures, although they have not moved yet, but I am not sure that they will not attack. Hurry up, we might have to get out of here. I'll go see how Minmin is, she's calling." Lu Can Nam saw Trak Mok Kwong Ba coming, immediately said to him, "This place is still covered by some kind of electromagnetic or something. The compass needle and compass can't point in the right direction, and can't communicate with the outside world." Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "Still can't contact the outside." Lu Can Nam replied, "But between us, we can communicate." Trong Lap pointed to the top of his head and said, "The surrounding rocks and the top of the mountain have a strong magnetic field, almost forming a cage. No electric waves can penetrate, so it is impossible to communicate with the outside, and it is impossible to detect this place from the outside." Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "What about other machines? Is it working properly?" Lu Kan Nam said, "At the moment, there is no problem, collecting and organizing all kinds of data. That's right, you know, the oxygen content in the air here is 37%, almost twice as much as the air we used to breathe." Yu Yang said, "No wonder I feel that the air here is especially fresh, and my strength seems to have suddenly doubled." After saying that, the guide took 2 more breaths. "This is probably a factor that makes the creature here so large," Sean said. Tang Min, who was nearby, suddenly said, "The 2 of them. Sound doesn't seem so good." Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "What's wrong?" Tang Min shook her head. "I don't know, they are very fast asleep, still in a deep sleep, unable to wake up." Zhang Lap said, "Did Miss Man Min overdose?" Tang Min said, "I have to reduce the dose, because the basic medicine is not enough to maintain the hibernation for that long." Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "Let's put that aside for now, prepare a stretcher, we have to get out of here, there seems to be something in the sand." The 2 of them. Trak Mok Kwong Ba touched Triu Trang Shine's neck artery, the feeling was still pounding, so he continued, "Perhaps a little more rest will ease." Trak Mok Kwong Ba turned to look at Ba Tang, who was observing the platform on the mountain top in the distance, and asked, "Ba Tang, do you remember anything?" Ba Tang stroked his shaggy beard, but now it was very long, shook his head and said, "If it's that place." Following Ba Tang's gaze, the 3rd stage of Shangri-La was completely covered in hazy clouds and blended into the shining sky. If the Ba Tangs were on that 3rd floor at that time, they couldn't see anything below. Moreover, the platform was just a symbolic way of calling it, perhaps it was the terrace terrain up to 3 or 4 wide. For tens of kilometers, even walking on flat land would take a day or 2, let alone a primeval forest with 4 dangers lurking. If the Ba Tangs really had reached the 3rd platform, I'm afraid they hadn't even reached the edge to look down. On the other side, the ropes were firmly tied, 2 simple stretches were also done. Trong Lap packed up the electronic equipment, and carried Vuong Hu and Lu Kan Nam. Yu Yang and Tuang Man carried Triu Trang Shine. Others wrapped ropes around the man who worked as a boatman. They had to pull this snake-shaped boat ashore and store it up first. The boat is not only sturdy and durable, but also very light. The whole boat is so big that it is only less than 100 pounds. Trak Mok Kwong Ba pulled one, immediately told Captain Ho Duong and Ba Tang to replace Lu Kan Nam and Duong Man. They all went deeper into the sand. Note. First, flying directly down the 3 heavenly chains, suspected the Milky Way lost 9 heavens. Bong Lu Sun announced, "Lie bark." 2. The upper layer is like a floating cloud, the middle layer is like broken ice, the lower layer is like a jade dragon returning to the lagoon. 3. The naming of Yu Yang. Whenever they see an animal like it, they call it the great-great-grandfather of that animal. Army on the sand. After walking a few steps, Yu Yang, who was the first to walk, suddenly shouted, "Wait, everyone, don't move." Seeing Yu Yang's tense appearance, Zhang Li teased, "What's wrong? Step on a landmine." Yu Yang seriously said, "Young Master Kwong Ba, you just said, those sand mounds are nests built by some kind of creature, so we should try our best to stay away from them, right?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, What's wrong? Does it matter?" Yu Yang said, "No, I just found out now, their nest is afraid that it's not just those crescent-shaped sand dunes, but this whole sand. Everyone, look, over there." Looking in the direction Yu Yang's finger pointed, as expected, on the flat sand suddenly appeared countless small sand mounds that are difficult to recognize by the naked eye. Those small sand dunes are clearly moving, and wherever they pass, the sand will sink down, leaving long trenches of sand. It was obvious that something was burrowing under the sand moving forward. Trong Lap nervously exclaimed, "Wow, what is it?" Sean said, "There's no need to panic. If it was a carnivorous creature it would probably slowly swarm around, but they didn't, they just moved aimlessly beneath the sand. I'm guessing maybe a protozoa are not very advanced, or even the basic mouth hasn't evolved yet, we don't need to pay attention to them." Hearing Sean's words, Trak Mok Kwong Ba tried to step on the places where the animals in the sand gathered quite a lot, and as expected, they were not attacked. Only then did they safely drag the boat to the end of the sand. The sandy beach is about 500 meters wide. One end is a rocky beach that is constantly washed by the waves, like pieces of meat torn by the claws of an animal. The solid red-brown lava layer is exposed. Reaching this red lava place is also temporarily considered safe. This seems to be a natural buffer zone. The view is wide open. Underneath the solid lava cannot have any creatures moving at high speed. This place is also several miles from the jungle. If there are creatures, eat any meat that bursts out, can also be easily detected. Trong Lap and the others carried Vuong Hu and Triu Trang Shine up to place them on the red lava area. The two stayed to take care of them. A few people returned to help pull the boat. "Hopefully this boat is made of amphibian skin," Sean mutters. Captain Ho Duong was surprised and said, "What are you saying?" Yu Yang repeated once. Zhang Li immediately clapped his hands and said, "I understand. If it is a sea creature, when it comes to shore, it will be attacked immediately." Captain Ho Duong asked again, how to explain. Sean then said, "If our boat is made of the leather of a sea creature, even if it is the ruler of this sea, it will sometimes die of old age or be seriously injured. Once you have been hit by the waves and run aground here, you can only wait to die. At that time, its huge body will become a delicious meal for amphibian and terrestrial carnivores." Lu Can Nam nodded and said, "Sean's worries are not unreasonable. If it wasn't amphibian, it wouldn't be very safe for us to pull this boat ashore. However, those ancients had such wisdom, they must have thought of this when they were building boats, right?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba summed it up. "In other words, it is safe when we are sailing on the sea, but when this boat leaves the sea or we leave the boat, safety will not be guaranteed, again." "Is that what you mean, Sean?" Sean nodded. "Well, in short, it's better to be a little more careful." In the wind, there was a sudden rustling sound, and the few people pulling the boat were nervously turned around by Yue Yang's reminders. Just seeing that the sandy beach is still so peaceful, the gentle wind blows up the rolling sand waves, so calm that it is a bit unusual. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "Nhuc Duong, you go to the left to check, see if there is anything under the sand." Who checks the right? Trong Lap immediately volunteered, "I'm going." Others pulled the boat a few dozen meters further. Yu Yang said, "I have not found anything, young Master Kwong Ba." Trong Lap stood on another triangular sand dune, waved his hands and said, "I have not found anything, young Master Kwong Ba." Chuo Mok Kwong Ba mocked himself and said, "Okay, even a big person like me, but they didn't notice." Min Min heard that and burst into laughter. At that moment, Yu Yang suddenly exclaimed, "Be careful, Trong Lap." Trak Mok Kwong Ba turned his head to look, only to see that Trong Lap was standing on the sand dune, from behind the guy who didn't know when he had stretched out a few tentacles, bending and reaching up to the sky like snakes. Zhang Li was still completely unaware, and waved to Yue Yang, "I'm here." Wow! With a sound, a tentacle as big as an infant's arm suddenly sprang forward. Zhang Li was immediately swept up, and then the tentacle waved, throwing Trong Lap onto the sand below. Trong Lap didn't seem to be seriously injured, quickly crawled forward a few steps, turned his head to look back, and shouted, "Damn dog, here." "What monster is this?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba, Sean, and Lu Can Nam quickly put down the rope, took up arms and ran to Trong Lap, round the sand dune, and immediately saw a monster with a head like a squid hiding in the sand. Inside the dune revealed half a head and 7 or 8 tentacle arms. Its head must have been 2 meters tall, its tentacles 10 feet long, scurrying restlessly across the sand, but it looked very weak. Sean exclaimed, "Here, this must be a snail. I heard it is as big as a truck, the ancestor of the squid, but this one is about to die. I was standing on its back just now. I don't understand. I did something to make him angry, so I used the last bit of strength to knock you down." Trong Lap asked, "What snail? Why is it so big?" Yu Yang said, Okay, you're lucky you don't die. This is the tool of the stuffed snail. These cavalry here are all big, we can't get in, it's best to go back and pull the boat, it's safe to get to that rock." On this side, Trong Lap was just shocked, but on the other side, Captain Ho Duan shouted, "Kwong Ba. Everyone hurry back and pull the boat. Is there something? There's something crawling up in the sea." Only to see him and Ba Tang have left the red rocks, running towards the boat. Trak Mok Kwong Ba turned his head to look, startled. The white beach in the blink of an eye had turned into a black area, not knowing what was crawling under the sea. He stared at Yue Yang and said, "Isn't what you said right?" They didn't pay attention to that dying snail, and ran straight back to the side of the boat. At this time, the creatures in the sea crawled up there, revealing their bodies. Each one had a pincer as big as iron pincers, a total of 2 pairs each. The tail was raised high, accompanied by a large pointed head. Electric light bulb, looks very much like a scorpion. Sea scorpion, the great-grandfather of the scorpions. Yu Yang cried out. Zhang Lap worriedly asked, "Are they meat-eaters or vegetarians?" Yu Yang glanced up at Zhang Li and said, "Look at their appearance. Do you think that they are vegetarians with that appearance? Furthermore, this quantity is also..." Captain Ho Duan shook his head. "It's too much." Father Tang shouted, "Don't talk too much here, run." In the blink of an eye, the entire shoreline as far as their eyes could see was densely packed with black sea scorpions, their huge bodies reaching 2 or 3 meters long, looking like an armored legion was rushing down. Next, Trak Mok Kwong Ba and the others just pulled the boat and ran, while turning their heads to observe. The legion of scorpions did not aim at him, but began to search the sand, their long, powerful claws shoving the sand up like an excavator, the other pair closer to their mouths digging for something in the sand to eat. Soon the whole sandy beach became a dining table for the army of scorpions to party. Meanwhile, their snake boat was finally towed up the red rocks. Trak Mok Kwong Ba stepped on the hard stone floor, feeling certain in his heart, but he still did not dare to ignore. At this time, his back had turned into a moving black sand beach. And the red-brown lava in front is not flat, the red rocks are half the size of a basketball court, and there are hollows in the shape of a semicircle, as if the lava from hundreds of millions of years ago has not yet cooled off, still billowing air bubbles inside. Bones so huge that they could make palace poles were scattered across the red rock. It was unknown what kind of giant animal had died so many years ago, but now only white, sandy bones remained, smooth flying in the gap between the bones, as if quietly lamenting, making this already deserted red rock even more desolate and lonely. "What do we do now?" Yue Yang asked, staring at the terrifying scorpion legion. "How about this?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked up to Lu Kan Nam out of habit. He suddenly discovered that Lu Kan Nam and the magician Ala were also looking at him. This place has not known for many years, no one has come, and no one knows what is in the jungle at the end of this rock. No one has ever experienced these things, the way they go, can only rely on themselves to grope each step. Sean suddenly said, "What else can be done? Of course, hide the boat first, wake these two up, and run inside." As soon as the words finished, a scream suddenly sounded in the forest, and another legion of 2 colors of yellow and black appeared among the sparse trees at the edge of the forest, quickly rushing towards them. In their sight this time was a herd of animals about 2 or 3 meters long, with yellow skin, black spots, very wide mouths, long and big tails. The whole group of people, Trak Mok Kwong Ba and others, nervously looked at the moving bodies rushing there, shooting, such a large number. Even if they were to run out of bullets, they were not sure how many could be killed, but shooting was very effective, can attract the attention of many other monsters. What if you break the siege and rush out? Everyone can't help but estimate how many steps they can take. No attack. They were getting closer and closer each time. The speed was amazing. Who knows what these monstrous-looking creatures really want? If they let them close, it really can't be resisted. They are now, like fools, walking into the middle of the battlefield of two fiercely fought legions, and both sides are things they can't get into and don't want to get involved. Now they all understood how difficult it is to survive in the cleft. Attack or not attack, Trak Mok Kwong Ba needed to judge and make a decision in a second or two, a decision that involved the life and death of all these people. He glanced at the number of new monsters that had appeared, then thought of the scorpion army behind him, and said firmly, "Get back into the boat, don't shoot." They all carried the two sleeping people into the boat, and then they all jumped in too. The monsters were less than 50 meters away from them. Everyone's gun barrels were pointing outwards. They nervously watched the monsters that were rapidly approaching. Trak Mok Kwong Ba pressed Trong Lap's trembling hand, helping him calm down. At this moment, it's not good to grab the trigger because it's too stressful. Sean indifferently glanced at Trak Mok Kwong Ba, thinking to himself, judging based on intuition alone, as expected there is a bit of talent. Sean, do you consider them carnivores? Trak Mok Kwong Ba also seemed to sense Sean was looking at him, so he asked a question. Sean said, probably omnivores, maybe they mainly eat small fish and plankton. Yu Yang asked, why do you think that? Sean replied, can't you see their mouths? The barbs are hard in that mouth, used to grind food, but it lacks sharp teeth, can't tear meat, must swallow everything. Our volume is both clever and a little bigger than their mouths, unable to swallow. I don't know if Kwong Ba relies on this feature to judge how threatening they are to us. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, come, don't panic. Only saw the flow mixed with the two colors of black and yellow coming close to their snake-shaped boat. It was indeed split into two, until the stern of the boat merged into one, not paying attention to the boat and the people in it. It takes once. In the eyes of those creatures, it seemed that as long as something was bigger than their mouth, they wouldn't notice. Considering that a major disaster had passed, the people in the boat started talking again. Trong Lap said it was the great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather of a lizard. Yu Yang said it looked more like a giant gecko, and then Sean pointed out, this is probably an amphibian animal like a toadfish. It can be said to be a nest. The salamander's ancestor wasn't wrong either. Trong Lap crawled to the edge of the boat and said, they act collectively on such a large scale, what are they doing? Yu Yang replied, haven't you seen it yet? Why don't you get dinner? Sean suddenly reminded, Trong Lap, don't put your head on the side of the boat like that, it's not a game to be bitten. Trong Lap quickly retracted his head and said, Brother Sean, didn't we just say that our volume is bigger than their mouths? They must not be interested in us. Sean said, but if you put your head on the side of the boat like that, they can only see your head, don't their eyes grow on top of it? That pose of yours is also very good. What if someone wants to try something new? The black and yellow mixed army rushed down the red rock like a tidal wave, rushing straight into the middle of the black scorpion's battlefield. No need to be wrong, burying its head in the sand to search immediately. Turns out, they came to steal food from the real scorpion horsemen. The talons of these salamander-like creatures were not suitable for digging in the sand, so they rushed to steal the food that the scorpion ancestors could dig up. The old man of the scorpion family has not yet evolved. His mouth is still small. He eats slowly, unlike the ancestors of the salamander family, opening his mouth to finish a meal. And these salamander ancestors also took advantage of their huge bodies and smooth skin, making the scorpion ancestors unable to do anything. The scorpion's claws could not hold the large and slippery body of the salamander, and their fragile body was crowded to one side by those large and fat animals, so the scorpions could only. I stared blankly at the food I dug up and swallowed it whole. The scorpion ancestors also have a way to cope. They use the spines of their tails to stab hateful thieves. These thieves had thick skin, stabbed a few times without pain or itching, but they turned to fight each other for food. Quite a few scorpion ancestors took advantage of the space created by the fighting salamander ancestors, eating a little bit of leftover food. The creatures under the sand are really too small. Trakmok Kwangba and the others can't see clearly, only seeing pieces of meat being thrown up in the fight for food between the scorpion ancestors and the salamander ancestors. Huge chunks of flesh and ink blue blood splashed into the air. Huang Man pulled Trakmok Kwangba's tattered hem and said, "Excellent." "It's disgusting." Trakmok Kwangba comforted her. "It's okay, you'll feel normal once you get used to it." Tang Min exclaimed in panic, I want to talk about. Such a thing would. We'll meet a lot." Trakmok Kwangba nodded. "Sure, you have to prepare yourself mentally. After all, this is also a completely foreign world to us. Right now those animals don't eat us. That doesn't mean we'll have a smooth sailing, maybe." Tang Min clenched her fist even more, worriedly said, "How can this be, this place? This place, is it Shangri-La? Isn't Shangri-La a man's paradise?" Trakmok Kwangba smiled and replied, "It seems that everyone has misunderstood. Shangri-La must be the paradise of all living things. Life from hundreds of millions of years ago could not have existed until today. Using the word, miracle, to describe it is still not enough." Tang Min said, "They kill each other like that. Obviously big fish eat small fish. Can that also be considered paradise?" Trakmok Kwangba replied, "They are free." Captain Ho Duong looked at Trakmok Kwangba with respectful eyes. Those 4 simple words depict what a real paradise is. Except for the land of Shangri-La, on this human planet, there are no animals that are truly free right now, they just live under the will of man. Ba Tang coldly looked at 2 groups of prehistoric beasts fighting for food. A flash of fear flashed in his heart, but he couldn't grasp it. Then he quickly understood that he had never witnessed such a scene. So it is not possible to evoke many more memories. It took half an hour for the mixed yellow-black flow to completely pass through the area around the snake-shaped boat, although there were also a few salamander ancestors watching the boat with small curious eyes, but nothing more. Their brain size dictates that they only survive to eat and proliferate, without thinking too much. On the sand under the red rocks was packed with monsters, like a giant pot of porridge. Even the monsters themselves were so packed that they couldn't move. At that moment, an atmosphere of uneasiness suddenly spread around. The scorpion ancestors near the coast began to retreat into the water. The old salamanders also stopped fighting for food. Countless small eyes stared into the air, heads raised, roaring resounding all the time, to another time. The mixed black and gold army also began to move towards the sea, but the sand was indeed too cramped. To advance, they had to be jostled and pushed, making the scene even more chaotic. The salamanders who didn't even have time to eat a bite of the last, also rushed into the sea. At the same time, Trakmok Kwangba and Ba Tang both felt that something was wrong. Sean and Yu Yang also frowned, almost thinking of something. Trong Lap doubted, "What are you playing?" "Landing in Normandy." Yu Yang replied, "The retreat." "Yes," Trakmok Kwangba said, "the flood has receded, we should also leave this place." Captain Ho Duong was surprised and asked, "Where are you going now? Isn't this place relatively safe for the time being?" Sean shook his head, "No, it's not safe, need to get out of here." This time, Trong Lap was the first to notice, on the sandy beach, a dark shadow looming between the ancestors of scorpions and salamanders. He raised his head, then shouted, "Look! Plane." At the end of the sentence, he asked himself, "No way, plane." Chapter 51, Crossing the Primordial Forest. Shangri-La. Yu Yang pointed to the many stones on the top floor. The ancient text above has been weathered and there is nothing left. The direction of the flow of the underground sea remains stable. It will bring the boat across the underground sea to relatively close places. The ancients of 1,000 years ago also started here, set foot on the road to travel this Shangri-La land. Don't forget these many stones are all very high-density volcanic rocks, harder than granite. From the degree of their weathering, it can be seen that these stones have been placed here for thousands of years. It also means that, after entering the deep forest, those seniors don't come back here anymore. Primary Forest 1. All of them raised their heads, only to see beneath the sun of Shangri-La, a winged shadow was flying steadily. Looking at that appearance, looking at the posture of flying in a straight line, it really looks like an airplane. However, if this modern transport can still be seen in Shangri-La, then this place can also be seen from the outside, right? But very soon, they realized, the plane was not just one, but a whole bunch. The first to react was Ba Tang. He jumped out of the boat, shouting, "Run! Not a plane." At the same time, he was very suspicious in his heart. Why are my hands shaking like this? Why are your hands shaking like this? What does my body want to tell me? How could I have seen this before? Trak Mok Kwong Ba also said, "It's a dangerous feeling. Hurry up, drag this boat into the forest, hurry. Get all the way down." They quickly jumped into the boat, then hurriedly pulled the boat away from the sand, running into the forest full of huge old trees ahead. Having run less than 200 meters, the giant planes had dived near the sand. Only now did they see clearly. It was not an airplane, but a huge flock of birds. To the naked eye, those giant birds have a right wingspan of more than 10 meters, which at first glance looks like an airplane. Their beaks are about a meter or two long, curved in shape, like a Russian Condor plane. There was no need to doubt the attack power of that mine, even if the solid lava was to be torn apart like fun. Just seeing that huge flock of birds alternately hovering above the sand, each time they dive, a sea scorpion or two is lifted from the ground, huge claws like a harrow, iron mounted on the crane. The sea scorpions and salamanders that were caught didn't even have a chance to make a life-saving cry before they died. The sand resounded with pitiful screams. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and the others were driven away by that pitiful cry, and they quickly left the terrible slaughterhouse. If they were surrounded by those giant creatures, it would be scary. The birds there eat people and cows and goats, like chickens pecking rice. Only then did they understand how realistically the ancients described these giant beasts of Shangri-La. Trong Lap remembers the great golden condor he met at Kar Kar Te Lai. If the giant birds here are really the falcon, compared to them, that great golden condor can only be counted as a sparrow at most. Trak Mok Kwong Ba ran while panting and asked, "Sean, do you know anything about these birds?" Sean couldn't help but curse, "No, that shit. This place is really crazy." Chang Lap said, "But still, those flying monsters didn't detect us. As long as we were discovered by one, our lives would be over." Yu Yang glanced at Trong Lap with worried eyes, not expecting him to say such a thing. Sure enough, just as Trong Lap's words had just ended, when they were less than 200 meters from the nearest giant tree, a giant bird that seemed to be on patrol noticed the snake-shaped monster moving. Mobile phone below, so I decided to scroll down to see clearly. Feeling the wind whistling, Captain Ho Duong loudly cursed, "Damn it, it was discovered." Trak Mok Kwong Ba urged, "Run quickly. Human feet can be as fast as a bird's wings." Sean turned his head and said, "It's too late." Captain Ho Duong shouted, "Get your stuff out." Finished speaking, he immediately used his elbow to push his backpack aside, his hands full of guns. The others were also ready to fight with amazing speed and reaction. No one noticed that Ba Tang was still stunned, dead for sure. He muttered in a voice so low that only he could hear. Lu Kan Nam warned them, "Don't shoot indiscriminately. The gunfire will startle its fellows or the monsters in the forest. You must give it a fatal blow." Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, You say open fire, we will shoot. Trong Lap confidently followed. If he dares to come here, we will show him what the strength of this elite team is. Approaching, the giant black shadow obscured the sun. In the wind mixed with howls, a huge object dived from the sky. The picture has not come but the sound has come first. The atmosphere is like I want to devour people's souls. Lu Kan Nam firmly held the gun in his hand, silently calculating the distance between them and the giant bird. If you aim the gun straight up to the sky and aim to inflict fatal damage on that giant animal, the firing distance cannot exceed 200 meters. Unable to use electronic binoculars, she could only rely on the height of the platform as a standard, and her sharp eyes that had undergone many years of training to observe reality. One by one the numbers kept jumping in her mind: 1,300 meters, 1,100 meters, 800, 700, 500. Lu Kan Nam constantly reminded everyone, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a little longer. Everyone's palms were wet with sweat. That bird is really big. The closer you get, the more you feel the pressure brought by the huge difference in body shape. 9 people plus the snake-shaped boat was completely covered by its shadow. Right at the moment Lu Kan Nam was about to utter, shooting, that giant bird suddenly flapped its wings. She immediately thought, the birds that are rushing down need to flap their wings to reduce the momentum. When it hit the ground, didn't expect this bird to start decelerating from such a long distance. When the 2 words, shooting, came out of the mouth, it was already a step behind. Those more than 10 meters long wings that fluttered were not just a breeze. The people on the ground were blown by the wind and fell on their backs. The sand and stones hit the openings of their bodies, burning like a cloud, burning like fire, and they couldn't even open their eyes anymore. During the chaos, only 2 or 3 people were able to open fire, but the tilted barrel could not hit the giant bird at all. Ba Tang felt his body suddenly shrink, then his feet left the ground, suspended in the air. He quickly shouted, "It caught me! It caught me!" Lu Kan Nam also shouted, "It didn't catch you, it took our boat." In just a moment when that sentence came out, the 3 captains, Hu Yang, Tang Min, and Yu Yang were all lifted up from the ground one by one. Cut the rope. No. Wang Yu and the others are still on the boat. Fire, shoot. Who poked a gun at me? Be careful and take the trigger now. Screams were heard loudly. Suddenly, Lu Kan Nam roared in the wind, everyone, don't shoot, be careful of injuring each other. Stop all. Allah shaman, all thanks to you. The shaman Allah heard the wind and guessed the sound, closed his eyes and shot a few times in the air, only to hear a high-pitched squeal of indignation. Those who were suspended in the air suddenly felt their bodies sink, fell completely, then fell heavily to the ground. A moment later, the sand wind stopped blowing. When he opened his eyes again, the giant bird was gone. Trak Mok Kwong Ba breathed a sigh of relief, but when he saw the snake-shaped boat, he froze. The frame of the boat was caught by the iron-like claws of the giant bird, breaking a few branches. The middle spine was also broken in 2. The hull was so thick that not even a military knife could pierce it, was torn several meters long. The boat was completely destroyed. Yu Yang grumbled to Trong Lap, "You won't die if you don't say anything. Say what you don't say, and say that the bird will jump. Now that's good. We don't have to keep this boat again." Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "Now is not the time for you to quarrel. Get out of here quickly. It could come back at any time." Shaw nodded and said, "Such a large body but still acting as a team. More than half of it has a primitive family concept. It must be looking for an assistant." Trak Mok Kwong Ba alone carried Vuong Hu. Captain Ho Duong and Ba Tang carried Triu Trang Shine together. The others carried everything that could be carried. After several encounters, the fighting spirit of this elite team was completely dissipated, and all of them frantically ran for their lives into the deep forest. Only entering the forest, those tall and dense trees could prevent the attack of those giant birds. Yu Yang ran, tripped and fell. Trong Lap quickly turned around and pulled him up. Yu Yang got up and ran while shouting, Ignore me, run, run. Trong Lap suddenly looked up at the sky and cried out in horror. Oh my God, it's already chasing after the brothers. Yue Yang punched him hard, shouting, why are you so stupid, run away. Tang Min couldn't help looking back. Chuo Mok Kwong Ba quickly shouted, don't turn around, run away. The shaman Allah also said, let me finish it, when it comes I will tell everyone just run straight ahead. Under heavy pressure, all of them suddenly felt as if they were helped by a god. Their shoulders were stiff, but they still ran at a speed that could almost break the world record in the 200-meter race. However, only 1 or 2 old trees still could not help. They had to continue running deeper, running to a place where the trees were denser. Fortunately, it is not known whether the people of Trak Mok Kwong Ba are too small, without attracting the attention of the giant birds, who only use their snake-shaped boat as a target to vent their anger, pecking and twisting, until it broke the poor boat into a pile of slimy debris that it flew away in anger. The people who were running away were completely unaware of it, still running like crazy through the forest. Finally, when the surrounding trees began to thicken, the ground also became softer. They slowly let their footsteps slow down. The brave people began to look back to see if the birds were still chasing them, more or not. Sean ran in front of the group, just heard the Captain Ho Duong behind say, it's safe, they won't chase anymore. For a moment, not paying attention, his steps suddenly fell, his whole body immediately sink. He quickly shouted, the quagmire, Slough, pull me up. As soon as that sentence ended, his legs were completely submerged in the mud. At this moment, the person closest to Sean is Ba Tang, who is only less than 10 steps away from him. At the same time, others have also discovered that when running, no one can feel it, but just a little pause, the body will sink down. The mud under the feet is too soft, completely unsuitable for standing in a heavy load. It's too late to rush to pull Sean. Lu Can Nam passed beside Trak Mok Kwong Ba, raised his hand on the rope and shot at a large tree, and at the same time said to Sean, shoot the rope. They all quickly shot the rope, hooked it to the giant tree branch. Sean was also able to shoot the hook in time to a large tree in an emergency, then cling to the steel wire to pull the muddy body to climb up. Only 3. The backpack he was carrying on his back had lost 2. Trak Mok Kwong Ba protected Vuong Hu. Captain Ho Duong took care of Triu Trang Shine, also took turns up the tree. 9 people divided among 4 large trees. It was not until they were able to stand firmly on the tree that people realized that the trees here were all very strange. The whole forest seems to have only one type of tree. The trunk of the tree next to the swamp spreads out in a cone shape. The diameter of the largest place must be up to 5 meters. The higher it goes, the smaller it becomes, eventually shrinking, up to less than half a meter, but just keep rising straight up, towering hundreds of meters. The tree is not branched, the top is more than 100 meters high to spread like an umbrella. The green leaves cover the whole sky. When we were resting on the inclined side of the tree for a while, Yu Yang asked Sean, who was standing in the distance, Brother Sean, is there any danger here? Sean smiled wryly and said, you ask me, who can I ask now? Trak Mok Kwong Ba put Vuong Yu on a tree branch, and Duong Man went to check on him. Captain Ho Duong also put Triu Trang Shine down. Lu Can Nam also came to see how the situation was. Trong Lap stood on another tree with a grimace and said, Min Min, think of a way to wake 'em up. It's not the way to carry them around and run like this. It's dangerous everywhere here. Tang Min said, I know, but there's really no way. I've tried all kinds of stimuli. If I were a normal person, I would have woken up a long time ago. Lu Can Nam checked Triu Trang Shine. The situation was similar. Yu Yang said, let me try. Saying that, the guy jumped on Triu Trang Shine's body. His hands were fat on the other's cheeks, pulling and tugging, shouting, wake up, wake up. Sean was interested in the tree trunk where they were stopping. The bark is a bit like that of a pineapple, with numerous raised rhombic eyes that cover the whole. He knocked on all sides, took out a small knife, cut it, looked, and finally said, I should have thought of it earlier, these are all ferns. Tang Min tried several other stimulation methods, still to no avail, but Wang Yu's breathing and pulse were all normal. She shook her head and said, still can't, just wait for them to wake up on their own. Or maybe it's because we're constantly on the move, with no time to stop and rest properly, so they're still in a coma to protect themselves. Trak Mok Kwong Ba nodded. This self-protective coma Lu Kan Nam had told them. Many creatures in the wild, especially mammals, have special coma mechanisms to protect themselves. When facing a major event or an unbearable fear, to ensure that the nervous system does not collapse due to the great change and intense fear, their brain will automatically issue commands. Let the body sink into a coma on its own. Like the ostrich burying its head in the sand, or like the crocodile that Trak Mok Kwong Ba threatened to faint in the Mang Serpent Forest, these are all manifestations of the self-protective coma mechanism. Trong Lap looked at Yu Yang riding on Triu Trang Shine's body and tried to torture him. Suddenly he felt a feeling in his heart that history is always so shockingly similar. Yue Yang slapped Zhao Trang Shine's cheeks red and swollen. Lu Kan Nam immediately stopped him. Yu Yang, don't call any more. You won't wake him up, on the contrary, you'll injure him. Suddenly, Yu Yang shouted with joy, he's awake. Priest, he's awake. Min Min, come over here and take a look. Tang Min quickly threw up the rope, swinging over that tree, only to see Triu Trang Shine moving his lips. Ooh, no one understood what he was saying. His irises moved inside the eye sockets, and his fingers involuntarily shrank. He was indeed awake. Tang Min used the strict wake-up mechanism to try the operation twice, only to hear Triu Trang Shine utter a voice, I have seasickness. The closed eyes slowly opened. Triu Trang Shine only saw a few vague silhouettes, then gradually became clearer, but no one could see them, they were all tall and tall trees. After a while, he asked, where is this place? Ha ha. Yu Yang laughed loudly, imitating Zhang Jian's tone, saying, O awakened humanity, you have been blessed. Triu Trang Shine can now see clearly. Next to him are a few familiar faces, Yu Yang, Man, Captain Hode 1. Yu Yang was still next to the backpack. We're here. This is Shangri-La, this is Shangri-La. We have reached Shangri-La. You are lazy. We had to risk our lives to get here. You just need to sleep for a while and it's all over. God really has no eyes. Triu Trang Shine heard of Shangri-La, quickly tried to get up to look, but was pressed down by Tang Min, saying, now my health is still very weak, obediently lie there, don't move, drink some water first. Satisfied, Triu Trang Shine glanced at the three people beside him, and immediately exclaimed, why are there only these people? When I went to sleep on the boat, there were still dozens of people. Where's the magistrate? Where is young Master Kwong Ba? At this point, he couldn't help but ask again, where are the others? Yu Yang said, on the other trees, don't move around, this place is very narrow, below is the swamp, if you roll once, you will fall right down there. Trak Mok Kwong Ba in the distance also spoke, Triu Trang Shine, awake, how do you feel now? Min Min is right next to you, just listen to her. Triu Trang Shine said, young Master Kwong Ba, I'm fine, everything is fine, it's just, my whole body is tired and I don't have any strength. Yu Yang said, of course, I don't have any strength, I haven't eaten for a few days, even if I sleep all day, my metabolism can't sleep with you, my nutrition has been exhausted, clean a long time ago. Trong Lap on another tree said, hey, welcome back to the Hell Crew. The good days you dreamed of paradise must come to an end. In short, eat something first, we'll save it for you at Sean's. Sean said gloomily, Falled. What? Falled, fish fell, backpack, in the swamp. Sean spread his arms, shrugging helplessly. Trong Lap hesitated for a moment, then said to Triu Trang Shine, it's okay, there's plenty of food here, as long as your mouth is big enough, You can eat as much as you can. Triu Trang Shine slowly regained consciousness. Helped by Duang Man, his limbs also began to function again. The first thing he did was put his hand up to touch his face, then asked in surprise, "Why do I feel like my face is a bit swollen?" Yue Yang looked at the people next to him, saw that no one showed any expression, immediately put on a gentle face and said, "Yes. Why can't we see anything? According to my judgment and deduction, you must be hallucinating. You've just woken up, so it's inevitable that you won't feel real. Rest a little more, don't think too much, you can definitely restore your fighting strength, don't worry." After talking for a while, Yue Yang glanced at Wang Yu again and said to Tang Min, "Do you need to try my way again?" Tang Min shook his head, "Not good, Vuong, whose health is much weaker than Mr. Zhao's, let alone, it is not possible to wake him up just by increasing the stimulus. Your methods are too rough." Yu Yang turned his head and saw Zhao Zhuangsheng looking at him suspiciously, quickly explaining, "The matter we are discussing is purely academic, you don't understand, wait, I will explain later, give." "What now?" Captain Ho Duang asked Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked up at the darkening sky above the forest, although he did not know if the tidal wave they had just experienced was early tide or night tide, but now it seemed that it was more than half of the night tide. He looked around again. The giant tree trunks were surrounded by a half-mud and half-water swamp, air bubbles were everywhere, and the sound of rattling incessantly resounded in the depths of the forest. Primary forest too. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "First of all, everyone compares the time a bit, to try to ensure synchronization with the time in the outside world. After the shaman Ala calculated, everyone agreed to adjust the time to 7:13 p.m. Finally, after about 5 days in the timeless state, they got it back in the land of Shangri-La. Next, Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, the next step is to try your best to find a relatively suitable place to rest." Triu Trang Shine asked, "Isn't this place okay?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, This place can't be. It's too close to the bottom of the forest, there are dangers on all sides." He glanced up at the branch, then said to Lu Kan Nam, "Everyone down below, pay attention to safety, Lu Kan Nam and I will go up there to check the situation. Min Min, I'm here to take care of Wang Yu." With that, he took his gun and shot rivets and awls, and together with Lu Kan Nam climbed to the top of the tree. Tang Min below called out, "Be careful." The eyes kept looking up at Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Lu Kan Nam. Triu Trang Shine looked around and saw a quiet forest, surrounded by a few large puddles of water, and asked in surprise, "This place is fine, why not?" Yu Yang explained, "You just woke up, you don't know how dangerous we were just now. This place is the lowest level of Shangri-La, maybe not quite the Shangri-La in his imagination, but a primeval forest everywhere with creatures from prehistoric times. The animals here are all huge. Even though we have weapons, for those beasts, the damage caused by our weapons is really too small." Zhao Zhuangsheng looked at Yu Yang, then at the others, and felt that Yu Yang was not exaggerating. He asked again, "But, why can't I see any?" This, Yu Yang said, "It's quite complicated to say this, because you joined later, you still don't know what primeval forests are like, primeval forests with these tall trees." Sean then added, "It's a fern, I've said it before." Yu Yang nodded. The forests are made up of tall fern plants, usually divided into 3 layers. The top floor is the treetop, the roof of the forest, where birds and other primates live, although high primates may not be found. Birds are a bit scary, so the top floor is not suitable for us to rest. Under the treetop is the middle layer, mainly branches. There are the fewest species of organisms, even if there are, it is just a few insects that hollow out the tree's intestines, and the bottom floor is where the concentration of the most species of organisms. The environment is also the most complex. Especially in the primeval forests of which we have absolutely no knowledge, stopping to rest on the ground, just acting when there is no other way. Normally, Even if you want to camp overnight on the ground, you have to choose a place that is spacious, near a water source, solid ground, and there are not many bushes and grass around, otherwise, just wait and be chewed. Go. While he was busy talking, Yu Yang involuntarily laughed and said, "What the teacher teaches can't be used here. We don't know anything about the plants and animals here, we can only rely on our own perception." Triu Trangshine said, "You talk so much, what does that have to do with not seeing animals here?" Sean said, "I think there are a few main reasons. Firstly, the ancestors of the lizard salamanders that lived here have just returned to the sea. Second, it was just past dinner time, most of the animals had already returned to the cave to rest. Thirdly, we're strangers in this land, they're still lurking in the shadows watching us, though I suspect they haven't evolved to have such developed brains, but nor does it rule out that it is instinctively dictated. But it still helps, at least here we don't get bitten by some invisible small animals," said Trong Lap. Triu Trangshine wondered, "Why do you say that?" Trong Lap laughed and said, "That's why I said you missed the most special part, the animals here. From the moment we got to the shore, I thought we were the smallest." Triu Trangshine was even more confused. "What does that mean? What is it that we are the smallest of?" Yu Yang then said, "Remember the record we told you about the Quabar tribe people in ancient times opening a new era? The beasts there were as tall as 3 houses, with skin as thick as armor, with man-eating birds and goats like warblers, and insects as tall as humans. Do you remember?" Triu Trangshine nodded. Let me think. Yeah, I think I've heard Zhang Lap say it, it's a myth." Yu Yang shook his head. No, that's the truth, the depiction is very realistic. We just saw those giant birds. Have you ever seen a bird with a wingspan of 20 feet? As big as an airplane? Impossible. Triu Trangshine refused to believe whatever he said and almost jumped up. Trong Lap said, Hey, don't believe it. When you see it later, don't leak your pants." 3 Tang rummaged through the weapons in his backpack, plastic explosives, grenades, explosive bullets, cannons, each of which he picked up once, then shook his head again, and put it back in his backpack. The shaman Allah said in a low voice, "It won't work, the weapons we carry are not enough to destroy such large animals, our only option is to walk away, try not to contact, face them." Ba Tang's hand, which was loading explosive 12.7mm bullets, suddenly trembled. His body was as huge as an airplane, and a group as large as an army. From the moment he first saw the giant bird, Ba Tang remembered, he had seen them. On the jade-green steppe, under the bright sunlight, those giant birds were attracted to the blood of the Tibetan antelope, covering the sun, unable to resist, unable to fight back. When seeing their large body, anyone will doubt whether the gun in their hand can do damage to that huge object. Afada, Amu, Alafu, all of them were swept away, disappeared in the blink of an eye in the thick fog, but the pitiful cry still resounded from the 9 high clouds, becoming a howling scream indelible carpet in memory. Why they let out such a pitiful cry, Ba Tang also remembered. Tsumu was behind him. When the sound of the wind passed, Tsumu suddenly shouted, "Watch out behind." He jumped on top of me. I should have been the one who got carried away. 2 giant birds, one clutched Tsumu's back, the other sprang into the air. The big beak only lightly pecked on Tsumu's body, one of Tsumu's legs and the intestines inside the abdominal cavity and bones. Flesh and bones were torn apart, a bloody piece of large intestine protruded from the torn leg, suspended in the air. Tsumu is still alive. That scream. Hearing that sound, Ba Tang felt like the person being torn apart seemed to be himself. There was still countless cries of his comrades in the air, flesh, brains, irises, small intestines, large intestines, flesh and blood pouring down, from the step where they were standing, where the woods have to run at least another 1,000 meters. Tang's father also thought he was certain of death, but, in the end what happened? Ba Tang's memories were interrupted there again, but Ba Tang's trembling hands told him, What happened next was even more terrifying, and also something he couldn't do, remember. The shaman Allah again said in a low voice, weapons are not absolutely reliable absolute power that humans possess. If you want to conquer the past and yourself, you can only rely on yourself forever. Tang's father glanced at him, put down the magazine, then took the curved blade from his backpack, tied the sheath to his calf, pulled out the shining sharp blade, then put it back in, the blade and the ghost sheath, close, making a sharp, cheng, sound. Hey, Minmin, Wang Yu is about to fall down, Yu Yang reminded Tang Min, who was craned his neck to look up. Tang Min was startled, quickly reached out and pulled Wang Yu's shoulder tightly, then suddenly, let out a voice. It turned out that she discovered that it wasn't Vuonghu who slid down by himself, but something bit into the leg of his pants pulling him down. That thing's whole body was as black as ink, soft, and looked like a snail coming out of its shell. It bit hard, no, it must be said that it sucked on the leg of Vuonghu's pants. That mouth is like a sunflower in full bloom, in the mouth are many small straws like needles. There were spikes nearly half a meter long on the back of that thing, tentacles that could be retracted and pulled out like a snail's trunk. Just now, there were some tentacles clinging to Wang Yu's pants, but now they have all retracted. But its mouth still sucked on Wang Yu's pants and refused to let go. Tang Min pulled up from the bottom of the lagoon a mollusk monster nearly a meter long. Its whole body appeared in front of her eyes, clearly a tube-shaped meatworm. On its back there were a few sharp spikes, striped with two intersecting black and yellow stripes, each pair of rough fleshy legs. There, that's a giant caterpillar. No, it's scarier, more disgusting than caterpillars. What is this? This is what Tang Min is most afraid of. They were only less than 2 centimeters long, enough to make her close her eyes, howl and jump, let alone a meter long one sticking out of the water. Tang Min finally couldn't help but let go of Wang Yu and shouted. Ah, damn it, elsewhere, similar creatures have appeared. Bar Tang's wrist waved, the hook attached to his left hand immediately shot out, the gun barrel in his right hand simultaneously spewed fire, explosive bullets sent mud and water in the swamp and splashed all over the place. The monstrous insects hit by the bullets jerked their heads and tails up, their fleshy legs swarming, making the lagoon below boil with fervor. Only then did they find out that they were quietly surrounded by these monsters. A giant worm from the bottom of the swamp raised its head to the tree trunk. Triu Trangshine was afraid to shrink his whole body, frantically asked, "What the hell is that? What the hell is that?" Trong Lap shot a rope to swing people over, said, "See, this must be the great horse of the caterpillars. Such a body type is the smallest. The ones we met earlier are called big mussels." Sean looked at the weird worms that Bar Tang shot with their heads and tails upside down in the swamp, only seeing one big head and one small end. The big head looked like a balloon filled with water, the tentacles were up to a meter long. He, when he withdrew into his stomach, did not see any traces anymore. Saying it was a mollusk is not very good, because the spikes on the other back are both long and hard, like the swords of the gods. Where is the fencing goalie? It's really weird. Suddenly, a prehistoric creature's name popped into his mind. Hallucigenia. These are the Hallucigenia species. Sean shouted loudly, because a Hallucigenia had not politely crawled onto the tree where he was stopping. He hurriedly put on his backpack and threw the swings away. Captain Ho Duong didn't have time to pick up his weapon, and conveniently pulled out an iron pickaxe and slashed it directly at the Hallucigenia mollusk, feeling only slippery and soft, like hitting a rubber ball inside the container, full of grease. Yu Yang then asked, "Hallucigenia, what is that? Didn't you say you don't know much about prehistoric creatures?" Sean replied, "This species was very famous in the Cambrian, like the three-leaf worm. Because it is so monstrous, the discoverer has given it the name meaning, the worm can't even dream, also known as monstrous worm. Merely, it's just that the fossil specimens that people have discovered are less than a centimeter long. Why? How can they be this long?" Yu Yang grumbled, After 300 million years, heaven knows what they've turned into. At this time, only saw the strange worm under Sean's feet parting its mouth, the skin under the neck shrank, revealing layers of wrinkles. It looked like people rolled up the sleeves of a sweater. The structure in the mouth looked like the barrel of a cannon. Yang exclaimed, what is that worm doing? Sean shifted to the other side, saying, I don't know, but it looks like it's about to spit something out. Try not to come face to face with it. Tang Min had been climbing high with a rope a while ago, still shouting incessantly, quickly chase them away, quickly chase them away. Minman, what's wrong? Are you all right? Trak Mok Kwong Ba's voice sounded above. They climbed back down. I only saw Lu Kan Nam slide down the rope at an unprecedented speed. There seemed to be a bit of panic in his eyes, and about 10 meters from the ground he shouted, quickly get out of here. Only then did others see Trak Mok Kwong Ba's shadow also sliding down. Yang used a rope to climb a few steps and asked, what's wrong, young Master Kwong Ba? Trak Mok Kwong Ba handed the electronic binoculars to Yang and said, where's my backpack? Everyone, get ready to leave here. There are some very strange creatures on the branches that can hurt us. The people below were startled, and it seemed that there was still something on the tree, but, what can make even the officials afraid to the face of the flower? Could it be that the above is also crawling, swarming with another bunch of monstrous worms? Soon, everyone saw something that even Lu Kan Nam didn't want to touch. There, what creature is that? Looking at its appearance, it looked as if a giant sputum had just spewed out, with no specific form. The whole body was green, yellow, giving off a disgusting smell that made people just want to vomit. They fell into the swamp. It stuck to it like a potion. The body spread out about the size of a wash basin. Only the creature's head was seen, or it could be said to be its temporary head, flowing forward like a boiling sputum. Then the tail slowly contracted, then the body. The body stretches in a different direction, and then the tail moves back. That kind of movement, like a morph in the microbiome. Yang tried to endure the stench that made people choke, covered his nose and said, what is this? It's so disgusting. How can you even move like that? Ba Tang also did not dare to shoot at those creatures with no fixed form, only afraid that the green-yellow liquid would splash on his body. Lu Kan Nam did not have time to answer, only loudly shouted, go quickly, they will fly down from above. Trak Mok Kwong Ba pointed his finger forward to the right and said, about 2 kilometers northwest of us, we see a waterfall. There seems to be artificial architecture. Everyone, go that way. Man Min, don't rush so fast. Shaman Allah, sorry for you to carry Vuong Hu. And you aid one to help Tiu Triu go. Trong Lap, Sean, you two help them carry their backpacks. Father Tang, don't shoot anymore, it won't stop. There are a lot of trees on the tree, they can jump up too. Hurry up. His words just ended, only seeing worms. Hallucigenia in the swamp suddenly shrinks its body, spits out something, only hears a flat sound, has stuck to the tree trunk, is that yellow-green pus like mucus, but only the slime was much smaller than the thing on the tree that fell. Trong Lap also exclaimed, it's disgusting. Just now there seems to be a sputum on my face. My face has been scratched by it. It's gone, my face is destroyed. Sean mumbled, this is crazy, the world is crazy. Countless sputum-like creatures fell from above, some stretched out, slowly gliding down like a leaf, some shrink like a drop of water, reach a swamp or a tree stump, and flow forward like a liquid. At the same time, countless worms. Hallucigenia in the swamp tried to shoot those slimy sputum up. The body of that thing was like chewing gum, sticking to it wherever it touched. For a moment, the whole forest was full of mollusks that were scattered or shot up and flew, with basically nowhere to dodge. The whole group of people swinging in the air with ropes, only seeing dangerous slimy enemies in the air, under their feet bubbling swamps and monstrous worms with sharp spines twisting. Scroll, reality could not have been worse. Flat, Trong Lap's right foot was covered with a thick layer of mucus. Trong Lap hurriedly used his hand to knock the mollusk out, who knew that as soon as he touched it, the mucus stuck to his hand, lifted his hand, mucus immediately pulled into thin threads like rubber plastic, the strong stench of pus rushed to the nose. Trong Lap only felt unspeakable discomfort in his chest. When he was on the boat shaking so violently, he didn't even vomit, but now finally couldn't help it. His stomach twisted for a while, his stomach churned, and all the edible fish bones and bones spurted out, clean out. I got hit, Trong Lap shouted. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, do your best, find a place to clean it later, don't let it fall. Let me tell you, if you fall, no one will save you. If you fall, you will surely die. As soon as the words finished, he heard a beep sound, thick phlegm covered his right foot, and then hung like a bunch of rubber latex under his heel, unable to be shaken. Beep, Ba Tang suddenly sped up, gliding in front of them, the thing already stuck to his shoulder, and apart to his left cheek. Looking at Ba Tang's clenched teeth, we were only worried that he would cut off his left arm. Triu Trang Shine whispered to Yu Yang, I guess I'm not done. Yu Yang said, don't talk nonsense. Triu Trang Shine said, really, that thing has stuck to my back, not just 1 or 2 yards, I feel it must be at least 5 or 6 yards. Yue Yang remained silent and said nothing. Triu Trang Shine worriedly asked, you, why don't you say anything? What are you thinking? Yu Yang replied, I was thinking, should I throw you down? What, how dare you think so? Triu Trang Shine said, you really think so? Yu Yang hesitantly said, but, who knows if they will cling to your back and then creep up on me by the way. You're an idiot, just now someone said that you beat me up and my face swelled up. I didn't believe it, it seems that you did it. Who sold me out? Very well, of course it is you. Don't move, I told you not to move, see, now I'm hit too. Lava Land. Swinging in the forest for half an hour, they finally discovered the place where there seems to be an artificial architecture that Trak Mok Kwong Ba talked about. This place compared to the jungle, it can be said to be a completely different scene. It is a volcanic lava platform quite high compared to the swamp. On the smooth rock surface, no plants grow, the heavens and the earth are immediately wide open, looking back like feet from afar. A giant stepped down in the middle of the forest. On the instep there is a silver band, which is the waterfall flowing down from the second floor. The waterfall condenses into a clear lagoon on the instep, the water overflowing through it into the swamp below. As for those things that at first glance seem like artificial structures, located in the raised part of the giant's feet, from afar, they only look like piles of rubble, or shaped lava rocks, weathered apex. Looking at the distribution, shape, and height of the mound, it didn't look like man-made architecture at all, even making them feel like it was a lair built by some animal. When I really got close, I realized that the giant foot was not just normal. Here the red rock must rise at least 50 meters above the ground, even as high as the tops of the giant ferns, about 2,000 meters wide, spreading deep into the forest, seemingly connected to the foot of the mountain. But when we got to the bottom, we discovered that the giant feet on the top and bottom were small. Trying to climb the cliff was not an easy thing. However, still fortunate, the waterfall flowing through the giant instep also poured down to form a small clean lagoon. Right now, what they need most is clean water. They need to wash off all the disgusting things that no words can describe on their bodies first. After a rope swing in the forest, everyone was beaten, and each person had more or less 1 or 2 slimy-like creatures clinging to them. Sean was the worst. He was covered from head to toe by the creature, at first glance as if he was wearing a two-tone camouflage suit. Platinum hair looks like someone's, like a bunch of raw eggs, stuck together. Seeing the clean lagoon, Sean couldn't hold it back, rushed straight forward, unexpectedly, was stopped by 2 sharp shouts. Stop, Sean. The first sentence is the order of Lu Can Nam. Sean, you stop for me. The second sentence is Tang Min's scream. Sean was bewildered as to what had happened, as if he had made a serious mistake. Two angry girls rushed in front of him. How can you be ahead of us? That's right, you have to wait for us to wash first before it's your turn. As it turned out, both girls agreed on the opinion that, this clean lagoon has been washed by rotten men. Isn't it a dirty and rotten lagoon? How can it be used anymore? So it's only natural to let them use it first. Now that Sean has figured it out, he's made a polite mistake. He waved his hand covered in disgusting mucus, then looked at his body covered in green, yellow and yellow filth, muttering, But I. Lu Can Nam glanced at the tiny lagoon of less than 10 square meters below the waterfall, and saw that it was surrounded by gurgling mud, and refused to let Sean wash it anyway. Lu Can Nam spoke as fast as the wind. Tang Min also spoke 5 times 10, 2 people singing one painting at a time, lullaby saying a series of Chinese principles that Sean didn't understand at all, and finally, 2 floors down, oppressive, he dared not give up. A group of rotten men, who deserved to be real, gathered in one place, only to see the stench on their bodies getting stronger and stronger each time. Looking at Sean's moody appearance, Yu Yang reluctantly forced out a comforting smile. Now is the time to promote your aristocracy. We men have nothing to do with these women. Sean said in slurred Chinese, dear to the whole clan, his grandmother. Everyone very consciously turned their backs to the lagoon, forming an arc. Besides Trak Mok Kwong Ba, the rest did not even dare to turn their heads to glance. Cough cough, Zhang Lap suddenly cleared his throat. Actually, I feel. Of course, this is just my personal opinion, young Master Kwong Ba, you can take a bath with them too. The men all gave a wry smile. Trak Mok Kwong Ba pretended to be serious and replied, I'm afraid I'll be kicked away. They all laughed, but only one made a sound. Ha ha. After Trong Lap laughed out loud, he realized that everyone else just opened his mouth, but didn't make any sound, suddenly remembered that the person behind him had extremely excellent hearing and sharp thinking, better than people, could not have heard the evil intention in that laughter. Just thinking about this, suddenly like a negative wind blowing, he immediately felt unwell, quickly covered his nose and mouth. Captain Ho Duang and the magician Ala were in a place far from the lagoon, taking advantage of the dim light to study the structure of the giant's feet. Observed from a close distance, this foot will be discovered not as an intact block of lava, but by each prismatic stone block put together, arranged very neatly, as if by hand, man-made, but both Captain Ho Duang and Shaman Ala know that this is a miracle created by the great nature. When volcanic lava quickly cools, the lava cracks and forms a shape similar to the accumulation. The shape of each lava pillar is neat and precise like a honeycomb, the top is slightly curved, into an arc. Standing below this cliff, feeling like standing quietly in the corridor of some palace from ancient times, Captain Ho Duang reached out his hand to touch those neat hexagonal stone pillars, sighing silently at the miracle of nature, while the shaman Ala raised her head slightly, as if thinking. From the moment they broke into the forest, the master's gaze stopped on this huge rock, where was the dividing wall they needed to overcome. A large cliff separates the first and second platforms. Only when he got close to the giant's feet did he see clearly. The huge cliff like a tsunami was rolling up and then frozen in the blink of an eye. A wave up to 1,000 meters high, looking up did not see the tip of the wave. The edge of the second platform spread like an umbrella to cover the floor below. The openings between the hexagonal pillars that seemed to be separate from each other were actually so close to the floor that even a thin sheet of paper could not be inserted. This type of lava cliff is often referred to as the Wall of Lament by rock climbers. On the cliff there is no opening to insert the tip of the stick, forced to use a puncher. At the end, the climber has to hang upside down like a spider on the ceiling to pass. This type of cliff, if the height is less than 100 meters, the climbers can still rely on their tenacity to overcome, but this cliff is nearly 2,000 meters high. Not to mention its umbrella-like peak. Even if it was just a steep cliff, it would take several days, along with countless climbing equipment to overcome. The shaman Allah said in his heart, "A cliff like this, can that person climb up with his bare hands?" And me. At this time, Captain Hoduang said, "Master, how do you think this cliff was formed?" The magician Allah raised his head again. His eyes seemed to see through the giant's feet, stopping on the second platform. In his mind, a scene from thousands of years ago suddenly appeared. Lava like a flowing stream of liquid steel flows along the passages, spilling out on the second stage. At this position, the gradually cooled lava flow began to accumulate. A small part of it still melted around the obstacles ahead, flowed to the edge of the second floor vase, dripping from above, shaped like into the giant foot of today. The shaman Allah said, just like our speculation. When Hong Ba Lami Quang Bao Jiam first appeared in front of their eyes, they did not stop discussing how this place could have been formed. In order to form this narrow top and bottom serrated terrain, it is necessary to have a very tight structure to withstand the pressure above without breaking. Most modern volcanoes erupt from the center, forming a pyramid-like pyramid. That is to say, this terrain was probably formed in ancient times. Several 100 million years ago, at the beginning of the Permian period, the continental blocks were still unstable. The Earth's crust had many giant cracks. When the Earth's crust moves, molten lava in the Earth's heart overflows out of those cracks, which are ancient fissure volcanoes. Lava flows across the vast Earth like a carpet, forming countless plateaus. After forming the highlands created by lava, the Earth's crust moves again, continues to pour lava under the Earth to overflow, creating another high area above the original highland, and so on, layer by floor, creating a very bizarre lava terrain. The truth is, in China's three provinces of Sichuan, Yunnan, and Guizhou, there are countless places with similar topography, but after leaving the Xuyante region, continuing to the west, very few are discovered. The terrain is similar, until crossing Tibet, going towards India, there will be large flats of land formed by volcanic lava. After Professor Feng Tan consulted many experts, along with the experience of Captain Hoduang, they came to an overall conclusion. That is, after the formation of this particular terrain, tens of millions of years ago, due to the collision of continental blocks, the Himalayas and the surrounding mountain circuits rose up, leading to high ground. Due to the molten lava formed and the surrounding terrain continued to be raised higher, forming the highest mountain peak in the world today. At the same time, most of the other highlands were crushed by the continental masses, broke apart, and could not continue to pile up any longer. The place they want to search, obviously lies in the crevices between the continental blocks, still retaining the form of several 100 million years ago. Because it is located between the continental blocks, the movement of the Earth's crust here is extremely unstable, so to this day, volcanic eruptions are still possible. The ancient tantric followers say that the holy land of Weimar Longenan, every 1,028 years, is reborn in a fire, most likely just a volcanic eruption. As for the road to the Holy Land, which is also the Yumin River that they just crossed, it is completely a lava passage formed when the ancient volcano erupted, not created by invasive water. But now there is another problem before them. If it is said here that there is a large-scale volcanic eruption every 1,028 years, then, the diverse forms of how can the creatures here be so perfectly preserved? It must be known that volcanic eruptions have the most destructive power in nature. Each time molten lava overflows, the surrounding flora and fauna will be completely destroyed. What's more, being in this almost closed environment, let alone other things, the toxic gas produced by the volcano erupts or even doesn't erupt, is enough to kill all living things in it. Here it is. But the truth is, the air quality they measured was so good that it couldn't be better. It is estimated that the people who moved here could increase their life expectancy by many years. The shaman Allah guessed that this could be a dead volcano that ended its life several 100 million years ago. After all, in the written records of the Tibetans, almost nothing was discovered. Talk about volcanic eruptions. As for the other 1028, it was very likely a holy number for ancient Hindus, just as people today prefer 6 to 8, and rebirth in flames can also be fully explained in terms of spiritual meaning in religion. Captain Ho Duong had a different view. He said, if the document is not recorded, there are two possibilities. One is that it has appeared, but no one has recorded it. Another possibility is that this was recorded, but the text was lost in the ever-flowing river of history. He firmly asserted that the large mountain ranges that cross Tibet, including the Himalayas, are located on the Pacific volcanic belt. The frequency of earthquakes here can be said to be extremely large. But historically, records of earthquakes can be found really rare, let alone volcanic eruptions. The two brought their point of view to the team, immediately sparking a new debate. Trong Lap, Yu Yang, and Triu Trang Shine all maintain a anything can happen attitude, supporting Captain Ho Duong. Sean, Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Ba Tang are much more rational, but they are also slightly inclined to support Captain Ho Duong. Trak Mok Kwong Ba explained that, if this place is really located in the gap between the continental blocks, then the crust here is probably a little thinner, or maybe there is still a volcanic fission-shaped volcano. In ancient times, molten lava did not erupt, but rather like a basin filled with water rising out little by little. Otherwise it is also possible that it is a quiet volcano. Molten lava gently splashes out, like a pot of porridge that is gurgling, not erupting violently. Just like the volcano in Hawaii also erupts frequently, but that place is still a popular tourist area. The surrounding residents also live very comfortably, and it is not uncommon for people to venture to the crater to take pictures. Another photo of a volcano erupting. Sean explains the biodiversity of this place from a biological perspective. People have underestimated the ability of organisms to adapt, he said. Scientists have discovered a small fish near the volcanic area of the bottom of the Pacific Ocean. They have completely broken the principle that biological proteins will solidify at temperatures higher than 50-60 degrees Celsius. Naturally, live in water with a temperature of 80 to 90 degrees, if the surrounding water temperature is too low, otherwise they will freeze to death. If it is said that the volcano here erupts slowly and peacefully, then during such a long period of time, the creatures here can completely adapt to this living environment, much less need to mention it. What else do intelligent humans do? Ba Tang analyzed the reason that volcanic toxic gases did not affect the ecological situation from a meteorological perspective. He explained, the so-called toxic gas is that only in volcanic lava contains substances that are not suitable for the growth of plants and animals, but not all volcanoes contain such substances. Then, the volcanic gas here may not be toxic. Moreover, if it is said that volcanic gas is toxic, then we have to see where the crater is. If it is on the third stratosphere, then the crack that brings light down here will play an extremely important role, key to this place. Father Tang is usually very quiet, never able to say a few sentences. Himself feels like he doesn't know how to choose words. Looking at his red face, blue veins protruding all over his forehead, we all thought he was remembering the terrifying scene where his former comrades had lost their lives. Fortunately, Lu Can Nam and Tuang Man had finished bathing at that time and returned. The two girls also heard everyone present their opinions, so they helped Ba Tang add a few more sentences. Lu Can Nam proposed two hypotheses. If the whole Shangri-La region is said to be a closed space, then the light above can only be the result of the collision of electrons, but the collision electrons cannot emit such strong light, so this hypothesis is not valid. The second situation is that those slits covered by dense clouds are connected to the outside world, so that the rays are not only produced by electrons colliding with each other, but also by the sunlight outside is refracted. If the space was connected, the atmosphere was also connected. If the equipment they brought was not affected by the magnetic field causing too much error, the third stratosphere hiding in the clouds would probably be about as high, above 6,000 meters. The top of the ravine will be higher, most likely the snowy peak outside. Everyone knows that the air on the top of the snowy mountain is very thin. The atmospheric pressure is extremely low. The wind is very strong, but this spatial structure makes the pressure here relatively stable and unchanged. The difference in barometric pressure between this place and the outside world, plus the influence of strong winds on the snowy mountains, will circulate the air above the stratosphere covered by clouds. Lu Kan Nam, moving two index fingers, explained, the atmosphere on the third floor circulates, and the atmosphere inside this Shangri-La circulates, like two gears. The atmosphere is the air in the first and second floors will flow in the opposite direction to the atmosphere on the third floor. As such, the flow of air inside this almost enclosed space will become active, clearly yet another miracle of great nature. Therefore, the natural environment and the four seasons here create a world completely separate from the outside. Min Min understood first, then explained more figuratively. The air circulating here is like a lung in a person's body, sucking in fresh air from the outside world, then there, through circulation, the toxic gas is pushed out. The third stratosphere is covered by clouds, which is the place of gas exchange. Yue Yang retorted, so what if it's true that colliding electrons create such a strong light? Lu Kan Nam smiled, then the sky at Shangri-La will continue to be bright, there is no darkness, but in fact, the result of our observations is. She raised her head and continued, the color of the sky here is gradually getting darker. Only now did Captain Ho Duong realize that, everyone was immersed in a happy discussion, unexpectedly forgetting the strong stench on their bodies, until Duong Man and Lu Kan Nam both felt dizzy, flower eyes, covering their noses with their hands to scare them off to take a quick shower, and when the men remembered, they jumped into the water with laughter. Food hard to swallow. After bathing, everyone felt that the danger level of that creature to the human body was still very low. The adhesives are not aqua regia, nor are they strongly alkaline, are not toxic to the body or cause allergies, just their appearance is too disgusting. Besides, there is a strong rotten smell that makes people unable to only tolerable. Now when standing under the giant foot-shaped cliff, the sky is gradually darkening, they face another difficult problem, where to camp now. Right under that giant foot, the four sides were wet and dark, the wind blew in battle, and they had just escaped from the encirclement of the monstrous and metamorphic hallucinogenia worms. The feeling is not very certain. Climb the cliff overnight, who knows what is up there? A vast expanse of open space. If you encounter those giant birds or something, then it is considered as a sleepless night. And now they desperately need rest. It's been more than 5 days since no one has slept at all. Now it's all thanks to the excitement when they first set foot in Shangri-La, and the stimulation of the new monsters persisted in keeping their sanity. Moreover, climbing the cliff has another difficult point, which is that the three sides of this giant rock are inclined inward. In addition to needing to use tools, it also requires very good physical strength to climb, up. Not only that, they also have to carry a Vuong who is still unconscious, making climbing more difficult. The little energy they gained from eating the small fish in the sea had already been consumed since they ran away, and now they don't eat any more, fearing that no one will climb up. In this completely unfamiliar environment, Trak Mob Kwong Ba did not come up with any ideas, so he proved very democratic for everyone to discuss. After a while of deliberation, with 6 votes in favor and 3 against and 1 person giving up the right to speak, they all decided to camp under the cliff, think of a way to get something to eat, and early tomorrow morning we'll climb the rock giant. After negotiating, finding food and setting up camp became the urgent task ahead. Finally, the work was assigned as follows. The 3 people Trong Lap, Bar Tang, Sean took the clean water lagoon as the center, looking for food within a radius of 100 meters, the others were in charge of setting up the tents. This time they set up camp halfway up the cliff. The way to set up this camp is quite similar to the tree house that Trak Mob Kwong Ba and the others once built in the jungle. First, use a drill to drill a hole about 10 meters above the ground, close the expansion screw and fixed steel pipe, then start join the crossbars on the steel pipe. After the bottom support like the gravel is finished, take that as the background, cover it with a double layer film in the middle of the air cushion. That's it. Viewed from it looks like a hanging coffin of the back ethnic people. Each camp was connected to each other, finally looking like a train of trains hanging from an upside-down cliff. This type of tent can prevent the moisture below the ground from being too high, and also prevent the sudden attack of hallucinogenia worms and other species, avoid wind and rain, and do not have to think about the danger of falling rocks above, which is particularly suitable when erecting under a steep inward slant like this. Not long after the tent was set up, Trong Lap and the others also returned, only brought along a monstrous hallucinogenia worm. The thorns on the 1.5 meter long boneless creature that looked like black tendons was still trembling slightly, clearly not dead yet. Captain Ho Duong pointed at the strange worm and asked, "You guys, why did you bring this baby back? What are you going to do?" "Dinner." Trong Lap uttered the answer that they both didn't want to hear the most. Triu Trang Shine jumped up. "Tell me to eat this. Then I'd rather eat shit." Tang's father threw the soft worm on the ground, saying, "Only this, don't eat it." Sean stretched out his hand and said, "There's a whole swamp around here full of this worm, I think it's edible." Yu Yang said, "Could it be? Is there no other creature? Plants are fine too." Trong Lap smiled cunningly. "Yes, could it be? You want us to bring too thick sputum to taste?" As soon as Yu Yang heard that word, he couldn't help but vomit. "Actually, this is a very bizarre life form," explains Sean. "The solid sputum morphology is either a larva of the hallucinogenia worm, or an incomplete metamorphosis, and the salamander ancestors we saw earlier, who lived in swamps during the day, must have eaten the same phlegm-like creature, and the hallucinogenia worms, to ensure that they can continue to multiply, have evolved the ability to climb trees. When they multiply, they spit out larvae like sputum, taking advantage of the shape-shifting prosthetic legs and light body to climb the tree, continue to grow, when the body weight is greater than its own gravity. They will fly down like fallen leaves, continuing to grow beneath the swamp. The special stench was probably also a measure to protect the larvae. Based on the number of salamanders we saw in the beginning, I'm afraid the whole swamp around here is just this worm. If their larvae hadn't done any damage to our bodies, more also the salamanders are edible, I guess the mollusks can. We do a little biochemical analysis, then try it out." Triu Trang Shine strongly shook his head. "No, I don't eat, I definitely don't eat." Trong Lap patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. "Actually, it's not that scary, it's just that its shape is a bit weird, maybe the meat is delicious. Just close your eyes and imagine it's a scallop or a snail." We all sat around, one looking at the other, and finally everyone realized why it is often said, how much courage it takes for the first person to eat the crab. They kept looking at that monstrous animal, and immediately thought of the thick green, yellow sputum. It was this animal that spit out that disgusting phlegm. Would they be able to eat it? Zhang Li suddenly reached out his hand to Yue Yang and said, "Please." Yu Yang also pushed back his hand. "Please." Zhang Li shook his head vigorously, continuing to extend his hand to Yu Yang. No, please eat first." No, please eat first. I invited you first." "Well, I'll just invite you to eat first. What are you two doing, playing cues?" As soon as they heard Captain Ho Duong speak, the two immediately refused to invite again. After a while, Yu Yang said to Triu Trang Shine, "Come on, you are already very hungry, but like us, you had a stomach full of fish earlier, you must supplement with nutrition." Zhao Zhuangsheng glared at Yu Yang with hatred, gritted his teeth, and refused to open his mouth. Ba Tang, raised his body up. His eyes glared at the monstrous worm. His hand clenched the handle of the knife. Everyone thought he was about to take action, did not expect Ba Tang to only hold one, then slowly let go of his hand, sit cross-legged down like an old monk in samadhi. Sean looked left and right, as if searching for a mosquito in the air, just didn't glance at the mass of meat once. Min Min also dared not look at that large worm. Allah Shaman said before that just drinking water can still maintain life, such precious food, it is better to leave it for everyone to enjoy. Wow, a flash of cold light flashed. Trak Mok Kwong Ba very quickly swung a knife to cut a piece of meat, stuck it on the tip of the knife, but it was still squirming like a live fish. Sean said it was a slow death phenomenon of low-level animals. There are life forms that have an independent spiral nervous system for every inch of the skin, which, even if cut off from the body, can still function as usual. Looking at the black object in the form of frozen glue still moving, Trak Mok Kwong Ba gritted his teeth and said, "Afraid of anything, no matter how disgusting it is? It's just hydrocarbons, let's bake it and eat it." The glue-like object was burned, the scent spread, causing everyone to drool. Their stomachs beat continuously, but they all just stared at Trak Mok Kwong Ba's hand. He hadn't put that piece of meat in his mouth, and everyone showed no intention of eating it. This is also the first time that Trak Mok Kwong Ba ate in front of so many people's gazes. Just now it was a moment of courage, now it's a bit difficult to continue, but he also understands, I don't touch, but others can't do anything. Only saw the piece of meat on the tip of the knife getting closer and closer to the mouth. Finally, Trak Mok Kwong Ba also put the piece of meat into his mouth, slightly closed his teeth like a person biting a nail, pulled away a little, then took the head, tongue pressed down slowly chewing. The rest were all staring at his face. Min Man put his hand on the medical kit bag, ready to rush to the emergency at any time, and Ba Tang's sword was already dead, pulled out half. If Trak Mok Kwong Ba had anything different, he would swing his knife and cut his tongue. I only saw the tip of Trak Mok Kwong Ba's tongue sticking out and licking around his lips. His mouth was full of chewing, his eyebrows were furrowed, then he put the piece of meat on the tip of the knife into his mouth, chewing while frowning, as if it was difficult, swallowed, making them both terrified and scared. After a while, Trak Mok Kwong Ba took another knife and cut another piece of meat on the grotesque worm's body and raised it over the fire, but his brows were getting tighter and tighter. Everyone understands nothing. In the end, Yu Yang couldn't help but ask, "Young Master Kwong Ba, how are you? What did you say? Did you say?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba's tightly furrowed eyebrows slowly loosened, and a crooked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Can eat. We all know now that we are trapped. We have a leader. The fear of the rest is of course much less. Some people are still afraid to see others eating well. In the end, also joined the fight for food. That meat is cool in the mouth, chewing is very tasty. The outer layer is chewed like fried beef. The inner layer is as soft as the lips of a fish. Not to mention Trak Mok Kwong Ba and the others are still in a state of hunger and thirst. Monstrous hallucinogenia in the blink of an eye has turned into a pronoun that replaces the delicious food in the world." After eating, before everyone went to sleep, Tang Min discovered, Wang Yu woke up. Thuong Yu's health is extremely weak, still can't open his eyes. Tang Man feeds him some water, but he shakes his head to show that he doesn't need it, just wants to talk to Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Trak Mok Kwong Ba came to Thuong Yu's side and softly said, "You're awake." Thuong Yu wanted to sit up. Trak Mok Kwong Ba quickly said, "Don't move, you haven't eaten yet, although you are always unconscious, but your body has been on a hunger strike for 5 days. We'll bring you some food right here." Wang Hu shook his head, "No. Do not need. Kwong Ba, us. How long until Shangri-La?" Duo Mok Kwong Ba said, "We have already reached Shangri-La. Where you are lying is the cliff at Shangri-La." "Ha," Wang Yu gasped, obviously using a lot of strength, intending to get up. He exclaimed in horror, "Here, this is the cliff, why? Why can't I see anything? Are we really going to Shangri-La?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "That's right, it's already dark. We're afraid your eyes can't stand the stimulation, so we don't turn on the light. You wait a moment." Saying that, Trak Mok Kwong Ba adjusted the lamp overhead to light up a little, so that Thuong Hu could clearly see the tent he was lying in, clearly see the red cliff of Shangri-La next to it. Vuongyu pointed to the roof of the tent above his head. I want, look outside. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, no, at night in Shangri-La is a pitch-black area. If there is light, it can lead to a lot of dangers. Tomorrow morning, early morning, you can see everything clearly. Wang Hu shook his head and said, perhaps. I probably won't be able to hold out until tomorrow morning. I want to watch it now. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, don't talk nonsense, your health is only temporary, remember when you were in the Maya Palace. I can only endure it alone. Tomorrow morning I will be able to see the whole of Shangri-La with my own eyes. What a beautiful fairyland. Wang Yu shook his head and sighed, sorry, there is one thing, I've always hidden from you. Trak Mok Kwong Ba interrupted, now there is no need to say anything, just rest and get well, what to do after your spirit recovers. Wang Hu interrupted him again, no. Must say, Kwong Ba, I lied to you. Ha. Wang Yu smiled wryly, aren't you very surprised why I have to set a 6-month deadline? I tell you, I was actually diagnosed with a brain aneurysm. Female. What? Trak Mok Kwong Ba exclaimed in shock. Wang Yu smiled and said, it's a thing called a bomb in the brain. Normally it's no different from a healthy person, but at any time, it can be stimulated to lead to a rupture of a brain artery, then bedridden into a vegetative person. If it is heavy, it will die. In my current state, the 48-hour mortality rate is 98%. Vuongyu pointed to his head and continued, I'm just a person waiting to die. Not only that, my brain artery has been invaded by it, it's getting bigger and bigger. Then the doctor was there, tell me, I have only 6 months to live at most. Do you understand now, Kwong Ba? Because I want, before I die, to be able to see the legendary Shangri-La. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, why don't you stay at the hospital for surgery? Older brother. Wang Yu shook his head, it's useless, didn't I just tell you? It's a brain aneurysm. The doctor showed me the CT scan and magnetic resonance imaging, 3/4 of the internal blood vessel wall. My brain has become thinner, each artery branch has formed a bulging tumor. With today's medical technology, it is basically impossible to operate, can only watch them grow bigger day by day, and then finally just burst. Now, can you open the tent and show me the night sky of Shangri-La for a moment? Seeing that Trak Mok Kwong Ba hesitated, Vuongyu said again, isn't it okay if it's the request of a dying person? Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, okay, but I have to turn off the lights, maybe you will be disappointed. In the dark, Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, open it, have you heard it? It's the sound of a waterfall. Wang Hu was surprised and asked, is it really open? Why can't I see anything? Ah, I feel it, windy. Is this the night sky of Shangri-La? Isn't there any light at all? There is nothing in Vuongyu's imagination, no stars, no moon, no twinkling eyes of nightbirds. This place is completely like the undersea world, a wonderful night. In contrast, the night sky of Shangri-La is unexpectedly just an absolute night. Trak Mok Kwong Ba sighed and said, yes, the night sky at Shangri-La is an absolute night. Early tomorrow morning, you will be able to see the whole landscape of this land. So now it's best for you to eat something. I'm still standing, I'm still alive. Vuongyu did not eat anything, only drank a little water and then fell into a deep sleep again. After arranging for Vuongyu to finish somewhere, Tang Min said, his health is too weak, I'm very worried, I'm afraid he won't be able to hold out until tomorrow. Yu Yang said, don't we have a good way? Tang Min said, in medical terms, the functions of many organs in his body have been exhausted. This is an irreversible process, just like humans eventually have to age, all parts of the body gradually weaken, and eventually can no longer work normally. Now he is approaching the end of his life. However, terminally ill patients like him usually have their own medicine prepared. We tested his vitamin, it's a powerful painkiller, but it's also very addictive. However, now that it is nowhere to be found, it must have been lost on the road. Lu Kan Nam said. Tang Min said, well, a brain aneurysm can press on organs in the brain. That painful feeling, it sounds like the brain has been directly electrically stimulated, just a slight concussion makes the muscles move. You might have a violent convulsion. Our medicine won't do anything for it. Trak Mok Kwong Ba patted everyone on the shoulder and said, go to sleep, wake up early in the morning, we climb the cliff, we must let him see the Shangri-La sky. The next day, when the serpentine sky had just risen, they all got into action. This type of inverted triangle cliff is the most difficult to climb, almost entirely with fingers clinging to the bumps, with basically nowhere to put their feet, but for these people it was just as well, not worth it. Yu Yang only took half an hour to climb up first, the people behind also followed the ropes to climb up, then used the pulley to assemble a stretcher, preparing to lift Vuong Yu up. At this time, Vuong Hu's breath was only short, his skin was pale, his face was withered, his eyes were sunken, clearly showing that he had burned the last part of his life. Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked at that man. He used to have a fortune of hundreds of thousands, used to shout dance in the marketplace. It was that man who wanted to risk his life to see what kind of place Shangri-La was after all. He once said, he's just like me. However, the person in front of his eyes was now like a stooped old man, emaciated. In order to see Shangri-La with his own eyes once, he gave up everything, including his soul, including his own life. Hey, have you seen Shangri-La? We'll pull you right up here, hold on a little longer, and you'll be able to see the full face of Shangri-La. Trak Mok Kwong Ba told Vuong Hu. Vuong Hu's sunken eyes moved slightly inside his eye sockets, his dry lips moved to reveal crooked teeth. He exclaimed, the trees here are too big. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, are you ready? They pulled you up. He waved his hand, and the people above began to pull the ropes. Trak Mok Kwong Ba secretly prayed, God, please give him a little more time, just a minute is fine. He looked up at the sky for the brilliant clouds to float, then back at the giant forest and the direction they had come, then also clung to the rope. But when Trak Mok Kwong Ba climbed onto the giant foot, he immediately discovered that Trong Lap and Yu Yang had gone to survey the situation ahead. Wang Yu is in the middle, Tang Man and Lu Kan Nam are next to him. Seeing Trak Mok Kwong Ba climb up to the place, Vuong Man looked up at him sullenly, shook his head in frustration, indicating that Vuong Hu died while being lifted up, there was no way to turn. Sean quietly stood next to him, not knowing if he was secretly mourning for this old travel companion or not. Trak Mok Kwong Ba took a deep breath, his anger choking in his chest. He was angry with God. Why be so stingy? Only had a minute to refuse to give that stubborn person. He raised his face to the sky, and let the blue clouds pass over the horizon like a young girl waving a light blue silk ribbon to dance. An unnamed bird spread its wingspan over the 5-colored clouds. The primeval forest at the foot spreads out an eye-catching green screen under the Shangri-La sky, exuding a strong vitality. Further away can see the immense sea, rolling waves. Above are a few waterfalls, as if the silver vase in the hand of the fairy had been knocked over. The jade translation from heaven flows down to the human world. Standing under the giant red cliff, the whole beauty of Shangri-La appears before your eyes. How harmoniously everything, how beautiful, everything, except that body, the thin body, the contorted face, the person most yearning to see Shangri-La, and yet now he's just an ice-cold corpse. A fire burned in Trak Mok Kwong Ba's heart, but he didn't know who he should vent his anger to any more. From the moment he entered Yu Min Ha, all was not well, the people next to him were dying one by one, and he himself could not keep them. After all, why? He felt so useless, so unworthy of this position of captain. Hey, Wang Yu, here we come. Open your eyes, look, this is Shangri-La, the place you want to go most in your life. Open your eyes. Trak Mok Kwong Ba walked to Vuong Hu's side and roared angrily. His sudden shout made Tang Min and Lu Kan Nam jump. Tang Man didn't know why Trak Mok Kwong Ba was suddenly angry. She quickly stopped him. Brother Kwong Ba, he's dead. He's already dead. Trak Mok Kwong Ba lifted Vuong Hu's neck and shouted loudly, "You used that mirror to force me to accept the 6-month deadline. I took you to Shangri-La already. Get up for me, open your eyes." Lu Kan Nam calmly said, "Kwong Ba, he's smiling." Trak Mok Kwong Ba's movements froze in the air. That's right, on Wang Hu's exhausted face, unexpectedly revealed a cruel smile. He was smiling. Did he see Shangri-La in his heart before he died, when he was still in the middle, and then closed his eyes? Trak Mok Kwong Ba also found some consolation, loosened Vuong Hu's collar, straightened his body, and then stared at this beautiful hellish land once more. Right when Trak Mok Kwong Ba let go of Vuong Hu, Duong Man suddenly exclaimed, "Everyone! People watch, his mouth. There's something in his mouth." She put her hand over her mouth. Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked back and saw that in Vuong Hu's mouth, where the tongue was supposed to be, suddenly something shaggy appeared, like a layer of red moss covering the surface of the tongue. Looking more closely, those are red silk threads that look bigger than a hair. It seems that the inside is hollow, as if on the surface of the tongue a bunch of blood vessels are twisted together. Because Vuong Hu is dead, that red color also gradually fade away. Tang Min said, "I didn't even notice this thing yesterday. They didn't sprout until last night." Sean curiously put his hand in Vuong Hu's mouth, picked up that red thread, was about to pull it down, but unexpectedly, just lightly touching it, the whole red thread suddenly stirred uneasily, as if the living thing, about to stab Sean's finger, startling him, hastily retreated. The tip of his finger was already bleeding, but the strange thing, like the blood vessel, had also lost its bright red color, no longer moving. What else? Lu Kan Nam wondered, what is this thing? Sean's heart skipped a beat. Poison goo, we are stupid, this is poison goo. Why did he hit this thing? Since when? Is it after joining our group? Or was it from before? Trak Mok Kwong Ba has not yet found the answer. In the distance a voice called, "Kwong Ba, young master, come over here quickly." Here, on that side, Yu Yang and Trong Lap were waving their hands and shouting. Trak Mok Kwong Ba ran over and asked, "What's wrong? What happened, Yu Yang?" Yu Yang loudly replied, "It's a man-made construction. It's a real man-made construction." The guy was standing next to a pile of rocks, looking extremely agitated. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was secretly startled. He didn't expect it, which was just a bit similar, so he casually said it, didn't expect it to be true. "If we could see clearly yesterday, we might have crawled up here all night. Up close, I only see that they're piles of rubble, small like a mound, large like a tall tower, stretching out to the distance, not seeing the end. On this huge instep, there are countless piles of rubble like that." The closer he got, the more Trak Mok Kwong Ba felt. This place was like a chaotic rock, and he didn't know why he had that feeling. Closer, only the crushed stones are reddish-brown, obviously taken on the spot. The shape is varied, but there is a very important point, on the surface of the countless stones. They all have a layer of black soot, which is clearly the mark of being burned. Duo Mok Kwong Ba has not arrived yet. Yu Yang has raised a broken stone and said to him, "There are words above." Trak Mok Kwong Ba was even more surprised, rushed to ask, "Can you recognize it? What's written on it?" Zhang Lap stood next to him and said, "Of course it's ancient Tibetan." No, I have, don't exist. What do you write?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba took the stone, looked closely, only to see that on the red rock was carved with crooked lines of ancient Tibetan characters, like ancient Chinese poetry, with a total of 4 vertical lines. Interpreted in terms of words, it's all weird stanzas of the selfless type. The more I read it, the more difficult it is to understand, only knowing that the first 4 letters of each vertical line are I. A few words have become blurred. It seems that these stones have been placed here for many years. Trak Mok Kwong Ba muttered, "What is this?" Yu Yang said, "Every stone is there, all like this, completely identical." The shaman Allah stepped out from among the piles of rocks and said sternly, "It's the Mani Mound." Mani Mound. Trak Mok Kwong Ba secretly shook in his heart. He also suspected, but still did not dare to confirm. First of all because the Mani Mounds here are all red, then the crushed stones here have all different shapes, different from the usual flat Mani stones. Moreover, the shape and form the markings carved on it also did not resemble ordinary Mani stone, but somewhat resembled the two Mani Mounds they had seen at Hell's Gate. The shaman Allah explained, the verse engraved above, if translated into modern language, roughly means, I am still standing, I am still alive. I am arrogant, I am the only one. Captain Hode One couldn't help exclaiming, I think I exist one. The shaman Allah smiled and said, it's not wrong, this can also be said to be a simple form of the ancient philosophical thought, I think I exist. But rather, it is an oath, signifying the determination not to fear death. These Mani Mounds are tombstones. Headstone. Trak Mok Kwong Ba temporarily could not understand this explanation. The shaman Allah said, that's right, it's not the same as the Mani Mound in your impression, is it? It's not a white Mani stone, it's just written in the words of the 6 syllables. The shaman Allah sighed and continued, actually, did you know that the Tibetan cult of white has been around since ancient times? In the Stone Age about 67,000 years ago, they used white stones as tools. After having texts from more than 2,000 years ago, they wrote on memorial verses, prayers. May God bless on the white stones. As for the Mani mantra on the Mani rock, it is a story that later, when Tantra was widely spread throughout the areas inhabited by Tibetans, it formed the Mani Mound and the red wall that today people know, still see. The shaman took the Mani stone in Duo Mok Kwong Ba's hand, with a serious face said, the remaining Mani stone engraved with this secret language is the ancient tombstone commemorating the brave warriors. When they died in war, could not recognize the body, or could not find the body, people immediately counted the number of people, and then used unmarked gravestones to commemorate the heroic spirits of the dead. It is believed that the hero's soul is hidden deep in the solid white rock, so the hero's aphorism is engraved on the stone block, which can transcend the soul. So each stone here represents a life. Saying that, he solemnly put the Mani stone back in its place, mumbling the scriptures in his mouth. Master, how do you know that? Yu Yang asked curiously. The shaman Allah said, doesn't the young master Kwong Ba's Book of Nyingma ancient family heirloom have that record? The sages passed through the dark hell without the sun, 10 people only lived one. The survivors helped each other to go deep into the holy place. They did not find the bodies of their companions, so they used the Ma stone. He was stained with blood, engraved with the aphorism, I still stand, I still exist. I'm arrogant, I'm the only one. I am still standing, I am still alive. I'm arrogant, I'm the only one. In those 4 lines of ancient literature, there are so many heroic revelations hidden. Trak Mok Kwong Ba raised his eyes again, the Mani Mounds lying close to each other. There were hundreds of thousands, but each of those Mani Mounds was made up of hundreds of thousands of stones. How many stels of unknown martyrs are stored here? For a moment, those who were standing in front of those Mani Mounds suddenly felt so small. In Trak Mok Kwong Ba's mind, it seems that the scene of more than 1,000 years ago, those who crossed the Yu Min Ha stream of hell came here to bury the darkness. 10 people were left with only one. The survivors were still alive, supporting each other, climbing this high land, looking out at the forest full of deadly dangers and the Black Sea that buried the bodies of countless of their compatriots. They still have to move on, can only deposit their longing for the dead on these red stones as if stained with blood, engraved in their hearts on the stones, piled up. Then after that, they supported each other again, continued to move towards the endless deep darkness, continued forward. Zhang Lap said, well, isn't that a lot of people die? Not dying here, maybe just like us. Yu Yang pointed to the sea. Zhang Li immediately fell silent and said nothing. Trak Mok Kwong Ba slowly walked among the countless Mani Mounds, Feeling like he was stepping into a graveyard, his mood heavy and dignified. Each stone here represents a life. The courage and determination of the ancients made Trak Mok Kwong Ba even more steadfast in his beliefs. He said to himself, "O sages and sages who have fallen asleep underground, did you know that, 1,000 years later, a group of people have stepped on your path?" Zhang Lap suddenly said, "If there is a Mani mound, maybe there are people living in it recently. We are going to find people from the Kui Ba tribe." And not. Yu Yang pointed to the Mani stones on the top floor. "The ancient text above has been weathered and there is nothing left. The direction of the flow of the underground sea remains stable. It will bring the boat across the underground sea to relatively close places. The ancients of 1,000 years ago also started here, stepping on the road to travel this Shangri-La land. Don't forget these Mani stones are all very high-density volcanic rocks, harder than granite. From the degree of their weathering, it can be seen that these stones have been placed here for thousands of years. It also means that, after entering the deep forest, those seniors don't come back here anymore." Chuo Mok Kwong Ba was silent for a moment in front of the Mani mound, then said in a low voice, "Let's also build a Mani mound. By the way, bury Wang Yu here." They all immediately started to act, punching holes to bury explosives, intending to explode some rocks as materials. Trong Lap just punched a hole and grumbled, "The rock here is so hard, how did the ancients cut it out? What did they do with explosives?" Captain Hu Yang said, "Can't you see, those Mani stones all have traces of being burned. The ancients burned lava to a very high temperature, then splashed it with cold water, the stone would automatically crack. That is the wisdom of the ancients." After installing the wiring, they all backed away. Captain Ho Duong worriedly said, "Will the explosion alarm other animals here?" Sean shook his head, "Don't be afraid, the explosion is so loud, the other creatures will be scared to run away, just press the button." There was a loud, boom, sound. The red cliff burst open a large hole. They got a lot of small stones. They put Vuong Yu's body in the pit, covered it with rubble, and at the same time selected some relatively large stones, quite complete in shape, preparing to build a Mani mound for those who had buried the bodies in the world, the dark world of the deep sea. "I am still standing. I still exist. I am arrogant. I am the only one." That ancient line was carved on the Mani stone. Each person was very careful, although the words were slanted, but they still put all their attention into that sculpture. Comrade Lai Hong rests here. Yue Yang saw that after carving that line of ancient texts, Triu Trangshine carved another line of words. After carving, he held it up in front of his eyes and looked at it for a long time, his face blank. Yue Yang gave him a slight nudge and asked him why he was so dumbfounded. Triu Trangshine smiled bitterly. "Today, we make a stele for them. Tomorrow, who will engrave words for us?" Yue Yang's hand holding the Mani stone suddenly trembled. Lai Hong, Le Din Min, Chuing Gim, Trong Kian, Ingim Dung, Man Hao Nian, Vuong Hu, 7 human lives, and now 7 stone blocks, 7 red stone blocks like blood. As for the Taithap shaman, the Arla shaman did not put on any stone. He explained that they believe in their own religion. The rituals are very different from the previous day, so there is no need to must engrave the Mani stone for the shaman of the West Tower. Everyone gathered in a circle, quietly sent off the martyrs, prayed for their souls to rest in peace, soon arrived in the west of heaven, and soon reincarnated. The wind of Shangri-La brings a whisper from 1,000 miles away. "I am standing, I am alive, I am proud, I am unique." This is the only declaration they have left in this world. Those who are still alive believe that their friends will forever be in this Shangri-La place. Having done all that, everyone turned to look at Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Now, they are considered to have stood on the first platform in Shangri-La. One side of this giant's foot connects to the foot of the mountain. Going deep in, can go straight below the waterfall. Go deeper, is the hollow below the second platform. Inside is a pure black forest. The forest is also divided into two, left and right. Now they were only at the starting point of the road, which on the map showed. The only path from the first platform to the second platform was to the right of Shangri-La. But the scale of that map of secret light Bao Jim is really too large. Topographic features such as this giant's feet can't be found in it at all, so they might be in the middle of nowhere. To the left of that only road, may well be on the right. If the scale of Mat Quang Bao Jim is equivalent to the scale of a map of the underground river system, then each floor of this platform in Shangri-La must be at least several hundred kilometers wide. If you go in the wrong direction, going back and forth is not a game, let alone heaven knows what kind of creatures exist in that dark forest. In this place of indistinguishable direction, there is no way to determine their current position. In the immediate future, they can only bet with fate once. Yu Yang stood next to Duo Mok Kwong Ba and urgently said, "Young Master Kwong Ba, we need you to show us the direction." Trong Lap also said, "Young Master Kwong Ba, you say go, we will follow you. You're the captain." Tang Min's eyes widened, and Lu Cannon also nodded slightly. Trak Mok Kwong Ba slowly raised his right hand, the curved index finger gradually stretched out, and finally straightened, pointing to the distance, stiff as if there was steel inside. The rest of them didn't say a word. Everyone picked up their heavy luggage and strode towards Trak Mok Kwong Ba just pointed. No matter where young Master Kwong Ba's finger points, they are determined to go straight to that direction, without reason, but without reason at all. Note 1. The famous saying of the French mathematician and philosopher René Descartes. Chapter 52, Kwei Ba's village is suffered. Oblivion. After 10 long minutes of waiting anxiously, everyone heard the voice of the shaman Allah in the transmitter, "No pitfalls, no danger. Everyone, come in here and see." At last, what the hell happened? That voice, which did not seem to belong to an old man of 50 or 60 years old, but more like a child of 5 or 6 years old, the tone of his voice could not hide the joy and astonishment, causing everyone to become agitated. Only Lu Can Nam realized the great disappointment in the last sentence of the shaman Allah. Something must have happened inside that they could not have imagined. Plants that can move. Deep inside the forest, there are invisible traps everywhere that can break out at any time. Only the 1,000-year-old wind still blows among the trees, calmly observing everything that happens every day. A slug-like creature about a meter long, slowly crawled up the branch. Because its body was too heavy, it fell to the foot of the tree and hit it with a flat sound. A spider-like spider weighing about 30 pounds saw an opportunity, immediately rushed forward, pressed on the mollusk creature and took 2 bites. Like modern spiders, it first uses its venom glands under its jaws to paralyze its opponent, then injects fluid to digest its opponent from the inside, and then waits to enjoy its meal. Delicious. But it was not so lucky. Another larger animal also kept an eye on the mollusk, a mantis about the height of an adult. It jumped down from above, swinging its claws to cut the giant spider in half, but before it could react, the mollusk creature flew up. The giant mantis rolled its eyes on either side of its triangular head, watching its prey fly away by a more than meter-long dragonfly. The giant dragonfly had not yet flown far. A grasshopper also about 1 meter long jumped down from above, and immediately pressed the dragonfly to the ground. Then the second one, the third one. The giant dragonfly struggled 2 or 3 times, then couldn't move any more. At this time, there were more than 2 dozen grasshoppers gathered in one place, competing for a delicious meal. At that moment, the layer of grass mixed with the mud underneath suddenly loosened. A large net shot up, catching the whole swarm of gluttonous locusts. A person on a tree branch wrapped a rope around his leg and turned upside down. It turned out to be Trong Lap. He laughed and said to the man in the tree, "A snail without a shell has lured a swarm of locusts this large. Now I don't mind lack of food anymore." Yu Yang on the tree branch said, "Sean brother told me, a slug, not a snail." Trong Lap said, "It's all the same. Drop me a little lower, to raise the net higher." As of today, they have been in this forest for 15 days. During these 15 days, they used the special survival method taught by Lucan Nam, gradually learning and becoming familiar with that real primeval forest. The forest was full of trees they decided to be hundreds of meters tall. These trees have only one main trunk, no branches, and when they reach the top, they suddenly spread into a canopy, looking like an umbrella, covering the whole sky. The leaves of this plant are also not like ordinary leaves. On the stem grow stalks. There are countless oval thin plates covering the top of the stalk like fish scales. These thin plates are leaves. In the middle of each leaf is a stalk. In fact, these leaves are also the seeds of the plant they decided. The leaves fell to the ground, and another giant tree sprouted. In addition, deep in the forest, there is an even more ancient plant species. They have no roots, no leaves, only stems, which, from a distance, look like countless giant earthworms, twisting and twisting around the trees they decide. At first they thought it was an animal, so scared that they didn't dare to swing on those trees. After a few times of trying again and again, they discovered it was a plant. Ba Tang also said that it wasn't a rat plant he had ever encountered. Its rhizomes weren't that big. Most of the animals in the forest are protozoa with a large body without a brain, only acting on instinct. Once they learn the habits, they can't threaten the expedition party. During these 15 days, the animals they encountered, most of them became their meals, and were further divided into several categories based on the quality of their meat. For example, a giant slug, the meat is also quite delicious, but it has a very unpleasant smell, causing the rank to drop several ranks, but it is the favorite food of other animals, especially the grasshopper. These grasshoppers live in populations, active on the edge of swamps in the forest, eat everything, although their appearance is fierce and aggressive, but the meat is very satisfying, especially the meat inside the shell on the two sides, thighs, eat quite like crab meat. It's just that these grasshoppers are difficult to catch, often go in swarms, have a very large range of activities, can fly at low altitudes, and can even stand upright with powerful hind legs when fighting. When upright, it is about the height of an adult, and its spiked forelegs and strong mouth-like pincers can also cause great harm to other creatures. When Trak Mok Kwong Ba met these giant grasshoppers for the first time, they also had to go through an arduous battle, and Ba Tang was still injured. But later found out, these grasshoppers can only fly about 10 meters high, no different from giant dragonflies. So they set traps on high places to catch locusts. At the same time, they also discovered, the deeper into the forest, the higher the creatures evolved, the more complex and complete the parts, the more agile the movements. Wanting to catch or want to avoid them is much more difficult than before. In 15 days, they would have gone from about 450 million years ago to about 350 million years ago. Of course, there's no absolute limit, just Sean said, that's how he feels. Those grasshoppers had very hard shells, strong limbs and sharp spines, but their abdomens were very soft, and once caught in the net, they couldn't struggle anymore. After eating the grasshopper meat, they pulled out all the meat from their legs, wrapped them, and continued to move to the right. In this Shangri-La, there is no direction. The only thing they know is that some of the great mountain ridges in Tibet such as the Himalayas, the Quangdai-Tu, and the County Lap lines, all draw an arc in the southeast-northwest direction, and the direction is probably the same, is from southeast to northwest. In addition, the geomagnetic field here seems to be very different from the outside world. All navigation devices are not working, relying on the sky, the direction of vegetation, or other methods of distinguishing the direction of the wilderness are also ineffective. They can only rely on the most primitive method, but also the most effective, so as not to get lost in the deep forest, marking. Trong Lap put a small power generator where they started, then they only need to periodically check the distance and position from the source to know if they have lost their way in the forest or not. However, there are many species of primitive creatures whose names are unknown, and swamps often block the way, so they can only walk about 20 kilometers a day at most. From Daala Snow Mountain to Mongdat Snow Mountain, the straight line distance is about 200 kilometers, which also means that the rift above Shangri-La is about 200 kilometers wide. The distance below the topography was much greater, perhaps twice as much, or even more. In short, they believe that it is correct to advance in the current direction, and if it is wrong, in 15 days they will have reached the edge of the Shangri-La rift. Using a rope to swing on the tree canopy for a while, Yu Yang in charge of scouting stopped in front and said to everyone in the back, "The front is so strange, there is a layer of fog, I don't understand what is dangerous." "Is it dangerous?" Sean picked up the binoculars to observe. Looking at it, he couldn't help but exclaim in horror, "What is it? It's something I've never seen before. Where's the computer?" During these 15 days, Professor Feng Tan's computer has helped them a lot. Encountering any creatures they don't know, they all look for answers in the computer. Some foreign scientists have used fossil specimens to reconstruct three-dimensional images of ancient creatures. Basically, the morphology and structure are quite accurate, although not very diverse, but anyway, it helps them have a rough understanding of the paleontological world. Trong Lap was standing at the fork at the top of a elm tree, took out his computer, used electronic binoculars to input the signal into the computer. A clear image immediately appeared on the screen. Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked closely, and saw that after being magneted 10 times by electronic binoculars, the faint fog had turned into light green granular objects. The entire canopy of trees in front was covered by clouds. The object is covered. The binoculars continued to zoom in further, discovering that they were shaggy badminton balls, each made of countless fluffy hairs, looking a bit like dandelion seeds, all floating in the air, space. "What is this?" Trong Lap asked and pressed the keyboard to let the software compare images. Before clarifying what was in front, they would not risk moving forward. About half an hour later, the computer checked all the images, found only a few pictures of dandelions and snowflakes, but the similarity rate was less than 50%. Clearly this is another species, completely new. The badminton balls floating in the air were about 2 kilometers away from them. Looking from afar, it looked like a cloud floating in the wind. According to Yu Yang's observations, in the middle of that cloud, there seemed to be countless springs erupting. "I want to get up close and see what happens," he said. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "Remember, don't get too close, we still don't know if that thing is harmful to the body." Yu Yang smiled and nodded, "I know." After a while, Yu Yang returned, "Down there, there is something, a kind of spray upwards." Zhang Lap said, "What's underneath?" Yu Yang forced a smile, "I don't even know how to describe it, everyone just comes to see it. Also, I discovered, in the swamp just below that thick fog there are many dead animals. This must be harmful to the creatures." Juo Mok Kwong Ba nodded and said, "Okay, let's go down, come closer to observe, if not, we can go around." Under the canopy of trees, the light in the forest was very weak. The roots of the vast majority of the plants they decided were submerged in. Large pools of water and swamps covered the bottom, the water gurgling like a soft living thing, moving, freezing cold, damp, dark. This is the whole feeling that the primitive deep forest gives them. As the spherical objects floated in the air, they stopped swinging the chain of branches, but fell to the ground, walking on the slippery mud. After walking for a while, I saw that strange thing. Perhaps it should be said that it was a tree, but near the top of the tree, there were 5 or 6 things that looked like bags of meat hanging in a row. They are about 7 or 8 meters in diameter, occupying more than half of the trunk, like a coconut, but the point is pointed towards the sky. Those coconut-shaped meat bags are constantly expanding, like a beating heart. Each time it expands, it spits out countless things like badminton balls to a height of more than 100 meters. This must be the erupting stream that Yu Yang said. Moreover, this tree is less than 20 meters high. It is hard to imagine how they survive in this forest. The whole forest in front is that strange plant, countless bags of meat are spewing a large number of small badminton balls into the air, spreading like a mushroom canopy to cover a wide space, want to go around. You can only follow the path below. Oh my God, what's that? Tang Min exclaimed in surprise. Captain Ho Duong also said, it is. Is it a parasite on the plant or the plant itself? Plants can move like that. In the perception of Captain Ho Duong, even a carnivorous plant could not move like this. But those fleshy bag-shaped objects that do grow on the trunks of trees, and things like those badminton balls, obviously also have the attributes of plants. Trong Lap said, use a computer, use a computer. Sean shook his head, no need, certainly not found anything. If I really discovered the fossils of this creature, it would have shocked the whole paleontology world. I would also know for sure. Perhaps, this is a species that lies on the line between animals and plants that some paleontologists have mentioned. They grow like plants, but have a part of the mobility that only animals do. New thing. Yu Yang said, the boundary between animals and plants. Grow like a plant, move like an animal. Mom, this is so thrilling. Trak Mok Kwong Ba also said, I have never heard of this theory before. Sean said with a smile, yes, not everyone knows. Since the theory of evolution was raised, this argument has existed. Some biologists believe that, since protozoa such as fungi and bacteria exist, there has been a clear boundary between plants and animals, each developing in its own direction, but there are also some biologists who believe that, when in the form of single-celled organisms, animals and plants do not have clear boundaries, but later when they evolve to more complex forms, animals and plants are not completely separate, each side develops in a direction, but the development trend is like an electric wave. Split, then merge, interfere, then split again. If not mistaken, this was probably the first intersection of primitive animals and plants after the end of single-celled organisms. Even today, there are still a lot of creatures like this that exist. Trong Lap said, impossible. Sean said calmly, do you know the ammonia complex bacteria? In the words of the ancient Chinese, called Tai Sui, it looks a lot like meat, but strictly speaking, it is a large fungus that can grow for a long time, living up to thousands of years, but it is difficult to tell whether they are a single living organism or a collection of an infinite number of individuals. There are some special types of Tai Sui. When you gently stroke it with your hand, it will contract like a muscle, like people are stroked on their limbs. It may even make a sound like laughter again. People call the kind of Thai life the itchy baby. That thing, it can be said to be a complex bacteria fungus, can also be called a combination of animal and plant. The magician Ala and Lu Can Nam looked at each other, thinking in their hearts, this person named Sean, it seems that it is not simple. At this time, Sean turned his attention from the vegetation to the surrounding ground. Under the skin of those dead animals, there were obvious bumps, as if the roots of trees were crammed together underneath, and some even sprouted from the eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Like a locust less than 100 meters away from them, a sprout had pierced through the hard shell on its head. It looked as if on top of the locust had grown a sharp horn, all around the horn. The spike is covered with fungal spores. Sean said coldly under his breath, looks like we have to go around for real. This is a parasitic plant. Parasites. Sean said, remember that mushroom we got in the jungles of the Americas. That type and this type are the same, only the size is much larger. They are sprayed into the air by the mother's body, flown with the wind, once inhaled by the animal, met with the right environment and temperature, will begin to grow roots inside the animal's body, absorb nutrients, eventually break the bark and come out, growing into another tall mother plant. If you don't want to die, it's best to take a detour. The shaman Ala and Lu Can Nam couldn't help but look at each other, poison goo. The two of them did not meet, but thought at the same time. In Ba Tang's head like thunder, Sean's words just brought back his memories. I remember, it was Lei, His mouth was foaming with white foam, choking, and said with difficulty, "I feel it, it's in my body, it's in my body, it's growing every day. I really hurt, really hurt. I beg you, Captain, free me. I'm begging you." It was the strongest fighter in the team. His nerves were stronger than steel. What was it that made him so painful that he didn't want to live anymore? Bartang closed his eyes, only seeing Lei's wide and round eyes appearing in his mind. His mouth was slightly parted, constantly gushing out white foam, no longer breathing, but his heart was still beating, no longer conscious, but still struggling uncontrollably. The captain held a sharp blade, slit Lei's skin, and splashed fresh blood. They opened his chest cavity like the hood of a luxury car. God damn it, what was that? It wrapped tightly around Lei's heart. The heart stopped working a long time ago, but it still doesn't stop beating. Its tentacles radiated out like an octopus, each milky white tentacle threaded into Lei's blood vessels and nerves, both sucking in nutrients and destroying his senses and mobility. It was this that caused Lei to suffer. When the captain's blade pierced Lei's heart, the white thing stretched out its tentacles, swinging in the air. For those who saw it for the first time, it was like seeing an alien monster. "Let's go, round over," Trak Mok Kwong Ba said calmly. Seeing the corpses lying in the middle of the fog, they did not dare to cross the rope, had to slowly step on the dangerous muddy strip of dirt and continue to move forward. Just a few steps, suddenly heard a rustling sound to the left. A centipede about 5 meters long slithered out. On it was a thick hard shell, at first glance like a large truck. The centipede panicked and ran between them. As soon as it saw someone standing in the way, the upper half of the body jumped up, the head was raised to 2 meters, the 2 tentacles were constantly wagging. But Trak Mok Kwong Ba and the others were so used to things like this, they only heard him coldly say, "Open fire." The gun in Yu Yang and Sean's hands immediately fired. The giant centipede only had time to struggle a few times, then lay flat. Continuing to advance, large holes appeared on the ground, and the craters were covered with what looked like white silk. Yu Yang picked up a white thread that looked like silk and asked in surprise, "What's that?" Suddenly, in a large hole in front of which suddenly stretched out a pair of sharp jaws, a beefy 8-legged creature emerged. Not only one child, 2 children, 3 children, in other holes there are also big ones like washbasins crawling out. "Looks like spiders. I've hit the Mesothelase nest," Sean exclaimed. "Scamper." With great difficulty, they escaped from the Mesothelase spider's lair and climbed a slope. Trong Lap couldn't stand still, slipped down, bumped into a dry tree branch, and cried out, "Oh, Dad." Then he shouted again, "Come and see, what is this?" Hippo. 7959 10970. Tibetan Code 7. 7959 10970. 7959. Kway Bar Village, 1. They all went downhill and came to Trong Lap's side. Seeing only the log that Trong Lap touched, unexpectedly it was hollowed out in the middle of a rectangular cavity 1 meter long and half a meter wide. Looking at the neat and smooth cut, it can be confirmed that it is man-made. No wonder Trong Lap cried out like that. Trak Mok Kwong Ba stretched out his hand to gently stroke along the edge of the concave cavity. The edge was straight and smooth, absolutely impossible to form in nature. He said firmly, "Yes, man-made. There must have been someone nearby." Yu Yang was surprised and said, "What is this log used for?" "Build a house." Sean shook his head. No, looking at the shape, this must be a wooden drum, probably the most primitive type of drum. The ancients hollowed out a piece of wood and knocked on it to make a sound. Many places have this primitive drum. Saying that, he picked up a stone and knocked on the edge of that log. The log immediately made a series of splitting sounds. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "Okay, if we have discovered man-made objects, let's search around here." 2 people in a group, spread out in the shape of a fan in 3 directions: east, south and north. Remember to keep in touch, Pay attention to any suspicious movements, be careful of traps, if you meet people, keep calm, restrain, try not to conflict with them. Does everyone understand? Start. 3 Tang and Sean a group, Yu Yang and Triu Trang Shine a group, Captains Ho Duong and Lu Can Nam, Magicians Arla and Trong Lap, Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Duong Man, 5 groups of people scattered in 5 different directions, communicating with each other by means of an atomic clock worn on the wrist. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Duong Man went north about 500 meters. The other members of the team had long disappeared behind the trees. After using the communication device on the watch to inquire about everyone's situation, no one discovered anything new. Trak Mok Kwong Ba decided to continue to go deep into the forest. Duong Man holds a gun in his hand, but is still very scared, nervously clinging to Trak Mok Kwong Ba's back. Every time she hears the sound of birds and animals, she stops suddenly. Trak Mok Kwong Ba comforted, "There's no need to be so tense, it's okay." After walking another 500 meters, Trak Mok Kwong Ba's earlobe twitched slightly. He quickly pulled Tang Man over and whispered, "Listen to it." Tang Min then tilted his ear to listen attentively, then smiled and said, "Water, that's the sound of water, there seems to be water in front." Saying that, she raised her head to look, then doubtfully muttered, "There is no waterfall here, how can there be the sound of water?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba patted Duong Man's back, smiled and said, "Have you forgotten? Besides the waterfall, there is water in the ravine. Let's go, let's see how it goes." There is water, which also means that there is a possibility that people live around here. Because living next to the water source is a human habit. The sound of the water grew louder. It seemed that the front was not simply a small stream. A few minutes later, Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Duong Man reached the water source. Only on the surface of the river, nearly 100 meters wide, flowing through that forest, there are still countless tall and old trees, branches and roots hanging down on the water surface, forming a wonder of the river among the trees and trees growing on it. River. The river is very wide, but also very shallow, like a silk scarf spread in the middle of the forest, only guiding the way. The river made a sharp turn in the forest below, then disappeared from sight, but, looking in the direction it zigzagged forward, it seemed that it was possible to go straight to the coast. What made Trak Mok Kwong Ba feel even more surprised was that, when he thought of the sea, he seemed to hear the sound of the waves. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Duong Man walked up the river while reporting the situation to the other groups. The magicians Arla and Trong Lap also saw the water in the forest, also going up. Yu Yang's group also heard the sound of water, and found some man-made tracks on the tree trunk. Even more surprising, they also discovered 2 metal rails in the forest, which looked like railway. Trong Lap thinks that this is more like a track for bronze statues to move in Hainan Kong Island. They are afraid of hitting a trap, going around. Captain Ho Duong and Lu Can Nam had reached the foot of the mountain, discovered some stones with traces of being honed, now following the foot of the mountain, continued to circle to the right, where they also discovered the railway track, metal, and said that the track seems to go straight into the village. People's search scope began to narrow. The more you move forward, the more clearly the traces left by people become more obvious. Finally, a typical human architecture appeared among the trees, then appeared in front of Trak Mok Kwong Ba and the others. It is a high stone wall. On the wall is full of iron spears. Each tree stands upright towards the sky. At the foot of the stone wall there are countless small stone mounds. Above the stone mound is filled with iron spears and pointed spears. Block the road ahead. Looking at that layout, Trak Mok Kwong Ba immediately realized that this was the fence that people here used to prevent giant beasts. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Duong Man stopped. The front is likely to be where the Kwai Ba tribesmen reside. Continue to venture forward lest they encounter unpredictable dangers. He informed the other groups, asking everyone to come under the stone wall to gather. All of them had gathered, looking at the stone walls filled with sharp spears. There was no doubt that behind this stone wall there was definitely a residential area, but how many people were inside, their behavior, how to deal with them is a troublesome matter, but Trak Mok Kwong Ba and the others are still completely unaware of this place anyway. Yue Yang's eyes were sharp, and he seemed to have discovered something, so he took 2 steps back and pointed at the mountainside behind the high wall. Everyone, look, what is that? Following Yue Yang's pointing finger, they all noticed that the cliff behind the high walls facing them was unlike any other. The cliffs in other places were leaning inward. From a distance it looked like a giant wave was crashing in front of them. Not only that, but the water inside leaked made them smooth. As for the cliff here, there is a reddish-brown colloidal substance that slowly flows along the slope, then solidifies. The folds on the cliff also form quite distinct levels, very similar to a mountain, steep pyramid or spire of Cologne Cathedral. Its color was different from the surrounding mountain rock. It looked like a red arrow was revealing to them that, going up from here, your path was correct. In addition to that eye-catching red mountain slope, the surrounding cliffs are also inclined inward. The cliff in the southwest of the village is the most inclined, looking like it is always ready to collapse at any moment. The light here is also very gloomy, reflecting towards the darkness, almost creating an arc like an endless giant black hole. Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked around, slowly sketching the geographical situation of this village in his mind. The space where they were standing here could be imagined as being inside a giant shoe. The village in front was located near the toe of the shoe, the top of their heads was the top of the shoe, the lava floor. The jelly is completely tilted down, making people feel uncomfortable. As for the heel of the shoe, it was blocked by the strange plants spewing seeds, separating them from most of the wildlife. The cliff they wanted to climb was on one side of the shoe, and the other side was a forest bordering the underground sea. That's right, if we say we're almost at the end of the rift, then this forest is very close to the sea. The sound of the waves I heard just now wasn't an illusion. What will happen if we continue to move to the southwest? The 2 sides of the cliff closer, eventually becoming too narrow to slip through, or is it like when we got here, below the cliff, the endless dark sea? Looking at the unique situation here and the way forward, in Trak Mok Kwong Ba's mind, hundreds of tangles emerged. Lava piled up. Captain Ho Duan shouted loudly. It is here, only this place, that we can climb. I wonder if the people living inside will let us through. Trong Lap said, if people here all speak ancient Tibetan, that would be great, at least we can communicate. I'm just afraid they are not Kwei Ba people, but someone else. Yu Yang shook his head and said, don't forget that crazy person, the possibility that this is a village of the Kwei Ba people is very large, or let me climb the other wall to see. The shaman Allah immediately protested, no, if this is the territory of the Kwei Ba people, then touching anything is very dangerous. You look at those iron spears, the humidity here is so high, and yet there's not a single rust, which proves that something must have been smeared on it. Ba Tang said, let's just go in, if they dare to take action, we will deal with it. Everyone who heard that was surprised. Tang Min said, we originally came to ask for their help, if we just met and moved, wouldn't it? Ba Tang looked at everyone's panicked faces and said, use force to subdue them, what's wrong? The shaman Allah said, of course it's not okay. First of all, our weapons are not necessarily stronger than ancient poison. After all, it is something no one has ever seen. Secondly, if they used force to subdue them, then why would they still wholeheartedly save the young master Kwong Ba? Better yet, let me go ahead and check it out. Trak Mok Kwong Ba nodded in agreement, sure that the shaman Allah could avoid those pitfalls. If there was danger, he could more or less retreat to safety. The shaman Allah put down his backpack, the figure disappeared behind the stone wall, suddenly disappeared. The rest of them all looked at the magician's shadow, raised their heads and waited. Unexpectedly, the shaman Allah went for a while but still no sound. After a long time did not see any movement, wanted to communicate. He was afraid that he was secretly moving forward, using a communication device that would reveal his whereabouts. After 10 long minutes of waiting anxiously, everyone heard the voice of the shaman Allah in the transmitter, "No pitfalls, no danger. Everyone, come in here and see." At last, what the hell happened? That voice, which did not seem to belong to an old man of 50 or 60 years old, but more like a child of 5 or 6 years old, the tone of his voice could not hide the joy and astonishment, causing everyone to become agitated. Only Lu Kan Nam realized the great disappointment in the last sentence of the shaman Allah. Something must have happened inside that they could not have imagined. The road inside the stone wall zigzagged and twisted. The narrow places could only be passed one by one, but it was completely impossible to stop everyone's eagerness to go inside. Rounding the last retaining wall, the scene ahead suddenly opened up. Before their eyes was a completely unimaginable picture. Their vision was completely covered with immense green, as if they had suddenly come from the primeval forest full of dangers lurking to the unearthly dugout land. In this place, the ancient forests of tall, sky-high trees have been exploited by humans to become a fertile land. Green grass covers the horizon, bamboo shoots water, young shoots and buds, lush plants, flowers. Crimson peaches, white pear flowers, dotted on the green grass like sparkling stars. The grey stone wall was studded with iron spears behind them, like the boundary between hell and heaven, separating the two completely different worlds. At the same time, like a magic curtain, give these unexpected guests a dreamlike visual experience. The architecture here is even more unbelievable. If the change in vegetation makes the environment here make it difficult for the people who have just escaped from hell to calm down, the feeling that the architecture here gives them is completely unique. Shock and amazement, even the shaman Allah, could hardly contain that feeling. Everyone's first impression was inconceivable, unbelievable, because in front of their eyes was a type of architecture they had never seen before. Row after row of wooden houses are assembled from golden boards, like rows of flowers one planted neatly at the top of the field. Vines that looked like lilacs covered the roof as a curtain. The green bamboo forest surrounded them, like a fence. Each row of wooden houses is evenly distributed according to strict geometric standards. The land area on both sides of the wooden houses is completely equal, just like looking in a mirror. Overall, this village looks like a giant folding fan spreading wide. Rows of wooden houses are clustered on one side, like fan blades, and the land between the houses is like papier-mâché between the fan blades. In addition, there is a light green demarcation line separating the turquoise fan blade and the green fan paper, which is a grassland about 30 meters wide in the shape of an S, surrounding the wooden house and farmland. Countless channels of water flowed through the grasslands and fields, finally flowing to the top of the folding fan, merging into a large river. The structure of the rows of wooden houses is identical. The houses near the outer circle of the village are the largest, smaller and smaller as you go inside, but are divided into 3 floors above, below and in the middle. Each floor has corridors that can go through all the rooms. Looking outside the prismatic shape of the rooms, it can be seen that all the rooms have a perfect hexagonal shape. Just the large and small areas are slightly different, arranged tightly like a honeycomb. Between the rows of radiating wooden houses, about every 100 steps, there is a wooden bridge connecting the 2 blocks together. I don't know what technique the ancients used, but underneath the 100-meter-long wooden bridge, there were no piers and abutments to support it. It was just a bridge crossing the air. On the bridge are full of colorful vines, thousands of suspended wooden bridges crisscrossing each other. Looking from afar it looks like a corridor made of flowers and vines suspended in the air. The golden wooden wall tens of meters high was right in front of the eyes. The mysterious drawings and the intricately carved windows were clearly visible. Suddenly appeared in front of my eyes like that, then stretched out to seemingly endless. Countless hoses of different sizes and shapes stretched out from the lower 2 floors of the yellow wooden buildings, looming in the middle of the bamboo forest, just like those vines. The small tube swings in the wind. The big one looks like giant mechanical legs, sticking straight into the ground. Metal rails stretched out from the foot of these bungalows, with countless intersections, like a thin metal mesh spread over a field. The net stretched far and wide, eventually reaching beyond the village to a dark forest full of dangers. Looking at those tracks, Trakmok Kwangba feels as if he is standing in front of a giant golden train. The locomotive is facing him, the body of the train stretches out endlessly. The train running to the heavenly kingdom grinds through history, howling, toot, and running into the distance. Looking out into the distance, all four sides are its companions carrying countless souls who want to go to the happy domain in the afterlife. All the remaining people were also completely conquered by the architectural ensemble in front of them. While they may look a bit monstrous, they are without a doubt majestic, and absolutely beautiful. Those structures look like giants' muscular arms full of life. The wooden bridges are like pavilions, sometimes hidden in the air, and fields and fruit trees are even more like in the sky, the whole foreign world. All of these things combine perfectly, regardless of which is the main, which is the secondary. This magical village just like that lies quietly under the lofty cliffs, alone enjoying the peace and quiet of a place completely isolated from the outside world. But then people quickly discovered, this village is so quiet that there is something strange. Apart from the sound of the wind, the murmur of the water, the rustling of the trees, there is no other sound here. Immediately afterwards, the sigh of the shaman Allah brought them from beautiful fantasies to the gloomy land of the evil Asura. The shaman Allah stepped back from afar, shook his head and said, "There isn't a single living person." He paused for a moment, then said again, "There are no living animals." Their moods dropped. Only now did they notice that, among the bushes, there were white bones. Inside the corridors of the wooden houses, there also seemed to be skeletons leaning in different poses. At the far end of the row of wooden houses, there were also quite a few black streaks, like burned marks. Triu Trang Shine stepped up a few steps, suddenly stepped on a round object, startled, and kicked a strong kick, and a whole skull flew up in a parabolic path. Right at the moment of seeing that scene, Trakmok Kwangba immediately remembered the words of the madman in Mong Ha, "All goats have been bitten to death." Everyone, they've all been bitten to death. Now when he was in that scene, he suddenly shivered. The cruelty in that sentence, unexpectedly made people so hard to accept. Tang Min cried out, "What happened here?" This peaceful and quiet village, turned out to be a dead village. The houses were still intact, but there was no living thing. Standing on the vast and empty field, looking at the white bones scattered under their feet, they were all cold. "Let's go inside and see." With a state of awe and innumerable doubts in his heart, Trakmok Kwangba walked towards the tall golden building. With strength to push the two heavy wooden doors open, the sound of scissors trapped is magnified by the spacious space inside the wooden house, making it feel like they pushed the door to another world. A scene of disorder met their eyes, making them go crazy once again. "This is... I knew it would be like this. Unbelievable, unbelievable." In the house is a huge workshop, 78 meters wide, hundreds of meters deep. In the middle there seem to be only a few pillars, another large door with only a door frame, connected to the workshop behind. In the factory littered with all kinds of wooden machinery, lying on their backs, all severely damaged, components, springs, like viscera that had been kicked out of the abdomen, were scattered everywhere, but there is still a problem connected to the case. As soon as he saw those heavily damaged machinery, Trong-Li immediately became excited, looking like a poor man who suddenly discovered a treasure. His eyes lit up, and he ran back and forth. Amidst the pile of broken machinery, his mouth kept exclaiming, "Although it's just a wooden case, most of the inside is made of metal. And not, it's alloy steel, it's lighter than steel, and the elongation and hardness are also much better. Ha ha, it's a folding spring. Turns out they invented this too. This is the dream and the end. This is the sprocket. This is the roller. This is..." Note 1. A plant in northeast China. Kui Bar Village 2. Yu Yang and Triu Trang Shine each followed after Trong Lap, although they also saw all these things, but no one seemed as interested as Trong Lap. Triu Trang Shine only saw a bunch of spare parts and didn't know what was what. Yu Yang couldn't help but ask, "What are these used for?" Zhang Li immediately turned around and grabbed Yu Yang, shook him vigorously and said, "But you can't see it." Then he opened his mouth wide again and said, "This is automation. See those rails. Underneath these machines are barbs, which can move back and forth on those rails, fully automatic. It's amazing. Moreover, they also use a multi-arm machine, mounted on different robotic arms. The machine will have completely different functions. This is for plowing the field, for planting seedling, this is for harvesting, for threshing, that is for cutting trees. There must be some kind of stone dam, but this is not there, probably not in this house. That is for metal cutting, this is to collect eggs." Looking at the robotic arms that have been completely destroyed, Trong Lap can still talk about the function. The more he looked back, the more miraculous he was, the more he admired the wisdom of the ancients, and finally he smiled stupidly and said, "I know it is." He nudged Yu Yang, then nudged Triu Trang Shine once again, saying, "You know, from the moment I saw these rows of wooden houses, I thought to myself, this village, there's absolutely nothing wrong with this village, can be considered as a large factory, rows of wooden houses arranged like production lines, from raw material collection, selection, to roughing, finishing, finally assembled into shape. Aha, so perfect." Triu Trang Shine checked the broken machines and said, "It seems that there are no electrical equipment. How do these things work?" Trong Lap slammed Triu Trang Shine's arm and loudly said, "This is the best place of the ancients. They use the simplest principles, the simplest components, yet they can assemble into highly automated machines like this. Did you guys ever play anything like that when you were a kid? They come in all shapes and sizes, have a mainspring on their backs, turn a few turns, and they can go back and forth automatically. Some of them even come with great music. Good again. Also, the watch is wound up. Turning one turn can run for a whole day. These machines, using that principle, have springs, gears, tenons, and pins, plus the toughness of alloys, which can create a great deal of energy for the machine, which is completely the conversion between mechanical and mechanical energy. They also seem to have automatic devices inside. When the kinetic energy is not enough, they will automatically return to this place. There must be a place to wind them, or inside, these mechanical things, which look like they're being used as barricades. Strange, if mechanical engineering has developed like this, why even make wooden cases?" Yu Yang's question immediately made Zhang Lap jealous. Sean and Team Captain Ho Duong went to the other side of the workshop. There was a huge animal bone lying on a large table that looked like a specimen, and next to it was a pile of things that looked wrinkled like sailcloth. Sean looked at the bone and sighed with emotion. "It's really great." Captain Ho Duong asked, "What is it?" Sean replied, "The swish of an animal's tail." "Tail off." Captain Ho Duong's voice was lost. That thing over 2 meters high, more than 10 meters long, was unexpectedly just a tail. Then, so how big was that animal when it was still alive? Is a marine or amphibian species. Sean stepped forward to pick up the sail-like object, only then realized it was thicker than he thought, and let out a aha sound, reaching for the edge, which turned out to be a dozen thick feces. He then tried to lift it, tested the feeling in his hand, then looked at the tools around again, and said, "If I'm not mistaken, this is the material to make our snake-shaped boat." "Sit here." "Really?" Lu Kan Nam asked. "Isn't the shell of a snake boat that thick?" Sean replied, "They must have used some special technology to remove the layer of organic matter that has accumulated on this leather, and then processed it and rubbed it, to form that extremely strong outer shell." Thinking for a moment, he exclaimed in surprise, "To capture such a large creature to build a boat, it requires extremely advanced weapons and technology. After saying that, Sean took out a dagger again, and stabbed it hard into the skin. The result was like stabbing a hard rubber ball. The skin was concave downward, but pressing the knife down did not tear. Finally Sean dejectedly said, "It's much harder than catching whales." Trak Mok Kwong Ba followed the shaman Allah. Man followed Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Ba Tang went last. The four of them went in another direction, following the white bones scattered on the ground, turning a corner, toward the wall of the great factory. "There's a wooden ladder here. It looks like it's still usable. Follow the stairs to get to the second floor." They walked through the door of the nearest room, guessing based on some decorations and clothes, further confirming that this is a village of the Kwai Ba people. In the room was a dry skeleton, which at first appeared to be a woman's, kneeling and curled up on the ground, clutching a child's skeleton in his lap. On the far side of the window was a skeleton lying sprawled out, arms stretched forward, evidently still crawling a bit more after falling. Allah shaman analyzed. This village has a stone wall on the outside, its back is leaning against the cliff, and its head is covered with fog-like plants. It can be said that the terrain is extremely favorable. Big birds and beasts can't get in at all. Also, looking at the degree of decay of the bones and clothes, it can be said that the people here have been dead for at least 3 or 4 years, yet still maintain the same state as before death. Which also means, for the past 3 or 4 years, no living things have come here other than plants. Ba Tang also said, looking at the location of the skeletons, it can be seen that these people are all running in panic. Everyone is running in different directions to escape, but the killer has blocked all roads. No forgive anyone. Whether men, women, the elderly or children, not even infants can escape death. Surname, they were massacred by mass. Speaking of this, he suddenly had a fear in his heart, as if he had just grasped something. It seemed that he and his teammates had also encountered that catastrophic carnage. The shaman Allah nodded. That's right, the people here probably died in a carnage late at night. In the houses ahead there are still a few corpses in a sleeping position. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, the furniture, jars, and farm tools in the house are still intact. No property has been robbed. Even the table and chairs were knocked over by the fugitives. But the machines were completely destroyed. Neither humans nor animals survived. This is after all. Min said, did those things kill people in the village? She looked up at the mist. The shaman Allah shook his head. No, I already said it. This is a place chosen by the ancients very carefully, both by the waterside and leaning against the mountain. It can be said that it has taken advantage of the primeval forest, water, while the sky is covered by plants like fog. It has the effect of preventing the attack of evil birds in the air. If the people here were killed by that floating plant, it wouldn't be possible to cause everyone to panic on such a large scale, and it wouldn't be able to cause people to die either, right away. Maybe, that fog-swallowing plant is the method people here use to prevent foreign animals. Besides, did you see the goats in the fence over there? Before they died, they did not panic and ran around in all directions, but were cornered in a small cage, corpses piled on top of each other. This is the most typical method of slaughter. As for why everyone is panicking and running away, I think it's because the killers who came to slaughter couldn't communicate effectively with the people here, so the killer didn't put the villages in one place, but used the lightning strike. Did not have time to kill everyone. Trak Mok Kwong Ba seemed to have heard something in the shaman Allah's words, and exclaimed in surprise, animal behavior. Ba Tang immediately replied, that's right. On the bones there are still bite and scratch marks. It seems that the killer has sharp claws and teeth. Looking at the position of the corpses while fleeing, it can be seen that the killer also has a terrifying speed, and a very agile player. In just one time, surrounded and slaughtered so many people, not letting anyone go. I think that these perpetrators definitely have a clear advantage in numbers, and are also very good at collective warfare. Trak Mok Kwong Ba turned his head and asked Man, remember what that crazy person in Mongha said? Min said, how could it be? She recalled the inference they had made. the creatures that had attacked Bartang, the creatures that had sorted the entire Quabar village, were most likely the Karkar-Talai wolves of equal intelligence, with humans, or should I say Shangri-La's wolves to be more accurate. Everyone looked at Bartang again, wondering if the scene before him could remind him of something. But Bartang still indifferently looked at the pile of white bones piled up before his eyes. His face did not show any emotion. It was clear that this scene was not enough to stimulate the buried memories. Min Min said, "If the whole village was massacred, then how did that madman get out? Also, where did those murderers outnumber the villagers come from? How did they get through that dark forest to get here? Why suddenly slaughter an entire village? After killing everyone, where did they go?" Min Min raised a series of questions, making everyone find it difficult to answer. In front of them, they were just speculating. All of them had no clue at all. This is. Hearing only the sound of clacking resounded, the shaman Allah pulled out a large iron chain under the bed, bent over to observe, saw that one end of the iron chain was not tied to the foot of the bed, but firmly attached to the pillar, supporting the whole house, and the iron ring as big as the little finger he was holding, seemed to have been ripped off by a great force. The shaman Allah looked at Trak Mok Kwong Ba in surprise and said, "It's really strange." Trak Mok Kwong Ba also stared at the iron chain. His face was very serious. "It's really strange." Min Min said, "Living with wolves. I should have thought of it before. You too, why does it feel so strange?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba pulled her hand and said, "There should be no iron chains." Min Min wondered, "But, I remember the big dogs in the countryside, don't they all use iron chains?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, Man, the Quabar people who live with wolves are absolutely not what you imagine. People in the countryside chain dogs, to prevent strangers from being bitten by them, and in grazing areas less frequented, Tibetans never use iron chains to chain the dogs. Min Min seemed to understand, nodded and said, "For fear of restricting their freedom of action, making them unable to chase thieves and wild animals." Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "More importantly, Tibetans consider dogs as a member of the family. No one would hook a necklace around their family member's neck, then take a leash. What's more, this is a Quabar people living with wolves. It is said that their relationship with wolves seems to be even closer than with that of their family." Min Min looked at the huge chain on the ground and said, "Then this chain. It's really strange." "Well," he said, "could it possibly be them?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba shook his head. Before there was real evidence, he didn't want to easily draw conclusions. He then changed the subject. "I don't know, it seems that there are many secrets hidden here. I am afraid we will have to stay here. So go, Bartang, you go and call Sean again. You two and Trong Lap, Triu Trang Shine go bury all these skeletons, then tell Captain Ho Duong, leave him with Can Nam and Yu Yang. We'll search the outside, we'll search the inside, see if there are any other leads." The lower floor outside the large factory area is a fenced cattle shed. The second and third floors have a living room, bedroom, butler room, storeroom, pillars, porches, and doorways all painted or sculpted. The drawings are very sophisticated and beautiful. The stairs going up and down are made of a single block of wood carved with a serrated shape. Only the machinery was destroyed, but where most of the furniture in the residence houses, the jars and jars were intact, it did not look like a carnage at first glance. But for the same reason, everything here on the contrary becomes more and more strange and mysterious. Another thing that made Trak Mok Kwong Ba even more confusing was that each room had an iron chain, and at the same time each iron chain was pulled apart, but no wolf or mastiff skeleton was discovered. Finally, they found a few clues left in a large burned-out room on the second floor. That place turned out to be an altar. Downstairs was a meeting room. Upstairs there were documents. When they saw the lines of ancient Tibetan characters written on goat skin, Trak Mok Kwong Ba and the others were all very excited. Although most of them have been burned, but they are historical records anyway. For a civilization, these can be considered the most important documents. Most of the scrolls use liquid gold and silver written on goat skin, but there are also scrolls similar to the ancient scrolls, written on wolf skin. The shaman Ala read it carefully and finally understood roughly the contents of those scrolls. The goatskin scrolls are almost the village's diary, which has been recorded continuously from 1,000 years ago until now. This village, unexpectedly also called Kongbo village, but later changed to another name, even the shaman Ala could not translate it correctly. It seems to mean, finally, people here use the method of recording the year in the style of fire and no sea. After looking at it, the shaman Ala said, this way of recording the year is a bit different from the way of recording the year in the style of fire and no sea, but you know. For a rough calculation, it is probably starting from the year Lang Dat Ma Band Buddha. In the records, the reason why they came to Shangri-La is not found, only faintly mentioned, written that the fake positions decided to give up, followed the trail left by their ancestors to find Shangri-La. And the many mounds piled on the giant's instep, it turns out to have existed before they came here, a place of worship for people who came here before. The earliest can be traced back to about 3000 last year. Surely the people here can read and understand the way of writing the year of the ancient hung statue. The people of this village are willing to stay. They will forever guard the first floor of the Shangri-La sanctuary, and prepare to welcome the warriors who come later. There were many other Kwai-Ba people who had entered with them, then continued to move up, finally staying on the third platform. The people of Kongbo village since then still guard and protect the village and the only road leading to the upper platform. The last notes ended about 4 years ago. Most of the goatskin books record important events such as sacrifices, natural disasters, or epiphanies. There are a few points that attract the attention of the shaman Ala. In this year, the tribal people descend from the sky ladder, borrow how much food, what year. Tribal people came to announce the news, the king of the country, open, enter, years, how many messengers in the village sent to Shangri-La sanctuary to participate in that great ceremony, and then how many people returned at what time. Based on that information, they learned that this Shangri-La is not just a village. In the second and third stage, even more ancient peoples existed, and at the same time formed an entire kingdom, but maybe not just a kingdom. That is to say, the kingdom of Shangri-La, which the world is rumored to be talking about, really does exist. Note 1. The unique method of calculating the year of the Tibetans, taking the starting year of 624 AD. For example, the year 132 according to the fire, no sea, calculation is add 755. Heaven ladder is broken. Then, from the records left behind, they found the reason why this village was able to stay unharmed for more than 1,000 years. As it turned out, this village is located alone on the first floor, humid and sultry. Moreover, there are many monsters and insects, extremely unfavorable for humans to live. Not only that, the road leading to the villages on the second floor is also full of dangers. If you go alone, it is basically impossible to cross the forest to the area inhabited by people on the second floor. It took the warriors 3 months to reach the nearest village. Such a return trip would cost at least more than half of the casualties. In addition, there are many recorded contents that are very similar to those in the ancient book Ninma of the Trak Mok Krong Ba family, such as monsters as high as 3 floors that began to appear in droves during the hero's journey. Because the scrolls only record big things, sometimes there are no significant events for several years, and many scrolls have been burned. The magicians Ala and Tang Man immediately began to work, according to the chronological sorting of the remaining skins scanned into the computer. Trak Mok Krong Ba is interested in information related to Heavenly Ladder. According to the records on the scroll, this cliff on the bottom floor was inherently impenetrable. After countless heroes had to pay the price with their lives, the way to the second platform was discovered. Presently. Later, guided by a wise elder, the warriors buried the seeds in the cracks in the cliffs, eventually forming the Heavenly Ladder. According to the description on the scroll, This passage seems a bit like a hanging basket that drops up and down. Trak Mok Kwong Ba called Captain Ho Duong and asked if there was anything special at the foot of the cliff. Captain Ho Duong replied, "Where all the rows of wooden houses gather there is a giant water wheel, which not only directs water to irrigate the fields here, but also seems to provide impetus for something. It's just a shaft buried deep underground, don't know where it goes. Things like sky ladders or hanging baskets have not been discovered yet." After a while, Lu Can Nam said, "Brother Kwong Ba, we discovered some things. I don't know if it has anything to do with the sky ladder, come here and see." Trak Mok Kwong Ba rushed to the cliff, only to find out that this cliff is not simply red, but due to countless strange colors put together, mainly red, purple, and blue. The shape of the cliff is also not simply a cone, at least the bottom is slightly concave, like a drop of red water about to drip into the grey cliff. Surrounded by a lot of volcanic rocks and pebbles. Captain Ho Duong pointed to the newly assembled equipment and said, "We guessed correctly, this place always has volcanic eruptions. The frozen lava forming this cliff is less than 20,000 years old." Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "If it is said that there are always volcanoes erupting here, this place is in the middle of the path of volcanic lava, so why do those Kwai Ba people still build wooden houses? Aren't you afraid of harming yourself?" Captain Ho Duong caressed his shaggy beard, smiled and said, "This is the feature of the volcano here, not erupting in an explosive fashion, but flowing slowly down like a stream. This has already stopped. Obviously, those Kwai Ba people have observed all three strata, thinking that the next time the volcano erupts, lava can only flow here, plus some other geographical conditions, so they chose this is the place to stay. I don't know if you can hear the waves. I think this place is very close to one end of the Shangri-La Rift. The distance from this village to the sea is very short, and the other river is so wide, can launch very large boats. In the village there are definitely places to build boats, it's just that we haven't developed it yet, just show up." Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "You mean, if lava flows through here, the whole village can quickly evacuate to the sea?" "That's right," Captain Ho Duong nodded. "When the molten lava flows through, what place is safer than the sea?" Duo Mok Kwong Ba nodded, continued to move forward, and immediately saw Lu Can Nam standing in front of a bunch of vines and carefully observing, but Yue Yang was nowhere to be seen. Captain Ho Duong said, he and Lu Can Nam and Yu Yang split up to search in three directions. He went in the middle, so when he heard Lu Can Nam's call, he ran to the front. Just to see those vines, all as big as a child's arm, piled up in mountain-like heaps below the cliff. Looking up, on the red cliff, there are still some vines that are still clinging to each other, growing in segments one by one, only it is no longer seamless, at least a few hundred meters apart. The vines that fall to the ground do not die, but still have branches and leaves growing from the main stem. Lu Can Nam picked up a piece of vines. Trak Mok Kwong Ba noticed that, between the two main trunks as big as a child's arm, unexpectedly there were also countless small branches reaching out to wrap tightly together, making them look like a tree, rope ladder. Lu Can Nam said, "It seems that this is the ladder of heaven." Captain Ho Duong said, "Creative is extremely smart. It seems that the vitality of these vines is very strong. They can take root in the cracks in the cliffs, and then survive, growing bigger and bigger. Even if the old vines die, new branches and leaves will follow the direction of the old vines and continue to grow, ensuring that this heavenly ladder will never be broken." Lu Can Nam looked at one end of the rope ladder, looked at the cut and said, "It seems to have been deliberately sabotaged. It seems to cut off all escape routes for people in the village, or perhaps because it wants to prevent other people from escaping. Someone else came to the hospital." Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked at the remaining vines no more than 10 meters long on the cliff, muttering, "Looks like we have to climb there by ourselves. This cliff is really big too. It also helps." Lu Can Nam looked at the towering cliffs as if he wanted to poke through the clouds and said calmly. The cliff in front of them was made of lava piled up, The slope was probably about 80–85 degrees, but compared to the cliffs that were beveled inward, it was much better. Perhaps that is why the ancients chose this place as the only way to the second floor. But this cliff is anyway nearly or even more than 2,000 meters high. Above there are very few abutments and openings, afraid that only the chamois can stand. In the heart of Trak Mok Kwong Ba is not as optimistic as Lu Can Nam. Captain Ho Duong also said, "Well, it seems that we will all have to spend the night on this big cliff in the next few days. It will take 3 days to get there." "It won't take that long," said Lu Can Nam confidently. Everybody in the village rested well, regained their spirits. "We'll keep a close eye on the way up, just stay on the cliff for 1 night. Although the sky ladder has been destroyed, there are still dozens of vines left for us, at least a few hundred meters without too much effort. The actual climb is only about 1,300 to 1,400 meters or something." Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "Go back and discuss with everyone, see if you can find any useful information in those goatskin scrolls." Next, he contacted Yu Yang to ask if he had found anything. Yu Yang replied, "Young Master Kwong Ba, I see some mechanical equipment. Everyone, come and see." The 3 of them walked towards Yu Yang, and along the way, they saw the giant water wheel that Captain Hu Yang mentioned earlier. The water wheel was indeed very large, like a Ferris wheel, only now it was lying on the ground, broken into pieces. The water next to him was still rumbling and causing headaches, and the surrounding ground shook. The 3 of them, Trak Mok Kwong Ba, covered their ears and quickly passed. The place Yu Yang discovered is not far from the water, but it is relatively hidden among the bamboo forest below the cliff. Having to remove the bamboo to the 2 sides to discover that there is a fissure inside, above the bamboo forest, the outside of this crack has closed its mouth, but the inside is dark, seemingly rising forever. Seeing the 3 people of Trak Mok Kwong Ba coming, Yu Yang told his monitoring results, "The cliff here is very slippery and wet, it seems like another stream. It's not known if it's exhausted or someone blocked the top. There are some machines inside, but they've all been vandalized." When he came here, seeing that a few people Trak Mok Kwong Ba had gone inside, he hurriedly continued, "Be careful, it's very slippery." Looking at the scattered wooden shelves, Captain Ho Duong said, "It seems that, after reaching the second floor, the Quabar people took advantage of the natural channel formed by the stream flowing in the mountains to install an elevator, up and down here, then take advantage of the flow of another stream as a driving force for the water wheel to bring the passenger compartment up. Really smart." Lu Can Nam attentively observed the wooden shelves that had been eroded by steam to no shape, saying, "It seems that when slaughtering the villagers that year, the killer had blocked all escape routes, an entire village, there is no hope of survival." The wet and slippery cliffs could not be climbed, Trak Mok Kwong Ba understood, they could only rely on their own strength. Only, he also found it strange, if, according to the guesses, it was some kind of wolf-like creature that caused all this, how did they end up doing it? Why do they do that? Busy for nearly half a day, Ba Tang and the others managed to properly handle the bones of the villagers. At the top of the village there were countless new graves. Trong Lap then went to study the water wheel that Captain Ho Duong discovered, and determined that the water turbine as big as the Ferris wheel was the source of all kinetic energy in this village, located at the intersection of all rows of wooden houses, directly converting the potential energy of the water flowing down from a height of more than 2,000 meters into different types of kinetic energy. These sophisticatedly designed machines must certainly be described in writing, Trong Lap concludes. Finally, with the help of the shaman Arla, he also found a record of how to make mechanical traps in the scrolls that recorded the big stories of the village. The pitfalls described made Trong Lap watch his forehead drenched with sweat. He also realized how lucky they were to be able to reach this village safely. If the traps in the Iron Spear forest outside the village were activated, they definitely wouldn't be able to get in here without taking any damage. But, from here, the shaman Allah thought of another thing, that is, the creatures that came to slaughter the villages, even such terrifying traps were destroyed by them, so it was not worth it. A lot more scared than they imagined. Researching further, Trong Lap and the shaman Allah discovered that, in these scrolls, there seems to be a secret. The people living in the village seemed to have been involved in researching something. Every time they mentioned this, they were very discreet, only a few words, but more or less arrogance. The whole research process lasted for 5 or 6 generations, spanning nearly 100 years of time. Putting together pieces of information from the past generations, that thing has a very tough exterior, can act independently, is not constrained by rails, moves extremely fast, and more extremely versatile, able to go where normal machines can't, transport throw-type weapons that can attack from long distances, seemingly able to automatically lock targets. In addition, the power source of this machine seems to come from some living organism. The most described part is finding the heart for that machine. This seems to be the part that the people living in this village are responsible for. As for the other parts of the machine, it was probably researched by the Kwai Bar people on the top floor. Finally, the villagers found a creature, with 6 legs, a semi-oval head, able to crawl very quickly, in the second platform as the core for the machine. The villagers of Kongbo couldn't help but be pleased when they wrote, "This is a completely new defensive technique, a great achievement that focuses on organ making, poisonous insect farming, and creature training. With this technique, the shrine will be twice as safe." The most unbelievable thing is that, during the first 100 years, it was very obvious that this villager had an affair with the Kwai Bar people on the top floor. In the scrolls, in addition to the account of the joint research and invention of that terrifying machine, there are also records of sending people to participate in communal sacrifices. However, 100 years later, suddenly there was no mention of the Kwai Bar people on the top floor, as if they had completely cut off contact with the 3rd floor of Shangri-La, but no mention was made. Record the reason. At the same time, the shaman Allah also found some traces that could lead to the massacre of the whole village of Kongbo. In a passage about the incident that happened 6 years ago it is stated, "The Harsh has come, he has come." The middle part was burned with a big hole. Adjacent to that passage, is the curse they're so familiar with, "Innumerable calamities will come like an avalanche, falling everywhere. All cities will be turned into a wasteland without a shadow of a person, like the Selang that lives under the altar, the poisonous snakes basking in the sun on the steps, the spider webs cover the door frames, the dead flowers bloom all over the earth, immensity." Followed by a question, "Penance, can we not escape fate in the end?" The shaman Allah had put all his efforts into searching for other clues, but could only find a few puzzling sentences. After most of the work was done, according to the description in the scrolls, the Bartang and the others came out the way below, catching countless giant grasshoppers for a sumptuous meal. Then they all changed the tattered clothes with the clothes of the Kwai Bar people, and found a house that was still relatively intact as a place to stay for the night. The magicians Allah and Man scanned all the scrolls into the computer. Most of the documents that have not been examined carefully will slowly find a chance to decipher on the way. That evening, they held a meeting, synthesized everyone's opinions, and finally came to an amazing conclusion. The scientific and technological strength that the Kwai Bar people possessed far exceeded what they always knew. Imagine. The level of machine use here is close to or even exceeding that of Europe after the Industrial Revolution of the 18th century. In terms of automation, it can even be compared with modern industrial machinery technology, but it is not inferior. Trong Lap said, "I told you Yang before that this village is a big factory. The rows of wooden houses are arranged exactly like a production line, a system of industrialization of agricultural production, rational and perfect. But now, I have to correct, the visualization is still incomplete. This village is like an intellectually concentrated society, so to speak. These structures, the fields and the network of railways metal, has constituted a social fabric almost like the internet. Each small wooden house here, like a terminal computer, just staying in the house, one can independently complete any processing and production work. The workshop below will turn your ideas into reality. They come true. Moreover, they can also through the transport method of the network share resource materials with the whole village. Looking at the architecture like a beehive, we can imagine each Kongbo villager as a honeybee with extremely high intelligence. When they gather, it is possible by means of intellectual concentration to create a much greater possibility of creativity. Yu Yang thought for a moment, then said, I remember Professor Feng Tan once said that in order to form such concentrated wisdom, it is necessary to achieve a certain number, in order to reach the limit from which to arise qualitative change. Yes, Trong Lap looked at the scale of the village, and then said, this is also the reason why Kongbo village has applied the intellectual-centered social model, but science and technology has not been able to develop a radically like someone outside of us. Because their number is too small. Perhaps they knew how to take advantage of electromagnetic effects, but did not know their principles and transformations. They have not yet discovered nuclear energy. Due to geographical limitations, they are also unable to use highly efficient energy sources such as oil. They only developed the technique of making machines that had existed since ancient times to the utmost. In fact, even the art of making machines, they are greatly restricted. He glanced at Yu Yang and said, aren't you curious why the machines here all have wooden cases? Obviously, the minerals here can't make a lot of iron and steel, so they can only use steel to make fragile parts like shafts and gears. Triu Trang Shine muttered, isn't it enough to give birth a lot? The shaman Ala shook his head. The people here have paid more attention to improving the quality of life, not just the number of people. Based on the records left behind, it can be seen that the number of people in the village is always kept at a balanced level, even when the population growth is negative, but their medical technology has clearly reached a very high level. Through observing some bones, we can at least confirm that they can perform surgeries that require extremely high levels of science and technology, such as craniotomy, thoracotomy, amputation surgery. Unfortunately, the medical materials have all been burned. Skull open surgery. Triu Trang Shine was stunned. Not only that, added Captain Ho Duong, the wisdom of the people of Kongbo is by no means limited to machinery, engineering and medicine. Kan Nam and I have studied the land very carefully. The people here have clearly grasped some hybrid techniques. The type of agricultural product they grow seems to have the shadow of Thankoa wheat, but the density is many times thicker than we imagine. Through computer simulation calculations, even if it is real Thankoa wheat, with such a thick seed density, a field acre can be up to more than half a ton. If it's another type of agricultural product, the output should increase several times. Lu Kan Nam also said, this inference has been verified in the scrolls left behind. According to early records, the food production per season was enough to feed the entire village for 6 years. Not only that, each year there are 4 harvest seasons here, in addition to a part being processed into foods that can be kept for a long time. Most of the remaining food is stored by them, periodically destroy. We still have not found any record of them conducting crossbreeding, and records of the production of these experimental fields only lasted for a few decades, later disappeared. However, if the data they recorded is all true, then I can only say that these people are already ahead of Mr. Veen Long Bin 1. The food production here is almost comparable to our high-yielding wet rice today. In addition, the production of vegetables and fruits here cannot be low. Captain Ho Duong took out a bag. Inside there were several tree stumps. Excitedly said to the rest, do you know what this is? We have discovered the greatest treasure in Shangri-La. If we bring these roots out, they can change the world. Yue Yang and Zhao Zhuangsheng and others were all suspicious. Trong Lap curiously asked, Captain Ho, isn't this only comparable to our high-yielding wet rice today? At most, if there are a few more high-yielding agricultural crops, how can it change the world? Captain Hoduang said, "Gold food, it's golden food. You've never heard of it." Note 1. Academician of the Chinese Institute of Engineering, who is known as the father of the world's hybrid rice. Concentration wisdom. Yue Yang thought for a moment, as if he had heard of it somewhere, but couldn't remember it for a while. Only Min Min said, "Oh," and seemed to have thought of it. Lu Kan Nam then explained, "In the legend there is a miracle food. Eat only half a day, the next day it will recover as much as it was at the beginning, never to eat it all." Although this is just a myth, from time immemorial, farmers and scientists have never stopped pursuing the golden food. Their lowest standard is to hope that they can find or breed a high-yielding agricultural crop that can adapt to all kinds of climates, can resist diseases and pests, just need two most basic things, water and sunlight, to be able to grow mass. Just spread the seeds, whether in the desert or on the rocks, just need light and water to grow, no need to plow the field, no need to fertilize, no weeding, no pesticides harmful, but the yield is shockingly high. It may sound like a myth at first, but many agronomists, including Veen Long Bin, have been using it as a goal to breed different high-yielding agricultural crops. Quote, "At that time, people really noticed the very ordinary-looking bag in the hand of Captain Hoduang." Yu Yang said, "Could it be that you found out?" Captain Hoduang carefully put away the seed bag, then said to the group, "If the last time recorded, this village was completely slaughtered, then, this place at least has died, abandoned for 4 years. But everyone try to look in the field and see, the trees are so lush, does it seem to be affected? They still grow very healthy, self-generating and self-destructing, withering and then sprouting again. Next to the field is full of weeds that grow very strong, but there is nothing they can do. Anyone know what else I discovered? Even in the crevices of the metal rails running through the field, they can still grow, just need water and light, can even grow in metal, that's enough to make a stir. Our traditional impressions of plants have been turned upside down. Therefore, the decision cannot be wrong. This is the golden food variety that people here use the wisdom and experience of countless generations to research. If one day, the Sahara Desert turns into a high-yielding field that can produce more than half a ton of food each acre, the whole Arctic is covered with white snow, people say, that would change the whole world. Gender already. Ha! A faint gasp of astonishment came from the gaping mouths. At this time, everyone felt the weight of the bag in the hands of Captain Hoduang. Everyone looked at him with eyes of joy mixed with excitement. Only Sean said to himself, "This is just a transit station. If you get to the 3rd floor, then you can discover things worth bringing to the outside world." Even so, he still glanced at his backpack. Inside there were tree stumps that were more complete than the samples that Captain Hoduang had collected. The shaman Arla said, "We also discovered large-scale poultry and cattle rearing areas in the workshops below. The people here obviously never have to worry about food. Their production capacity is also amazingly high." After saying that, he turned his eyes to Trong Lap. Trong Lap immediately continued, "The Quabar people here have not yet invented the steam engine, but they have used hydraulics to do the same thing. That water wheel is the source of motivation for the whole village. The metal rails are the main transportation system in the village. The Quabar people have taken advantage of the mechanical power of the mainspring to make the machines automatically move on the rails, automatically collect wood and stone materials, automatically sowing and harvesting. Below, I also discovered many pipes used to transport supplies and energy. I thoroughly checked the wooden cabins, and found that each of them had a wind-up energy storage device. Even though the water wheel could not move or needed to be repaired, the stored kinetic energy was also maintained, enough for each house to use for 2 or 3 days." Tang Min asked, "What is this energy used for?" Divided into 2 categories, one is used for essential needs of life, such as automatic weaving, automatic tanning, paper making, honing, component processing. The second type is used for defense. It can be said that each cabin here is a ranged weapon, most of which are air-to-air weapons, Obviously those weapons can cause damage, very large for the birds in the air. However, in the last year or two, the people here seem to have adjusted their trap weapons, strengthening the defenses on the ground. Trong Lap pointed to a rusty iron pipe in the corner and said, "Haven't people noticed that the villages in this village already use tap water? There's also the fixed tabletop. I suspect it's an automatic device." Sean gently brushed the grey hair that fell from his forehead, shook his head and smiled with an unbelievable gesture. "People here don't have to do anything." Trong Lap nodded. "It is true that the people here have been liberated from manual labor to a very high degree, perhaps even more radically liberated than we modern urbanites. Most of their time is probably spent thinking. Have you noticed how sophisticated the carvings on that wooden slab are? Not just one floor, but one layer on top of another. There are also the other thankas, which have been consumed by fire and rain, but still cannot obscure their beauty, and countless ceramics, probably similar to our flags. Of course, I think what they research the most is still the construction of the machines. Everyone has already gone into the warehouse to see how many tools are used to make machines, perhaps 1,000 years ago, but the villagers of this Kongbo village are all researching how to make more practical machines." Captain Ho Duong said, "I feel that their level of automation is still at a level that requires human manipulation to complete. For example, even if their agricultural industrialization system is similar to ours, with automatic seeding and harvesting machines, with automatic irrigation systems, but at least the weeding work has to be done by humans. If you want to weave fabric, you can rely on automated machines to do things like nursery silk, but raising silkworms must be completed by humans." The shaman Ala shook his head and said, "No, the level of automation here is much higher than we think. Since the ancients understood the art of manipulating creatures, they were able to do it much more thoroughly and perfectly. Like weaving, for example, it is possible to feed silkworms in one place, then go to another place to form cocoons, and then mate and lay eggs in another place, so the machines that automatic hook only needs to go to fixed places to pick up silkworms, then draw silk and weave fabric can also be done automatically, completely freeing human resources from labor work." Speaking of which, the shaman Ala's state of mind, which had been cultivated for many years, could not calm down again. He suddenly felt that he had deeply understood the empty statement in the scroll, the achievement of the collection of all the arts, build organs, poison necks, and nurture living things. Yue Yang heard one word 10, immediately said, "That also means, the cows and goats here can come to eat grass by themselves, the dairy cows come to the milking machine to milk themselves, and the ones that are about to die go to the butchers by themselves, then the meat will be transported on rails to household. Even, can also be cut into slices, pieces, all done by machines. Oh my mother, what kind of life is that?" Chuo Mok Kwong Ba sighed and said, "This is life in Shangri-La." Mindful once again the legend of Shangri-La. There the flowers bloom in 4 seasons, the water flows endlessly, the crops are always waiting to be harvested, the sweet fruits are always hanging on the branches. People there use their ideas to dominate everything in the outside world. Feel cold, clothes will automatically thicken. If hot, they will automatically thin. If you want to eat something, the food will automatically come to you. When you're full, the food will automatically leave. They looked out at the wooden houses in the village under the darkening sky, trying to imagine the prosperity that once existed here. Who would have thought that the truth was hidden in the myth, but it was unexpected. Each of them has a comment. For those who have seen Shuangkong Island and Maya dungeons like themselves, all of this is astonishing, yet understandable. However, for Triu Trangshine, everything is like a fairy tale. He could only roll his eyes, staring blankly at the other members who were talking as if telling a story in his own house. Wait a minute. Finally, Triu Trangshine couldn't stand it anymore and loudly said, "It seems like everyone is saying, the level of technology here. Machine or something, more advanced than the factories of our 21st century. Everyone stopped discussing, looked at Triu Trangshan with surprised eyes, and immediately understood, this guy has never seen the achievements of ancient organ technology, and now he still doesn't dare to believe in wisdom of the ancients. The shaman Allah said to him sternly, in some ways, yes. Barely. Term, like, Triu Trangshan asked blankly. Yu Yang pulled Zhao Zhuangsheng's shoulder and said, well, the basis of our modern industry began with the great industrial revolution of the 18th century. Do you know what is the great industrial revolution? Triu Trangshan shook his head. Yu Yang then continued, the great industrial revolution, that is, converting manual operations into machine operations, saving manpower, and improving output, making the whole world's production process. The world changed radically, the distribution of matter and the structure of human society completely changed because of that, eventually evolving into the world we are today. The most important factor of the great industrial revolution, in fact, only had 2 points, what's steam engine and Europeans learned the art of steelmaking. This thing, what's the connection? Triu Trangshan mumbled. Yu Yang continued, actually, the basic meaning of a steam engine is, a device that can continuously provide a stable source of kinetic energy. A constant and stable source of kinetic energy is the basis of all industry. As for steel, steel is the basic material of all machines. In order for the Industrial Revolution to succeed, it was necessary to find a solid, honed material that could be used for a long time and was difficult to damage. New metallurgical methods made cast iron both heavy and medium, fragile, easily broken into steel. However, the 2 prerequisites of this great industrial revolution 2,000 years ago were already invented by our ancestors. Triu Trangshan's face became very strange. Zhang Lap raised his eyebrows and said, you don't know anything, anyway, you haven't learned the art of making trap organs systematically. More than 2,000 years ago, our ancestors invented a source of kinetic energy that can be stable and continuously take advantage of wind and water power, in which kinetic energy from water is the most stable. For example, the water wheel, the water mill, still many places of use today. As for the method of steelmaking, it goes without saying, the new steelmaking method that Europe applied in the 18th century has been invented and applied in our country since the Spring and Autumn Warring States period. Initially it was Cyprus steel, later, when technology developed, the method of steelmaking was improved. At the end of the Han Dynasty, a new method of steelmaking was invented. That is, the iron is melted, then stirred in the furnace to dry. This is also the principle of the steelmaking technology that is still in use today. More importantly, our ancestors discovered, different water substances can affect the efficiency of steel hardening, which European scholars have only recently begun to study. In the future, if you have the opportunity, you can try reading books like Sihu Yang Math, Shen Chi Pu, How to Talk Rough Things 1 or something. Yu Yang immediately interjected and continued, do you understand now, the reason why our ancestors could not initiate the Industrial Revolution 2,000 years ago, is because the vision of the people at that time was not large enough. The original purpose of the invention of iron and steel was to forge and cast weapons for war. The water wheel was for agricultural production. Our inventions were all for self-sufficiency. Unlike the Industrial Revolution in Europe, the purpose is to sell products to the world at a cheap price, accumulate capital. But as long as there are these prerequisites, the Industrial Revolution can explode at any time, so when we see the appearance of large-scale automation machines, we also don't feel surprised. Anyway, we've known about the automatic traps that the Army of Light created 1,000 years ago. Captain Hode once said, Triu, you don't need to be too surprised. You have to know that the basic components of today's large machines such as gears, shafts, chains, pulleys, etc. all were invented by our ancestors more than 2,000 years ago. Europeans just used iron and steel instead of wood. If you look back at history, you will discover a lot of similar events. History books often have a lot of such records, such as what year something appeared in our country in what year, then people how many years will it take for Europe to have a similar discovery. The only thing that makes people feel sorry, is that those inventions have gradually disappeared in countless successive wars, if not for the famine, the change of dynasties, the internecine war. China must have had a great industrial revolution like this one in Shangri-La more than 1,000 years ago. The shaman Allah said, not only that, more than 1,000 years ago, when Tuban was rising, this country was cleverly located between China and India. At that time, when the peoples living on the plateau were still in a relatively backward social form, the visionary king of the Thonfon dynasty began to learn the advanced production methods of the two countries, neighboring large civilized country. Obviously, the Army of Light has fully grasped the most quintessential knowledge, including inventions and creations that the land of its birth has forgotten or despised and ignored. The Army of Light discovered and developed them to their fullest extent, eventually creating an invincible myth. What is preserved in the Temple of Four must be the highest achievement of all the ancient civilizations at that time. What is in front of our eyes is only a small part. The words of the shaman Allah made everyone think. Even Bar Tang rarely showed admiration on his face. Lu Kan Nam thought again of what the shaman Allah had said earlier. The ancient poison art combines both indigenous witchcraft, Indian surgical techniques, and Chinese medicine and herbs. The Tantric method combines the Oriental method of internal absorption with the yogic technique of the West, and the weapons and equipment were forged by steelmaking method, surpassing all countries of the same era. In addition, there is the art of controlling animals, magic, the art of observing the weather, understanding the physiological structure of the human body like a special army. The method of marching like an assassination army, that is the Army of Light, the Army of Light that is invincible. If this place has developed to that extent, how can one say destruction? Destroyed forever, right? Yu Yang's question immediately brought the others back to reality. That question really makes people feel headache. According to what they learned, the Army of Light could be considered the most powerful group of its time. Even though 1,000 years had passed, their descendants no longer had the former strength of the Light Army. But how many of those machines are still there? Looking at the level of rust of the traps, it was clear that 4 years ago they could still function normally. Which Tronglap said, they were all very scary. Wanting to slaughter the whole village must have been an extremely difficult thing. Difficulty is correct. Tronglap said, actually, it is not difficult, just destroy the energy transmission pipes first, because in the houses there are devices that automatically accumulate kinetic energy. In a few days nothing will be detected, anomalous, then the entire automated system would be paralyzed at once. Perhaps this, on the other hand, also gives us some more characteristics of the killer. They can't distinguish between defensive traps and production machines, so we sabotaged all machines that could operate automatically. Tang Min recalled the chains he had seen in the morning, nodded and said, or perhaps, they themselves originally lived with the villages, and then suddenly attacked, so the success rate is much higher. Yu Yang said, okay, for the time being, we can't discuss whether they possess such high intelligence. I just want to ask, why they suddenly started to attack. No one can answer that question. Yu Yang analyzed himself again. I remember young Master Kwangba once said, that crazy Kuei Ba once said, it's coming. Track Mok Kwangba interrupted. At that time that person said very vaguely, we don't know if it was him or them. Yu Yang said, whether it is it or them, if it is already coming, then it is indicative, not of being here, but from above, or from somewhere else to this place. After that, all of them were bitten to death. Then, according to the information the shaman had found among the remaining scrolls, there was a man named Toothapper, although we don't know where he went, but the back part says, when fresh blood dyes the steps of the shrine. From here we can speculate, where that person is probably going to be the 3rd floor, only there is a temple there, but this reminds me of a problem in another scroll, which is, why, after working with the Quabar people on the third stage to create something called a puppet, some turtle. They don't interact anymore. Why can't people here go to the third floor? Then the last sentence in that scroll, people here say they can't escape fate after all. Can't escape what fate? Where did that man named Thapper go? From the tone in the scroll, they knew what was going to happen, or perhaps, from the records of the past, they knew what had happened before. If that is the case, they must have taken precautions. Captain Hodewang soberly gave an analysis. Yue Yang nodded, yes, they have taken precautions. Didn't Trong Lap already say that, in the last 1 or 2 years, they have partially adjusted their air-to-ground trap agencies, but unfortunately, those precautions were not enough to change the number of traps, the destiny. If it is said, the people living here are the Quabar tribe people, and they still keep the custom of living with wolves and mastiffs, then why have they not discovered any other body parts besides the broken chains? Any wolf or mastiff bones? This point also makes me very suspicious. It must be known that, from the documents we have learned, wolves and mastiffs are the most effective assistants of the Quabar people. Living with wolves has been their custom spanning thousands of years. When disaster is coming, what do they use? Iron chains to lock. The truth is, from the beginning, we have only thought of wolves or mastiffs, without thinking about whether there is a problem behind the wolf or mastiff. Until I heard the magician say, the Quabar people here are divided into upper and lower villages. Lu Kan Nam immediately continued, you mean, the killer who destroyed this Quabar village is not just a pack of wolves or some other creature as it appears on the surface, but